Chun-Luo's Pokémon had completely malfunctioned. The Caterpie spewed flames while Groudon soared majestically. All conventional wisdom had become a mere jest in his hands. When bystanders, startled by the peculiar sight, banded together to summon a mental health facility, he could only silently pray, "Please, do not capture me for research." This unprecedented chaos stemmed from a completely random system that even the divine could not foresee. Just how many mind-bending Pokémon lay hidden behind him? This time, the noose of the asylum truly aimed at the culprit. Chapter 1. Embarking on the journey. At last, am I to depart from this place? Chun-Luo gazed up at the grand entrance of Professor Oak's laboratory, memories flooding his mind. Chun-Luo did not belong to this world, at least not in spirit. In his past life, he was a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast, having fantasized countless times about traversing the Pokémon realm and ultimately becoming a Pokémon master. Perhaps his earnestness touched the heavens just as he was preparing to delve into a new generation of Pokémon. A blinding flash from the screen caused him to faint. When he awoke once more, he found himself transported, now a mere 9-year-old boy in Pallet Town, named Xiao Luo, with an illustrious peer among his contemporaries. Ash Ketchum, the very embodiment of a Pokémon master. Throughout the year, Chun-Luo had contemplated leaving Pallet Town. Yet, regardless of the method he employed, by land, by sea, or even digging tunnels upon reaching the town's outskirts, an invisible barrier invariably obstructed his path, a voice whispering to him that only by becoming a Pokémon trainer could he escape. Today marked his 10th birthday, signifying the moment he could acquire his very own Pokémon and officially become a Pokémon trainer, which also meant a chance to leave this place he had inhabited for a year. Rising early, Chun-Luo resolved not to be like that fool Ash, who, in his excitement, had overslept and arrived late for his Pokémon selection. Dressed and groomed, he emerged from his room to find his mother, a quintessential loving wife and mother, had prepared breakfast. Her gentle demeanor perpetually adorned her face with a sweet and kind smile, her words always soft-spoken. As for Chun-Luo's father, he was a mystery. Chun-Luo had never met him, rumored to work far away, the specifics of his occupation unknown. However, the comfort of their home and the details of their daily lives led Chun-Luo to conclude that his father must be quite affluent. After breakfast, he donned the backpack his mother had meticulously prepared for him. With her reluctant reminders echoing in his ears, Chun-Luo set off for Professor Oak's laboratory, leading to the earlier scene. "Xiao Luo, what are you daydreaming about?" Turning around, he saw it was Gary Oak, the grandson of Professor Oak. Truth be told, Chun-Luo held no disdain for him despite his arrogance, wealth, and good looks. Chun-Luo was equally competent in every regard, leaving him with no reason to resent a version of himself. "I was merely waiting for you. As the illustrious grandson of Professor Oak, how could I dare to choose first in your absence?" Chun-Luo teased with a smile. "Go away. Among our cohort of 4, you're the only one who seems so peculiar." Hardly resembling a child at all, Gary waved dismissively, secretly pleased, though pretending not to care. Little did he know that within Chun-Luo's petite frame resided a soul nearing 30. "Enough idle chatter. Let us select our Pokémon. I can hardly wait to embark on an adventure," Gary exclaimed, tugging at Chun-Luo's hand as they ventured inside. Upon entering the laboratory, a colossal machine caught Chun-Luo's eye, surrounded by towering bookshelves brimming with tomes. At the workbench before the machine, an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat was engrossed in his work. "Grandpa, we're here to choose our Pokémon," Gary called out, startling the elderly man so much that his pen flew from his grasp. "Gary, can't you show a little consideration for this old man? If you give me a fright, it would be a tremendous loss for the Pokémon world." Thus, the renowned Professor Oak revealed himself. Though he hardly exuded the sternness of a typical academic, instead, he appeared as a kind-hearted elder. All right. I'll be more cautious in the future. Now, hurry and give us our starter Pokémon. There are countless Pokémon outside waiting for me to capture them," Gary replied, impatience evident on his face. Seeing this, Professor Oak led them to the center of the hall, placing his hand above a circular container. With a beeping sound, the container opened, revealing 3 Pokeballs. From left to right, we have Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur. Choose whichever one you prefer. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Gary's eyes gleamed with mischief, and he turned to Chun-Luo, saying, "Since you're the guest, you should select first." Recognizing Gary's cunning intentions, Chun-Luo was well aware of the strategic implications. In the Pokémon world, different Pokémon possessed various types, typically existing in a cycle of advantages and disadvantages. Starter Pokémon usually belong to the water, fire, or grass types, which countered each other in a predictable manner, thus giving the later chooser a slight edge. However, Chinluo unfazed type advantages did not dictate everything. After all, hadn't both Ash and Red earned the title of Master of the Opposite Type? The prowess of the trainer and their Pokémon was paramount. Without hesitation, Chinluo chose Charmander. After all, whether in the anime or the games, Charizard had always showcased impressive prowess. Moreover, what seasoned Pokémon aficionado could resist an adorable little lizard that could breathe fire? Seeing that Chinluo had made his selection, a triumphant smile spread across Gary's face as he promptly picked up the Pokeball containing Squirtle. He turned to Chinluo and declared, "Xiao Luo, since we've both acquired our first Pokémon, let us engage in a Pokémon battle." How could Chinluo fear a novice like Gary? He immediately called forth Charmander, and Gary, undeterred, released Squirtle from its Pokeball. Their gazes locked, and it was, in essence, their inaugural battle after all. Battling in the game differed significantly from reality. Under the influence of their trainers, both Charmander and Squirtle bristled with anticipation. The stage set for an impending clash. Just as Chinluo prepared to make the first move, Professor Oak interrupted. "Do you intend to demolish my laboratory? If you wish to battle, it must be outside. I shall serve as your referee." Chinluo and Gary exchanged awkward smiles at Professor Oak's words, leading their respective Pokémon outside. Now commencing the Pokémon battle between Gary and Chinluo. Each side will deploy one Pokémon, and the battle concludes when one side's Pokémon faints or concedes. The first attacker is Chinluo. The battle begins now. With Professor Oak's command, Chinluo swiftly instructed Charmander, "Rush in and use Scratch." As soon as he uttered the command, Charmander charged towards Squirtle. "We won't lose either. Squirtle, use Tackle," Gary shouted, his determination evident as he saw Charmander barreling toward him. Just as they were about to collide, Chinluo shouted, "Now, Charmander, jump and use Scratch on Squirtle's head." However, despite his clear command, Charmander hesitated momentarily, caught off guard by the instruction, and took a solid hit from Squirtle's tackle, stumbling back a few paces. It seems that Charmander and I need to develop better synergy. It can only be honed through future battles. Chinluo mused inwardly, though the battle continued. Charmander, unleash Ember. Xiao Mao, undeterred, quickly commanded his Squirtle to retaliate with Water Gun. Chinluo had no expectations of his Charmander being able to both attack and evade at the same time, given its low level and lack of battle experience. All skills landed on the opponent. Although Charmander took significant damage from the Water Gun, Squirtle was also burned by the Ember attack. Chinluo's heart leaped with joy at this sight, and he swiftly instructed Charmander to distance itself from Squirtle, intending to exploit the burn to wear it down. Seeing Chinluo employ such a cunning tactic, Xiao Mao panicked and continued to command Squirtle to unleash Water Gun upon Charmander. Chinluo, however, only directed Charmander to dodge the attacks, which it managed to do. After evading the fifth Water Gun, Chinluo finally commanded Charmander to retaliate with Ember. At that moment, Charmander had little stamina left and had triggered its Blaze ability, significantly boosting the power of its Fire-type moves. Given that Squirtle had been burned for a while and was also low on health, it succumbed to the Ember attack, its eyes swirling into a vortex before it collapsed. Chinluo defeats Xiao Mao. As Professor Oak announced the results of the match, both Xiao Mao and Chinluo recalled their Pokémon. Rather than feeling disheartened by his defeat, Xiao Mao, filled with determination, told Chinluo he would reclaim his honor next time, before driving off in pursuit of his beautiful companion. Initially, Meiyazi had intended to provide Chinluo with a vehicle, but he declined, preferring to walk and savor the journey of becoming a Pokémon master. Chinluo had no intention of waiting for Ash, knowing full well that Ash was still asleep in bed. There would be ample opportunities to encounter Pikachu in the future. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Chinluo embarked on his journey to become a Pokémon master. Arriving at the entrance of Viridian Forest, he discovered that the barrier that had obstructed him for a year had vanished. Now, the vast world lay open before him. Yet at that moment, Chinluo felt a pang of reluctance, akin to a wanderer missing his hometown and loved ones. Shaking his head, he buried these thoughts deep within, for how could he entertain the notion of giving up at such a crucial juncture? After casting a final glance in the direction of home, he stepped into Viridian Forest. The instant he entered, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection indicates that the player has departed from Pallet Town to begin their journey. The full random system has been activated. Chapter 2. The Random System. Chun Luo felt a wave of despair wash over him. As a transmigrator, possessing a golden finger was expected. However, it had arrived a year late. This was bearable. Good things come to those who wait, but why did it have to be a fully random system with such high uncertainty? Fine. If uncertainty means greater rewards, then why did his recently acquired Charmander transform into a Caterpie? Even if some referred to it as a mini Lugia, it didn't change the fact that it had a paltry base stat of merely 195. Alright, so it's just a bug-catching novice. Chun Luo didn't mind, as Caterpie evolved quickly, and there were many bug catchers in this world. But who could explain why, despite the Pokemon's transformation, it still retained the Blaze ability? A Caterpie with the Blaze ability? Was this some sort of jest? Well, he could begrudgingly accept this at worst. He could play the full random game like in his previous life, capturing Pokemon until he finally stumbled upon a good one. Perhaps he might even encounter a legendary or mythical Pokemon, bringing him closer to becoming a Pokemon master. Yet, this vile system informed him that due to his insufficient strength, he could currently carry only 2 Pokemon, and he would need to earn a gym badge for each additional slot. What kept Chun Luo from shedding tears were the Fire-type move in Caterpie's skill set and the series of rewards outlined by the system. Oh, and the built-in storage feature of the system, though its randomness meant that anything placed within could transform into something entirely unpredictable. Regardless, the journey must go on. As he ventured deeper into Viridian Forest, Chun Luo observed many small Pokemon, mostly Caterpie and Weedle, with the occasional Pidgey or Spearow. However, he felt no urge to capture them. Firstly, because he could only capture one more Pokemon, and secondly, due to the system's randomness, which made him prefer capturing higher-level Pokemon. The Pokemon world differed in certain aspects from the games. For instance, one could not randomly attack Pokemon in the wild unless intending to capture them. This was to prevent the rampant behavior of trainers, as exemplified by Ms. Junsha, who roamed to avert such incidents. Thus, Pokemon typically gained experience through battles between trainers and through natural growth. Moreover, it was prohibited to use items during battles, except for those held by Pokemon and various evolution items. Chun Luo recalled that there was a bug-catching trainer in Viridian Forest who might assist in evolving his Caterpie. While cultivating the bond between himself and Caterpie, he searched for the bug-catching trainer, and life felt fulfilling. Suddenly, he sensed something, looking up to see a magnificent, multicolored bird radiating divine light soaring through the sky. Isn't that Ho-Oh? It seems Ash is set out as well. Never mind, let's reach Viridian City first. Ho-Oh, a legendary Pokemon, was said to possess the strength of a deity and was humorously dubbed by netizens as the Shining Pidgeot or the evolution of Pidgeot due to its appearance. Familiar with the storyline, Chun Luo knew that a heavy rain would soon fall, so his immediate priority was to find shelter in Viridian City. Just as he was about to move, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player! You have unlocked the title of Legendary Pokemon Witness, Beginner. Reward: 5 rare candies. Chun Luo quickly accessed the system's storage space, revealing 5 rare candies. He took one out and then returned it to the system space, noticing no changes. It seems that the items provided by the system are unaffected by the randomness. This revelation thrilled Chun Luo, and he gazed at the various rewards listed in the system, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He swiftly navigated through the forest and finally reached the Pokemon Center in Viridian City just before the downpour began. Observing the dimming sky, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, Chun Luo recognized that the turning point in Ash's relationship with Pikachu was imminent. The storm arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly. As the skies cleared, Chun Luo bade farewell to Nurse Joy and set forth on the road to Pewter City. The forest between Viridian City and Pewter City was also called Viridian Forest. Shortly after entering, a boy clad in samurai attire leaped out to block Chun Luo's path. Hello, I'm Samurai Gang. You look like a rookie trainer from Pallet Town. Previously, an arrogant kid drove through here, and I lost to him. I want to reclaim my honor against you. Faced with a Pokemon battle, Chun Luo would never refuse. He immediately summoned Caterpie, preparing for battle. Upon seeing Chun Luo's Caterpie, the samurai boy's eyes lit up, and with a broad smile, he exclaimed, I didn't expect you to use a bug-type Pokemon too. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, ha ha ha. Alright, are we fighting or not? Let's finish this quickly, I still need to train my Pokemon. Chun Luo replied impatiently. In that case, I'll swiftly defeat you. Caterpie, use String Shot. Seeing his opponent make the first move, Chun Luo would not remain passive. Caterpie, use Ember. Upon hearing Chun Luo's command, The samurai boy burst into laughter. What did you say? Caterpie can use Ember? If it could, I'll write my name backwards from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunluo's Caterpie unleashed a tremendous flame from its mouth, incinerating the silk thread expelled by the samurai boy's Caterpie and rendering it incapable of battle. Observing the samurai boy's astonishment, Chunluo smiled and said, "What do you think, brave samurai?" The samurai boy's face flushed, and he retorted angrily, "This is impossible. How could a Caterpie breathe fire? You must be using some sort of trick. Come forth, Beedrill, and use your pin missile. I refuse to believe you can do it again." Beedrill, a bug-type Pokémon, boasts an impressive base stat of 500, making it a formidable presence among early bug-type Pokémon. However, Chunluo's Caterpie was no ordinary Caterpie. It possessed abilities beyond mere fire-breathing. Caterpie, use Quick Attack. No sooner had Chunluo uttered the command than Caterpie transformed into a green blur, evading Beedrill's assault. Attack again with Flamethrower. Another wave of flames struck Beedrill directly. Alas, due to Caterpie's low special attack stat, it likely would not have been enough to defeat it outright. Follow up with a continuous barrage of Flamethrower. Despite its low special attack, the relentless fiery onslaught ultimately incapacitated Beedrill. As Beedrill collapsed, the samurai boy hurried over to check on its condition. With Beedrill down, Caterpie had reached level 7. However, seeing no signs of evolution, Chunluo gazed curiously at his Caterpie, which was grazing on the ground. After confirming Beedrill was relatively unharmed, the samurai boy looked up, dejected, and said to Chunluo, "Your Caterpie can truly breathe fire? Are all the new trainers from Newtown this powerful?" "Not really. There are 2 others who are rather weak, especially that one with a Pikachu strength is quite lackluster," Chunluo reassured him, not intending to disparage, for Ash was indeed rather feeble at that moment, and he could not recall any remarkable achievement from another trainer, Xiaolan. Hearing Chunluo's words, the samurai boy's expression brightened, and he quietly remarked, "It seems I still have a chance to redeem myself." He then looked up at Chunluo and said, "You are strong. May I know your name? I will certainly defeat you next time we meet. My name is Xiaolu, and I look forward to our next battle." Chunluo smiled, extending his hand to help the samurai boy to his feet. What an extraordinary discovery. A Caterpie that can breathe fire. Capture it and present it to the boss. We are sure to be rewarded. A boy and a girl, accompanied by a rather peculiar voice, emerged from the nearby bushes. Chunluo instantly recognized the arrival of that eccentric combination. Unfortunately, the samurai boy was unaware of their identities and shouted towards them, "Who's there? Show yourselves." Chunluo did not have time to intervene. "Since you asked so sincerely, we shall graciously reveal ourselves." Indeed, that is how it is. After an over-the-top self-introduction, Musashi and Kojuro, accompanied by Meowth, appeared before Chunluo and the samurai boy. Chunluo looked at the trio, who were flaunting their bravado, and said with exasperation, "Are you 3 attempting to steal Caterpie as well? Shouldn't you be capturing Pokémon at the Pokémon Center?" Upon hearing Chunluo's words, Musashi and Kojuro nodded thoughtfully, responding, "That's true, there's so many Pokémon at the Pokémon Center. Surely there are plenty of rare ones." "Thank you, little brother." They then prepared to depart. "Fools!" Meowth exclaimed, leaping up to scratch both of them. "We can discuss the Pokémon Center later. Right now, this Caterpie can breathe fire. Have you ever seen another like it? Why seek distant treasures?" Kojiro covered his scratched face and angrily retorted to Meowth, "Don't scratch my face. What if I get disfigured later?" He then glared at Chunluo. "You little brat. You almost tricked us." "Kojiro, get ready to attack." Chunluo, bemused by the antics of the comical trio, commanded Caterpie to unleash a flamethrower attack. With a resounding explosion, both the boy and Meowth soared into the sky, lamenting that they had not even summoned their Pokémon before disappearing into the horizon, leaving behind the classic Team Rocket line. "We will definitely return. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't come back. Ash is your true home." Chunluo mused as he watched Team Rocket fade away. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, the samurai boy bid farewell to Chunluo and continued his journey, leaving only Caterpie to accompany Chunluo. Shaking his head, Chunluo withdrew Caterpie, preparing to continue his journey to Pewter City. Just as he recalled Caterpie, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Chapter 3. A new companion. Upon detecting that the player's Caterpie had reached the evolution level, the system initiated a random evolution. Ding. Evolution complete. Please check your inventory. Chunluo was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't that evolution was impossible. but rather that it required entry into a Pokeball. However, upon reflection, this made sense. If evolution were to occur in plain sight, it could attract unwanted attention, perhaps leading to dissection and study. Yet, this would also eliminate the possibility of a dramatic turnaround through evolution during battle. Retrieving the Pokeball once more. A flash of red light revealed a Charizard before Chen Luo's eyes. To his dismay, the Charizard appeared rather diminutive. Typically, a Charizard stands approximately 1.7 meters tall, with some powerful specimens exceeding 2 meters, yet this one was only slightly larger than a Charmeleon. Upon consulting the Pokédex, he discovered that it was underdeveloped due to its low level. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue. As its level increased, its size would inevitably grow. However, upon examining its ability, Chen Luo was elated to find it possessed the water-absorb trait, which converted water-type damage into health restoration. This concept hinted at Chen Luo's destined path to becoming a master of type advantages. The skills of the Charizard were quite impressive as well: Shadow Clone, Thunder Fang, Air Slash, and a self-healing move. Remarkably, as a Fire-type Pokémon, it lacked any Fire-type moves, but its low level allowed for future learning opportunities. Unlike the limitations imposed in the games regarding skill capacity, Chen Luo decided against returning Charizard to its Pokeball. Instead, he aimed to train it diligently while on the road, striving to elevate its level and facilitate its growth. The current state of the Charizard made it resemble a creature deprived of sustenance, risking the possibility of being accused of Pokémon abuse by Miss Junsha. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had passed as Chen Luo traversed the Viridian Forest. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of trees, he realized he was likely lost. Charizard, set down the stone. Let us take a moment to rest. Throughout these 3 days, Chen Luo had tasked Charizard with carrying a hefty rock during their journey, combining travel with training. After 3 continuous days of exertion and a sufficient supply of Pokémon food, Charizard had grown to a size comparable to a normal Charizard. Its level was steadily rising, and through special training conducted during their breaks, it had successfully relearned the move Flamethrower. Pouring a generous serving of Pokémon food into a bowl, he offered it to Charizard, who eagerly devoured it after 30 minutes without a meal. Observing Charizard's gluttonous manner, Chen Luo recognized the arduous training it had undergone over the past 3 days. The results were evident. Its size had increased significantly, and its speed, strength, and move potency had all improved remarkably. With its current capabilities, defeating Brock should pose little challenge. However, the pressing issue remained that to challenge the Pewter City Gym, one must possess at least 2 Pokémon. Thus far, he had encountered no wild Pokémon exceeding level 10, leaving him with only Charizard and the dilemma of being lost. As Chen Luo pondered his predicament, a flash of yellow darted past him. It was a wild Beedrill. Elated, Chen Luo recognized that Beedrill was the final evolution of Weedle, indicating it was at least level 10. Hold off on eating, Charizard. Prepare for battle. Use Flamethrower. Upon hearing the command, Charizard tossed aside the Pokémon food and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the Beedrill. The Beedrill, witnessing Charizard's imminent attack, swiftly took to the skies, evading the assault by soaring above. It then brandished its stingers and charged towards Charizard. Double needle attack? Not on my watch. Charizard. Use Shadow Clone, then seize the opportunity to unleash Thunder Fang. With a calm demeanor, Chen Luo directed Charizard to respond to the aggressive Beedrill. Upon receiving the command, Charizard smirked mischievously, its form beginning to blur and multiply into 3. The Beedrill unwittingly flew through one of the clones, while the real Charizard seized the moment to bite down, delivering a jolt of electricity that inflicted considerable damage. However, the Beedrill managed to retaliate, piercing Charizard with its stingers. In pain, Charizard released its grip. Charizard, use Flamethrower. With such proximity, the Beedrill had no time to evade the onslaught of flames, rendering it immobile. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo threw a Pokeball, which flickered twice before settling into stillness. Hastily retrieving the Pokeball, Chen Luo opened it again to reveal a magnificent Heracross before him. What a splendid acquisition! With a base stat total of 500, Heracross Dwarf Beedrill S395, boasting superior stats across the board, particularly in physical attack, which was an impressive 125. As a bug-fighting type, it was a natural powerhouse. Its abilities were equally formidable. Unlike the standard trait of Swarm, it possessed Swarm, which enhanced its speed during battle. The skills, however, seemed somewhat peculiar. Swords Dance to boost its attack, Ice Punch as a passable fighting type move, Earthquake, which seemed a tad exaggerated for its size, and the most absurd, Iron Tail. How could it possess a tail when it did not have one? Chen Luo found himself questioning the utility of that move. As Chen Luo pondered these thoughts, Charizard tapped him on the shoulder. Confused, he turned to see Charizard looking alarmed. glancing over his shoulder. Upon turning, he was met with a daunting sight, a swarm of Beedrills, their eyes glowing ominously, glaring hungrily at them. Terrified by the sheer number of Beedrills, Chunluo swallowed hard, barely daring to breathe. Quietly, he fumbled for the Pokeballs of his two Pokémon, pressing the buttons to summon them back in a flash of red light before swiftly turning to flee. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a swarm of Beedrills. As he glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the Beedrill swarm, a wave of frustration washed over him. Unbeknownst to Chunluo, wild Beedrills were social creatures. Spotting one indicated a nearby swarm. Furthermore, they bore grudges, and novice trainers typically avoided them in the wild. Only a fool like Chunluo would dare provoke such creatures. Swiftly navigating through the forest, he ducked into a patch of grass after rounding a corner, remaining motionless. Moments later, he heard the buzzing sound of Beedrills overhead, which soon faded into the distance. After a considerable time had passed without a sound, he cautiously emerged, ensuring the area was devoid of danger before crawling out of the bushes. He brushed off the dust and leaves from himself, only to find the Caterpie on his back had spun a web across his face. After finally cleaning off the sticky threads, he looked up to see the distant outline of a city, filling him with immense joy. He paid no mind to the Caterpie's antics, instead offering it a bit of Pokémon food before setting off towards Pewter City. Caterpie hesitantly sniffed the offered food, and after a tentative taste, it eagerly devoured it. Watching Chunluo depart, Caterpie's gaze sparkled with determination, soon transforming into a resolute expression as it swiftly crawled off in pursuit. My hometown is nestled in that village. As Chunluo leisurely hummed a tune while walking, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Reaching back, he felt something soft and pleasant to the touch. When he lifted it up, it turned out to be the green caterpillar from earlier. Little creature, he said, I didn't mind you spitting silk at me, or even feeding you. Why do you insist on pestering me? Very well, before I change my mind. You'd better scurry away, or I might just feed you to a bird. After saying this, Chunluo placed the caterpillar on a nearby tree. However, as he turned around, he felt another weight on his back. Resigned, he held the little creature in front of him, and seeing its determined yet hopeful gaze, he ultimately yielded and placed it on his shoulder, ready to continue his journey. To his surprise, the caterpillar poked at his face with its tiny claws, and when he turned to look at it, it opened its mouth wide, gesturing incessantly. Hey, don't take advantage of my kindness. I have already done more than enough by taking you in. Despite his words, under the caterpillar's big, tearful eyes, Chunluo succumbed and reluctantly pulled out some Pokémon food to toss into its mouth. As for why Chunluo didn't capture it, he believed it was primarily because he could only have 2 Pokémon at the moment, and its low level did not meet his criteria for capturing Pokémon. There was also an unacknowledged reason. Its overwhelming cuteness made him hesitant to let it evolve into another creature. He carried this little companion until evening when they finally arrived at Nip City. The caterpillar needed to eat every little while, causing frequent delays. After several interruptions, Chunluo decided to fill his pants pocket with Pokémon food so he could toss a piece to it whenever it opened its mouth. Otherwise, they would arrive even later. As the sky darkened, Chunluo hurried to the Nip City gym, preparing for his first gym challenge. Gyms, as iconic structures in a city, were generally easy to locate, and upon seeing the massive stone doors of the gym, Chunluo took a deep breath. He extended his hands and pushed hard, not caring about the caterpillar trembling behind him, and boldly stepped into the darkness, where visibility was nearly non-existent. Chapter 4. The Challenge Against Brock. Hello. I am Xiaoluo from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym. Is anyone present? Chunluo shouted into the empty room. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated the space, and he looked up to see a young man in a gray tracksuit with squinty eyes sitting on a rocky platform at the far end of the gym. Without a doubt, it was Brock. Observing Brock, he resembled a robust man akin to a rock, leaving Chunluo perplexed as to how he changed after traveling with Ash. You're also a trainer from Pallet Town? Since you wish to challenge me, as a gym leader, I cannot refuse. Brock stood up and clapped his hands, prompting the sound of gears turning as 2 rocky battlefields emerged from either side of the gym, merging into one. The following is Xiaoluo's Rock Gym Challenge. You may use 2 Pokémon, and you can switch between them at will during the battle. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. Xiaoluo, are you ready? Despite Brock's eyes appearing nearly closed, Chunluo could discern his steely resolve and seriousness. After all, he had single-handedly maintained the gym while caring for numerous younger siblings. It was clear this would not be as simple as it seemed in the animations. Chunluo, who had previously underestimated Brock, now felt uncertain of victory. I am ready. It shall be you, he declared, summoning Heracross with fiery determination. A bug-type Pokémon. Xiaoluo, it seems you have yet to hone your skills. Are you not aware that rock types have an advantage over bug types? Brock remarked. shaking his head upon seeing Chinluo's choice. Actually, it is you who lacks training, Brock. My Heracross is a dual bug and fighting type, and its overall attributes are not at a disadvantage against you. I have my reasons for choosing it, and if you do not give it your all, you may find yourself at a significant disadvantage, Chinluo retorted, feeling a surge of confidence. Brock's expression shifted at Chinluo's rebuttal. Your Pokémon isn't from the Kanto region, is it? Well, I suppose whether I am sufficiently trained will be revealed in battle. Come forth, Geodude. Upon seeing Brock summon Geodude, Chinluo realized that he must have taken it easy against Ash. No, it was more like he had let an entire lake flow through. Just by looking at Geodude's impressive physique, it was evident that it had been well trained. With its massive rocky body and 4 sturdy arms, it shone with a hint of brilliance. This Geodude was far beyond the capabilities of a novice like Ash. Let the match begin. The challenger strikes first. With the command given, Chinluo immediately directed Heracross to attack. Heracross, use Swords Dance. Given that Rock-type Pokémon generally possess high physical defense, boosting his attack at this moment was a wise strategy. Boosting your attack, are you? Then we shall enhance our defense. Geodude, use Defense Curl. Both Brock and Chinluo exchanged approving glances. Only a novice or someone with absolute confidence in their abilities would recklessly attack from the start. The fact that they both opted to enhance their attributes indicated that they considered this a balanced contest, at least not underestimating each other. Heracross, continue using Swords Dance. Chinluo commanded again, as he sought to maximize Heracross' attack power. Given Heracross' ability to accelerate, if Brock chose to bolster his own defenses too, Heracross' speed would increase, further amplifying its advantage. Conversely, if Brock opted to attack, with 2 boosts to Chinluo's attack, he would hold the upper hand. This imbalance of information was the advantage provided by the system. After all, a Pokémon typically had only 2 or 3 possible abilities, while Chinluo's Pokémon boasted random traits. At first, Brock chose to continue using Defense Curl to bolster his defenses. However, he gradually realized that Heracross was enhancing its attack speed with each Swords Dance, while his own Defense Curl was still in progress when Heracross was already on its second move. This is not good. I must act quickly, Brock thought, directing Geodude. Use Rollout to approach Heracross. Seeing Brock command Geodude to attack, Chinluo smiled slightly. He had already gained a significant advantage. It was too late for Brock to launch an attack now. Heracross, brace yourself and withstand the attack. With the consecutive Swords Dances, Heracross' power had more than doubled. Upon hearing Chinluo's command, a confident smile spread across its face as it positioned itself, raising its claws to charge toward the rolling Geodude. In an instant, the two clashed, a violent impact sending dust swirling into the air. When the dust settled, Geodude had ceased rolling, firmly held by Heracross. Chinluo rejoiced. Heracross, use Ice Punch. In contrast, a serious expression of determination crossed Brock's face. Geodude, use Self-Destruct. Both commands rang out simultaneously. Upon hearing Brock's order, Chinluo's expression changed drastically. Self-Destruct was a move that often resulted in mutual destruction, with Heracross currently holding the advantage. Chinluo was reluctant to trade blows with Geodude and shouted urgently, "Dodge now." The frost-covered Heracross, upon hearing Chinluo's shout, immediately released the Rumble Rock and swiftly retreated. Unfortunately, it could not escape the immense force generated by the self-detonation, which sent it hurtling into a nearby boulder. Seeing Heracross collapsed on the ground, Chinluo quickly called out, "Heracross, are you all right?" As he watched Heracross struggle to rise, Chinluo let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Rumble Rock had not employed a more powerful self-destruct move like Explosion, and since Heracross had managed to evade the epicenter of the blast, it was able to stand again, albeit nearly depleted of energy. A flash of red light signaled Brock's retrieval of the fallen Rumble Rock, and he couldn't help but praise. "It seems your Heracross has been trained exceptionally well. However, if I am not mistaken, its ability is not typical for a bug-type Pokémon. You are quite lucky to have encountered such a remarkable creature." Embarrassed by Brock's compliment, Chinluo sheepishly scratched his head. After all, he had only just captured Heracross, and its strength was largely due to fortuitous circumstances, rather than his training prowess. Brock, however, paid no heed to Chinluo's modesty, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yet, the battle must continue. He retrieved another Pokeball from his belt and tossed it into the arena, exclaiming, "Come forth, Onyx." As Brock's words fell, a colossal Onyx, composed entirely of hardened stone and shimmering with a crystalline luster, emerged, towering over Heracross. Chinluo was left speechless at the sight of this significantly larger Onyx compared to the usual ones. It seemed that in his battle against Ash, he hadn't even sent out a main Pokémon. Was he truly stronger than Ash, or was Pikachu simply too adorable? Such disparate treatment was perplexing. The battle resumed, and Brock noticed Chinluo's reluctance to swap Pokémon, a hint of confusion crossing his features. However, upon reflection, he realized that even though Heracross was low on stamina, its enhancements still lingered. While switching out could allow Heracross to recover some energy, it would also negate its previous boosts. Chinluo must be intent on wearing down his Onix's stamina. Understanding this, Brock was determined not to let Chinluo have his way. As Heracross, its fists cloaked in frost, rapidly approached Onix, Brock commanded, "Onix, use Dig." With a swift motion, Onix vanished underground, leaving Heracross momentarily stunned, unsure of how to proceed. Both Brock and Chinluo shared victorious smiles as they observed the vanished Onix and the stationary Heracross. Brock, noticing Chinluo's smile mirroring his own, expressed confusion. "Xiao Luo, my Onix has already burrowed underground. Your Heracross stands no chance against it. All my Onix needs to do is wait for the opportune moment to strike, and it will defeat your Heracross with a single blow. I fail to see what you find amusing." With a triumphant grin, Chinluo replied, "Oh, Brock. I initially aimed to exhaust your Onix, but having it use Dig has unwittingly assembled the formula for victory. Heracross, unleash your most powerful earthquake." Brock gasped in disbelief. "Impossible. How could your Heracross know earthquake? You must be deceiving me. Onix, deliver the final blow." Before Brock could finish, Heracross leaped high into the air and executed a powerful earthquake. The ground trembled violently, and moments later, Onix, dazed and disoriented, emerged from its hole, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. This was not to say that Brock's Onix was weak. In fact, it was even stronger than the previous Rumble Rock. However, Earthquake, being a ground-type physical attack, naturally countered Onix, and with Heracross having continuously used Sword's Dance to amplify its already formidable attack, the damage inflicted was catastrophic. The combination of timing and terrain had aligned perfectly. Without any one factor, Chinluo would have found it impossible to triumph over Onix with a fatigued Heracross. As he gazed at the defeated Onix, Brock, despite his unwillingness to accept the outcome, realized it was futile. If given another chance, he certainly would not have allowed Onix to use Dig, but alas, there were no do-overs. Retrieving Onix, he approached Chinluo and handed him the rock badge, expressing with a hint of regret, "It seems I am still lacking in skill. Unfortunately, my responsibilities at the gym prevent me from traveling. Otherwise, I would gladly join you on your journey of exploration and training. Xiao Luo, you are quite strong. I look forward to our next battle." Chapter 5. A chance encounter with Ash. As Chinluo accepted the badge from Brock, he was filled with nostalgia. He had obtained this badge countless times in the game. And now, he held the genuine article in his hand, as if caught in a dream. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the rock badge. Your Pokémon's carrying capacity has increased by 1, and you have received an Everstone as a reward. Upon hearing the system notification, Chinluo promptly stowed the badge in his pocket and took out the Everstone, examining it closely. Just then, a head peeked sneakily from behind him. Upon spotting the Everstone in Chinluo's hand, its eyes gleamed, and it swiftly darted forward, snatching the Everstone and swallowing it whole. Chinluo looked at his now empty hands, and then at the wriggling Caterpie in its mouth, and his anger flared. After bidding farewell to Brock, he stormed out of the gym, dragging the Caterpie along in frustration. Watching Chinluo's retreating figure and the Caterpie he was holding, Brock first chuckled. But then his expression dimmed, revealing a hint of envy. At that moment, several figures emerged from behind Brock, tugging at his sleeve. The tallest among them spoke slowly. "Brother, you must want to travel as well. If you wish to go, then go. I will take care of the gym and the younger siblings. I have grown up. I can handle what you can." Brock turned and gently tousled the child's hair, replying tenderly, "You silly child, I believe you have indeed grown up. However, I have no desire to travel. I cannot bear to leave you all." With that, he vanished into the darkness alongside his younger siblings. Ultimately, Chinluo was unable to reclaim the Everstone from the Caterpie, which had consumed it without a care. What could he do now? As long as it was unharmed, the Everstone was merely a trivial item. Chinluo consoled himself with tears in his eyes. Placing the Caterpie in its designated spot, Chinluo set off towards the next destination, Hualan City, filled with anticipation for the intriguing adventures that awaited him. Not long after Chinluo departed from Nibi City, a boy and girl, accompanied by a Pikachu, entered the doors of the Nibi gym. Training his 2 Pokémon while on the move had become a habit for Chinluo, leading to a rather leisurely pace. However, the results were evident, as both Charizard and Heracross appeared remarkably robust. After a slow journey, as they approached the entrance of the Moonlight Cave, the trio of boys and girls with Pikachu appeared at the foot of the mountain. Chinluo's heart leaped with joy. Finally, He had the chance to meet the legendary Pikachu. He felt a flutter of excitement and paused to wait for them to reach him. Before he could speak, Ash dashed over and enveloped Chenluo in a hearty hug, exclaiming, "Xiao Luo, I can't believe we ran into each other here. This is fantastic." Chenluo paid no mind to the exuberant Xiaoxi, but instead turned his gaze to the squint-eyed Xiao Gang, offering a gentle nod and smile in return. Xiao Gang reciprocated with a grin, his eyes drifting to a charming and inquisitive young girl, undoubtedly his next target, the illustrious Misty. "What are the gym leaders of the Waterflower Gym?" With a meaningful glance at Misty, he smiled, causing the girl's face to flush crimson. With a gentle push of Xiaoxi aside, he crouched down to meet the gaze of the Pikachu before him, nervously inquiring, "May I hold you?" Upon receiving an affirmative response from the electric mouse, he disregarded Xiaoxi's complaints and delicately cradled Pikachu, stroking its soft fur, which filled Chenluo with a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a Caterpie peeked out from behind, while Xiao Gang remained indifferent. But Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as he promptly released his own Butterfree, proclaiming that he once had a Caterpie. Misty, however, had yet to conquer her fear of Caterpie. Retreating in fright, "Xiao Luo, I heard from Xiao Gang that you're formidable, having defeated him. Hee, I have also earned the Rock Badge. Shall we engage in a Pokémon battle?" Xiaoxi, the battle enthusiast, could not contain his excitement. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chenluo cast a disapproving glance at him and retorted, "If it weren't for your good fortune and Xiao Gang deliberately going easy on you with your own strength, you'd still be 2 decades away from defeating him. How dare you boast to me?" Xiaoxi's face flushed with embarrassment at Chenluo's words. After a glance at Xiao Gang, he indignantly challenged, "Xiao Luo, are you going to battle or are you afraid?" Seeing Xiaoxi's defiance, Chenluo thought it prudent to teach him a lesson, to prevent him from perpetually overreaching without acknowledging his own limitations. "Very well, Charizard, go entertain him." Upon hearing his trainer's command, Charizard was instantly electrified, casting a taunting glance at the nearby Heracross. The rotund Heracross, incensed, had been training alongside Charizard for days, and it was inevitable that a bit of rivalry would emerge. Now, with Chenluo sending Charizard to battle, it evoked a sense of superiority. As Charizard passed by Chenluo, he whispered, "Take it easy." Charizard nodded in understanding. Xiaoxi, brimming with excitement as Charizard entered the fray, called forth his Pidgeotto and enlisted Xiao Gang as the referee. At Xiao Gang's signal, Xiaoxi immediately commanded, "Pidgeotto, use Whirlwind." The flapping of Pidgeotto's wings summoned a fierce gust of wind directed at Charizard. Chenluo remained still, arms crossed, watching Xiaoxi with a smile, while Charizard stood unfazed amidst the tempest, also crossing its arms and occasionally yawning. Feeling belittled by Chenluo and Charizard's nonchalance, Xiaoxi and Pidgeotto were incensed. "Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Don't let them underestimate us." Pidgeotto screeched as it darted towards Charizard like lightning, but just as it was about to strike, Charizard swiftly flicked its tail, sending Pidgeotto crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Seeing Pidgeotto's defeat, Xiaoxi's earlier smile vanished, and he rushed over to check on Pidgeotto's condition. After confirming that it was all right, he recalled it to its Pokeball. Observing Charizard's performance, Chenluo nodded. The ability to assess and retaliate without direct instruction was a hallmark of a truly powerful Pokémon. Noticing Chenluo's approval, Charizard yawned in boredom before scampering back to continue its sparring with Heracross. Xiao Gang, astonished by Chenluo and Charizard's calm demeanor throughout, remarked, "Xiao Luo, you've grown stronger in just a few days. Your Charizard probably possesses elite-level strength." "Elite level?" Both Chenluo and Xiaoxi looked at Xiao Gang in confusion. "Aren't Pokémon categorized by levels? How come I haven't reached elite level?" Upon hearing Xiaoxi's inquiry, Misty shot him a scathing glare, mercilessly retorting, "How can you claim to aspire to be a Pokémon master when you don't even know this? A Pokémon's inherent level is not the sole determinant of its strength. Various factors like talent and effort play pivotal roles. Thus, overall strength is classified into categories: novice, intra-level, elite, gym leader level, quasi-champion level, and master level. Trainers are similarly categorized, and you, my friend, are merely a novice." Xiaoxi felt utterly defeated by her words, yet he quickly countered, "Xiao Luo doesn't know either, so why am I the only one being singled out?" Chenluo's face flushed at Xiaoxi's comment, regretting not having given him a more thorough lesson earlier, yet he found himself at a loss for words. As Chenluo pondered his response, Misty interjected, "Can you two even be compared? Xiao Luo has at least elite-level strength, while you still appear to be lost in your training journey." Chenluo nodded in agreement with Misty's assessment, while Xiaoxi, realizing he had been outmatched, fell silent. However, a thought struck him, and he curiously asked, "Then how did Xiao Gang, the gym leader of Pewter City, lose to elite-level trainers like Xiao Luo and me?" At this, Xiaogang hastily clarified, being a gym leader does not automatically confer gym level strength. I am merely at the elite level. Losing to Xiao Luo is quite normal. Moreover, gym leaders typically do not use their strongest Pokémon against challengers. Otherwise, how would novice trainers like you have a chance to participate in the Pokémon League competitions? Xiaogang's explanation only piled on the pressure for Xiaoxi, who was already feeling overwhelmed. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaoxi's plight, thinking, "You still dream of being a deity among mortals? You've got a long way to go." Undeniably, Xiaoxi was the epitome of a spirited youth. And despite the crushing blow, he quickly brushed it off. His determination ignited as he vowed to become a Pokémon master. It's no wonder that Xiaoxi is the protagonist. There's a reason behind it. By the way, Xiao Luo, where are you headed? Xiaoxi inquired. His spirits lifted. To challenge the Waterflower Gym in Cerulean City, of course. Chen Luo replied matter-of-factly. Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a coincidence. We're headed the same way. Let us go together. After glancing at Misty, who appeared flustered, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Thus, the quartet set off towards the Moonlight Cavern. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, a swarm of Zubat flew out, startling Xiaoxi and the others. Soon after, a researcher from Pewter City appeared, informing them of the recent events. Chen Luo was well acquainted with these occurrences and what was to come. But he was aware that Xiaoxi and his companions were oblivious, and he could not be the one to spoil the plot. So, he followed the trajectory of the narrative, even going so far as to deliberately conceal himself when Team Rocket made their appearance to avoid revealing any surprises. Upon reaching Cerulean City, Chen Luo found an excuse to part ways with Xiaoxi and the others. He had no desire to get entangled with Team Rocket, for the risk of his secret being discovered was too great. After taking a day to rest and ensuring that Xiaoxi and his friends had departed, he disregarded the under-repair sign at the entrance and boldly stepped into the Waterflower Gym. Chapter 6. Earning badges within a mere 3 minutes. Chen Luo emerged from the dojo, clutching a blue water droplet badge. The interval between his challenge and the acquisition of the badge was but a fleeting 3 seconds. Upon learning that Chen Luo was there to challenge the dojo, the Hualon triplets tossed the badge to him without a second thought. Returning to their task of repairing the arena, the entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that the system failed to register the event until long after Chen Luo had exited the Hualon dojo. The system's chime finally rang out, congratulating the player on acquiring their second badge, increasing their carrying capacity by 1, and awarding them the item First Strike Claw, along with a directional Dark-type evolution stone. Casually tossing the First Strike Claw into his backpack, Chen Luo meticulously examined the directional evolution stone. According to the system's description, this stone, when held by a Pokémon, ensured that during its evolution, the system would randomly assign it to a Pokémon of the evolution stone's type. However, a single stone could only bind to one Pokémon. Even though it was a consumable item, Chen Luo felt a surge of joy, recognizing the potential utility of a Dark-type Pokémon in his forthcoming journey. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to capture a Pokémon capable of evolution. As for the readily available Caterpie, Chen Luo had no intention of altering its adorable appearance, and the evolution stone would be futile given that the Caterpie already possessed a non-evolution stone within. Upon departing from Hualon City, Chen Luo resolved not to follow the route taken by Ash and his companions. He recalled that there was a Diglett cave nearby that directly led to Ziyuan Town. As for the legendary Dragonite and Zapdos, Chen Luo held no interest. Even if he could defeat them, he would not consider pursuing such extraordinary Pokémon. He would merely observe from a distance, just to fulfill an achievement, as the system generated encounters randomly. What difference did it make whether it was a Caterpie or a Zapdos? After several days of relentless searching, Chen Luo finally located the entrance to the Diglett cave. Shining his flashlight and placing his Pokeballs within easy reach, he stepped inside. After a period of time, a figure in red appeared at the cave's entrance, glanced around, marked a sign next to the cave, and swiftly entered. Shortly thereafter, a figure in blue appeared, erased the mark left by the figure in red, and also vanished into the cave. Chen Luo regretted his decision to enter the Diglett cave. It had been 15 days since he ventured inside. The darkness and length of the cave were daunting. His flashlight had run out of batteries 5 days into his journey, forcing him to summon Charizard, using its flaming tail for illumination. Although he had intended to save time by traversing the cave, its labyrinthine layout meant he had wandered for half a month without finding an exit. Had it not been for the date displayed on his Pokédex, he would have lost track of how many days he had spent in this wretched place. Chen Luo vowed that if he ever entered the Diglett cave again, he would consider himself a fool. After another day of aimless exploration, Chen Luo finally spotted a glimmer of light. He dashed toward the exit, basking in the long-awaited sunlight and savoring the gentle breeze, feeling as though he had stepped into paradise. Unfortunately, there was little time for enjoyment. With less than 6 months until the Quartz Conference and having only acquired 2 badges, he needed to allocate time for rigorous training. Following a brief respite, Chen Luo hurried to Ziyuan Town, intending to bolster his Pokémon team. As for why he didn't capture Pokémon in the Diglett Cave, he initially planned to do so, but the reality was starkly different from the game. The cave's structure was unstable, and if a battle were to occur, he feared a cave-in would be disastrous. Upon arriving at Ziyuan Town, Chen Luo was taken aback by the sight before him. Purple houses, purple roads, and even the sky was tinged with purple. Every corner of the town exuded an eerie and melancholic atmosphere. Although Chen Luo understood the reason behind it, he was still quite unsettled, let alone his Caterpie trailing behind him. However, there was no choice. To earn the psychic badge, he would have to brave the unknown. Inquiring around, he found the Pokémon Tower, and as he stood before the ominous structure, he steeled himself and pushed the door open. The room was chillingly silent, and he cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor. Despite his carefulness, the wooden stairs creaked underfoot, amplifying the tension, especially with his Caterpie trembling behind him. Soon, the entirety of the 2nd floor room unfolded before him, revealing a desolate space scattered with tombstones. The atmosphere felt unsettling. This was a place to honor fallen Pokémon, and it ought not to be so forlorn. Chen Luo's instincts heightened, urging him to proceed with caution. As he ascended the stairs to the higher levels, an ominous black mist began to swirl at the entrance to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, a white garment floated down from above. Had he not been prepared? He might have been paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Chen Luo sensed silence from behind, likely indicating that his Caterpie had fainted from fright. However, the peculiar atmosphere heightened his vigilance, and he caught a glimpse of 3 shadowy figures within the flowing garment, undoubtedly Ghastly and its companions. With his objective now clear, Chen Luo aimed to capture a Ghastly and make his exit, for the ambience was decidedly uncomfortable. He summoned Charizard and commanded it to flap its wings forcefully, creating a gust that dispersed the black mist and revealed a grinning Ghastly and Haunter. Just then, a long-haired ghostly figure flew in from the 1st floor. Alarmed by the sight of the grinning trio and the predatory gaze of Chen Luo, realizing the danger, it promptly retreated, leaving behind its flowing hair as it fled downstairs. Ignoring the trio of Haunter lost in their eerie glee, Chen Luo pursued the fleeing Ghastly with Charizard, finally managing to strike it down with a burst of flames just before it vanished into the wall, capturing it in a Pokeball. After a brief flicker, the ball settled, indicating a successful capture. Once the dust settled, the Haunter trio finally arrived on the scene, and Chen Luo triumphantly waved his Pokeball at them before hastily escaping the Pokémon Tower, leaving them flailing in frustration. He had no desire to be besieged by a swarm of ghosts, especially not by the yet-to-appear Jengar. After a swift exit from Ziyuan Town, Chen Luo glanced back to find no pursuers, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. He released his newly captured Pokémon, a Diglett with the ability Copycat. Currently, at level 20, just 6 levels shy of evolution. Nodding in approval, he handed over the directional evolution stone before returning it to its ball. Just as Chen Luo was reveling in his success, he felt a dampness on his back, accompanied by an unusual odor that sparked an unsettling feeling. He turned to find his Caterpie had been frightened into a state of distress. Resigned, he placed it on the ground and changed his attire. Afterward, he found that it still hadn't regained consciousness, so he took out some Pokémon food and placed it near its mouth, with a twitch of its nose. The Caterpie promptly opened its eyes and began devouring the food voraciously, a true glutton. After finishing a few bites, it surveyed its surroundings and, seeing no immediate danger, happily hopped onto Chen Luo's shoulder, signaling him to leave quickly. With a resigned sigh, Chen Luo set off toward his next destination, Key City, preparing to train his Diglett for its evolution and to acquire the electric badge, all in anticipation of the upcoming Psychic-type gym. Upon reaching the site of the bicycle race, he walked along the track to its end. With some time remaining before the race commenced, the road was still open to the public. However, once the competition began, no one without a bicycle would be permitted to approach. At the terminus of the track lies a serene body of water, upon which arches a winding bridge leading to the opposite shore. Numerous Pokémon trainers can be observed fishing and engaging in battles atop the bridge. As Chen Luo made his way across, he encountered several challengers, whom he effortlessly defeated. After traversing the bridge, he continued onward until he reached his intended destination, the town of Withered Leaves. Without hesitation, he challenged the electric-type gym. The gym leader, Ma Zhishir, is rumored to be a former major in the United States Air Force, boasting a robust physique and embodying a staunch belief in evolutionism, asserting that only evolved Pokémon are the strongest. He is also one of the gym leaders whose prowess has not yet reached the gym level, making him the first gym leader that Ash truly defeated. As a proponent of strength, all of his Pokémon possess speed as their weakness. Upon stating his intent, Magikarp readily accepted Chinluo's challenge, initiating a battle of 33 gym challenges. Naturally, Chinluo sent out his Diglett, while Magikarp's first Pokémon was Electrode. Unsurprisingly, Chinluo emerged victorious. The second Pokémon was Pikachu. Surprisingly, upon entering the fray, Magikarp commanded it to use Quick Attack to enhance its speed. Has Ash already been here? Chinluo mused, I must accelerate my strategy. Diglett, use Dig. He commanded, and soon, Diglett had burrowed numerous holes in the arena. Observing Pikachu's bewilderment, Chinluo smirked and declared, Underground, use Mud Bomb. As soon as he spoke, a mud bomb erupted from one of the holes, and Magikarp hurriedly directed Pikachu to narrowly evade the attack. But that was not the end. Diglett shifted positions underground, launching successive mud bombs. Chinluo continued to instruct Diglett to attack Pikachu from various angles, and despite Magikarp's efforts to direct it to dodge, ultimately Pikachu succumbed to the onslaught. With a solemn expression, Magikarp recalled Pikachu and forcefully hurled the Pokeball containing his ace, Raichu. Before it even touched the ground, Raichu sprang forth, landing heavily in the arena. Magikarp's eyes gleamed at this sight, and he immediately commanded, Raichu, use Quick Attack and Iron Tail to strike the ground. Chinluo looked on, puzzled by Raichu's rapid movements, and soon cracks began to appear in the ground. If Chinluo was still oblivious to Magikarp's intentions at this point, he would truly be foolish. Diglett quickly emerged from underground. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ground rapidly collapsed, clouds of dust swirling up, and when it settled, Diglett was revealed with its eyes spiraled in confusion. Who would have thought you had some tricks up your sleeve? Chinluo remarked as he recalled Diglett, upon receiving an evolution prompt from the system. He couldn't help but chuckle. You won't lose your wits over a setback, will you? Magikarp observed curiously. Without a word, Chinluo retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it. The Pokeball bounced twice on the ground, yet nothing transpired. Both he and Raichu stood still, as though time itself had paused. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, both Magikarp and Raichu erupted in laughter. Chinluo, feeling sheepish, picked up the empty Pokeball, and Magikarp, seeing his reaction, laughed even harder, causing the match to pause momentarily as they prepared the alternate arena. Once Magikarp regained his composure and the new venue was ready, he, panting, addressed Chinluo, though you've amused me greatly. You must bear the consequences of your missteps. You only have one Pokémon left, ha ha ha. Chinluo, gazing at the doubled-over Magikarp, retorted. Is it really that amusing? Let us see if you can still laugh after this. Go, Heracross. Shaking off the residual laughter, he nodded towards Raichu, who leaped into the arena, continuing the match. Raichu, Heracross, use Quick Attack. Both trainers issued their commands, and the two Pokémon began to move at remarkable speeds, swiftly becoming mere blurs. Magikarp soon sensed something amiss. Chinluo's Heracross appeared to be accelerating slightly faster than his Raichu. Use Volt Tackle, he ordered. Use Swords Dance. Chinluo countered, and Heracross, spinning rapidly, sent Raichu flying upon collision, though it sustained minimal damage and landed firmly on the ground. Use Thunderbolt, Magikarp commanded next. Chinluo, not one to remain passive, called out. Use Aerial Ace. Heracross deftly evaded the electric attack, colliding heavily with Raichu, causing it to cry out as it was knocked back. However, Heracross was struck by a jolt of electricity. This is bad. Static ability. Chinluo exclaimed in alarm. Magikarp rejoiced, immediately ordering Raichu to unleash thunder, a mighty bolt striking Heracross squarely. Enduring the attack, Heracross collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. Get moving, Heracross, Chinluo urged. Heeding his command, Heracross struggled to rise. Raichu, do you have the strength left? Use Iron Tail to finish this, Magikarp shouted, tearing off his shirt in excitement. Sensing Magikarp's fervor, Chinluo's own adrenaline surged. We cannot afford to lose. Use Revenge. With no opportunity to dodge, Heracross enveloped itself in a radiant white light, while Raichu's glowing tail struck Heracross fiercely. A blinding flash engulfed the arena as both Pokémon stood defiantly against each other, a gentle breeze flowing through, before they both collapsed. Heracross, Raichu, stand up, Magikarp and Chinluo shouted in unison, even the Caterpie peeking out to chirp in support. Both Pokémon struggled to rise, but ultimately failed. Raichu and Heracross simultaneously lost their combat capabilities, resulting in a draw. As the referee declared the outcome, Chinluo and Magikarp recalled their Pokémon. Magikarp approached Chinluo, laughing heartily as he patted his shoulder. Well done, lad. Quite impressive. Ash was far more capable. Chinluo grimaced in pain, asking, What does this mean for me? Ma Zhisher, clearly amused by Chun Luo's expression, chuckled. You haven't defeated me, so it doesn't count as a successful challenge. However, today has brought me joy, so I shall bestow this badge upon you. Gratefully accepting the electric badge, Chun Luo retorted. Had it not been for your luck and my oversight, I could have easily triumphed over you. Hey, you little rascal, give me back my badge, Ma Zhisher exclaimed, lunging towards Chun Luo. Swiftly dodging, Chun Luo made a face and cheekily remarked, not a chance. You think I'll relinquish it? Farewell, old man. With that, he dashed out. You wait right there. If you don't make it to the court's conference, I'll show you what's what. Ma Zhisher muttered to himself as he turned to leave. Chun Luo joyfully strolled along the road, stowing the electric badge, and once he exited the town of Withered Leaves, he prepared to inspect what evolution Diglett had undergone. A flash of red light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a bipedal gray fox standing before Chun Luo. Its deep crimson mane cascaded down its back, interspersed with dark gray fur, and adorned with blue, pearl-like ornaments resembling flowers near the tips of its mane. The black fur on its chest extended to its shoulders, while its ears and claws bore a striking red hue, with similar coloring around its mouth and eyes. Zoroark? By heavens, I've struck gold this time, Chun Luo exclaimed, circling the Zoroark in excitement. Upon consulting the Pokédex, he discovered its ability, Shadow Tag, which prevents opponents from fleeing or switching Pokémon. Its skill set included Dark Pulse, Dark Void, Meditate, and Aura Sphere, a rather impressive array of moves. As for the system's reward, it was undeniably precious, yet felt somewhat impractical. It was a Master Ball, renowned for its 100 capture rate. In any game version, aside from the completely random ones, it is an essential tool for any player. However, it was ironic that Chun Luo's system was entirely random, rendering this Master Ball both a delightful treasure and a conundrum. Nevertheless, every item has its moment to shine, and should it come to it, selling it could yield a tidy profit. He cast the Master Ball into the system for safekeeping, recalled Zoroark, and continued his journey toward Golden City, swaying his head and waving his hands to a cheerful tune. My home is in the northeast, by the Songhua River. After he had distanced himself, a figure clad in red emerged from the shadows, observing Chun Luo as he adjusted his glasses and sighed, pondering aloud. What sort of creature has our leader spawned? Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, his expression turned grave. That was indeed Zoroark. I hadn't anticipated that the young leader would possess one, and the Master Ball he displayed appeared to be a prototype developed by Team Rocket. No, I must have been mistaken. The intelligence reports indicated it wasn't yet completed. Oh well, I shall follow and see. Soon after, a slender figure draped in blue stepped out from the shadows, her alluring smile revealing her intrigue. I merely intended to gather information, yet I've stumbled upon something remarkable. What an interesting little brat. With that, she gracefully followed suit. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Chun Luo, was preoccupied with a lyrical dilemma, debating whether the lyrics pertained to soybeans or red beans, blissfully unaware of the two individuals trailing him. Upon entering the vast and boundless forest, Chun Luo released his 3 Pokémon, embarking on a journey that combined travel with training. The newly acquired Zoroark underwent foundational stamina training, hauling heavy boulders while Charizard and Heracross engaged in specialized training, donning custom gear equipped with multiple pockets. They strapped heavy metal bars around their limbs and practiced their strikes and kicks continuously, even during rest breaks, gradually increasing the weight over time. As for the origins of these training tools, they were products of the system's storage and random generation. The storage space functioned similarly to an inventory in a game, with each item occupying a slot, capable of holding up to 99 units. Due to years of gaming habits, Chun Luo would invariably visit Pokémon centers and shops upon arriving in new locations, resulting in a diverse collection of materials within the system's storage. These training tools were crafted from materials randomly generated by the system, making them unique to Chun Luo. With ample resources at his disposal, he trained with abandon. The journey was punctuated with stops and starts, but by the time they reached Golden City, Zoroark had advanced to an elite training level, while Charizard and Heracross were on the cusp of gym-level proficiency. However, in the battles to come, even if Charizard and Heracross reached gym level, they might prove inadequate against Nessa, a formidable gym leader with powerful psychic abilities. In fact, Zoroark, despite being weaker, was Chun Luo's ace in the hole. Psychic moves were ineffective against Dark-type Pokémon. Had he not fortuitously obtained a Dark-type evolution stone, Chun Luo would not have dared challenge the Psychic Gym. After restoring his Pokémon to peak condition at the Pokémon Center, he habitually perused the shop, replenishing his inventory before arriving at the Psychic Gym. However, Chun Luo did not rush into challenge, opting instead to call his mother first. After ending the call, he gazed at the serene gym before him, feeling a weight of apprehension. Even with Zoroark's advantage, uncertainty loomed. Should he falter, he could be transformed into a puppet. The psychic gym had long been devoid of challengers, and the reasons for this peculiar state of affairs were intricately tied to Nessa's enigmatic past. Chapter 8. Intense battle with Nessa. Nessa was a beauty, having captivated many since childhood. Her extraordinary psychic talent drew high expectations from her father, the previous psychic gym leader. Nessa did not disappoint, exhibiting a profound interest in psychic abilities, which intensified over time. However, every seemingly perfect life harbors an inevitable shadow. Nessa's obsession with psychic training birthed a cold, unfeeling persona. By the time her father recognized the shift, it was too late. Nessa had spiraled out of control, sealing her original kind-hearted self within a doll, and even transforming her mother into one. She usurped her father's position as gym leader, decreeing that any challenger who failed would be turned into a puppet until the conclusion of the court's conference. This was the impetus behind Jinmu's decision to take a shortcut and confront the psychic gym. Should he fail, he could revert to his original form when Ash returned to challenge. However, he had not anticipated the delay caused by the Diglett cave. Fortunately, he surmised that Ash was likely still in Ziyuan town searching for Ghastly, allowing him to catch up. Pushing open the door to the psychic gym, he found the interior dimly lit by a few oil lamps, obscuring his view of the gym's layout, which appeared to be a standard battle arena devoid of any embellishments. What is happening? Another new toy has arrived. A voice resonated within Jinmu's mind, signaling the presence of Nessa, utilizing her telepathy. I am not your toy. I am here to defeat you and claim the psychic badge. Jinmu shouted defiantly. As his words echoed, two oil lamps ignited on the elevated platform opposite him, revealing a stunning Ice Queen seated regally with a doll cradled in her arms, the doll clutching a Pokeball. Then show me your skills. Nessa's icy demeanor remained unchanged as she communicated telepathically. Are you prepared for the 8th gym challenge? You are aware of the consequences of failure, I trust? Taking a deep breath, Jinmu replied resolutely to the enchanting Ice Queen. Absolutely. I understand the stakes, but I will not lose. Go, Zoroark. A flash of red light enveloped the arena as Zoroark materialized, radiating determination as it faced Nessa. Oh, a new Pokémon I have yet to encounter? However, it matters not. Every Pokémon shall ultimately fall before my Kadabra. The cold voice of Naz appeared once more in Jinmu's mind. Subsequently, the Pokeball in Naz's doll's hand emitted a crimson glow, revealing an adorable, fox-like, humanoid Pokémon clad in brown armor, which hovered in midair, squinting curiously at the Zoroark before it, seemingly intrigued by its fellow fox-like opponent. In that case, you may strike first. Do not say I did not grant you the opportunity, Naz stated coldly. Well then, I shall not hold back. Zoroark, use Meditate. Jinmu promptly commanded Zoroark to enhance its abilities. I didn't expect your Pokémon to wield psychic abilities. Quite surprising indeed. However, a mere increase in special defense will be futile. Kadabra, use Psychic. Naz directed Kadabra to exert its control over Zoroark. Upon witnessing Naz's continued use of psychic attacks, a smirk crept onto Jinmu's lips. Zoroark, ignore it and continue using Meditate. Let us aim for a swift victory. At Jinmu's words, Naz, who had been sneering, suddenly changed her expression upon seeing Zoroark unaffected by the psychic attack and continuing to meditate. It appears your Pokémon is of the dark type. No wonder you dared to challenge me. Yet, I recall that the Kanto region possesses almost no dark-type Pokémon. It seems fortune is on your side. Upon hearing Naz's compliment, Jinmu felt elated, pondering whether he should reveal the existence of his system. System? What is a system? Naz's voice echoed in Jinmu's mind. What's happening? I haven't spoken. Jinmu was taken aback, his heart racing. After all, this was his greatest secret, and should it be revealed, it would spell trouble. A secret? Why would the revelation of your secret cause you trouble? Naz's voice resonated in Jinmu's mind once more. If Jinmu still did not recognize that Naz possessed the ability to read minds, he would be as foolish as Ash. He quickly stifled any thoughts regarding the system and began to daydream about cosmic explosions, the origins of Pokémon, and whether Ash could truly become a Pokémon master, among other musings. Observing that Jinmu no longer entertained thoughts of interest to her, Naz lost her desire to probe further into his mind and directly communicated with him. It matters not if you wish to remain ignorant. Once I defeat you and you become a mere doll, I shall uncover your secret in due time. As soon as Naz's words fell, Kadabra was enveloped in a crimson light, its body undergoing a transformation. Its tail grew thicker and longer, long whiskers sprouted from its mouth, its squinting eyes gradually opened. Its limbs elongated, transitioning from a seated position in midair to standing on the ground, where it now wielded a spoon. Pink patterns emerged on its forehead and abdomen, revealing its evolution into Alakazam. To be frank, Jinmu was quite astonished. After all, he had never witnessed a Pokémon evolve until now, thus fulfilling a small wish of his. However, astonishment aside, the battle must continue. Even after evolving, Alakazam's frail physique remained unchanged. Zoroark, use Dark Pulse. Upon receiving Chunluo's command, Zoroark immediately clasped its hands together, unleashing a series of black shockwaves directed at Alakazam. In response to Zoroark's assault, Naz appeared unfazed, ordering, teleport. Alakazam flickered and instantly materialized above Zoroark, executing a psychic blade. As Alakazam waved its spoon, a tangible psychic blade swiftly materialized, slicing towards Zoroark. Naz, true to her reputation, not only evaded the attack but also countered immediately. However, to her dismay, the psychic blade merely caused Zoroark to sway slightly without inflicting any significant harm. Zoroark brushed off the area where it had been struck, casting a challenging glance at Alakazam, which naturally provoked Naz's ire. A surge of formidable psychic energy emanated from Naz, coursing into Alakazam, causing its form to shift once more. Its massive tail gradually vanished, the pink patterns melded into its body, its whiskers elongated further. And it wielded 2 spoons, one in each hand, exuding an overwhelming aura. I didn't expect your psychic abilities to reach such heights. You can directly evolve a Pokémon that typically requires a trade to evolve, Chunluo remarked, observing the Alakazam before him. He reflected on the many Pokémon in the Pokémon world that cannot evolve normally. Some require evolution stones, like EV, while others necessitate specific conditions, such as Rockruff. There exists a form of evolution known as trade evolution, which occurs when certain Pokémon of sufficient level undergo a transformation during the process of being transported via a Pokémon transport device. Research revealed that this phenomenon stimulates specific Pokémon, prompting their evolution. However, this type of evolution does not strictly require transportation. Any significant stimulus can trigger it. Hence it was termed trade evolution. I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, but it all ends here. Alakazam, use Miracle Eye. Upon hearing Naz's command, Chunluo remained unfazed, asserting, no matter how many times you evolve, it will be in vain. All psychic-type moves are ineffective against my Zoroark. Just as he finished speaking, a troubling thought struck him. What did you just say? Miracle Eye? He felt a foreboding sensation and quickly consulted his Pokédex. Miracle Eye, a psychic-type move that allows attacks to affect dark-type Pokémon and those with high evasion. What the heck? Is this some sort of overpowered ability? Can't we have a fighting chance? Chunluo exclaimed in despair. Alakazam paid no mind to Chunluo's complaints. Upon receiving her command, it raised its spoons high, the patterns on its forehead reappearing. A colossal eye materialized in the sky, sweeping over Zoroark before vanishing, marking Zoroark with an eye symbol. It's over now. Chunluo lamented inwardly. Let us see how you fare now. Alakazam, use confusion. Alakazam crossed its spoons, unleashing a strange beam of light that struck Zoroark. However, contrary to the expectations of both Chunluo and Naz, Zoroark, albeit showing signs of distress, did not succumb. Chunluo then recalled that he had previously used Meditate repeatedly, significantly bolstering Zoroark's special defense. A smile of triumph graced Chunluo's face. It remained uncertain who would prevail. After all, Meditate not only enhanced defense, but also greatly amplified special attack. So what if you endured a few extra hits? Let us see if your attacks can even touch my Alakazam. Alakazam prepared to unleash another psychic blade. This time, Chunluo dared not let Zoroark take the hit. Recognizing that Psychic Blade was one of the few physical attacks of the psychic type, Zoroark dodged quickly, then used Aura Sphere. Zoroark swiftly evaded the incoming Psychic Blade and gathered energy at its chest, forming a sphere of energy that it hurled at Alakazam. Useless. Alakazam, use Teleport to evade. Alakazam closed its eyes and vanished just before the Aura Sphere could strike, reappearing behind Zoroark. Just as it was about to unleash its attack, Naz's voice came again, quickly. Use Teleport again. Hudi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why its master chose to evade rather than seize the opportunity to vanquish the enemy. Yet, it was imperative to obey its master's command. Just as it prepared to teleport, an excruciating pain suddenly surged from behind. Chapter 9. The tragic transformation into a doll following a violent explosion. Hudi was hurled several meters away, gasping for breath as it rose to its feet. Was it a targeted attack? It appeared that the adversary possessed some hidden strength, although that would not alter the impending defeat. Hudi activated its self-regeneration. As Nazi's voice faded, Hudi sat cross-legged in midair, emanating a verdant glow, steadily restoring its vitality. Do not let it succeed, Zoroark. Quickly unleash Dark Pulse to interrupt it. Chunluo commanded, observing Hudi regaining strength. A series of shockwaves surged toward Hudi, compelling Na-Zi to disrupt its recovery and instruct it to teleport. Upon witnessing Hu-Di materializing behind Zoroark, a slight smirk crept across Chunluo's lips. Zoroark, provoke it from behind. Upon hearing this, Zoroark immediately turned. One arm crossed over its chest while extending the other toward Hu-Di, mockingly beckoning. Enraged by this display, Hu-Di disregarded Na-Zi's orders and unleashed its dream beam in retaliation. Na-Zi recognized that Hu-Di was blinded by fury. Chunluo, seizing the moment, commanded Zoroark to dodge while closing in on Hu-Di. When the timing was right, he instructed Zoroark to employ a critical strike aimed at delivering a lethal blow to Hu-Di. Just as the attack was about to land, Zoroark suddenly halted in midair, unable to advance despite its utmost efforts. Perplexed, Chunluo gazed at Zoroark, which remained suspended, while Hu-Di, still in a state of rage, showed no signs of using telekinesis. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chunluo. He turned to Na-Zi. Indeed, a peculiar glow enveloped her, indicating that the telekinetic control over Zoroark emanated from her. Hey, this is cheating. You dare not confront me directly. Is there no one to intervene? Chunluo exclaimed in frustration. Na-Zi, dismissing his outburst, retorted, if you possess superpowers, you could use them too. I never said you couldn't. If you desire a direct confrontation, I can certainly oblige. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Chunluo, who instantly felt a force enveloping him, lifting him into the air. He struggled in vain, realizing that no amount of effort would free him. A true gentleman knows when to yield. No, Na-Zi. Let us avoid direct confrontation. Subtlety is far preferable. Please lower me. I have a fear of heights. Amused by his pleas, Na-Zi smirked. However, she tightened her telekinetic grip, slowly lowering him while simultaneously calming Hu-Di, commanding it to defeat Zoroark. With a sense of triumph, she gazed at Chunluo. How does it feel to have lost? As per our agreement, I shall transform you into a doll. Chunluo was taken aback by the cold yet powerful demeanor of this woman, who exhibited a childish side through her petty antics. With no means to fight back or flee, he straightened his attire and styled his hair, determined that if he were to become a doll, he would at least be a dashing one. Having composed himself, Chunluo regarded Na-Zi calmly, proclaiming readiness for his transformation into a doll, while secretly lamenting, what a pity, such a beautiful girl would make an excellent wife. Na-Zi, surprised by Chunluo's calm acceptance of his fate, noted that her previous victims had always resisted fiercely. Moreover, she gleaned from his thoughts through her telepathy, discovering an unexpected reluctance to transform him into a doll. Shaking her head, she dismissed this incredulous notion, convincing herself that she was merely intrigued by his supposed secret, nothing more. As a radiant beam enveloped Chunluo, the green caterpillar behind him peered out groggily, having been asleep since entering the dojo. Now awake and sensing the peculiar situation, it realized it too was about to be transformed into a doll, a rather unfortunate fate. Nevertheless, fate would unfold as it must. Soon, Chunluo and the caterpillar vanished, leaving behind an expressionless doll-like figure, with a bewildered green caterpillar doll perched behind it. With a mere thought, Na-Zi summoned the doll of Chunluo to hover before her. Gazing deeply into his eyes, she ceased using her powers and spoke. Your name is Luo, correct? If you divulge your secret, I will release you. Even in doll form, facing the strikingly beautiful Ice Queen, Chunluo could not withstand her allure. Yet, he remained unyielding, knowing that help would arrive soon and refusing to disclose anything, instead fixating his gaze on her enchanting visage. Frustrated by Chunluo's indifference and his persistent wandering gaze, Na-Zi promptly cast him into a realm of her creation. Upon entering this unfamiliar space, Chunluo found himself immobilized, yet his eyes darted around, taking in his surroundings. The area was awash in pink hues, filled with an orderly array of dolls, and a small bed nestled in the center, permeated with a distinctly feminine fragrance. As he mentally critiqued Na-Zi, who presented herself as an icy beauty yet harbored the spirit of a childish girl, a charming doll clad in Lolita attire suddenly appeared before him, pouting in irritation. This doll was undeniably cute, but was it not the same one Na-Zi had been holding moments ago? Chunluo mused. Do not think that flattery will excuse your earlier comments about my childishness. The doll exclaimed, hands on her hips, fuming. Recognizing her demeanor, Chunluo understood that this was Na-Zi's childhood persona, sealed within the doll. Suddenly, the doll's eyes lit up with realization. You know me? It seems you are quite familiar with my story. Without regard for Chunluo's willingness, she began recounting her experiences, her voice quivering with emotion as she spoke. Even though Chunluo was aware of Na-Zi's past, hearing her narrate it stirred deep sympathy within him. Yet, as a doll, he could only offer silent comfort to the young Na-Zi. Just as they were engulfed in melancholy, a rift appeared in the air, a force pulling them both out. It was Xiaoji and his companions returning to challenge the psychic gym once more. Nazi cradled the young Nazi in her arms and placed Jinmu at her feet, using her powers to declare, "Last time. I allowed you to escape by sheer luck, and you dare return? Are you here to challenge me again?" Xiaoji, ever the spirited youth, boldly stepped forward. "Of course. I have found a way to defeat you this time. I will surely claim the psychic badge." At that moment, Xiao Gang noticed a difference in Nazi's entrance this time. There was an additional doll at her feet. Observing closely, he remarked, "Xiaoji. There's a familiar-looking doll by Nazi's feet." Upon hearing Xiao Gang's words, Xiaoji and Xiao Xia finally noticed Jinmu, the doll, at Naji's feet. However, aside from Xiao Gang, who claimed to be a human recognition machine, the other two did not find the doll to be familiar at all. Xiaoji shook his head, dismissing the doll Jinmu from his mind, and turned to Naji, saying, "Shall we engage in battle as we did last time?" "As you wish. Go, Kaisi." Naji readily accepted Xiaoji's challenge, summoning Kaisi without hesitation. Xiaoji, gazing at the floating Kaisi, wore a confident smile as he retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Proclaiming loudly, "Go, Gaisai Tong." A beam of red light shot from the Pokeball, yet aside from the hovering Kaisi, no other presence emerged. Xiaoji shouted towards the center of the arena, "Gaisai Tong, where are you? Come out and battle." It turned out that Gaisai Tong was intimidated by Naji's formidable psychic powers and hid as soon as it emerged from the Pokeball. Although Naji was aware of this, Xiaoji and the others were not, and she had no intention of revealing it. Instead, she warned, "If you don't let your Pokémon battle soon, you will be considered the loser." With no other option, Xiaoji reluctantly sent Pikachu into the fray. Despite Pikachu giving its all, dodging and attacking relentlessly, it ultimately succumbed to the might of Yongjila. Xiaoji rushed over to scoop up the fallen Pikachu. Just as Naji was about to use her psychic abilities to transform Xiaoji into a doll, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia shouted danger, pushing Xiaoji aside and taking his place, becoming the doll instead. "Little brat, your luck is quite remarkable. Since someone has taken your place, I shall let you off this time," Naji declared, disregarding Xiaoji's dejected form on the ground as she left with the four dolls. Feeling dejected, Xiaoji exited the gym, wandering aimlessly down the street when the previously absent Gaisai Tong suddenly appeared beside him. Infuriated, Xiaoji complained about why it hadn't shown up earlier, which led to Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia being turned into dolls. Gaisai Tong looked apologetically at Xiaoji, gesturing animatedly. From its gestures, Xiaoji understood that Gaisai Tong was too frightened to battle due to Naji's overwhelming power. He empathized, admitting that he too would feel fear when facing a stronger opponent. However, he emphasized that this was no excuse to evade confrontation. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. "You can do it." Encouraged by Xiaoji's words, Gaisai Tong became invigorated, signaling its readiness to challenge again. Unfortunately, Pikachu was injured and required treatment at the Pokémon Center first. After recuperating, Xiaoji returned to the Psychic-type gym with Pikachu and Gaisai Tong. Naji, observing Xiaoji standing opposite her, was at a loss whether to commend his fearless persistence or label him foolish for challenging her 3 times. Nevertheless, she saw no reason to turn away a Pokémon that had presented itself. Thus, she accepted Xiaoji's challenge once more. However, as the battle commenced, an unexpected event transpired. Gaisai Tong vanished again. Just as Xiaoji prepared to accept his fate, Pikachu bravely stepped forward, engaging Yongjila once more. Amidst their fierce battle, Gaisai Tong suddenly reappeared, holding a bomb in front of Naji. With a loud explosion, both Naji and Gaisai Tong stood there in disarray, and amidst Gaisai Tong's laughter, Naji revealed a long-lost smile. Suddenly, the small Naji in her hand glowed brightly, merging with her. When Naji reopened her eyes, her demeanor had transformed, suggesting an undisclosed change had taken place within her. Chapter 10. Team Journey. Once Naji was reborn, 4 beams of light appeared, gradually taking the form of 4 figures: Xiao Gang, Xiao Xia, Jinmu, and Naji's mother. In a surprising turn, Naji's father also materialized, embracing the 3 women in a heartfelt reunion. Jinmu observed the scene, recalling that the animated storyline diverged somewhat from this reality, yet the conclusion remained unchanged, prompting him to overlook these discrepancies. Xiaoji and the others were equally astonished by Jinmu's sudden appearance, especially Xiaoji, who realized that Jinmu being transformed into a doll indicated he had been defeated by Naji, while he himself had just acquired the psychic badge. Noticing Xiaoji's smug grin, Jinmu understood his thoughts, but there was little he could do. Reality was what it was, and no amount of explanation could change that. As Jinmu wallowed in dismay, Naji approached him, presenting a psychic badge. "You should take this badge. Had I not used my psychic abilities to cheat, I would have been the one to lose." "I'm sorry." she said shyly before running away, her face flushed. Waving the badge, Jinmu turned to Xiaoji triumphantly. Did you hear that? I earned this badge through skill, while you just got lucky. Knowing the truth, Xiaoji felt somewhat disheartened but quickly recovered. Inquiring about Qin Luo's future journey. Discovering their paths did not align, he bid farewell to Qian Luo and the others, continuing on his way. Watching them depart, Qin Luo felt a surge of emotion. Who would he wish to witness Xiaoji's growth as a Pokémon trainer? Yet, he knew he must keep his secret hidden. Such a beautiful desire seemed destined to remain unrealized. After bidding farewell to Naji's family, he set off towards Qianhong City. Preoccupied with preserving his secret, Chen Luo overlooked the fact that a beautiful girl with telepathic abilities was already aware of his significant secret, coupled with his earlier reflections. Naji's interest in Chen Luo's secret only intensified. As she observed Chen Luo's retreating figure, Naji's resolve solidified. After discussing her intentions with her parents, they expressed their support, pleased that their daughter, who had been focused on enhancing her psychic abilities, sought to embark on a journey. Returning the gym's responsibilities to her father, Naji packed some essentials into her specially created space and set off in pursuit of Chen Luo towards Qianhong City. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had just exited Jinhuang City when the system notification finally arrived. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the 4th badge, increasing your carrying capacity by 1. You have been rewarded with a set of effort value training equipment. With your progress towards collecting the Quartz Conference badges reaching halfway, you are granted a special reward, a permanent tunnel rope. We hope you continue your efforts. Overjoyed, Chen Luo realized that with the effort value training equipment, nurturing his Pokémon would become significantly easier, eliminating the need for cumbersome training tools. As for the tunnel rope, he mused, it would be invaluable for navigating the Diglett Cave without fear of losing his way, saving both time and effort. At this point, one might wonder why he wouldn't head to the nearer Rainbow City instead of taking a longer route. Wasn't he that illogical? Chen Luo, however, had his reasons. If he ventured to Rainbow City, Xiaoji would undoubtedly accompany him, risking exposure of his secret. Additionally, with 3 vacant slots in his carrying capacity, he could challenge the Poison-type gym and subsequently venture into the Pokémon wilds to bolster his strength. After distributing the training equipment among his 3 Pokémon, Heracross for physical attack, Charizard for special attack, and Zoroark for speed, Chen Luo found himself contemplating the sole drawback of the training device, which was its limitation of accommodating only 1 Pokémon at a time and the necessity of fully investing effort values before retrieval. Nevertheless, Chen Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the training device in hand, both he and his Pokémon would find their endeavors significantly eased. Once he secured his 3 Pokémon, he joyfully set off for the city of Qianhong. At that moment, a melodious voice called out to him, "Wait for me." Xiao Luo. Turning around, Chen Luo was initially surprised to find no one behind him. Just as he suspected he might be imagining things, he turned back to see Naji standing before him, beaming with a smile. Despite Naji's beauty, her sudden appearance startled him greatly. After calming his racing heart, Chen Luo regarded Naji with a puzzled expression. Before he could utter a word, Naji eagerly interjected, "I have come to travel with you." This declaration left Chen Luo perplexed. Yet before he could voice his confusion, Naji continued, "I am here for your secret. If you tell me, I can leave right now. If you choose not to speak, I'll discover it myself." My parents obviously agreed. It's just a trip. What's so arduous about it? Enough with your questions. Chen Luo felt a wave of frustration, having asked nothing yet finding himself subjected to her inquiries. Yes, even thinking about it is off limits, Naji retorted, a hint of pride in her tone. Left with no choice, Chen Luo acquiesced to Naji's request to team up. While he had been comfortably progressing alone, he now found himself in a duo alongside a spirited companion. However, he had one condition: we can travel together, but you must refrain from using mind reading on me. Naji promptly nodded in agreement, observing her endearing enthusiasm. Chen Luo's thoughts wandered to the notion of marrying Naji. What a blissful reality that would be. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Naji's face flushed, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment, pointing a delicate finger at him, exclaiming, "You shameless cad," before turning away in indignation. Chen Luo admired Naji's charming demeanor, yet felt compelled to address certain matters. "Naji, did you not promise me you wouldn't use mind reading? What was that just now?" Turning back, her cheeks still rosy, Naji replied, "I simply hadn't closed it off yet." But soon she grew combative, hands on her hips. "Wait a moment. How long have we known each other for you to think of marrying me? At most, we'll date first. Ugh, I might allow you to pursue me." Her voice dwindled, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. At that moment, Chen Luo was taken aback by Naji's unexpected response. In his previous life, She was the dream of countless Pokémon enthusiasts, yet he had never included himself among them. Still, who could resist Naji in such a state? Perhaps only Ash could dare to try. Having finally snapped back from Naji's enchanting presence, she resumed her usual aloofness, and together they continued their journey toward Qianong City. Though the atmosphere was filled with an intriguing tension, as days passed, Chenluo and Naji grew increasingly harmonious in their companionship. He preferred the smiling Naji over the icy demeanor of the so-called Ice Queen. Thus, he made it his daily mission to keep her cheerful. For if Naji were ever displeased, it would spell disaster for Chenluo, given her formidable psychic abilities. Naji, too, found herself quite satisfied with Chenluo, though she had yet to express it openly. Their interactions mirrored that of a couple in love. Despite Chenluo being merely 10 years old, an age deemed too young for romance, this world operated under different norms. At 10, one was already considered an adult, just as Brock, with his 11 siblings, exemplified the unconventional nature of their society. One day, while Chenluo and Naji were bantering and laughing along their path, he suddenly found himself stepping into thin air. Fortunately, Naji swiftly used her psychic powers to prevent them from falling. Yet, their troubles were far from over. As several nets launched toward them from the surrounding area, Naji, undeterred, teleported them to safety. Once steady, Chenluo shouted, "Who is there? Show yourself." A moment later, a figure clad in a white robe and wearing a fish head mask, accompanied by several members of Team Rocket in white uniforms, blocked their path. Chenluo felt utterly bewildered. Aside from having dealt with Team Rocket's trio once, he had no other encounters with them. Given their status, it seemed excessive for them to mobilize such a force just for revenge. He turned to Naji, seeking an explanation, but she mirrored his confusion. They exchanged glances, both equally perplexed by the presence of Team Rocket. Unexpectedly, the voice from beneath the mask was sultry and mature. "Little brat, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Master Ball, and perhaps I might let you go." At the mention of the Master Ball, Chenluo momentarily froze. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a jolt of realization. He indeed possessed a Master Ball, a reward from the system. If they knew about the Master Ball, how much did they know about the system? After all, Team Rocket was the largest underground organization in Kanto, and if they discovered his secret, his fate would be sealed. What Master Ball? You must be mistaken. Despite his inner panic, Chenluo feigned ignorance. The figure in white laughed seductively, producing a device from the folds of their robe that beeped incessantly. The Master Ball is an essential combat resource developed by Team Rocket. A few years ago, we successfully created one, but it was stolen. This device can detect its location, and though I'm not sure how it ended up in your hands, I'm quite curious to see how you'll twist your way out of this. Despite knowing they were adversaries, the tantalizing allure in her voice was too much for Chenluo to bear. He grasped Naji's hand and fled. Watching Chenluo's retreating figure, the white-robed figure smiled enticingly, their ample robe barely concealing their alluring form. "Let us see if you can escape my grasp." After them. Chapter 11. Peril on the journey. Naji was puzzled by the need to run, considering their pursuers numbered only a dozen, with the white-robed woman appearing to be the most formidable. However, sensing Chenluo's firm grip on her hand, she suspected he merely sought an excuse to hold her hand. Men, she thought. Well, I suppose I'll indulge him for now. Had Chenluo been aware of Naji's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested, for his fear of their numbers had momentarily clouded his judgment. Nevertheless, he found her hand quite pleasant to hold. Alas, it was not long before they found themselves surrounded once more. Reluctantly, Chenluo released Naji's hand and positioned her behind him, preparing to fight when the members of Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon. Only then did Chenluo realize the gravity of their situation and quickly summoned his own Pokémon to confront them. "Little brat, where do you think you're going now? Surrender peacefully and come with us," the white-robed woman taunted. "Enough with the chatter. If you want to fight, let us get on with it." "Do you really think I would be afraid of you?" Chenluo shot back defiantly. As Chenluo surveyed the surrounding members of Team Rocket, he scoffed, noting that most were merely at an entry level of strength, with only a handful possessing any semblance of elite capability, and even those appeared rather feeble. He felt confident that he could handle them single-handedly, the only enigma being the woman in the white robe. However, with Nasi by his side, he believed the situation posed no significant threat. "Let's make our move." Chenluo initiated the attack, his Charizard soaring into the skies, unleashing torrents of flames from its maw, its massive form exuding an imposing presence. Zoroark, not to be outdone, released waves of dark energy from its body, and together, they swiftly incapacitated a considerable number of adversaries. Meanwhile, Heracross charged forward, cursing as it systematically defeated opponents, occasionally dodging area damage from its own allies. Before long, the ordinary members of Team Rocket were vanquished, leaving only the woman in white, encircled by 3 Pokémon. Chenluo, relishing the moment, taunted, "Who is trapped now?" In response, the woman in white broke into a mocking laugh. The fabric of her robe rippled with energy as she surveyed the 3 Pokémon surrounding her. "Do you truly believe I am akin to those defeated fools? You underestimate me, little brother. Come forth, Dugong. Show them your might." With that, she tossed a Pokeball, and in a flash of crimson light, a majestic Dugong, adorned with dual tusks, appeared, roaring at Shenluo's Pokémon before charging forward. Shenluo was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Dugong, for such creatures were not found in the Kanto region, and this one exhibited gym-level prowess. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, it only seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. This was telling of Dugong's formidable strength. Considering that Shenluo's trio were the cream of the elite ranks, with Charizard and Heracross already on the cusp of gym-level capability, the standoff continued until Nasi, growing impatient, decided to intervene. While she appreciated the protection she received, the stalemate was unsustainable, and she felt an inexplicable animosity towards the woman in white. As Nasi's hair began to sway without a breeze, Dugong suddenly found itself immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard and the others unleashed a barrage of attacks upon it, swiftly leaving Dugong dazed and defeated. "I didn't expect you to have such a powerful ally. Consider this a reprieve. Next time, fortune may not favor you." With that, she recalled Dugong and produced 2 black spheres, tossing them to the ground, releasing a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, she had vanished without a trace. With the threat dissipated, Shenluo chose not to dwell on it further. From the woman's demeanor, it was evident she remained unaware of his system's secrets. In facing future challenges, he resolved to confront them as they came, even contemplating handing over his Master Ball to the Pokémon League. Should Team Rocket dare to cause trouble again? After several days of relentless travel, Shenluo and Nasi finally reached Shallow Red City. With practiced ease, Shenluo retrieved a pouch of Pokémon food, offering it to the Caterpie perched on his shoulder. Once satiated, the Caterpie climbed back onto his back to rest. Nasi, intrigued by the bond between Shenluo and Caterpie, grew even more fascinated upon learning it was a wild Pokémon. Through their time together, she began to grasp the profound connection that could exist between humans and Pokémon, one that transcended the mere act of capturing them. After guiding Nasi on a tour of Shallow Red City, they visited the Pokémon Center to restore their Pokémon's vitality and procured various supplies before leaving the city and heading towards the forest. "Weren't you here to challenge the gym? Why are we leaving Shallow Red City?" Nasi asked, puzzled. Shenluo looked at her in disbelief. "As the gym leader, you must know that the Shallow Red Gym is not located in the city, but rather in this forest, right? Surely you jest." Nasi's cheeks flushed red, and in a fit of embarrassment, she used her psychic powers to tap Shenluo on the head. "I have spent my entire life training my psychic abilities in the gym. Is it not normal for me to be unaware of such things? How dare you mock me? Prepare yourself." Shenluo quickly protested, "I wouldn't dare," and took off running up the hill, clutching his head. "You little rascal, how dare you run? I shall show you what for," Nasi exclaimed, her long legs propelling her swiftly after him. Their playful chase brought them to the entrance of the Shallow Red Gym, where, gazing at the ancient doors, Shenluo suddenly conceived a bold idea. The gym leader, Aju, and his sister, Aya, were ninjas, and the gym was riddled with traps, a fact he was well aware of. However, Nasi, oblivious to the gym's location, was even less informed about the traps, which presented an amusing opportunity for him. With this thought, a mischievous grin spread across his face, only to earn him a swift reprimand from Nasi. "What are you grinning about? Why haven't you entered yet? You're scheming something, aren't you?" Shenluo hastily shook his head, denying any ill intent, although internally he reveled in the prospect of what lay ahead. Pushing open the grand doors of the gym, Shenluo bent slightly, one hand behind his back while the other gestured for Nasi to enter. "Ladies first," he said with a gentlemanly flair. Nasi, taken aback by his sudden chivalry, was momentarily surprised but did not linger on it as she stepped inside. Shenluo quickly followed her in. Upon entering the gym, they were met with a long corridor, a stark contrast to other gyms that typically led directly to the battle arena. Shenluo knew the traps were laid along this passage, and he steeled himself, prepared to be the hero in case of danger. After taking a few steps, Nasi suddenly found herself teetering over a large pit, yet she did not fall. Instead, she floated, her face a mix of confusion as she looked at Shenluo. Seeing her trigger the trap, Shenluo's expression brightened. But upon realizing she had not fallen, his countenance shifted to disappointment. When Nasi turned to him, he quickly feigned ignorance, mirroring her puzzled look. Nasi, seeing no other option, continued forward, only to be met by several thunderballs flying from the sides, just as Shenluo prepared to tackle Nasi to the ground. A layer of green light enveloped her, causing both him and the thunderballs to bounce off it. The thunderballs collided with the wall, erupting in a shower of sparks, while Chenluo found himself unceremoniously dropped into the earlier pit, where a few thunderballs awaited him. The moment he landed, they detonated, leaving him in a disheveled state. Observing Chenluo's predicament, Nasi couldn't help but burst into laughter, although Chenluo was vexed by the situation. Seeing Nasi so delighted brought him joy as well. Watching her laugh radiantly, he couldn't resist joining in her merriment. In that moment, the shared laughter between them spoke volumes, transcending the need for words. Nasi, too, sensed the affection in Chenluo's laughter, her cheeks flushing with warmth as her smile remained, though her gaze became more tender. Suddenly, Nasi extended her hand, using her psychic powers to draw Chenluo closer, grasping his hand as they ventured deeper into the gym. Taken aback by her sudden gesture, Chenluo quickly reciprocated, holding her hand tightly, which only intensified the blush on Nasi's cheeks. Yet, with a hint of pride, she declared, "Don't get any funny ideas. I'm merely helping you navigate these traps." Chenluo nodded earnestly, but if he truly believed that, he might as well have been a block of wood, allowing Naz to lead him through the corridor. Chenluo's attention was solely fixated on her, as numerous traps were triggered along the way. Soon, Nez brought him to the battlefield and shouted towards the opposite side, "Who is the master of this gym? Why have you set so many traps? Are you not aware of the danger? Come out." No sooner had her words echoed than a cloud of white smoke erupted from the other side. Moments later, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke, revealing a middle-aged man dressed as a ninja standing on the previously empty battlefield. He slowly addressed Chenluo and Naz. "I am Aju, the master of the Aohong City Gym and an IGA-style ninja. These traps are my test for challengers. If one cannot pass them, they are unworthy to challenge me." The man before them was indeed Aju, one of the future Elite Four, a master of poison-type Pokémon, whose prowess should not be underestimated. With the gym master now present, Chenluo reluctantly released Naz's hand and stepped forward, addressing Aju. "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. I have come to challenge you. I am Chenluo from Shinshin Town. Please guide me." After all, he was to face one of the future Elite Four. A touch of courtesy would not go amiss. "Young man, you are quite impressive." Aju nodded in acknowledgement. "Shall we engage in a 3-on-3 battle? Let me witness your strength. Go, Mew." Seeing that Aju had only sent out Mew to confront him, Chenluo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Underestimating me may lead you to a crushing defeat," he declared. "Go Hercross. I will seize the initiative with a sword's dance." Chapter 12. A battle of equals. As Chenluo's words fell, Hercross began to spin in circles. "Chenluo, you truly are remarkable. At such a young age, you have cultivated your Pokémon to this level. However, defeating my Mew will not be so simple." "Mew." Use confusion. Mew's eyes suddenly glowed blue, enveloping Hercross in a mysterious aura, abruptly halting his sword's dance. "This is bad. I forgot Mew could learn psychic-type moves." Chenluo exclaimed, realizing the predicament. "Hercross, break free quickly and use quick attack to evade its skill." Once struck by confusion, one could not utilize previously employed moves, shattering Chenluo's initial strategy of capitalizing on Mew's perceived weaker threat. Aju had indeed demonstrated his strength by immediately seeing through Chenluo's intentions. Hercross struggled against Mew's control, hastily closing the distance. "Chenluo, are you unaware that confusion is a guaranteed hit? You cannot evade it with quick attack." "Mew, use confusion again," Aju remarked, shaking his head. Chenluo smiled knowingly. He was well aware of this. However, just a slight increase in speed will suffice. "Hercross, use Aerial Ace." This time, Hercross managed to rapidly break free from Mew's grasp, soaring towards it like lightning. In an instant, Hercross collided with Mew, sending it flying and rendering it unable to battle. Utilizing the impact generated by quick attack to quickly nullify confusion's control? "Chenluo, I must admit, you are quite formidable. Would you be interested in joining my IGA style to learn ninjutsu? With your talent, success would come swiftly." Aju praised Chenluo once more, extending an olive branch. "It is an honor to receive your recognition, but I aspire to travel and encounter more Pokémon." "I must politely decline," Chenluo replied graciously. Seeing Chenluo's determination, Aju could only nod regretfully. However, his gaze ignited with fervor. "In that case, let us thoroughly enjoy this battle. I will not hold back." "Precisely. If it is too easy, the experience loses its charm." Chenluo's eyes mirrored the fire of competition. "Excellent. Now, I shall use this Pokémon," Aju declared, producing a Pokeball that he flung forward. "Go, Weezing." In a flash of red light, a Pokémon composed of two Weezing appeared, connected by a central point, its body oozing toxic gas. The front Weezing bore a menacing visage, adorned with a skull emblem, while the rear Weezing featured only a circular mark. A single poison-type Weezing? This could be troublesome, Jinmu thought to himself. Heracross, being both bug and fighting type, would face significant resistance against poison-type moves, which would deal only half damage. The sole move effective against poison types, Earthquake, would be rendered useless due to Weezing's levitate ability, and this particular Weezing possessed gym-level strength, adding to Jinmu's woes. Yet, it was not an impossible battle. Jinmu mused, knowing that Heracross had already been enhanced and possessed more than just bug and fighting-type moves. Before Jinmu could react, Aju initiated the attack. Weezing, use smokescreen. A cloud of white smoke erupted from Weezing's mouth, and despite Heracross's evasive maneuvers, it was ultimately struck by the smoke, sustaining minor damage. More critically, all of Heracross's buffs vanished. There is no other choice. I will have to leverage abilities to gain an advantage. Jinmu contemplated, quickly commanding. Heracross, use Aerial Ace directly. Aju promptly countered. Weezing, use Toxic. That's futile. Heracross, stay alert and evade. Jinmu confidently instructed. And Heracross dodged the incoming Toxic attack with rapid movements. Aju wore a mysterious smile, allowing Heracross to charge towards his Weezing. In an instant, Heracross collided with Weezing. Yet it did not inflict substantial damage, given Weezing's impressive physical defense. Meanwhile, Heracross displayed signs of distress, a clear indication of poisoning. Impossible. My Heracross wasn't struck by your Toxic attack. How could it be poisoned? Jinmu queried, puzzled. Aju could not contain his laughter. Haha, Jinmu. You are still too young. Take a look at the layer of gas enveloping Weezing. Upon hearing Aju's words, Jinmu finally noticed that the gas surrounding Weezing had shifted from white smoke to a purple toxic mist. Due to Weezing's purple complexion, it was not easily discernible. Impressive. Aju, the toxic gas sprayed earlier was merely a ruse to divert my attention, allowing you to envelop Weezing in toxic gas and ensnare me. What a brilliant strategy. Jinmu admired Aju's tactical thinking, realizing that Heracross was no longer a match for Weezing. He had to alter his approach. Return, Heracross. Jinmu called back his poison Heracross and retrieved another Pokeball from his waist, tossing it forward. Go, Zoroark. To counter a physical tank, one must naturally deploy a special attacker. Zoroark, use Dark Pulse. Jinmu commanded. As he issued the command, Zoroark, newly arrived on the scene, waved its hands, unleashing waves of dark energy towards Weezing. You will not succeed. Weezing, evade and use Mud Bomb. Aju hastily directed. Weezing endeavored to dodge, but alas, it was struck by Dark Pulse. Nevertheless, it persevered through the pain to launch its Mud Bomb, which also hit Zoroark mid-attack. Zoroark staggered back several paces before barely regaining its balance. Its left arm bore a significant injury, rendering it temporarily unusable. Meanwhile, the double-headed gas Pokémon was not in a favorable position either. The toxic gas surrounding it had dissipated, leaving several dents on its two heads. And its expression transformed into one of sheer terror. A splendid opportunity had arisen. Jinmu was naturally elated to see the double-headed gas in a state of fear, while Aju felt a deep sense of concern. Zoroark executed a critical strike. Jinmu seized this moment and attempted to land a devastating blow, while Aju could only pray that it would not succumb to a fatal hit. Zoroark swiftly maneuvered beside the double-headed gas, crossing its arms, enveloped in a layer of dark, smoky energy, and struck forcefully at the double-headed gas's forehead. Jinmu's luck was consistently favorable, and this instance was no exception. He successfully struck the critical point of the double-headed gas. However, due to the earlier Mud Bomb, Zoroark's left arm was injured, which diminished the power of its attack. Even though it struck true, it did not defeat the double-headed gas outright. At this moment, the double-headed gas was panting heavily. But the attack had also helped it recover from its state of fear, which relieved Aju. Although the double-headed gas was now on the verge of collapse, anything was still possible, was it not? Faced with the current state of the double-headed gas, Jinmu displayed a triumphant smile. Nevertheless, to ensure victory, he decided to employ the assured technique of the Aura Sphere to eliminate it and prevent any unforeseen complications. With a brief moment of concentration, an Aura Sphere launched from Zoroark's hands, heading straight for the double-headed gas. I have won, Jinmu confidently declared as he watched the Aura Sphere approach the double-headed gas. Not so fast. Aju suddenly interjected with a smirk. Double-headed gas, use Destiny Bond. A bizarre wave of energy surged from the double-headed gas, instantly merging into Zoroark's body, leaving it no chance to react. At that moment, the Aura Sphere struck the double-headed gas, resulting in a fierce explosion. And both Zoroark and the double-headed gas collapsed to the ground. Jinmu furrowed his brow. What was supposed to be a certain victory had turned into a situation of mutual destruction, a scenario that would not please anyone. Truly Aju, one of the future Elite Four, had an exceptional knack for seizing opportunities. The two of them, in a tacit agreement, recalled their Pokémon without immediately bringing forth their next ones, instead locking eyes with each other. To be honest, Jinmu had learned much from Aju, and his adeptness in utilizing Pokémon was rapidly improving. Soon, he had finally crossed the threshold that had hindered him for so long. Noticing the shift in Jinmu's aura, Aju couldn't help but smile. Seeing Aju's smile directed at him, Jinmu also broke into laughter. Their laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, conveying Jinmu's gratitude, Aju's satisfaction with the battle, and their mutual admiration, all intertwined within their joyous exchange. However, their shared moment was interrupted by Nasi, who could no longer remain still. Using her psychic abilities, she tapped each of their foreheads, exclaiming impatiently, "Are you two still going to fight or just stand there grinning like fools?" Jinmu cradled his head and cast an apologetic glance at Aju. At that moment, he truly wished to tell Nasi to mind her business, but considering her formidable psychic powers, he thought better of it. After all, they had many days ahead. Why risk trouble now? Aju observed the restrained Jinmu and then glanced at the irate Nasi, offering Jinmu an understanding look. He then produced a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it into the arena. "Go, Moth." A Pokémon resembling a moth appeared in the air, adorned with a light purple body and a white, fluffy underbelly. Its eyes resembled bubbles with black pupils, and it sported 2 sharp fangs at its mouth. 3 long protrusions adorned its head, while its chest bore 3 pairs of small legs. Its enormous wings were coated in purple, toxic powder, the evolved form of the Moth. Seeing Aju utilize a bug and poison-type Pokémon, Jinmu's expression brightened. He immediately summoned his ace, Charizard, knowing that Moth was at a severe disadvantage against the fire and flying-type Charizard. Furthermore, now that Jinmu had advanced to the gym leader level, he had lifted the restrictions on Charizard, allowing it to flourish. In truth, Charizard could have broken through earlier, but Jinmu had been cautious, aware that once a Pokémon's power surpassed that of its trainer, it might not heed commands, much like Ash and his Charizard. Thus, he had imposed a limiter to prevent its ascension. Now fully unleashed, Charizard was brimming with excitement, its already formidable strength amplified further. Jinmu seized the moment, commanding, "Charizard, use Flamethrower." A massive pillar of fire erupted from Charizard's mouth, hurtling towards Moth. "Moth, use Silver Wind to shield yourself." Aju immediately directed Moth to counter Charizard's attack. The Silver Wind formed a protective barrier around Moth, effectively warding off the Flamethrower. Seeing his attack thwarted, Jinmu swiftly adjusted his strategy. "Charizard, use Heat Wave." He unleashed waves of searing air into the swirling wind, which merged into the protective barrier. "Useless. Your attacks can't harm my Moth without breaking through the Silver Wind." Aju chuckled confidently. "Not necessarily," Jinmu retorted with assurance, urging Charizard to continue with the Heat Wave. As the scorching air poured into the barrier, the Silver Wind began to take on a fiery hue, and the temperature within it soared. Moth's stamina dwindled, and Aju's expression grew increasingly grim. Moth ceased the Silver Wind, Aju commanded upon realizing the predicament. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even as Moth halted the Silver Wind, the intense heat remained, trapping it in a vortex that continued to sap its energy. Understanding that inaction would only lead to defeat, Aju quickly ordered, "Moth, break through the vortex with Tackle," though it would incur substantial damage. It was preferable to being drained completely. Moth flapped its wings and charged towards the vortex, eventually breaking free, albeit with visible burn marks and a missing part of its wing. Charizard, use Shadow Clone. Having learned from past experiences, Jinmu took extra precautions, aiming to increase his evasion before minimizing risks. However, Aju was not about to grant him an easy passage. "Moth, use Bug Buzz." Moth opened its mouth wide, vibrating its abdomen rapidly, unleashing a series of piercing bug sounds that swept across the arena, obliterating the shadow clones Charizard had just created. Covering his ears, Jinmu glanced at the screeching Moth with a headache, while Nasi used her psychic powers to block the sound. Despite its injuries, Moth remained a formidable opponent, and the immediate priority was to silence its bug buzz. "Charizard, use Scary Face." Jinmu shouted loudly, ensuring his voice could be heard over the cacophony. Charizard nodded, clapping its hands to its face to focus its energy, then fixating its gaze on Moth. With a mighty roar, a colossal ghostly visage materialized before Moth, startling it into silence. "Now, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." As the Charizard, free from the disturbing sounds of cicadas, unleashed a tremendous column of fire from its mouth. The momentary fear induced by the ghostly visage faded away. The Moth quickly regained its composure, but alas, the injury to its wings compounded by the deceleration effect of the ghostly figure, rendered it unable to evade the fiery onslaught, resulting in a direct hit. Ultimately, the Moilamoth succumbed to the attack, collapsing and losing its ability to fight. After recalling their respective Pokémon, Aju swiftly approached Jinmu, extending his hand to reveal a pink heart-shaped badge that had seemingly materialized from thin air. With a smile, he remarked, "Xiaoluo, with your abilities, it's hard to believe you are a newcomer trainer this year. Previously, someone from your hometown of Jinshin challenged me, and I thought he was the strongest among this year's newcomers. Little did I expect to encounter such a prodigy as yourself. At this rate, it won't be long before you claim the championship. This year's Quartz Conference will be quite a spectacle. Keep up the good work, Xiaoluo. This is the poison-type badge you deserve." With that, he tossed the badge to Jinmu, who caught it with steady hands and gazed earnestly at Aju, affirming, "I will certainly strive to improve. Thank you for your kind words. You too will become a champion someday." Aju, slightly peeved, retorted, "I said you could become a champion. And you immediately arranged for me to be a king? Are you trying to overshadow me?" Jinmu felt unjustly accused, as he had not intended any such implication. The truth was, Aju's ascent to the rank of champion was undeniable. In this day and age, it seems few believe in honesty, Jinmu reflected with a sigh. However, the immediate concern was to tend to their injured Pokémon. He retrieved 2 wooden fruits from his backpack, handing one to Aju. Aju's eyes lit up upon seeing the fruit, exclaiming, "I didn't realize you possessed such a treasure. I was worried about how to treat the Moilamoth burn. You've been a tremendous help. Since you have this, I won't assist with the detoxification of your Heracross. Take care. I want to see you off." He then pocketed the wooden fruit and vanished, presumably to tend to his Pokémon, leaving Jinmu and his companion in silent bewilderment. Natsi expressed her dissatisfaction. How could he behave like this? You offered him such a precious item, and he didn't even utter a word of thanks. You must not associate with him in the future. Jinmu shrugged, understanding her sentiment, but resigned to Aju's poor reputation in her eyes. He then summoned his 3 Pokémon, offering the wooden fruit to Heracross, and subsequently retrieved a handful of orange fruits. The wooden fruit could cure all ailments, while the orange fruits restored a Pokémon's stamina. Charizard barely consumed any, while the Caterpie devoured a substantial amount. After all, it was the cherished mascot of the group. Jinmu possessed a plethora of such berries, all randomly generated by the system, alongside various items capable of enhancing Pokémon abilities. Now that he had ascended to the gym leader level, it was time to elevate the strength of his Pokémon. Upon exiting the gym, the system's voice resonated in his mind, congratulating him on acquiring the 5th badge and granting an increase in carrying capacity, along with a new item, the Momentum Band. He examined the Momentum Band. While Natsi had long since grown accustomed to the peculiar items that occasionally appeared in Jinmu's possession, since their feelings for each other had blossomed, she had little interest in his secrets, confident that she would eventually learn everything. The Momentum Band allowed the Pokémon carrying it to endure potentially lethal attacks on occasion, with a chance to survive with a single point of health. The utility of this item was entirely reliant on luck. In a single battle, it could trigger multiple times. Unlike the Momentum Cloak, which guaranteed activation but could only be triggered once per battle, both items had their respective advantages, serving as powerful tools for reversing defeat. At this moment, Jinmu had yet to decide whom to bestow the band upon, so he simply stowed it away and headed towards the Pokémon wilderness area. As he walked, he sensed something amiss and turned to find Natsi standing there, discontentedly observing him. "What now, my dear aunt?" Jinmu inquired as he returned to her side. Natsi huffed with a touch of pride, extending her delicate hand towards him and fixing her gaze expectantly upon Jinmu. Upon scrutinizing her hand, he found nothing unusual, yet he knew that remaining silent would surely provoke her ire, for women in love are often sensitive to such nuances. "Oh, Natsi, your skin is so fair. What is your secret to maintaining such beauty? Truly, you are deserving of admiration," he complimented. "How dare you? I am not yours," she retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "If my hands are so lovely, do you not wish to hold them?" As she spoke, her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a ripe cherry. Upon hearing this, Jinmu immediately grasped her intentions and, filled with excitement, asked, "Is it truly permissible?" Natsi nodded shyly, and with a heart full of anticipation, Jinmu extended his trembling hand to gently clasp hers. Savoring the soft sensation that radiated from her palm, a moment that felt dreamlike. The two held hands, gazing at each other for an extended period. When Natsi suddenly broke the silence, "Will you continue to hold my hand like this in the future?" Jinmu was taken aback by her boldness, appreciating her proactive nature, befitting a future star as portrayed in the original story. He assured her, "Rest assured, I will hold your hand and grow old with you." With that promise exchanged, they shared a smile, and Jinmu asked, "So, my princess, Are we ready to embark on our journey? Call me your queen, Nazi proudly declared. Hand in hand, they set forth towards the Pokémon wilderness area as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays across the forest. The pair, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, walked together in silence. Their faces aglow with joy, a scene so sweet and warm that it evoked envy in the hearts of onlookers. After several days of continuous travel, Chinluo and Nazi finally arrived at the Pokémon wilderness area. Surrounded by an array of wild Pokémon, they marveled at the sight. Yet now was not the time to capture any. After a thorough search, they located the management office of the area. Upon entering, they were greeted by numerous photographs of various Pokémon, with the most prominent display featuring a Dragonair alongside a man. This location was particularly alluring due to the presence of wild Dragonair. Many years prior, renowned trainers had nearly captured all the Pokémon here. But it was only through the intervention and regulations set by the League that the area began to recover. The man in the photograph, named Caesar, was the same individual who had once encountered a Dragonair and had since become the area's administrator. After presenting their intentions to Caesar, Chinluo received a wilderness ball and a fishing rod. In this area, capturing Pokémon was restricted to only these special Pokeballs, with a limit of 30. Once exhausted, no further captures could be made until a year had passed. Following Mr. Caesar's customary warnings, Chinluo and Nazi left, hand in hand. As Caesar watched their departing figures with a knowing gaze, reflecting on how children these days seemed far too mature, unlike in his own youth. With a wistful expression, he drifted into memories of the past. Chapter 14. Capturing a divine companion in a picturesque landscape where mountains meet clear waters. And the air is filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrant scent of flowers. The Pokémon roam peacefully, embodying an aura of harmony and tranquility. The verdant hills and crystal-clear streams uplift the spirit, and both Chinluo and his companion thoroughly relish the serene beauty surrounding them. The Pokémon seem indifferent to the arrival of the two travelers, likely accustomed to the frequent visits over the years. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Chinluo found himself disinterested in the lower-level Pokémon, preferring not to disrupt their lives. The further they walked, the scarcer the Pokémon became. Yet the remaining ones exhibited higher levels of strength, suggesting that the more profound depths housed increasingly formidable creatures. After a considerable distance, a striking purple figure caught Chinluo's attention. It was a Nidoking, reaching for fruits high in the trees. The Nidoking is a large, bipedal Pokémon, significantly larger than both Nidorino and Nidoran. Its body is primarily purple and devoid of spots, save for its white chest and abdomen. Notable features include a large, sharp horn atop its head, laden with venom, serving as a potent weapon for attack. Its triangular eyes, with black pupils and white irises, exude a fierce demeanor, while a row of thick spines runs along its back from neck to tail. In truth, encountering a wild Nidoking is a rarity, as Nidorino can only evolve into Nidoking with the use of a Moonstone. Upon consulting his Pokédex, Chinluo discovered that this Nidoking was at level 36. Its strength was not to be underestimated, and Chinluo was resolute in capturing it. However, capturing Pokémon in the wild without battling them posed a challenge. Leaving Chinluo uncertain of his success, he retrieved a banana berry from his backpack, one of the ingredients for energy cubes, sweet in flavor, though he was unsure if it would appeal to the Nidoking. Tossing the berry at the Nidoking's feet drew its attention, previously irked by its inability to reach the fruits. It inspected the banana berry, glanced back at Chinluo and his companion, then cautiously approached to sniff the berry. After determining there was no danger, it took a small bite, and its eyes lit up with delight as it devoured the rest in haste, gazing at Chinluo with anticipation. Seeing this, Chinluo's heart soared. If the Nidoking enjoyed the treat, capturing it would be within reach. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This principle also applies to male Pokémon. Chinluo produced another banana berry, holding it out towards the Nidoking, which, sensing no deceit, ambled forward and snatched the berry from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Chinluo gently patted the Nidoking's head, and to his surprise, it showed no signs of resistance. Whether due to its focus on the food or sheer trust, he swiftly tossed a wilderness ball at it. A beam of red light shot forth, enveloping the Nidoking and drawing it into the ball. With each flicker of light, Chinluo's heart raced in anticipation, with a triumphant chime signaling successful capture. Chinluo leaped with joy, turning to embrace Naza, who responded with a bemused eye roll, having never before received such affection from him. Clearly, capturing a Pokémon held more significance than she did. Enjoy your moment, she thought, but I shall remember this. Unbeknownst to Chinluo, Naza had already made a mental note of this moment. After releasing his grip, he tossed the wilderness ball once more. A dazzling red light revealed a Pokémon with a blue body and a black tail. its eyes resembling those of someone holding back. Groudon. Both Chenluo and Naza exclaimed. Chenluo in joy, Naza in surprise. How could it be Groudon? Didn't you just capture a Nidoking? Naza questioned, puzzled. Chenluo took a deep breath, meeting her gaze as he replied. You have always been curious about my secrets, haven't you? Here it is. The Pokémon I capture is unpredictable. I cannot foresee what it will become, all thanks to my unique system. Though Naza did not fully comprehend. Her admiration for Chenluo only deepened. Truly, he is exceptional, capturing Pokémon in such a distinctive manner. Noticing that Naza remained unfazed by his revelation, Chenluo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning his attention back to Groudon, he consulted his Pokédex. Groudon, a psychic-type Pokémon, boasted a base stat total of 405, with nearly half allocated to its stamina. Typically, a Groudon can only learn 4 moves throughout its life: Mirror Coat, Reflect, Safeguard, and Destiny Bond, none of which are offensive. Yet, it serves as a formidable ally, often referred to as the deity of fruit. True to form, this particular Groudon was exceptional, possessing the moves Self-Restoration, Finger Flick, Mirror Coat, and Reflect. It appeared that its defensive attributes were ingrained, even amidst the system's randomness. When Chenluo examined its ability, he gasped in astonishment. The ability's sturdy ensured that it would never be knocked out by a single blow, rendering one-hit KO moves ineffective. What does this imply? To put it simply, even against ordinary legendary Pokémon, Groudon's health would allow it to trade 1-for-1 at the very least. Such prowess assured Chenluo that this Groudon would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of his team. With a stroke of fortune, it might even take down a legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh. As for Arceus, it was too formidable, with its plates rendering it invulnerable to attacks. This journey into the Pokémon wilderness had indeed proven fruitful. Stowing away Groudon, Chenluo took Naza's hand, venturing further into the depths. Soon, he spotted yet another Pokémon, a Scyther. Its size and coloration suggested a high level of strength, and upon checking the Pokédex, he confirmed it was indeed level 38. Determined to employ the same strategy, Chenluo threw a banana berry, only for the Scyther to slice it in half with its scythe-like arm. It licked the remnants of juice from its blade before spitting it out, clearly unimpressed by sweet flavors, and flew away without a second glance at Chenluo. How dare you ruin my fruit? If you escape today, I shall not be called Chenluo. With that, he and Naza pursued the Scyther. After an arduous chase through unknown streets, they arrived at a valley where the Scyther, perhaps fatigued or annoyed by the pursuit, halted, casting a menacing glare at Chenluo. As if to say, you better have a good reason for bothering me, or you shall regret it. Panting heavily, Chenluo steadied himself, taking a few deep breaths to regain composure. He retrieved one each of various berries, cranberry, blackberry, pear, and phoenix pear, from his backpack. Since the sweet flavor had failed to entice, he decided to experiment with spicy, bitter, sour, and astringent tastes. Surely, one of them would suit the Scyther's palate. Yet, which flavor to offer first? He pondered, fearing that if the Scyther disapproved, it would simply fly away, leaving him exhausted and defeated. In moments of indecision, it is best to act without hesitation. Thus, Chenluo tossed all 4 berries at the Scyther, allowing it to choose at will. The mantis gazed at the 4 fruit-bearing trees before it, sniffing left and peering right. Subsequently, it employed its sickle-like appendage to slice off a small piece from each fruit to taste, ultimately opting for the bitter western pear fruit, which it devoured in 2 swift bites. Witnessing its unexpected preference for the bitter fruit, Chenluo was elated, regardless of its robust taste. The fact that it had a favored flavor indicated that the situation was manageable. He continued to present the western pear fruit to the mantis, anticipating that once its guard was lowered, he would retrieve the wild ball to capture it. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the wild ball, attempting to ensnare the mantis within. However, it effortlessly broke free from the confines of the ball, clearly indicating a failed attempt at capture. Why must you be so obstinate? After consuming so many of my fruits, why do you resist my efforts to capture you? Chenluo exclaimed, pointing at the mantis. The mantis responded with a dismissive huff and assumed a combative stance. Even if you refuse to be captured, you need not repay kindness with hostility. Chenluo lamented. His own Pokémon remained in the Pokémon wilderness area, making it challenging to defeat the mantis. Currently, he possessed only the recently captured Fruity, which could only deal passive damage. If the mantis decided to flee, retaining it would prove difficult. What are you thinking? The mantis remarked, to capture me, you must first defeat me. Thus, I shall not run away. Nazi, perceiving Chenluo's concerns, interjected, how do you know? Chenluo gazed at her in confusion. With an eye roll, Nazi retorted, do you think my supernatural abilities are mere ornaments? Communicating with Pokémon is quite simple. Taking Nazi's words to heart, Chenluo felt reassured enough to summon Fruity. As Fruity appeared, it squinted and saluted Chenluo, as if promising to fulfill its duty. Observing the summoning of Chenluo's Pokémon, the mantis launched an immediate attack, its wings propelling it forward as it raised its gleaming sickles to execute a cross-cut on Fruity. Physical attack, Fruity unleashed double return. Chenluo grinned as he watched the mantis advance. Fruity responded affirmatively, enveloped in a spectrum of colors, and stood firm as the mantis's massive sickle struck. Surprisingly, Fruity emerged unscathed, while the mantis let out a cry of pain, propelled backward, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. Struggling to regain its footing, the mantis stared at the motionless Fruity, momentarily hesitant to attack again. Is that all? You're not afraid, are you? Chenluo taunted, concerned that the mantis might flee out of fear. The mantis, indignant, was not accustomed to such humiliation. In this territory, it was the reigning monarch, demanding respect from all Pokémon. Who had it ever feared, except for that one? Fuming with rage, the mantis charged at Fruity once more, delivering another vicious strike to its head. Regrettably, not all Pokémon possessed protagonist-like advantages. Unexpected outcomes were improbable. The mantis succumbed to the recoil damage and fainted. With the wild ball once again in hand, Chenluo made another attempt, this time capturing the mantis with ease as it offered no resistance. Upon retrieval, a flash of red light revealed a purple Pokémon before them. Chapter 15. An angry Nazi Ditto? Chenluo remarked, bemused by the diminutive figure before him. Typically, a Ditto's strength is contingent upon the power of its opponent, characterized by a strong against strong, weak against weak dynamic. He could only hope that the system would bestow upon this Ditto a remarkable transformation. Producing his Pokédex and aiming it at Ditto, he soon heard the cold, mechanical voice. Ditto, the transformed Pokémon, can alter its cellular structure to replicate any observed entity and even utilize its opponent's moves. Learned moves include Transform, Pain Split, Aromatherapy, Wish, Ability, Imposter. Transform is a skill inherent to Ditto, allowing it to mimic its adversary's appearance and utilize their techniques while copying their abilities aside from health points, an impressive feat. Pain Split enables the sharing and equal distribution of health between itself and its opponent, effectively compensating for its health limitations. Aromatherapy offers healing for itself and allies, while Wish can restore half of its or an ally's health, truly a miraculous healing technique. In summary, this Ditto functions as a combat-ready healer, capable of rendering opponents incapacitated. As for its ability, it was less significant. Suddenly, an idea struck Chenluo, Imposter. He vaguely recalled that this ability was rather special. Yet the Pokémon world boasted countless abilities, making it impossible for him to remember them all. Consulting the Pokédex once more, he confirmed, Imposter copies the opponent's Pokémon ability upon entry. After reading this, Chenluo nearly knelt before Ditto. With this ability, Ditto could entirely transform into its opponent. What a remarkable potential. This was akin to the legendary six-eared macaque, a Pokémon that could stand toe-to-toe with any adversary. The only drawback was its inherent weakness, as its strength was merely entry-level. No matter how formidable it became post-transformation, if it got knocked out before that, it would be all for naught. Nazi, on the other hand, felt no envy toward Chenluo's consistent encounters with extraordinary Pokémon. Each individual has their own opportunities. Just as she possessed her supernatural abilities, didn't Chenluo lack such gifts? Moreover, he was destined to be hers. Regardless of his strength, he would ultimately have to heed her. Thus, rather than feeling envious of Chenluo's luck, Nazi felt genuinely pleased. Just as Chenluo was about to recall Ditto, it unexpectedly tugged at his pant leg and pointed toward the valley behind them. It wants you to enter this valley. There are powerful Pokémon within. Nazi translated for Chenluo. Speaking of formidable beings, Chenluo immediately thought of the Haxorus mother and child that inhabited this area. It appeared that this valley was indeed their sanctuary. Since he had come to the Pokémon wilderness, he certainly wished to meet the legendary demigods of Kanto. Following Ditto into the valley, he found the scenery even more enchanting, filled with an aroma that evoked immense pleasure. At the valley's heart lay a grand waterfall, cascading into a vast lake. The water plummeted from the falls, pooling into the lake before winding its way toward the horizon. Perhaps the arrival of Chenluo and Nazi disturbed the tranquility of the valley, as ripples spread across the serene surface of the lake. Suddenly, two figures, a long one and a short one, leapt from the water, hovering in the air and gazing curiously at the duo. As anticipated, this was indeed the residence of the Haxorus mother and child. The shorter figure was a Dragonite, a serpentine Pokémon clad in pale blue scales with a white underbelly, possessing purple eyes and a small white protrusion on its forehead, along with white fins on either side of its head and a round white nose. The longer figure was Haxorus, resembling Dratini but more elongated and adorned with sapphire scales, a white underbelly, and glossy black eyes. It bore a small white horn on its forehead, 2 diminutive wings on either side of its head, and 3 crystalline blue orbs, 1 at the base of its neck and 2 at the end of its tail. The Haycron before me must be the mini-dragon that once posed for a photograph with Mr. Caesar years ago, now evolved over time. Upon consulting the Pokédex, I discovered that this Haycron has reached level 45, while the mini-dragon was at level 20. Both have met the criteria for capture set by Jinmu. However, gazing at the Haycron mother and child, Jinmu felt no inclination to capture them. They represented the essence of Mr. Caesar's life, and he could not bring himself to deprive an elderly man of such significance for his own selfish desires. He reassured himself that this journey was merely for observation. After communicating with the Haycron mother and child through Naz's telepathy, the two of them took a commemorative photograph together before departing with the Ditto. Emerging from the valley, it was already noon, and the pair decided to pause for a meal and rest. They released the captured Groudon and prepared 3 bowls of Pokémon food, waking the sleepy Caterpie on Jinmu's back. Each Pokémon received a portion, and they then ignored them, instead retrieving their own rations to share a lunch with Naz. The Caterpie always finished its meal first, and, content, crawled over to Jinmu, climbing up his pant leg in search of its cozy nest for a nap. However, as it passed Jinmu's waist, it was drawn to a vibrant, camouflaged object, an apricorn ball, which the Caterpie had never seen before, only the ordinary Pokeballs. Finding it quite appealing, the Caterpie nudged the apricorn ball with its nose. Suddenly, a red light shot forth, drawing it into the ball, which flickered twice before settling still. While enjoying lunch and sharing sweet nothings with Naz, Jinmu was startled by the sound of a successful capture. Glancing down at his waist, he realized he had indeed succeeded. Did I really have such charm? A Pokémon willingly allowed itself to be captured? He mused, holding the apricorn ball in his hand, a sense of vanity washing over him. However, Naz, who had witnessed the entire event, unceremoniously shattered his self-indulgent thoughts. What did you say? The Caterpie, that silly creature? Upon learning the truth, Jinmu's mood soured. His initial hesitation to capture the Caterpie stemmed from its adorableness. He didn't want it to randomly transform into another Pokémon. Yet, here it was, quite literally diving into the ball. But it was too late to lament. He might as well release it to see what it had become. With a flash of red light, the Caterpie appeared before them, bewildered and struggling to comprehend the recent turn of events. It had merely poked that attractive object, and now it found itself in an entirely different location. Grateful to be back, it quickly returned to Jinmu's back, seeking a comfortable spot, closed its eyes, and fell asleep instantly. What happened? Why hasn't your Caterpie changed at all? Naz inquired, puzzled. I have no idea. Could there be a glitch in the system? Jinmu scratched his head, countering her question. Naz rolled her eyes at him. Why are you asking me? I don't have a system. Is there something special about your Caterpie? Recalling Naz's words, Jinmu suddenly remembered that when he obtained the rock badge from the Nibi City gym, the system had gifted him an Everstone, which the Caterpie had promptly swallowed. Could that be the reason? He shared his thoughts with Naz. She nodded, responding. That must be it. But I wonder if it's just your Everstone with this effect, or if all Everstones do. Jinmu shrugged dismissively. Who cares? As long as the Caterpie hasn't changed, everything remains the same. He then resumed his light-hearted banter with Naz, unaware that the Caterpie's return to its original self was now impossible due to his lack of thorough inspection. He was in for a significant surprise later on. After lunch, Jinmu decided he would no longer wander the wild area, as he already possessed 6 Pokémon, more than sufficient for the Indigo League. Although there was still 1 slot available, he preferred to keep it open for unforeseen circumstances. While initially focused on capturing Pokémon, he had neglected to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Now, on the return journey, he intended to relish the picturesque landscape. He picked flowers for Naz, crafted grass crowns for her, and showered her with an abundance of sweet nothings. This approach proved remarkably effective with a woman in love, as Naz's heart blossomed with delight, her radiant smile never fading, which in turn lifted Jinmu's spirits. After bidding farewell to Mr. Caesar and leaving the Pokémon wild area, Jinmu set his sights on the grass-type gym in Rainbow City. He had already planned his strategy. The trio of Charizard had reached gym-level capabilities, and further training was unnecessary. He would allow them to grow freely while focusing on enhancing Groudon's endurance, preparing it for the challenges ahead. The Ditto would also receive comprehensive training to bolster its strength. Once these 2 Pokémon were successfully developed, Jinmu's team would be nearly complete. A melee warrior in Heracross, 2 versatile mages in Charizard and Zoroark, a tank in Groudon, and a healer in Ditto, along with a beloved companion in Caterpie. It was a truly enviable lineup, as Jinmu envisioned. Suddenly, Naz halted, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Oblivious to the change, Jinmu continued forward, lost in his dreams of the future. A few steps later, a large net sprang up from beneath him, ensnaring him in midair before he could react. Who would have thought you were such a cautious little girl? A sultry voice drifted from the nearby trees. Then, figures clad in Team Rocket uniforms emerged from all directions, encircling Jinmu and Naz, rendering escape seemingly impossible. The woman in the white robe laughed heartily as she stepped forward. Not you again. Are you ever going to tire of this? Naz retorted impatiently, then waved her hand toward Jinmu, attempting to use her psychic abilities to free him, only to find her efforts futile. As she pondered this perplexity, the woman in white chuckled, "Hee hee, knowing you possess formidable psychic powers, would I not be prepared? This net is crafted from special materials that can block your abilities. Don't waste your strength. I will make sure to teach you a lesson today." Naz, infuriated by her words, summoned her guard of war, ready for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 16. Jinmu is captured. Little girl, don't let your temper flare too much. Attack. The woman in white commanded, and the surrounding Team Rocket members immediately called forth their Pokémon, charging at Naz. Unfortunately, they were no match for her, quickly falling to the ground in disarray. Observing the chaos, Jinmu couldn't resist a quiet critique, sending your minions to their doom one by one while you sit back and watch? Why do all villains adhere to such a code of fairness? Even though Jinmu's voice was barely above a whisper, two individuals heard him, Naz and the woman in white. The woman in white paused in surprise, then smiled seductively. Well, little brat. I didn't realize you had a knack for villainy. Thanks for the tip. I'll take care of her now. Go, Dugong. Use bite. Just because you're silent doesn't mean you're mute. With a fierce glare, Nasi addressed Jinmu, then turned to command Hoodie to use teleportation to evade the attack, followed by a dazzling beam to eliminate the lesser foes. Upon hearing Nasi's directive, Hoodie executed a swift teleportation to dodge the approaching Imperial Sea Lion, creating some distance. He then crossed his spoons, his eyes radiating an enchanting glow, unleashing a cascade of mesmerizing, colorful beams towards the remaining Rocket Team members who still had the will to fight. Observing her subordinates being swiftly defeated, the woman in white spat disdainfully, cursing them as useless. Then, looking at the formidable Nasi, she smirked and declared, "My dear girl, I've prepared a worthy opponent just for you. Go forth, Iron Claw Lobster." With a thunderous crash, a colossal lobster adorned with a pentagram on its head and blue patterns on its chest appeared before Nasi, brandishing its massive pincers in a provocative manner. No matter how weak your minions are, it's time for you to face the main event. Nasi scoffed, and Hoodie employed psychic power. However, as Nasi charged at the Iron Claw Lobster with her psychic abilities, Jinmu's heart sank. Nasi was about to fall victim to her own naivety. Her obsession with honing her psychic powers had left her woefully unaware of other Pokémon types, and at this moment, she failed to recognize that the Iron Claw Lobster was a Dark-type Pokémon. Jinmu could already envision Nasi's impending defeat. For this Iron Claw Lobster possessed genuine gym leader-level prowess, far surpassing the elite-level strength of his own Zoroark. The woman in white allowed Hoodie's psychic attack to strike the Iron Claw Lobster, but even with all its might, Hoodie could not budge the creature in the slightest. How is this possible? Nasi exclaimed in disbelief. Jinmu anxiously shouted, "Nasi, calm down. It's a Dark-type Pokémon. Do not underestimate it." Hearing Jinmu's warning, Nasi finally noted the gym leader-level aura emanating from the Iron Claw Lobster, her expression growing serious. Hoodie attempted to use Miracle Eye, thinking that no matter the outcome, he needed to ensure his attacks could inflict damage, otherwise, it would all be for naught. "Dream on. You won't succeed," the woman in white countered, commanding the Iron Claw Lobster to use Taunt. Just as Hoodie was about to unleash Miracle Eye, the Iron Claw Lobster preemptively employed Taunt, blinding Hoodie with anger and interrupting the skill's execution. Nasi, witnessing her plan unravel, remained composed. She used her psychic abilities to pull Hoodie out of his enraged state and promptly directed him to evade the water gun attack unleashed from the lobster's pincers. However, due to the effects of Taunt, only damaging moves could be used, yet those moves would be ineffective against the Iron Claw Lobster. Nasi regretted not accepting the Ghastly that Ash had offered her earlier. The arrival of Jinmu had altered the original narrative slightly, leading to the Ghastly that had once accompanied Nasi not being accepted by her. Moreover, Ash, in his naive wisdom, had opted not to keep Ghastly, releasing it back to the Pokémon Tower, claiming he did not wish to restrict its freedom. However, contemplating such matters now was futile. She could only instruct Hoodie to evade the Iron Claw Lobster's assaults, planning to strategize once Taunt's effects wore off. Unfortunately, the woman in white was not one to grant Nasi such a reprieve, as the nearby Imperial Sea Lion loomed menacingly. Iron Claw Lobster, use Hyper Beam, Imperial Sea Lion. Unleash Absolute Zero. The woman in white commanded nonchalantly. The unavoidable Hyper Beam combined with the potentially lethal Absolute Zero was her strategy to use one attack as cover for the other, intending to eliminate Hoodie with a single blow. Yet Nasi was no fool, unable to avoid the inevitable. She braced for impact and commanded Hoodie to teleport just in time to evade Absolute Zero. After dodging 2 rounds of attacks, the effects of taunt were about to dissipate. Just as Nasi prepared to act, the woman's voice rang out again. Iron Claw Lobster, use taunt once more. Let us see how long your psychic powers can hold out. With that, taunt was cast upon Hoodie again, leaving Nasi with no opportunities to seize. Jinmu, watching helplessly from the sidelines, felt a surge of urgency, yet he was ensnared and could offer no assistance, only fretting in silence. Ultimately, Hoodie could not withstand the combined onslaught of the Iron Claw Lobster and Imperial Sea Lion, and Nasi, exhausted from exerting her psychic abilities, collapsed to the ground. Unable to continue, Nasi withdrew the incapacitated Hoodie, panting as she glared at the triumphant woman in white. Heh, little girl, let us see how you'll handle this. The woman approached Nasi, gripping her neck and lifting her with ease, then turned to Jinmu, saying, little brat, come with me quietly, or you'll know the consequences. With that, she tightened her grip, causing more pain to flash across Nasi's face. All right, just let her go, and I'll come with you. Jinmu quickly replied. Ah, little brat, I didn't know you cared for her so much. If you behave and don't try anything funny, I might just let her go. The woman in white smiled, then waved her hand, causing the net binding Jinmu to fall away, sending him tumbling to the ground. Massaging his sore behind. Seeing Jinmu freed from the net, the woman in white exchanged glances with her fellow Rocket members, signaling for 2 of them to approach and bind Jinmu with ropes, confiscating all his Pokeballs. At that moment, his Caterpie awoke from its slumber, only to be swiftly captured. After securing these arrangements, they proceeded to bind Nasi as well, discarding her aside. Under Jinmu's furious gaze, the woman explained, don't accuse me of being untrustworthy. I bound her to prevent any attempts at changing my mind. Once she regains her strength, she can use her psychic powers to escape. With that, she began to lead Jinmu away. Rocket Team, if anything happens to him, I will not spare you. Nasi shouted fiercely at their retreating figures. The response was only the cold laughter of the woman in white. First, take care of yourself. If you wish to seek me out, I am always available, provided you can find me. Haha. Don't worry, Nasi, just focus on your escape. They only want the Master Ball. Once you free yourself, wait for me in Shallow Pink City. I will come for you as soon as they release me. Jinmu, fully aware of the Rocket Team's formidable nature, could only offer Nasi this reassurance, all while being taken away amidst the woman's mocking laughter. After a considerable time had passed, Jinmu, perplexed, questioned the woman in white. You desire the Master Ball? I can simply give it to you. Why do you need to capture me? Ah, little brat, since you've asked, let me clarify. You think I captured you for that Master Ball? Handing it over to the Rocket Team is easy. I'm after the secrets you possess. The woman in white leaned closer to Jinmu's ear, whispering softly. Despite her voice being melodious and captivating, Jinmu felt a chill run through him, his heart sinking in dread as he recalled every moment, frantically searching for any slip he might have made. The woman in white seemed pleased with his reaction, her laughter echoing incessantly. Jinmu pondered deeply but could not fathom where he had revealed a weakness. Aside from Nasi, no one had even seen his Pokemon's second form. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You said you only need to hand the Master Ball to the Rocket Team? You only seek my secret? Are you not a member of Team Rocket? She questioned, with your use of the Iron Claw Lobster and the Emperor Sea Lion. It seems you belong to the Oceanic Team instead? The woman in white appeared quite astonished and turned to Jinmu, remarking, I didn't expect you to possess such knowledge. You've only just begun your journey, having not yet visited the Chengdu region, yet you are aware of the Oceanic Team from the Hoenn region? It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. How do you know I just started traveling and haven't been elsewhere? Jinmu inquired. The woman in white chuckled softly, replying, You little rascal, I know you're trying to fish for information. You want to know why I suspect you have a significant secret, don't you? To be honest, I've been keeping an eye on you since you left Pallet Town. And, speaking of which, she paused momentarily, leaning on Jinmu's shoulder, and whispered, You are not the only one privy to your secret, at least one other person knows. After saying this, she stepped aside, refusing to engage further. Despite Jinmu's attempts to converse, this left him on the verge of expletives. At this moment, Jinmu had deduced her identity. Only a high-ranking official from the Oceanic Team could possess such strength, and among them, only the captain of the Special Operations Team was a striking beauty. Without a doubt, this woman in white was. He was taken aback by how such a beautiful woman could harbor such malice, piquing others' curiosity only to abandon them. Chunluo wished she would reveal the identity of the other person who knew his secret, so he could attain clarity. However, at this moment, all he could do was curse her internally, feeling utterly powerless. Perhaps Chunluo's silent curses had some effect, for as they approached the city of Shallow Red, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chapter 17. A genuine revelation. A stunningly voluptuous woman blocked their path, her fiery red hair and eyebrows framing large, expressive eyes and a slight smirk that suggested mischief. She wore a white dress that split at the knee, emblazoned with the emblem of Team Rocket on her ample bosom, and her long legs were adorned with white stiletto boots, exuding an air of maturity and sensuality that rivaled Nashi's beauty. Upon seeing her, numerous Team Rocket members paid their respects, simultaneously greeting her as Cadre Athena. It turned out that the newcomer was one of Team Rocket's officials. Known as the Flower of Team Rocket, Athena. "What brings you here?" inquired, her tone laced with hostility, suggesting a certain unspoken rivalry between beautiful women. Athena chuckled, pointing at Chunluo. "I'm here to take him off your hands. Your mission is complete. This is not what we agreed upon." "Are all of you from Team Rocket deceitful?" exclaimed, removing her mask to reveal a face equally enchanting, her anger palpable. Athena simply smirked, unfazed. "I can't be concerned with that. This is an order from our leader. I am merely executing it. And what if I refuse to relinquish him?" S voice turned icy. "Then you may certainly try," Athena retorted as Team Rocket members began to encircle, ready to act at the slightest provocation. For some inexplicable reason, Chunluo found the standoff between these two stunning women quite captivating, especially since they were both vying for him. "Since you from Team Rocket desire him, I shall graciously yield," appeared somewhat intimidated, handing Chunluo over to Athena with a smile. "Be my guest," Athena replied, stepping aside to allow a path as her Team Rocket members similarly parted, watching her depart with a smile, bidding her farewell. Upon hearing Athena's words, clenched her teeth in frustration, having lost what she had almost secured. Yet she feigned indifference, calling back, "Farewell," before leaving without a backward glance. Once was out of sight, Athena approached Chunluo, scrutinizing him from head to toe, seemingly searching for something. Unfortunately, she discovered nothing extraordinary besides his handsome appearance. Turning to the side, she called out, "The person you seek is here. Aren't you going to take a look?" At that moment, a man with purple hair streaked with yellow emerged from the nearby thicket, draped in a fiery red robe adorned with a large mountainous emblem, indicating his affiliation with the lava team. Chunluo didn't recognize him. Sensing he was not one of the three high-ranking officials of that team, he approached Chunluo, untying his restraints. "Kid, aren't you going to bring out the Master Ball? You can't handle it." After hearing this, Chunluo decided to heed the advice of his uncle. After all, the Master Ball held little value for him. However, there was still something he needed to do first. With that thought, Chunluo extended his hand towards Athena. "First, return my Pokémon." Initially taken aback, Athena burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "Little brother, you've got quite the nerve. You dare demand back the Pokémon that belongs to Team Rocket? Very well, bring him his Pokémon." Immediately, someone returned Chunluo's 5 Pokeballs, along with the bound Caterpie. Chunluo tenderly untied the Caterpie, attempting to soothe its anger, understanding that he had to bow to circumstances. He settled it on his back before retrieving his backpack, pretending to extract the Master Ball and handing it to Athena. Once she confirmed its authenticity, she departed, leaving Chunluo and the Lava Team member standing there. Once they were gone, Chunluo eyed the Lava Team member warily. After all, had previously warned him that someone else knew his secret, and this man seemed ready to act at the slightest provocation. Unexpectedly, the scenario had shifted from 2 beautiful women to 2 handsome men. However, with no audience left, a confrontation seemed unlikely. The man looked at Chunluo, chuckling heartily. All right, Luo, I won't harm you. I'm Banner, a member of the Lava Team, sent to protect you. Why didn't you come to rescue me when I was in danger?" Chunluo reproached him coldly. "That was unavoidable. The woman who captured you was one of the 3 high-ranking officials of the Oceanic Team, and I couldn't defeat her," Banner explained with a hint of resignation. "Besides, I did manage to get you out. Didn't I? A man shouldn't be too concerned with details. The goal has been achieved. But you made me lose the Master Ball," Chunluo lamented, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Banner, unaware that the Master Ball held little significance for him. It was, after all, a priceless item, and he felt compelled to press his case. Noting Chunluo's demeanor, Banner scoffed, "Don't think I'm unaware. That Master Ball just appeared in your possession. You acquired it effortlessly, and you think you can use this to extort me? Dream on." Upon hearing Banner's words, Chunluo realized that the other person who knew his secret was indeed him. Being caught off guard, his face flushed slightly. Who said it was easy? That was my reward for defeating the gym leader, he exclaimed, only to realize his slip and swiftly covered his mouth. However, it seemed that Bandai did not grasp the crux of Chinluo's words. Perhaps he simply did not care. With a tone of earnestness, he advised Chinluo. I know you have a little girlfriend who is aware of your secret. By now, I assume you have confided in her as well. However, I must remind you that the human heart is inscrutable. Henceforth, refrain from sharing everything with others. Well, we are not far from Qianhong City. I can only assist you thus far. The rest of the journey is yours to traverse. Farewell. With that, he vanished before Chinluo's eyes. Yet, Chinluo could not agree with Bandai's sentiments. He held a profound trust in Naji and always believed that, on the whole, the world was inhabited by good-hearted individuals. Nevertheless, returning to seek Naji at that moment seemed impractical. Fortunately, he had previously instructed her to await him in Qianhong City. He could only hope she had heeded his words. Thus, he set forth toward Qianhong City, this time with heightened vigilance, releasing all his Pokémon. This was not only to guard against any potential ambush, but also to train Gu Ran and Wang in the process. Before long, Chinluo arrived at Qianhong City and took residence in the Pokémon Center, hoping to wait for Naji's arrival. Days passed in anticipation. Just as he was about to concede, Naji appeared before the Pokémon Center, weary and bloodshot-eyed. Seeing her, Chinluo's heart ached immensely, prompting him to rush out the door. Naji, upon noticing Chinluo before her, was momentarily stunned, rubbing her eyes to ensure it was not a mirage. She dashed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, tears mingling with joyful laughter as she exclaimed, "You're safe. I've been searching for you for days, fearing I would never see you again." As she spoke, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep. Chinluo tenderly stroked Naji's hair, carrying her back to his room. After removing her shoes and socks, he laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He intended to fetch her a glass of water, but she grasped his hand, sleepily murmuring, "Don't go." Gazing at the slumbering beauty before him, Chinluo found her undeniably enchanting, despite her disheveled appearance. He silently vowed never to betray her trust. Gently holding her hand, he settled by the bedside, whispering, "I will not leave you. Not ever." Naji slept for an entire day, and Chinluo remained by her side. When she finally awoke, he was dozing beside her, still holding her hand. With a frail hand, Naji caressed Chinluo's head, her eyes brimming with affection. Perhaps sensing her love, Chinluo suddenly stirred, and their eyes met. Tears blurring their vision, yet both wore smiles of contentment. "I had a dream where you married me," Naji said with a smile, tears cascading down her cheeks and soaking the pillow. "I swear, that day will come. I will never leave you." Chinluo replied earnestly. "First, drink some water and rest well. I will prepare something for you." He then procured some porridge from Nurse Joy and fed Naji spoonful by spoonful. Once she fell asleep again, Chinluo felt a weight lift from his heart. The next morning, perhaps due to the resilience of the people in this world or Naji's innate abilities, she was lively and full of energy, shedding her previous aloof demeanor for a charmingly dependent persona, clinging to Chinluo. This elicited playful teasing from Nurse Joy, leaving Chinluo a tad embarrassed, while Naji appeared unfazed, gazing at him with sheer happiness, akin to an innocent maiden in the throes of first love. However, to be prudent, Chinluo decided to rest another night before setting off for Rainbow City. They shared a bed, spending an entire sleepless night together. Even though Naji's heart was wholly his, and she might have consented to anything he desired, Chinluo refrained, wanting to give her the perfect wedding. He resolved to wait until their marriage day. After all, she was his beloved, and a little more maturity would only enhance their bond. The following morning, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Chinluo took Naji's hand and departed from Qianhong City, heading towards the nearby cycling path, intending to ride to Rainbow City. As they moved further away, someone in the crowd remarked with envy, "What a beautiful flower blossoming from a pile of manure. I am no less than that boy. Why is there no flower blooming for me?" This comment ignited laughter among the crowd, prompting the speaker to leave in embarrassment. Chapter 18. The dawn of greatness. Cycling proved to be significantly quicker than walking. However, they inevitably encountered a group of reckless cyclists known as the Biker Gang. It was said that Musashi had once been part of such a gang before joining Team Rocket. Speaking of Musashi, her tumultuous life story must be mentioned. Musashi's mother, Miyamoto, was once an assistant to a Team Rocket leader. At 20, she vanished while searching for Mew, leaving Musashi, then just 5 years old, in the care of a poor family. When food was scarce, she resorted to crafting meals from snow to stave off hunger. As Musashi grew, her life remained fraught with challenges. She left her hometown aspiring to become a Pokémon nurse, but struggled to gain admission to the Joy Egg Nursing Academy due to inadequate grades. There, She befriended a rather inept Chansey, often assisting it with its duties, and the two became close companions. However, unlike Chansey, Musashi could not use song to soothe injured Pokémon. Instead, she often found herself lulled to sleep by Chansey's singing, ultimately preventing her graduation. On graduation day, as Musashi left the academy, Chansey called out to her, wishing to give her a nurse's cap, which Musashi declined. Chansey split its egg-shaped pendant in half, giving one half to Musashi so they would always remember each other. Eventually, Chansey evolved into Happiny and reunited with Musashi, offering all the food from the Pokémon Center to the trio of Team Rocket as a gesture of gratitude. Ultimately, Happiny wished to accompany Musashi, but not wanting to burden it, Musashi repelled it with a Pokémon attack. Nevertheless, Happiny continued to seek her out until Team Rocket was cast away, unable to follow her any longer. Thus, who in this world is inherently evil? All are shaped by their circumstances. Even villains possess admirable qualities, do they not? Reflecting on this, Shenluo resolved that when he next encountered the Team Rocket trio, he would offer whatever assistance he could. However, since last sending them flying, he had not seen them again. It seemed they remained ardently focused on capturing Ash's Pikachu. Returning to the band of reckless riders, they, upon beholding Naji's beauty, sought to tease her. After all, she was seated on Chun Luo's bicycle's rear, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her face resting against his back, a delicate and vulnerable girl. To them, Chun Luo appeared merely a boy yet to mature. What threat could this duo possibly pose? Chun Luo was taken aback by their audacity, especially in broad daylight. Upon realizing their intent was directed at Naji, he felt a mix of indignation and pity for them. Why provoke her? Before he could utter a word, he sensed a chilling malevolence emanating from Naji, even if it was not meant for him. It sent shivers down his spine, rendering the bikers frozen with fear. In an instant, Naji unleashed her psychic powers, sending them flying into the sky, disappearing from sight. Chun Luo gazed at the distant gang of reckless riders, swallowing hard. However, the soft sensation against his back brought him some comfort, and he couldn't help but think how fortunate he was that she loved him. He then resumed pedaling his bicycle with renewed vigor. It was not until the evening 3 days later that he finally reached Rainbow City, utterly exhausted. Chun Luo decided to rest for the night, rejuvenating himself before daring to challenge the gym. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he remembered to call his mother to assure her of his safety. Initially, his mother, Mei Yazi, was quite upset, scolding him for his prolonged silence. Yet, upon learning that her son had found a beautiful daughter-in-law, her stern expression transformed into one of joy, praising her son's maturity. After sending him some money, she turned her attention to chatting with Naji, leaving Chun Luo feeling somewhat neglected. Amused by his mother's indifference, he gladly retreated to his room to sleep, oblivious to when Naji returned. When Chun Luo opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky, and Naji sat beside him, beaming. He couldn't help but complain that she hadn't woken him, to which she replied with a smile that he looked so peaceful while sleeping that she couldn't bear to disturb him. With that, he hurriedly washed up, skipping breakfast, and dashed towards the Rainbow City gym. The Rainbow Gym, the official gym of Rainbow City, was overseen by Legia, a lady known for her love of nature. Aside from running the gym, she also managed a perfume shop in Rainbow City, utilizing grass-type Pokémon. The exterior of the gym resembled a gigantic flower of a stinky flower. Upon pushing open the gym's grand doors, they found it surprisingly empty. After some inquiries, they learned that these days were when the stinky flower produced nectar. Thus, Chun Luo and Naji had no choice but to head to the perfume shop, where they inevitably indulged in a shopping spree. Chun Luo bought several perfumes for Naji, who insisted that she needed something presentable for when she met his mother. Since Naji had bought gifts for her mother, Chun Luo felt compelled to reciprocate, knowing that neglecting to buy something for his own mother might lead to unfavorable consequences. Furthermore, it was unthinkable for his girlfriend to spend her own money on perfume. Therefore, aside from the perfume intended for Naji's mother, he had to cover the cost of the rest, leaving his wallet, which had just regained some fullness, feeling empty once more. Naturally, Legia welcomed such a significant customer and was equally delighted to accept Chun Luo's challenge to the gym battle. Inside the battle arena of the Rainbow Gym, Chun Luo faced off against Legia in a match that employed a 3-on-3 relay format, where the battle would conclude only when one side's Pokémon were all unable to fight or one side surrendered. It was only fitting that Chun Luo, the challenger, would take the first turn, although Legia would send out her Pokémon first. Go, Mewtwo. As Legia's words fell, a small Pokémon resembling a yellow bud with black eyes appeared on the battlefield. Seeing his opponent, Chun Luo wasted no time. Go, Ditto. He tossed out his Pokeball without hesitation. Since he had the advantage of going first, he would not hold back. Ditto, use Transform. A bright light enveloped Ditto, and in an instant, It transformed to mirror Mewtwo's appearance. To think you possess a Ditto? But how could a mere imitation ever defeat my true form? Ligia commanded, Mewtwo, use Vine Whip. Without delay, she ordered her Pokémon to attack. Let us counter with Vine Whip. Shenluo responded, determined to retaliate. Both Mewtwo's extended their slender bodies, unleashing long vines that entwined in midair, resulting in a stalemate as neither could gain the upper hand due to their identical stats. Mewtwo, use Leaf Tornado. With Mewtwo momentarily restrained, both trainers seized the opportunity to command an all-out assault. Each Mewtwo released rapidly spinning leaf blades, striking true but inflicting only minimal damage. Use Acid. They both issued the command simultaneously, and the two Mewtwo's expelled a stream of caustic yellow liquid at one another, causing them to release their entangled vines in response to the excruciating pain. Ditto, revert to your original form. Shenluo saw his chance and directed Ditto to regain its energy. With its eyes squeezed shut, Ditto began to chant an obscure incantation, and a divine light descended upon it, gradually restoring its strength. Ligia watched in frustration as Ditto regained its vitality. Mewtwo, still reeling from the acid attack, was incapable of interrupting the healing process, leaving Ligia helpless to witness the completion of Ditto's recovery. Soon, Ditto was revitalized, and Shenluo grinned mischievously at Ligia. Ditto, transform again. With no choice but to use transform, Ditto morphed once more, resulting in two Mewtwo's facing each other, one standing confidently while the other knelt. What a cheeky move. Ligia could only scold Shenluo in frustration. As a gym leader, she was unable to switch out her Pokémon. Use Leaf Tornado for a finishing blow. With a flurry of leaf attacks, Mewtwo ultimately succumbed, its eyes spiraling into a daze as it lost all ability to fight. Return. Mewtwo, Ligia called back her Pokémon, her earlier goodwill towards Shenluo evaporating in the heat of competition, her expression now fierce. Let us see how I teach you a lesson. Go, Gloom. A flash of red light revealed a Gloom, adorned with a massive reddish-brown bud atop its head. Exuding a foul odor, its eyes closed, drooling incessantly, appearing as though it had just awakened. Gloom, use Petal Dance. Gloom waved its arms, conjuring an array of petals that swirled around the transformed Ditto, ensnaring it in a vortex. When the petals finally settled, only the fainted Ditto remained, having reverted to its original form. It was no surprise, as Wish could only restore half of its health, and with Mewtwo's low stats, even the grass type's high resistance couldn't withstand the onslaught. It was evident that Ligia was genuinely enraged, unleashing her true power, as Gloom exhibited nearly gym-level prowess, swiftly defeating Ditto. However, Shenluo remained unfazed. After all, Ditto was his weakest Pokémon. He recalled Ditto and retrieved another Pokéball. Go, Snorlax. Seeing the hefty Snorlax before her, Ligia showed no mercy. Gloom, use Petal Dance again. As petals swirled around Snorlax, Shenluo, grinning mischievously, commanded, Snorlax, use Mirror Coat. Chapter 19. Fatal Weakness. As Shenluo's words fell, a beam of white light suddenly emerged from the densely packed whirlpool of flowers, rapidly multiplying until the vortex was engulfed. An unavoidable surge of energy surged towards the stinky flower, leaving Ligia no time to react. In an instant, it struck the stinky flower, sending it flying far away. When the brilliance faded, the sturdy Groudon remained steadfast in its position, seemingly unscathed by the attack, while the stinky flower struggled to rise in the distance. However, Shenluo knew that Groudon's stamina was not boundless. It merely appeared unharmed due to its natural resilience. After all, it had only recently undergone some physical training, and its stamina enhancement was still modest. Yet, at this moment, it was more than capable of handling the stinky flower. Why must you always summon such bizarre Pokémon? Can't you bring out something normal? Ligia exclaimed, frustrated by the peculiarities of their Pokémon in the arena. Observing Ligia's vexation, Shenluo inwardly scoffed. Was she truly unable to endure this? Back in the days of gaming, he had encountered countless strategies, lifesteal teams, sandstorm squads, healing setups, each more insidious than the last. If it weren't for the system being entirely random, he would have concocted several strategies to dominate every tournament. But this was not the time for such musings. If you have any ultimate moves left, unleash them. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Shenluo taunted Ligia, recognizing that special attacks would be reflected. Ligia decided to resort to physical attacks. Stinky Flower, use Petal Dance. She commanded, her frustration boiling over. Though the Stinky Flower sensed impending doom, it obeyed its trainer's orders, shaking its arms once more as petals began to whirl around like a blizzard, raining down upon Groudon. Unfortunately, while her intentions were grand, reality proved harsh, and Shenluo would not allow her to have her way. Groudon, use Double Return. Indeed, as Groudon let out a triumphant cry. Its body was enveloped in dazzling white light. The damage inflicted by the Petal Dance was once again doubled and rebounded back onto the Stinky Flower. Ultimately, the already weakened Stinky Flower could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed, unable to continue fighting. Legia felt a headache coming on at the sight of the gelatinous blue creature before her. It could reflect both physical and special attacks with apparent ease, and it seemed far from reaching its limit. Could there truly be such an insurmountable Pokémon? She murmured, reluctantly withdrawing the Stinky Flower and hesitating to summon her next Pokémon, as if contemplating surrender. Hey, are you planning to concede? It makes sense after all. My Goronwu is indeed formidable. Ha ha ha. Chenluo laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. At his words, Legia glanced up at the unyielding Goronwu. Suddenly, she noticed its trembling hands, and a spark of hope ignited within her. Your Goronwu is indeed extraordinary, but it's not as invincible as you claim. Look at its hands. It's clearly reaching its limits. Watch how I defeat your Goronwu. Go, Venusaur. With that, she produced a Pokeball from her flowing kimono and tossed it into the arena, where a beam of red light revealed her Venusaur. Venusaur, a bipedal flower Pokémon. Bore a deep indigo bulbous body and legs like the Stinky Flower, but atop its head bloomed a fully blossomed flower that resembled a real-life Rafflesia. Its petals were a vibrant red, adorned with white spots, surrounding an orange center. It was said that Venusaur possessed the largest petals in the world, which overshadowed much of its height, effectively shielding it from sunlight. Chenluo, however, was not concerned with Venusaur at this moment. He had noticed Goronwu's trembling hands, indicating it was indeed nearing its limit. Nonetheless, he recalled Goronwu's special ability and the momentum it had gained, suggesting that even against a gym-level opponent like Venusaur, it still had the strength to fight. Don't get too cocky. The outcome is still uncertain. Bring it on. Chenluo shouted defiantly at Legia. Humph. I'll have you searching for your teeth. Venusaur, use Solar Beam. Legia commanded without hesitation. With a roar, Venusaur drew energy from the skylight above the arena, creating a small sphere of light above its massive flower. This orb began to swell rapidly, threatening to fill the entire bloom. Is it coming? Goronwu, can you endure this? Chenluo asked anxiously, watching the growing light sphere. Goronwu turned to him, offering a resolute gaze, then enveloped itself in radiant light, patiently awaiting the impending solar beam. Finally, the luminous sphere reached its peak and transformed into a massive beam that surged toward Goronwu, kicking up dust in its wake. The powerful impact pressed Goronwu backward, but at a crucial moment, its sturdy ability activated, allowing it to withstand the blow. Then came the anticipated rebound. However, to the surprise of both Chenluo and Legia, the solar beam, which had been evidently powerful, caused only a modest amount of damage to Venusaur after being doubled. Legia, seeing this, felt elated. Goronwu was on the verge of exhaustion, while her Venusaur still had ample energy. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade, she urged, eager to witness Goronwu's downfall. Though Chenluo was filled with uncertainty, he knew he must direct his remaining commands and leave the rest to fate. Fortunately, Goronwu's ability enabled it to endure yet again, but this time, the rebound damage to Venusaur was nearly negligible. Is the rebound damage based on the actual damage received? Chenluo pondered, finally grasping the mechanics of the world's reflection system. His earlier plans of relying solely on Goronwu's ability to reflect attacks without thought had been dashed. However, there remained a potential remedy. He must not forget that his Goronwu could also regenerate. Change of strategy. Goronwu, use self-restore. Chenluo commanded decisively. Indeed. Goronwu immediately bowed to Chenluo, signaling its compliance, as an unusual light enveloped it, causing a green glow to emanate from its body. Not a chance. Venusaur, if one Leaf Blade didn't work, then let us try two. Use Leaf Blade again. Legia would not allow Goronwu to recover unchallenged. Another flurry of blades struck Goronwu, but once again, the ability came into play, preventing it from being defeated. As the green light dissipated, Goronwu had restored half of its health, and facing the rejuvenated Goronwu, Legia hesitated to act recklessly. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Since you dare not attack me, allow me to strike first. Gu Ranwong. Utilize the finger flick technique. Today seems to be fortuitous, and Chenluo naturally wishes to seize the opportunity to experiment with the technique. As Gu Ranwong waved his hands back and forth, a mysterious aura enveloped him. It was the attribute skill, Mysterious Guardian, a commendable ability, though regrettably, it was of little use at present. Once more, employ the finger flick. Chenluo commanded, and Gu Ranwong complied, emanating a metallic sheen this time. A result of Iron Arm. I refuse to believe this. Again, Gu Ranwong unleashed another attack, this time gathering strength. Once more, this time it was a troublesome move. Come on, this time it was meditation. And now, roar. Chenluo, exasperated, stamped his feet, pointing at the heavens and cursing, lamenting the unfairness of fate. which made the heavens feel wronged. Just moments ago, he had triggered the aura twice without uttering a word of praise for himself. Such improper conduct cannot be tolerated. Suddenly, the sky darkened and ominous clouds gathered, startling Jinmu into lowering his head in repentance, muttering his apologies. For this was not a display of heavenly wrath, but rather another use of the finger flick by Groudon, resulting only in a request for rain. Observing Jinmu's plight, Nazi expressed pity while unkindly laughing, and Li Jia found delight in the situation, viewing it as poetic justice, a merciless mockery indeed. However, after the laughter, the continuous activation of attribute skills sparked an idea in Li Jia's mind. Since physical and special attacks would be rebounded, then using attribute attacks would suffice. As a grass and poison-type Pokémon, Venusaur certainly possessed the necessary consuming skills. Without hesitation, she resolved to put her idea into practice, declaring, "Venusaur, use Seed Bomb." With confidence, she commanded her Pokémon. Jinmu was taken aback by Li Jia's action, but he was not one to sit idly by. "You dare to attack?" Groudon counterattacked quickly. As soon as he spoke, both Jinmu and Groudon were momentarily stunned. Physical attacks are repaid in kind, and special attacks are reflected, but how does one deal with attribute skills? In that fleeting moment of distraction, the seeds ejected from Venusaur's bud landed firmly on Groudon, taking root. As the roots twisted, Groudon's face contorted in pain, while Venusaur appeared to relish the moment. How despicable! A sneak attack and a draining tactic. Can't you confront me head-on? Jinmu was now the one in a frenzy. Yet Li Jia retorted, "Since our roles have reversed, you'll learn what cruelty truly is." Venusaur unleashed Toxic. A stream of purple venom erupted from Venusaur's bud, an unavoidable skill that struck true. Groudon had no means to evade, as its species traits offered no respite. The venom splashed upon Groudon, releasing wisps of green smoke as it seeped into its body. With the venom corroding its form and the seed bomb siphoning its vitality, even with self-restoration, the toxicity of the poison would only escalate over time. A precarious situation indeed. It appeared that the only solution was to withdraw Groudon from battle. Though reluctant, Jinmu retrieved Groudon into its Pokeball. With the host gone, the seed bomb reverted to a mere seed on the ground. Yet the immediate concern was to alleviate the poison. Otherwise, Groudon could face dire consequences. Once again, he released Groudon and administered a berry to ease its suffering. The pain on Groudon's face began to subside, while Li Jia, observing from across the field, took her time, as her intention was merely to teach Jinmu a lesson, not to end Groudon's life. Once Groudon appeared stable, Jinmu produced another Pokeball from his belt, prompting Li Jia to inquire, "Hey, what peculiar Pokémon do you have this time?" Evidently, Jinmu's previous Pokémon had left a lasting impression on her. Unable to contain his amusement, Jinmu replied, "Rest assured, this time will be different. I've played enough tricks, it's time for a genuine showdown. Go, Charizard." As he tossed the Pokeball, Charizard emerged mid-air, eagerly circling before descending gracefully, exuding an aura of authority as it roared at Venusaur. "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Sensing Charizard's eagerness, Jinmu swiftly commanded. Charizard grinned widely, flames igniting in its mouth, expelling a massive fire pillar directed at Venusaur. Without waiting for Li Jia's command, Venusaur swiftly evaded the attack, recognizing that the fire pillar was not something to be taken head-on. "Venusaur, use Leaf Blade." Li Jia commanded immediately upon seeing Venusaur dodge. A flurry of razor-sharp leaves surged towards Charizard, yet Charizard, undeterred, flapped its wings to conjure a gale, exhaling a stream of heated air that collided with the leaves, incinerating them in an instant. Though the leaf blade lost its potency, the scorching wind did not relent, howling towards Venusaur. Li Jia would not permit her Venusaur to be struck unchallenged. "Venusaur, use Petal Dance." A tempest of petals erupted, clashing with the hot wind in the center of the battlefield. While petals turned to ash, the fierce winds of heat were momentarily halted, preventing any further advance. With the hot wind thwarted, Charizard ceased flapping its wings. As the last petal disintegrated, both gales subsided, marking the exchange as a draw. Charizard and Venusaur gazed at one another, their eyes brimming with the spirit of combat. Though the arena was calm, the atmosphere had become charged with tension. Suddenly, Charizard beckoned to Venusaur, inviting it to strike first. With Charizard's confidence displayed, Li Jia would not hold back. Venusaur unleashed Solar Beam. A radiant sphere of light coalesced at the flower's center, rapidly expanding before launching itself toward Charizard. Charizard took flight, narrowly evading the incoming solar beam. Once airborne, it circled faster and faster, transforming into a light arrow that shot toward Venusaur. "Is that Dragon Pulse? When did you learn that?" Jinmu pondered. realizing he needed to invest more time in understanding his partner. Back in the arena, the unstoppable light arrow collided with Venusaur, sending it sprawling while Charizard returned to the sky, hovering above its fallen foe, seemingly unwilling to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, Charizard's wings stiffened, and it plummeted from the sky. "What happened, Charizard?" Chen Luo exclaimed, anxious as he observed his Pokémon's descent. Hearing Chen Luo's voice, Charizard roared back, indicating it was unharmed. As it neared the ground, its wings regained their strength, enabling it to flap just in time to soften the landing, mitigating any potential damage. With a heavy thud, they crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Both sides now lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. Chen Luo shouted to Charizard, "Charizard, that Venusaur likely possesses spore traits. Contact-based moves may lead to paralysis, poisoning, or sleep. Avoid physical contact at all costs." Charizard nodded, acknowledging the warning, then exhaled a gust of hot air, unleashing a torrent of flames that encircled Venusaur in a massive vortex, rendering it immobile. "Hang in there, Venusaur." Legia, feeling helpless, could only silently pray for her Pokémon. Deliver the final blow, use Inferno. Chen Luo decided not to prolong the struggle and directed Charizard with conviction. Charizard roared in response, and the fiery vortex began to contract, enveloping Venusaur, until the flames subsided, leaving behind a charred and motionless Venusaur. It was clear that Chen Luo had emerged victorious in this battle. Legia immediately dashed onto the field, disregarding Venusaur's scorching skin, and cradled it in her arms, anxiously examining its injuries, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Chen Luo, recognizing the affection of a trainer for their Pokémon, felt no disdain. He retrieved a lum berry from his backpack, called out to Charizard, and tossed the berry to it, indicating for Charizard to deliver it to Legia. Charizard deftly caught the berry and strode over to Legia, presenting it to her. Confused, she glanced at Chen Luo. "This is a lum berry. It can cure all abnormal statuses. Pokémon hit by Inferno will be burned, causing their skin to be hot. Give this to it, and it will recover." Chen Luo explained directly. Upon hearing this, Legia's face lit up with joy. She quickly took the lumberry and fed it to Venusaur, who soon regained consciousness, its temperature gradually normalizing. Seeing Venusaur recovering, Legia wiped her tears away and produced a colorful badge, presenting it to Charizard. "I lost this match. Your Charizard is indeed formidable and deserves this badge. Here, take it," she declared. Charizard accepted the badge, spreading its wings and soaring back to Chen Luo, who took the badge and recalled Charizard. He waved goodbye to Legia and exited the Rainbow Gym with Nashi, leaving Legia gazing at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Once outside the gym, Nashi lunged at Chen Luo, tugging at his ear, and exclaimed angrily, "You just love to show off, don't you? That girl looked at you differently at the end. Tell me, do you have a crush on her?" Chen Luo hurriedly denied it, asserting that he only had eyes for Nashi, and after much persuasion, he finally calmed her down. However, she refused to release her grip on his hand, as if to declare her claim to him. Together, they departed Rainbow City and made their way to the Crimson Lotus Dock. At that moment, in the basement of the Jotaro Gym, the alluring Athena faced off against a woman clad in blue and white pirate attire, who matched her in both stature and beauty. Before them sat a long sofa, where a middle-aged man in a black suit, sporting a crew cut, sat with a jade ring adorning his left thumb. He was affectionately stroking the head of a Pokémon resembling a lion, which bore a red gem atop its head, an evolution of Meowth, known as Persian. It was clear that he was Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. The pirate-clad woman voiced her frustration. "Giovanni, I not only provided you with the whereabouts of the Master Ball, but also helped you retrieve it. We had an agreement, an exchange. The Master Ball would be jointly researched by our Oceanic team and Team Rocket, and the boy who possesses it would belong to us. Yet, after our success, Athena swooped in and took all the spoils. You owe me an explanation." The woman was Izumi, who had shed her white cloak, now confronting Athena about her actions. However, as the defendant, Athena remained unperturbed, arms crossed, her ample figure accentuated as she calmly regarded Izumi. After a moment of contemplation, Giovanni replied, "An explanation? Does Team Rocket need to justify our actions to you? Athena's actions were under my directive. The Master Ball is a product of our research. Why should we share it with you? As for that boy, I have made promises to others regarding his release." Izumi's fury ignited at Giovanni's words. Pointing an accusing finger at him, she retorted, "Is Team Rocket so untrustworthy? I initially believed Athena acted alone, but to find out it was you all along. Are you not afraid of retaliation from our Oceanic team?" Giovanni's expression hardened. His already stern face grew more menacing as he slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Impudence! Do you think this is your Oceanic team's territory? This is Kanto, my Kanto. If your oceanic team seeks revenge, let them come. Am I supposed to fear you? Seeing Giovanni's anger, Izumi quickly regained her composure, realizing this was not her domain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she conceded, I acted rashly. The illustrious leader of Team Rocket wouldn't stoop to quarrel with a mere woman. My talk of revenge was just a moment of anger. I take my leave. She turned to exit, but Athena was poised to stop her. Giovanni's mere glance halted her. Once Izumi departed, Athena inquired, Boss, how could she dare to disrespect you? Why not let your subordinates apprehend her? Giovanni shook his head, explaining, Our organization's focus is on the Master Ball and that entity. We cannot afford to divert too many resources at this moment. Offending the oceanic team could lead to significant trouble. However, we are not afraid of them. Once we have the capacity, we shall deal with them. Besides, we have a formidable ally to assist us. Ha ha ha. Giovanni's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the underground passage, reaching the ears of the departing Izumi, who halted, fists clenched. Teeth gritted, leaving in silence. Chapter 21. A rematch with Ash. The Crimson Lotus Dock, the exclusive port to Crimson Lotus Island, was bustling with activity as a massive white cruise ship docked, its horn resonating throughout the air. Chen Luo and his companion could hear it from afar. After purchasing tickets, they were informed that the ship would not depart until midday, as some important individuals had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, at least there was a place to rest. As noon approached, the important figure finally arrived. Chen Luo had initially thought it would be Ash, but instead, it was the boastful Green. Dressed casually with a few beautiful companions in tow, swaggering onto the ship and settling into a luxurious suite. The arrogance of Green was astounding, as he failed to notice Chen Luo, leaving him feeling rather exasperated. However, with Green aboard, Chen Luo recalled that if memory served him right, Ash and his friends should also be taking the ship to Crimson Lotus Island. Yet, scanning the surroundings, he saw no sign of them. Had his presence caused Ash and the others to alter their travel plans? Shaking off those thoughts, Chen Luo resolved to prepare for the upcoming gym challenge. Crimson Lotus Island, once a revered sanctuary for Pokémon trainers, was home not only to the Crimson Lotus Gym, but also to many other alluring locations, such as the Pokémon Mansion, a historic estate now largely in ruins due to fire, named after a renowned Pokémon scholar who once resided there, and the Crimson Lotus Research Institute, rumored to possess methods for resurrecting fossils. However, the most renowned is the volcanic island of Honglian, named after this very volcano. Legend has it that a fiery bird resides atop this mountain. However, it now serves as the site of the Honglian Gym. Even if such a creature exists, it is likely tamed by Shabe, which attests to his formidable strength. Thus, a meticulous plan must be devised. As the cruise ship's horn signaled its departure, Chen Luo and his companion intended to return to their quarters for some rest. At that moment, urgent shouts echoed from afar. Wait for us. Soon, three figures rushed into view from beyond the horizon, hastening towards them. Fortunately, the ship had yet to set sail, allowing the trio to board in a flurry. Chen Luo then recognized that it was Xiaoji and his companions. Unlike Xiaomao, whose pride was evident, Xiaoji and his friends greeted Chen Luo, panting from their exertion. Wow, Xiaoluo, I didn't expect to see you here, exclaimed Xiaoji. Suddenly, a glimmer of recognition crossed the face of Xiaojiang, who seemed to have discovered something. He quickly approached, exclaiming, Isn't that Miss Naji? Is she also heading to Honglian Island? He reached out to grasp Nazi's hand, but alas, not only was Chen Luo unwilling, but Naji refused to let him succeed, using her psychic powers to restrain him and send him crashing aside. Had Chen Luo not understood Xiaojiang's character, he might have become irate. However, he was oblivious to the nature of Chen Luo's relationship with Naji. Ignorance is no fault, and thus Chen Luo chose to forgive him. It was Xiaojiang's antics that led Xiaoji and the others to notice Naji beside Chen Luo, prompting them to inquire, Isn't Miss Naji in Jinwang City? How is she together with Xiaoluo? Upon hearing this, Naji tightly clung to Chen Luo's arm and replied, I have entrusted the gym back to my father, and now I am traveling with Xiaoluo. After saying this, she rested her head on Chen Luo's shoulder. Xiaoji and Xiaoxiao were astonished, never expecting the aloof psychic queen to be with Chen Luo. Yet, this was of little concern to them, only Xiaojiang seemed disheartened, though he quickly regained his spirits upon spotting another beautiful lady. Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, and Chen Luo had grown accustomed to Xiaojiang's behavior, while Naji remained indifferent. However, having finally met Chen Luo, Xiaoji, the battle enthusiast, could not let the opportunity slip by. He directly challenged Chen Luo, who was equally eager to assess Xiaoji's progress and offer some guidance based on his capabilities. Without hesitation, they proceeded to the ship's designated Pokémon battle arena, with Xiaojiang serving as referee. The sight of a Pokémon duel naturally drew considerable attention. Thus commenced the Pokémon battle between Xiaoji and Chunluo, each limited to 3 Pokémon. "Let the battle begin," Xiaojing announced. Following his command, both trainers summoned their Pokémon. Xiaoji called forth his Bulbasaur, while Chunluo, after some contemplation, decided to send out his Gardevoir. With a flash of red light, the blue Gardevoir materialized on the battlefield. Unfamiliar with Gardevoir, Xiaoji consulted his Pokédex for information. Yet, for someone as simple-minded as him, merely knowing the name and some basic details sufficed. He paid little mind to anything else. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip," commanded Xiaoji. At his signal, Bulbasaur extended 2 long vines from its back, striking towards Gardevoir. Chunluo, unimpressed by this Vine Whip attack, noted that it lacked both speed and power, falling short even of Li Jia's Budu. Thus, he refrained from directing Gardevoir in this battle. "Gardevoir, do as you please," he instructed. "Indeed," Gardevoir responded, acknowledging the command. The vine struck Gardevoir, which merely touched the impacted area as if swatted by a mosquito, showing no concern. Chunluo found it perplexing that Bulbasaur, despite having a higher special attack stat than physical, could not learn a single special move on its own. It was no wonder Gardevoir looked down upon it. Xiaoji and Bulbasaur were understandably frustrated by Gardevoir's dismissive demeanor. "Bulbasaur, show your true power. Use Leaf Blade," he urged. Gardevoir, experienced in countering such moves, enveloped itself in a radiant white light, offering Bulbasaur a semblance of respect. However, due to the low damage inflicted, the resulting recoil was minimal. The battle seemed to stretch on indefinitely, and Gardevoir, unwilling to prolong it, waved its hands and executed the move Psycho Cut. "Isn't Gardevoir limited to just 4 fixed moves? When did it learn Psycho Cut?" Xiaojing pondered, though the battle continued, leaving him no time for such musings. With the activation of Psycho Cut, 5 sharp light needles manifested, hurtling towards Bulbasaur. In that moment, Bulbasaur displayed its evasive prowess, dodging 3 of the 5 needles, proving its worth as a skilled Pokémon capable of evading even guaranteed hits. Although Bug-type moves dealt double damage to Grass types, Bulbasaur's Poison typing mitigated the damage, rendering the encounter less disadvantageous, especially given Gardevoir's modest physical attack. With no other recourse, the battle persisted. "Bulbasaur, use Takedown," commanded Xiaoji. With determination, Bulbasaur readied itself, gaining speed with a burst of white light as it charged at Gardevoir. Unfortunately, it collided directly with Gardevoir's double edge, and the resulting recoil from the takedown rendered Bulbasaur unable to continue fighting. Xiaoji, ever impetuous, immediately sent out Pikachu the moment Bulbasaur fell. Without a moment's thought, he commanded a thunderbolt. Naturally, Gardevoir's prowess warranted respect, and it executed a mirror coat in response, reflecting the damage back at Pikachu, who was promptly knocked down by the recoil. Faced with such a formidable Gardevoir, Xiaoji realized that only Charizard among his current Pokémon could contend with it. He thought to himself, but Charizard's personality. Sigh. Still, it's worth a try? With this resolve, Xiaoji retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and cautiously called out, "Come forth, Charizard." As the red light faded, a languid Charizard appeared, reclining nonchalantly, one hand supporting its head, the other yawning. This display embarrassed Xiaoji, prompting him to raise his voice. "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Charizard, unimpressed by Xiaoji's tone, huffed disdainfully and turned away, ignoring him. Infuriated, Xiaoji rushed forward and kicked Charizard. In retaliation, Charizard unleashed a burst of flames directed at Xiaoji's head, charring his face and leaving him visibly hurt. Observing this spectacle, Chunluo furrowed his brow. While he knew that Charizard would eventually become one of Xiaoji's most formidable assets, its current demeanor was quite vexing. Presently, Charizard possessed elite-level strength, while Xiaoji was merely a novice, illustrating the disparity between a Pokémon and its trainer. Nevertheless, Chunluo decided it was time to teach Charizard a lesson. Recalling Gardevoir, he summoned his own Charizard and exchanged a knowing glance with it. Understanding Chunluo's intent, Charizard nodded and provocatively called out to Xiaoji's Charizard. Prideful Charizard could not tolerate such a challenge, and despite its imposing stature, it refused to back down. After all, it bore the name Charizard even if it wasn't a true dragon. Enraged, Charizard surged forward, unfaltering as it took flight towards Chunluo's Charizard without the need for Ash's command. Upon witnessing the approaching Charizard, Chunluo's Charizard grinned broadly, then raised its hands to firmly grasp Ash's Charizard's forelimbs. With a powerful exertion, it held its ground, thwarting any advance despite Ash's Charizard's efforts to push forward. After a prolonged stalemate, Chunluo's Charizard seemed to tire of the contest. With a contemplative grunt, its muscles flexed, and it boldly stepped forward, dragging Ash's Charizard along the ground, leaving deep marks in its wake. Chapter 22, Challenge at the Summer Pavilion. Realizing it had been outmatched in strength, Ash's Charizard furrowed its brow, panting heavily. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a torrent of flames. However, Chunluo's Charizard deftly tilted its head, evading the fiery onslaught. Feeling the residual warmth on its cheek, it became incensed and opened its maw wide, revealing four glistening fangs crackling with electricity. It unleashed Thunderfang, sinking its teeth into Ash's Charizard's shoulder, inflicting not only immense physical pain, but also electric damage. This assault left Ash's Charizard in agony, baring its teeth in distress. But the assault did not end there. Chunluo's Charizard released its grip, seizing Ash's Charizard's arm and executing a powerful throw, slamming it to the ground before finishing with a fiery blast, utterly vanquishing it. Witnessing his strongest Pokémon defeated so effortlessly left Ash unable to dismiss the sting of defeat, though as a fervent youth, he quickly brushed off the setback. Chunluo, however, was keen to not overly dishearten Ash, recognizing his growth as a trainer, especially as he was nearing elite status. His recent journeys had evidently borne fruit. The group ascended to the deck to relish the ocean breeze and share tales of their recent adventures. Chunluo inquired about the notorious Team Rocket trio, yet sadly received no substantial leads. As they engaged in lively conversation, an unexpected shout captured their attention. Ash, Chunluo, I can't believe you're here. Turning around, they beheld the beach-clad Blue, sporting sunglasses and pointing in their direction. Blue, are you also here to challenge the gym on Fiery Island? Ash exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement upon recognizing a familiar face. Challenge the gym? Blue adjusted his sunglasses, revealing his wide eyes, before looking at Ash as if he were a simpleton. That's an old story from many years ago. Ever since the discovery of hot springs on Fiery Island, it has transformed into a resort paradise. You didn't know this and just rushed to Fiery Island? You really are quite the naive one. Ash and his companions were taken aback. If what Blue said was true, their purpose for visiting had been rendered moot. I refuse to believe it. The fiery gym must still be there. Others just don't know about it. Ash declared firmly. Chunluo was puzzled by Ash's unwavering confidence. Yet his instincts were oddly accurate. Perhaps it was merely the protagonist's aura at play. Indeed, I am also here to challenge the fiery gym. Chunluo nodded in agreement with Ash's assertion. Chunluo, it's been ages. Since we parted ways in Pallet Town, I haven't seen you. Let us have a Pokémon duel. Blue exclaimed, turning his attention to Chunluo. Here we go again. You two can't resist a battle, can you? No wonder you're rivals. Chunluo couldn't help but quip. So, the duel taking place earlier was between you two? Oh come on, Ash, you can't play favorites. If you accepted Ash's challenge, you have to accept mine too. I was hoping to reclaim my lost glory. Blue insisted, dragging Chunluo toward the battle arena. With no choice but to indulge Blue's eagerness, they agreed to the duel, with Brock serving as the referee. Observers noted the group's return, whispering among themselves. Didn't they just leave? Why are they back? Looks like another challenge is underway. There's one more person in their midst. Let us hope this battle is more exciting. The last one was overwhelmingly one-sided. Without further ado, Brock declared, let the battle begin. 3 versus 3. Blue, brimming with anticipation, unleashed his Pokémon. Go, Blastoise. With the elite-level Blastoise now in play, it was evident that Blue possessed a strength that surpassed Ash's. The fact that Blue could command such a powerful Pokémon signified his prowess as an elite trainer. Chunluo nodded, recognizing Blue's intention to confront the past defeat, and called forth his own Pokémon. Charizard, I need you once more. The reappearance of Charizard sparked no resentment toward Chunluo. It was eager to engage in battle once again. With a thunderous roar, the two titanic creatures clashed, as power-hungry Pokémon often do. Unfortunately for Blue, even an elite-level Blastoise struggled against Charizard's might, being forced to retreat. Yet, one must not forget the massive cannons mounted on Blastoise's back. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Blue commanded, recognizing his Pokémon's disadvantage. With a mighty shout, Blastoise unleashed a colossal torrent of water from its cannons. At such close range, Charizard could not evade the deluge, causing it to falter and retreat. Excellent, Blue exclaimed, pleased to see his Hydro Pump connect with Charizard, believing it would severely wound his opponent. However, to everyone's astonishment, Charizard weathered the Hydro Pump unscathed, defying all expectations of type advantage. Little did they know, Charizard possessed the ability Rain Dish. Unfazed by their shock, Charizard seized the moment. With its wings unfurled, it unleashed 2 swift air slashes that struck Blastoise in its vulnerable underbelly, knocking it to the ground. Blue, witnessing his once formidable opponent fall so effortlessly, was left disheartened. He had thought his strength had significantly improved, yet Chunluo's prowess had ascended even higher as if propelled by a rocket. Retrieving his incapacitated Blastoise, Blue felt a bitter pang of disappointment. The disparity in strength was too great. Even with type advantages, his Blastoise could not best Chinluo's Charizard, especially considering it was his strongest Pokémon. Thus, the necessity of continuing the battle felt futile, and Blue conceded defeat. This stark contrast highlighted the differences between Blue and Ash. Ash was earnest, impulsive, and headstrong, embodying a fiery spirit that feared nothing, never one to back down. His steadfastness, while sometimes inflexible, was part of his charm. Conversely, Blue exhibited greater rationality, less swayed by emotion, yet somewhat arrogant, though not inherently unkind. Chinluo hoped this defeat would temper Blue's attitude, for they were all trainers hailing from the same origins. He wished for their collective success and looked forward to guiding them in the future. As the evening grew late, the weary group unanimously decided to rest for the night. The night passed quietly, and by the break of dawn, the distant outline of Red Lotus Island was becoming visible. Upon their arrival at Red Lotus Island, the members gradually awakened. As they disembarked, Xiaomao bid them farewell, departing with his fan club for a seaside retreat. Although Chinluo was aware of the location of the Red Lotus Dojo, he could not locate Xiaobo, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany Xiao Ji and his entourage, as they were the protagonists of this tale. After exploring for the morning, they finally encountered Xiaobo, who was disguised. Following a series of events, the group eventually reached the Red Lotus Dojo, ready to commence their challenges. Naturally, it began with Xiao Ji facing Xiaobo. As in the original story, Xiaobo summoned Ninetales, who swiftly defeated Xiao Ji's Squirtle with a single fire spin. Given that it was Squirtle's first battle, this outcome was to be expected. Xiao Ji then released Charizard, who, despite having previously faced a lesson from Chinluo's Charizard, stubbornly charged into battle. After Xiaobo sent out Tyranitar, Charizard was swiftly knocked out of the arena, leaving Xiao Ji with no choice but to send Pikachu into the fray. Although Tyranitar was a ground-type Pokémon and there was no water in sight, Pikachu managed to land a hit on its horn, causing Tyranitar to falter. Chinluo was left speechless, while Brock explained the principle of a lightning rod, suggesting that Tyranitar's horn acted as a conduit for the electric attack. Chinluo found this explanation dubious. Regardless of the ground type or lightning rod theory, electric type moves should have been ineffective. He could think of no other explanation than the protagonist's aura. Consequently, Xiaobo was compelled to summon his third Pokémon, the Duckbill Flame Beast. According to the rules, a gym leader could not switch Pokémon. If they did, the replaced Pokémon would automatically be deemed incapable of battle. Pikachu, suffering under the onslaught of the Duckbill Flame Beast, was soon injured. To prevent further harm to Pikachu, Xiao Ji promptly conceded, scooping up Pikachu and rushing to the Pokémon Center. Next in line was Chinluo. Initially, Xiaobo sent out Ninetales, evidently underestimating Chinluo's capabilities, believing Ninetales would suffice even if Chinluo was marginally stronger than Xiao Ji. Rather than voice his thoughts, Chinluo chose to act, summoning Zoroark. With rapid movements, Zoroark adeptly evaded Ninetales' attacks and executed a series of fluid aura spheres, ultimately delivering a surprising blow that defeated Ninetales. From Zoroark's impressive performance, Xiaobo realized that Chinluo was not to be compared to the previous Xiao Ji, despite both hailing from the same town. Zoroark exhibited gym-level prowess, prompting Xiaobo to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Come forth, Duckbill Flame Beast," he commanded. This Pokémon, larger and more robust than the Duckbill Fire Beast, appeared with fur that seemed to blaze. Its most striking feature was its arms, resembling massive cannon barrels adorned with fiery patterns. Seeing the Duckbill Flame Beast take the field, Chinluo involuntarily frowned. With a glance from Xiaobo, the Duckbill Flame Beast ignited its cannon-like arms and charged at Zoroark. Although the Duckbill Flame Beast possessed gym-level strength, Zoroark remained undaunted, cloaking its claws in a dark gray aura, prepared to confront the beast head-on. Do not engage directly. Its ability is likely Flame Body. Contact moves may result in burns. Chinluo hastily warned Zoroark. Upon hearing this, Zoroark's heart sank. It was too late to evade as the Duckbill Flame Beast closed in. However, Zoroark, with its superior speed, managed to dodge the oncoming fire punches. Realizing that evasion alone would not suffice, Zoroark decided to confront the beast directly, even if this played into the enemy's hand. As it prepared to catch the Duckbill Flame Beast's fire punch, Zoroark felt the searing heat coursing through its hands. With a swift motion, it retaliated with a dark pulse, forcing the Duckbill Flame Beast to stagger back, allowing Zoroark to create some distance. Regrettably, Zoroark's attack did not strike true. Had it landed a critical hit, the Duckbill Flame Beast would have faced significant repercussions. Disappointed, Zoroark intended to unleash a dark pulse. But as it lifted its hands, an intense pain surged through them, revealing swollen and blistered skin. Observing Zoroark's injuries, Chinluo felt a weight in his heart. silently regretting not having warned Zoroark earlier, which led to this predicament. Now, with its hands injured, Zoroark's fighting capability was severely compromised, necessitating a switch to another Pokémon. As Jinmu prepared to return Zoroark to its Pokeball, Zoroark shook its head, signaling its desire to continue fighting. Jinmu respected Zoroark's choice, advising it to exercise caution, and fell silent. The Duckbill Flame Beast, sensing Zoroark's predicament, wore a triumphant grin. Although it had endured a dark pulse, the absence of a critical hit posed little threat. Trading its own minor injury for Zoroark's severe burns was a fair exchange in its eyes. However, since Zoroark remained in the battle, the fight would continue. With its fists once again enveloped in flames, the Duckbill Flame Beast charged at Zoroark, determined to continue its assault. Zoroark, however, was not foolish enough to remain stationary, using its speed to evade while launching a series of dark pulses. The Duckbill Flame Beast, realizing that close combat was no longer effective, leaped high to avoid an incoming dark pulse. As it descended, a massive fire column erupted from its mouth, indicating its intent to counter ranged attacks with its own. Zoroark, having evaded, could only gather energy in its mouth, releasing a black energy sphere toward the Duckbill Flame Beast. The latter swatted the sphere aside with disdain, as if mocking Zoroark's efforts. This was not the true power of Dark Pulse. The lack of familiarity and energy buildup had resulted in its easy dismissal. Feeling the Duckbill Flame Beast's contempt, Zoroark's frustration simmered. Testing its hands revealed diminished pain. And with determination, Zoroark gathered energy for another attack. It hurled the energy sphere at the Duckbill Flame Beast, which effortlessly evaded. The Duckbill Flame Beast's expression of disdain deepened. Seeing the Duckbill Flame Beast standing there, scoffing at their efforts, both Zoroark and Jinmu shared a knowing smile. The Duckbill Flame Beast, puzzled by their reaction, was caught off guard when Xiaobo shouted a warning from behind. "Be careful. Dodge." Unfortunately, it was too late. The energy sphere, previously evaded, struck the Duckbill Flame Beast squarely in the back, sending it tumbling to the ground. This has inflicted considerable damage upon it. Gasping for breath, it rose to its feet, casting a perplexed glance at Zoroark. However, it was Xiaobo who clarified its confusion. The Duckbill Fire Beast, indeed, should possess the infallible skill, Aura Sphere. To think that your Pokémon harbors such a rare ability, it appears to be quite formidable. With this Pokémon alone, you're deserving of a gym badge. What do you say, young one? I believe there's no need for this battle to continue. Xiaobo chuckled, rubbing his bald head. Upon hearing this, Jinmu shook his head and earnestly replied, "Thank you for your generosity, old man. However, my purpose in challenging the gym extends beyond merely acquiring a badge. I seek to engage with various skilled trainers to hone my abilities, thus I hope you will unleash your true strength. Even in defeat, I shall accept it willingly." This encounter was unlike the one at the Hualan Gym. Defeating those three sisters would yield no personal growth for Jinmu. Xiaobo, on the other hand, once possessed the strength of a quasi-champion. Even if his power has waned, he still embodies authentic gym leader prowess. The Duckbill Fire Beast is merely gym level, indicating that he has yet to reveal his strongest combatant, which Jinmu surmised might be that fiery bird. Noticing Jinmu's reluctance to accept the badge he offered, and hearing his sincere words, Xiaobo nodded in satisfaction. "Since you possess such determination, let us consider this battle a draw. Now, I shall summon my strongest Pokémon. Are you truly prepared for this?" Jinmu understood that Xiaobo was likely to bring forth the fiery bird. Even if captured, a legendary Pokémon retains its divine essence. This opportunity would not only elevate his own strength, but also fulfill an achievement task. Why not seize it? However, he realized he hadn't heard the system's voice for quite some time. Even during his last triumph at the Rainbow Gym, it remained silent, leaving him puzzled. Yet, Jinmu's assumption was flawed. The Pokémon Xiaobo summoned was not the fiery bird, but rather a Blaziken, which also boasted gym leader level strength. Blaziken was adorned with white feathers, a crest shaped like a letter V, sharp claws wrapped in bandages, and robust legs. Its plumage would change annually, becoming ever more resplendent, with striking blue eyes that accentuated its remarkable demeanor. The Pokédex described it as capable of unleashing fierce flames from its arms and legs during battle, incinerating its foes. Unexpectedly, the renowned Xiaobo hailed from the Hoenn region, for the base form of Blaziken, Torchic, is one of Hoenn's starter Pokémon. If Xiaobo deemed it his strongest, it implied a long-standing bond. Thus, Jinmu deduced that Xiaobo's homeland was Hoenn. Regardless, with the opponent now in play, Jinmu knew he had to fight. He decided to send out Ditto. Upon its release, he commanded it to transform. Xiaobo and Blaziken patiently awaited its metamorphosis. However, Shenluo soon realized that Ditto's transformation into Blaziken lacked the commanding presence of the original and fell short of gym-level peak strength, which contradicted his expectations. Noticing Shenluo's bewilderment, Xiaobo addressed his concerns. "Young one, you are still quite naive. A Ditto transformed into another Pokémon is influenced by both the trainer's strength and its own capabilities. Given your current power dynamic, it can only mimic such a level. Nevertheless, even so, you surpass the vast majority of trainers." It seemed he had been overly presumptuous. However, Shenluo's fighting spirit remained undeterred. He possessed 2 Pokémon. The outcome was still uncertain. Ditto, use Sky Uppercut. Shenluo initiated the attack, recognizing that allowing the opponent to strike first would only lead to an inevitable disadvantage. As Ditto, transformed into Blaziken, charged at the original Blaziken, without needing Xiaobo's command, countered with its own Sky Uppercut. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. But after several rounds, Ditto found itself on the back foot, struggling to defend without the capacity for counterattacks. "This won't do, Ditto. Create some distance," Shenluo quickly instructed. Unfortunately, despite Ditto's intentions to retreat, it was continually suppressed by Blaziken. In a moment of haste, Ditto failed to block a powerful punch, which sent it soaring into the air. Seizing the advantage, Blaziken swiftly positioned itself above Ditto, preparing to deliver a devastating slash. Yet, Shenluo's eyes lit up with inspiration. "Ditto, use Flying Knee Strike." Ditto, realizing it could not evade Blaziken's assault, opted to inflict damage instead. With legs bent and a white light enveloping its knee, it charged toward Blaziken's chest. Regrettably, Blaziken struck first, landing a blow to Ditto's abdomen, causing it to arch backward, inadvertently allowing its Flying Knee Strike to connect with Blaziken's ribs. This exchange inflicted significant damage on Ditto, but it also created the necessary distance between them and activated Ditto's Blaze ability, amplifying the power of its fire-type moves. Ditto, use Flamethrower. Rising to its feet, Ditto opened its mouth wide, unleashing a colossal fire pillar toward Blaziken. In response, Blaziken also executed Flamethrower, resulting in a spectacular clash of fire pillars. Thanks to the Blaze ability, Ditto's Flamethrower matched Blaziken's in intensity. As the flames dissipated, Shenluo quickly commanded, "Ditto, use Flare Blitz." Ditto nodded, enveloped in flames, charged recklessly toward Blaziken. This would be its final assault. Regardless of Blaziken's response, the recoil damage from Flare Blitz would deplete its last reserves of strength. Rather than let Blaziken exhaust itself, it was better to strike and see what effect it could achieve. Facing the approaching Ditto, Blaziken nodded, choosing not to evade. It extended its arms, assuming a ready stance, prepared to meet the charge head-on. Upon seeing this, Ditto's excitement surged, its speed increasing. As the two drew closer, Blaziken's arms naturally intercepted Ditto's, the tremendous force causing Blaziken to stagger backward. Suddenly, with a fierce roar, Blaziken planted one leg firmly into the ground, halting its retreat. The two Pokémon remained locked in a powerful standoff, both roaring defiantly. In the end, Ditto could not further challenge Blaziken. Its strength spent as it reverted to its original form. Blaziken caught the unconscious Ditto as it fell from the air, quickly moving to Shenluo's side to hand it over before returning to the battlefield. Grateful, Shenluo glanced at Blaziken, ensuring Ditto was properly taken care of. However, a frown creased his brow. His strongest Pokémon was Charizard, but it could only match Ditto's transformed Blaziken in strength. Was he left with no choice but to gamble with his last resort, the Butterfree? Yet, Xiaobo, being from Hoenn, would undoubtedly be aware of Butterfree's traits. Such a golden opportunity for growth should not be squandered on a Pokémon like Butterfree. Very well, if defeat is to be my fate, then so be it. Go forth, Charizard. He hurled the Pokeball with fervor, as if the mere act would enhance Charizard's prowess. Charizard emerged obediently onto the battlefield, its eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, yearning for a formidable adversary. Yet, this opponent seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Nevertheless, as a proud member of the dragon lineage, even if self-proclaimed, one must not falter before a formidable foe. How could it maintain its standing among dragons if it succumbed to fear before the battle commenced? At that moment, even the pseudo-dragon Gyarados would mock itself. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, it inhaled once more, suddenly unfurling its wings, responding to the wind, and swiftly appearing before Blaziken. Its claws shimmered with a sharp radiance, striking down towards Blaziken's head with a dragon claw. Blaziken quickly ducked to evade the blow, but Charizard, witnessing this, altered its attack and delivered a claw strike upon Blaziken's back. However, Blaziken leveraged the force to spin mid-air, igniting flames around a single leg, and seized the opportunity to execute a flame kick, delivering a heavy blow to Charizard's shoulder, forcing it to kneel in pain. Charizard, use Shadow Claw. Upon hearing this command, Charizard, enduring the agony, swept away Blaziken's legs, its claws transforming into shadowy figures. This move was different. Shadow Claw was notorious for its ability to strike vital points. Even though Blaziken was a level above Charizard, it dared not take the hit head-on. Skillfully maneuvering to avoid the Shadow Claw, Blaziken could not allow Charizard to attack freely. Its fist ignited into flames, blocking the Shadow Claw while simultaneously landing 2 punches on Charizard's chest, causing it to stagger backward repeatedly. Blaziken, not one to show mercy, relentlessly utilized its powerful legs in a series of leg strikes, including flame kicks and successive kicks aimed directly at Charizard's face. After dodging a few kicks, Charizard realized that Blaziken's kicks were accelerating in speed and force. The sound of its rapid kicks slicing through the air was painfully deafening. This cannot continue, Charizard thought. Crossing its arms, it braced itself against Blaziken's sweeping kick, momentarily kneeling in midair, seizing Blaziken's leg and forcefully throwing it aside. As a consequence of its escape, both of Charizard's hands went numb and were rendered temporarily useless. To compensate for its current melee disadvantage, it could only resort to ranged attacks to buy time and regain the use of its hands. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Jinmu promptly commanded. Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive vortex of flames that encircled Blaziken, aiming to temporarily trap it. However, Blaziken was too perceptive to fall for such a ploy. With a grin, it exhaled a similarly colossal vortex of flames, rotating in the opposite direction, resulting in a collision that gradually neutralized both whirlwinds. Emerging from the residual flames, Blaziken's pale hair danced in the wind, exuding an aura reminiscent of a demonic deity. Left with no choice, as Charizard's hands had yet to recover, Jinmu commanded once more, Charizard, use Air Slash to hold it back. Responding to the order, Charizard flapped its wings repeatedly, sending invisible blades of air towards Blaziken. Unfortunately, the sound of slicing air betrayed their approach. Being a martial arts expert, Blaziken adeptly discerned their trajectory and deflected each incoming air slash. Nevertheless, this brief delay proved sufficient. Charizard's hands were nearly restored. To secure victory, relying on other skills seemed nearly impossible. It had to leverage the unique property of Shadow Claw to strike vital points for a slim chance of success, without needing further instruction from Jinmu. Charizard's claws transformed into shadows once more, wings unfurling as it swiftly charged at Blaziken. The initial 2 claw strikes were evaded by Blaziken, which ducked low to avoid a sweeping flame kick. In a desperate maneuver, Charizard executed a claw strike from below, but Blaziken narrowly evaded, though some of its chin feathers were severed in the process. Any Pokémon with fur valued their coat, and Charizard's action undeniably angered Blaziken. Enraged, Blaziken retaliated with a double kick that sent Charizard flying, subsequently using Bulk Up to enhance its attack and defense. In an instant, it closed the distance again. This time, Charizard struggled to withstand the force of Blaziken's flame kicks, barely blocking 2 before being launched into the air. Blaziken swiftly followed, performing a mid-air spin and delivering a knee kick that struck Charizard's abdomen with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground at twice the speed of its ascent, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Charizard lay motionless, its eyes swirling. Observing Charizard's incapacitation, Blaziken felt a twinge of regret for its earlier ferocity, realizing it could no longer continue punishing this foe that had harmed its precious feathers. Defeated, Jinmu retrieved the fallen Charizard and addressed Elder Xia, saying, "Elder Xia, I concede this battle, but I shall return. Farewell." With those words, he turned to leave. "Wait, Xiaoluo." Upon hearing this, Jinmu halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. Elder Xia approached slowly, producing a badge from his pocket and handing it to Jinmu. "Elder Xia, how can I accept this badge?" "I have failed the gym challenge," Jinmu protested. Elder Xia stroked his beard, smiling warmly. "Xiaoluo, acquiring a gym badge is not solely dependent on winning the gym challenge. The challenge serves as a test. We gym leaders observe challengers during the match. As long as you earn my respect, even in defeat, you may still receive a badge. Your strength is already at gym level. Had you not requested me to fight at full capacity, winning this match would have been effortless. Moreover, I have taken a liking to you, so please accept this badge." After hearing Elder Xia's words, Jinmu accepted the badge, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he mysteriously addressed Elder Xia. "Elder Xia, surely Blaziken is not your strongest Pokémon, right? I have heard whispers of your capturing a Moltres. May I see it?" Upon hearing this, Elder Xia's expression shifted, a wary glint in his eyes as he questioned, "Where did you hear that? Who are you truly?" "Elder Xia, there is no need for alarm. I merely researched past records of Red Lotus Island. The documents indicated that this volcano was once inhabited by molters. Since you have established the gym here, it stands to reason you might have captured it. That is merely my conjecture. I simply wish to witness these legendary Pokémon, Jinmu explained. Impressive, young one. To deduce my possession of molters from such limited information is quite astute. But what if molters had simply flown away? Elder Xiao replied. Jinmu chuckled, continuing. Even if molters did flee, it must have done so after being defeated by you. While others might have reasons to not capture it, as the fire-type gym leader, how could you let such an opportunity slip by? Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao finally conceded, indeed, I did capture that molters. However, my strength has waned. So I have kept it deep within the volcano, too wary to carry it with me for fear of it being stolen. Yet, since you wish to see it, I can make an exception. With that, he turned to walk inside. Seeing Jinmu standing still, he turned back and said impatiently, keep up. Do you need me to invite you? Elder Xiao, I understand your reasoning, but perhaps I should refrain from viewing it. After all, I promised Naji I would not leave her side. If both of us accompany you, would that not impose upon you? Jinmu replied bashfully. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao understood. The young man wished for his girlfriend to witness the spectacle as well. He could hardly be annoyed with such youthful sentiment. Turning away, just when Jinmu thought there was no hope, Elder Xiao's voice echoed, come along. Seeing one alone is different from seeing two together. This is the last time. You cheeky brat. I didn't realize you were quite so devoted. Upon hearing Elder Xiao's words, both Jinmu and Naji beamed with joy, hand in hand as they hastened to follow Elder Xiao's lead. In the sweltering volcanic passage, with its serpentine twists and turns, we arrived perilously close to the magma, where the temperature soared to an unbearable degree. Without the protective abilities of Naz, Jinmu would likely have been reduced to a mere puddle of water. Summer, calling out to the magma, exclaimed, Little Sparrow, come forth and greet our guest. Jinmu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as though he had stumbled into an ancient brothel. No sooner had Summer's words left his lips than the magma began to churn violently, accompanied by a piercing shriek. A magnificent Pokémon, a colossal bird enveloped in flames and adorned with crimson feathers, soared from the molten depths. After circling gracefully in the air, it descended gently beside Summer, affectionately nudging him with its head. Strangely, despite its fiery exterior, it posed no threat to Summer whatsoever. Summer fondly patted the fiery bird's head before turning to Jinmu, saying, Behold, the legendary molters. Are you not pleased? Gazing at the majestic creature before him, Jinmu could not help but nod in agreement, feeling the immense aura radiating from molters. He estimated that the creature possessed at least the strength of a champion, leading him to believe that Summer's prowess was far greater than it appeared. However, despite having secured the badge and witnessed molters, the system remained unresponsive, indicating that something was amiss. After bidding farewell to Summer, Jinmu, accompanied by Naz, departed the volcano and made their way to the Pokémon Center, intending to assess the situation with the system. Chapter 25, System Malfunction, Confrontation with Zapdos upon returning to the Pokémon Center. Jinmu attempted to retrieve an item from the system space, but found himself unable to do so. Yet, he could still see the items within the system space. Attempts to place items inside were equally futile. Clearly, the system had encountered a malfunction. Jinmu mused, but he did not take it too seriously. The ability to view the items indicated that the system was still operational, albeit temporarily disabled. Life must go on, after all. Without his butcher's knife, would he resort to eating piglets with fur? Nevertheless, with the system in disarray, he needed to ascertain whether the random traits and restrictions still existed. If they did not, there would be an opportunity to exploit this situation, Jinmu contemplated. Resolute in his decision, Jinmu and Naz planned to leave Red Lotus Island and head for Eternal City, intending to validate his hypothesis along the way. However, before departing, he felt it necessary to inform Ash and the others. After locating Ash, Jinmu shared some insights on enhancing strength and then urged him to release Charizard, inciting its competitive spirit. Ash, fueled by excitement, was eager to rush to the Red Lotus Gym for an epic showdown with the fiery duck Pokémon, but thankfully, the group intervened, insisting on a day of rest for strategic planning. After calming Ash down, the two bid farewell to their companions and made their way to the dock, where a ship bound for Cerulean City awaited them. They boarded, and after a tumultuous voyage, they finally glimpsed land once more. After days of gazing at the endless sea, Jinmu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he set foot on solid ground. After resting for a day in Cerulean City, Jinmu resolved to investigate the abandoned power plant in search of Zapdos. With his current strength, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself, while also hoping to capture a few Pokémon along the way. Upon arriving at the power plant, he and Naz entered without hesitation. Inside, They encountered an array of electric-type Pokémon, and due to the desolation of the area, many of them were of considerable level. After just a few steps, Jinmu spotted a moderately leveled Electabuzz. Although he was unsure why it had not evolved, he had no intention of capturing it, even though Electivire was formidable post-evolution. Capturing it now would yield no random benefits, and once the system was restored, the evolution would also be subject to randomness. Thus, he resolved to seek out a final evolution instead. Without disturbing its habitat, Jinmu continued deeper into the facility. After traversing several iron gates, he finally encountered a mischievous Electrode. This spherical Pokémon, devoid of arms and legs, resembled an inverted Pokeball, often mistaken for one by individuals like Ash. Its pre-evolution, Voltorb, bore a similar appearance and coloration, while Electrode's hue was inverted and featured a mouth. This one shall do, Jinmu declared, summoning his Heracross to capture the Electrode. Without needing further instruction, Heracross unfurled its wings, vanishing momentarily before reappearing directly in front of Electrode. With its right hand enveloped in white light, it delivered a decisive blow to Electrode's head. The unsuspecting Electrode was sent ricocheting around the room, and after a resounding explosion, it succumbed, its eyes swirling in defeat. A Pokeball was tossed, and after a brief struggle, Electrode was captured. Jinmu promptly released it, finding it remained an Electrode, with all its data unchanged. Elated, he contemplated the prospect of encountering Zapdos deeper within the power plant. Naz, however, was perplexed. Why is it still an Electrode, little Luo? It has no evolution stone. It was then that Jinmu informed Naz of the temporary system malfunction, as he had only just confirmed it himself. With explanations exchanged, they pressed onward, navigating through several more rooms until they stumbled upon a self-destructing Magnemite. This gray Pokémon possessed an oval-shaped body and could levitate without touching the ground, making it less vulnerable to ground-type moves. Its central red eye resembled a cyclopean structure, while the true eyes were the circular constructs on its shoulders, which were capable of weeping. Jinmu was determined not to let this opportunity slip by, but this Magnemite was far more formidable than the previous Electrode. As Heracross approached, Magnemite reacted instantly, enveloping itself in a halo of electricity that forced Heracross to retreat. Ah, a tough adversary. I like it. Jinmu chuckled, retrieving Zoroark's Pokeball. Zoroark, assist Heracross. With a flash of red light, Zoroark appeared, nodding at Jinmu before conjuring a wave-guiding projectile. With a swift motion, it hurled the projectile towards the Magnemite. The distraction provided by Heracross had already worn Magnemite down, and with Zoroark's assistance, it proved no match. After taking a hit from the wave-guiding projectile, Magnemite retaliated with a discharge, forcing both Heracross and Zoroark to retreat before making its escape. Don't let it get away. Pursue it, Jinmu commanded, urging his Pokémon to chase after the fleeing Magnemite before grabbing Naz's hand to follow suit. They navigated through a labyrinth of corridors until they reached a vast factory. Magnemite glanced back at its relentless pursuers before darting through the entrance without hesitation. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, Jinmu suddenly halted. An unusual aura emanated from within, instilling a sense of foreboding. Naz, perhaps you should wait for me outside, Jinmu suggested earnestly. I sense a powerful Pokémon inside, and I wish to investigate. I fear. Before he could finish, Naz pressed her delicate finger against his lips, silencing him. Fool, did we not vow never to part again? And do not forget, my strength surpasses yours, and my abilities can aid you in critical moments. Seeing Naz's determination, Jinmu relented, agreeing to let her accompany him into the depths of the factory to confront Zapdos. As I stepped into the room, my gaze was immediately drawn to a colossal power supply device situated at its center. A glance around revealed the previously encountered self-destructing Magneton trembling in a corner. The atmosphere in the room was thick with an inexplicable sense of oppression. However, could I allow a captured prize to escape? The Magneton appeared incapable of further combat, prompting me to retrieve my Pokeball and launch it towards the creature with the intention of capturing it. Just as the Pokeball was about to make contact, a bolt of electricity surged forth, sending the ball hurtling away. Following the arc of the lightning, I spotted a massive yellow bird, its feathers bristling, flapping its wings with a menacing glare directed at Jinmu and me. Zapdos, the legendary Pokémon, stands alongside Moltres and Articuno as one of the 3 sacred birds. In terms of divine beast classification, it is regarded as a level 3 deity, possessing a base stat total of merely 580, which is lower than that of semi-divine Pokémon, typically rated at 600. Zapdos is a bird Pokémon adorned with yellow plumage, encircled by black feathers around its eyes, equipped with an elongated, orange beak. Its wings and tail are embellished with numerous spiky feathers. while the back of its wings and the inner side of its tail showcase black plumage. The crest atop its head is formed entirely of sharp feathers. Its legs a sandy hue, devoid of any feathers on the thighs, and its feet boasting 4 toes. In the Alola region, Zapdos possesses orange feathers, with spiky black plumage around its eyes and a long black beak. The inner side of its wings, the outer side of its tail, and its back are lined with spiky black feathers, while the outer side of its wings, the inner side of its tail, and its abdomen are adorned with orange, spiky feathers. Its legs are black, muscular in the thighs, featherless, and its feet consist of 4 toes, with a hint of orange within its claws, predominantly yellow, and its tail is short and turbine-shaped. Its ability, a signature trait of divine beasts, is pressure, which contributes to the oppressive atmosphere pervading the room. Under this ability, the strength of other Pokémon is significantly diminished, explaining how Pokémon with a base stat of merely 580 can attain divine status, while semi-divine beings remain in a lower tier. The Zapdos before me likely possessed strength akin to that of a near-elite trainer, and I felt that with my Pokémon at my side, we stood a chance of prevailing. Summoning my Pokémon, I noted that while the recently captured Amalga trembled in fear, the other 5 Pokémon displayed resolute determination as they faced Zapdos. Charizard and Zoroark unleash ranged attacks. Heracross, look for an opportunity to strike up close. Bouncing, you'll absorb Zapdos' attacks, while Ditto remains on standby to heal. I commanded in a rapid succession, each Pokémon readying themselves for the impending battle. Charizard initiated with a fire spin to ensnare Zapdos, while Zoroark unleashed a wave cannon to chip away at its health. Heracross diligently boosted its speed, lurking in wait for the perfect moment to strike, while Ditto prepared to employ either aromatherapy or wish. As various skills erupted in the air, the reality of our situation struck hard. With a mighty cry, Zapdos unleashed a torrent of electricity, obliterating the fire spin and sending the wave cannon crashing into the wall, creating a gaping hole. Heracross bore the brunt of the electric strike, collapsing in a charred heap, prompting Ditto to hastily attempt a healing spell. A bolt of lightning then surged towards us, but Bouncing managed to intercept it, only for the reflected damage to be deflected by Zapdos' wing. After witnessing the aftermath of the clash, Zapdos remained unscathed while we had suffered a significant loss. Furrowing my brow in concern, I sensed that something was amiss. Noticing my distress, Naji quickly summoned Alakazam to assist me. This is untenable. The opponent is too formidable. We must first weaken it. I urged Amalga to gather its courage and utilize Discharge. Alas, as a native Pokémon of the power plant, Amalga had long been subjugated under Zapdos' reign, harboring an innate fear and submission towards it. There is no choice, Naji. Direct Alakazam, Charizard, and Zoroark to hold off Zapdos, while Ditto focuses entirely on healing Heracross. With Amalga ineffective and the others lacking moves to diminish Zapdos' special attack, we could only hope to muster our full strength to challenge it. However, I quickly realized that my Pokémon appeared somewhat off. Time was of the essence, as Alakazam and the others struggled to maintain their ground. I managed to restore Heracross's fighting capabilities, but the other 3 Pokémon were swiftly overpowered by Zapdos, sliding helplessly across the ground, yet still capable of continuing the fight. Little Luo, Alakazam informs me that due to pressure, they can only exert 50% of their strength. Naji relayed, her brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing this, clarity washed over me. No wonder I felt that something was amiss. With 1 gym leader-level Pokémon, 3 gym-level Pokémon, and 2 support Pokémon, we should have been able to contend against a near-elite Pokémon, yet we were being soundly defeated. It dawned on me that pressure suppressed our abilities. Now that I grasped the issue, I needed to seek a solution. Ditto, can you mimic its ability? If we too could exert pressure, it would level the playing field. Regrettably, Ditto shook its head, indicating it could not replicate that particular ability, then transform into Zapdos. While it would fully replicate Zapdos' power, any additional strength would be advantageous. To my surprise, Ditto could momentarily transform into Zapdos, but reverted to its original form after an instant, regardless of how many times it tried. Frustrated, I questioned, why can't it work? Ditto gestured towards me, explaining that the life level of the opponent was too high, while its own was too low to utilize transformation. Naji quickly translated for me. After hearing her words, I felt a wave of despair as I observed my beleaguered Pokémon struggling to hold on. On the battlefield, Charizard and Alakazam soared through the air, evading the relentless storm of lightning, too intimidated by their suppressed strength to confront it directly. Meanwhile, the Pokémon on the ground managed to find some respite, hiding behind cover and intermittently launching long-range attacks at Zapdos. Only Bouncing remained on the fringes, darting about in a futile effort to ricochet damage back at Zapdos. Seemingly irritated by this relentless annoyance, Zapdos unleashed a deafening cry, sending forth a massive bolt of lightning that pierced through Ditto's protective cover, incapacitating it. It appeared that Zapdos had finally understood the tactical principle of targeting the healer first. For me, this turn of events was utterly disastrous. It was Ditto's healing that had allowed us to barely hold our ground, and with it now down, defeat loomed large. I was already contemplating an escape plan when suddenly, I felt a stirring on my shoulder. The source of the disturbance was a sleeping Caterpie. Roused by Zapdos' earlier cry, now staring discontentedly at the interruption of its slumber. "What are you doing here? Go back. It's too dangerous." Jinmu turned to the Caterpie and, after a moment's hesitation, withdrew a Pokeball, intending to return it. After all, a rational person would deem a Caterpie useless on the battlefield. However, the Caterpie flicked its tail, scattering the red light emitted from the Pokeball. It had no intention of letting the yellow bird that disturbed its slumber escape so easily. It leaped into the center of the arena, and to the astonishment of both Jinmu and Nasi, an overwhelming aura emanated from the Caterpie, instantly neutralizing the oppressive force exuded by the Zapdos in the room. The Pokémon still engaged in battle felt the weight that had been suppressing their power lift, and their usual formidable strength surged back. Smiles spreading across their faces as they prepared for action. Although the situation was baffling, it seemed that defeating the deity was no longer an impossibility. "Charizard, unleash Flame Vortex. Keep it firmly ensnared," Jinmu commanded, initiating the counterattack. Charizard shook its head, excitedly opening its mouth wide as a massive flame erupted forth, transforming into a swirling vortex that encircled Zapdos. This time, Zapdos found it challenging to escape. Despite the thunder and lightning, the flame vortex held steadfast, refusing to dissipate. "Zoroark, use Dark Pulse." "Nasi, can you have Alakazam use telekinesis to transfer Dark Pulse into the flame vortex?" Jinmu ordered once more. Nasi and Zoroark nodded in agreement. Zoroark clasped its hands together, a dark energy coalescing into a sphere in front of its chest, growing larger until Zoroark could no longer sustain it. With a forceful throw, Alakazam crossed its spoons, enveloping the Dark Pulse in a peculiar glow, which then vanished, reappearing behind Zapdos. Zapdos, preoccupied with the raging flames, failed to notice the sudden appearance of the dark energy sphere, which struck it directly, resulting in a violent explosion that sent it tumbling through the air. The storm of lightning dissipating in an instant. "Now's our chance. Charizard, use Inferno." Upon seeing the lightning that had obstructed the flame vortex vanish, Jinmu's eyes lit up, and he issued the command. Charizard clasped its hands together, and the flames in the arena surged towards Zapdos, quickly enveloping it. With a shriek, the fire-laden Zapdos crashed heavily to the ground. As the flames receded, although Zapdos remained capable of fighting, its feathers were charred, and it appeared quite disheveled. Adhering to the principle of capitalizing on the opponent's weakness, Jinmu immediately commanded all Pokémon to unleash ranged attacks upon Zapdos. Flamethrower, Needle Bomb, or a sphere, all aimed at it. As dust erupted from the spot where Zapdos fell, its figure vanished. Looking up, they saw Zapdos glaring down at Jinmu and the others from midair. With a long cry, several bolts of lightning surged from the surrounding machinery, converging upon Zapdos. The singed feathers began to regain their luster at a visible speed. Jinmu could not afford to let it recover, ordering another round of bombardment. Unfortunately, most of the attacks were deflected by Zapdos' lightning, but Alakazam's powerful psychic energy could not be blocked, striking Zapdos directly and interrupting its recovery. Then the cycle began anew. Charizard maintained the flame vortex, restricting Zapdos' movement and vision while Zoroark and Alakazam coordinated their efforts. The reason Alakazam was not the main attacker was that only the one delivering the final blow could attempt to capture the Pokémon. Unfortunately, Jinmu's well-laid plans were thwarted, for Zapdos was no fool. As a legendary creature, it would not fall for the same strategy twice. As the flame vortex encircled it once more, Zapdos opened its beak and uttered an incomprehensible incantation, summoning a dark cloud that unleashed a torrential downpour, dousing the flames and drenching several Pokémon. Jinmu's heart sank. Now everyone was soaked, and a strike from Zapdos' lightning would likely be fatal. Zoroark, Heracross, quickly restrained Zapdos. Charizard, unleash Heat Wave. Jinmu's mind raced, formulating a strategy. Although this would inflict considerable damage on his own Pokémon, it was preferable to being directly struck by Zapdos. Responding to Jinmu's command, Zoroark and Heracross unleashed their attacks, forcing Zapdos to evade in midair, unable to counterattack. Charizard took a deep breath and expelled a scorching gust of wind, sweeping across the field and evaporating the water on its allies. However, this left Zoroark and Heracross momentarily incapacitated from the pain. Regaining its wits, Zapdos unleashed massive bolts of lightning aimed straight at Charizard, intending to eliminate this threat to its mobility. Just as the lightning was about to strike Charizard, an unexpected figure appeared in front of it. It was Alakazam. Having used telekinesis to intercede, Alakazam smiled faintly, absorbing the thunderous attack, but it too was severely weakened, collapsing to the ground, illustrating the sheer strength of Zapdos' assault, which could overwhelm even a Pokémon with such substantial vitality. However, Zapdos could not underestimate the retaliatory damage. As it prepared to dodge, a peculiar light enveloped it. Yet again, Alakazam was at work, this time using a petrification attack. Unfortunately, it only delayed the inevitable for a brief moment before Zapdos broke free. Yet, that moment was enough. The energy sphere struck Zapdos directly, causing it to screech in pain as it fell to the ground, its left wing injured and its strength diminished. However, this only ignited its ferocity. With a deafening cry, the arena transformed into a storm of lightning, incapacitating all Pokémon present, including Chun-Luo and Nasi. They were not spared from the onslaught, but thanks to Nasi's psychic protection, they were not mortally harmed, though further action was utterly impossible. At this moment, Chun-Luo and Nasi could only watch helplessly as Zapdos reveled in the electric storm, continuously regaining strength. Suddenly, a colossal beam of energy burst through the door, striking Zapdos directly and rendering it incapable of continuing the battle, collapsing to the ground. "It's the Hyper Beam. Who has saved us?" Chun-Luo exclaimed in delight, turning to see a green figure wriggling its way toward him. It was the Caterpie that had stealthily slinked to the door to watch the spectacle after releasing its oppressive aura. To Chun-Luo's utter astonishment, the renowned Zapdos had ultimately succumbed to the humble Caterpie, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Chapter 27. A first encounter with Sakaki and Chun-Luo's heritage. The Caterpie slowly inched its way to Chun-Luo's side, retrieving an empty Pokeball from his waist. It then leisurely approached Zapdos, disdainfully curling its lip before tossing the Pokeball, which struck Zapdos. A red light shot forth, enveloping Zapdos and drawing it into the Pokeball, which flashed twice symbolically before becoming still. The Caterpie proudly lifted the Pokeball containing Zapdos, its expression reminiscent of Ash capturing his first Pokémon. Chun-Luo attempted to move his numb body, managing to stand with great effort. Once he regained his composure, he helped Nasi to her feet, taking the opportunity to massage her shoulders under the pretense of helping, much to her annoyance, which elicited exaggerated eye rolls, though she made no effort to stop him. Once both individuals had sufficiently recovered, Chun-Luo approached the Caterpie, gently retrieving the Pokeball it was joyfully playing with, much to its displeasure. However, after a series of soothing gestures, he managed to place it on his back and lull it to sleep like a child. Before it succumbed to slumber, Chun-Luo utilized his Pokédex to scan the Caterpie, eager to ascertain its current status. Caterpie, a Pokémon resembling a caterpillar, boasts a green dorsal side and a white abdomen, with its most notable feature being the red, letter-shaped antennae atop its head. Its learned skills include Light of Ruin, Hyper Fong, Triple Attack, and Quick Attack. Its ability is Intimidation. The mechanical voice of the Pokédex expressed a hint of disbelief at this point. Chun-Luo himself found this hard to accept, dismissing the device and gazing at the Pokeball containing Zapdos in his hand, feeling as though he were in a dream. The battle had been a roller coaster of emotions for him, yet he was fortunate enough to have captured Zapdos. He did not overlook the trembling electrode in the corner either. This expedition to the power plant had proven immensely fruitful. However, the immediate priority was to head to the Pokémon Center for his Pokémon to receive proper treatment, especially since the system was malfunctioning and he could not access the items in his bag to assist them himself. Once settled, he left the power plant, heading straight to the Pokémon Center in Celadon City. After a day of recuperation, the duo set off for Evergreen City, determined to confront the legendary Team Rocket leader, Giovanni, in pursuit of the final badge. Upon exiting Celadon City, Chun-Luo was greeted by the long-awaited voice of the system. System maintenance is complete. This maintenance has repaired the issue with Pokémon carrying the Everstone being unable to randomize. There is now new data for legendary Pokémon added to the randomization pool. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by this system maintenance. To compensate players for their losses, you may choose one Pokémon to be randomly evolved into a demigod-level Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Chun-Luo was overwhelmed with joy, spinning in circles with Nashi, who exclaimed about his eccentric behavior. He gently set Nashi down and shared the news of the system's restoration, which made her happy for a moment. He chose the playful Raichu, asking the system to randomize it into a demigod. When he released it, a crab-like quadruped Pokémon appeared before them. Metagross. Impressive. Nashi. It possesses psychic attributes. Perhaps I should gift it to you, Chun-Luo exclaimed excitedly. Metagross, The iron leg Pokémon is a massive mechanical life form formed from two steel types. Its base color is a deep blue, and its body resembles a metal disc. Its stout legs resemble iron dumbbells extending from its body in all directions. With red eyes and a distinctive silver metal cross on its face, it has a large mouth filled with teeth. Nashi glanced at the Metagross, wrinkling her nose in disdain. It's too ugly. I don't want it. You can keep it. Shenluo could not agree with Nashi's aesthetic judgment, arguing that Metagross was undeniably imposing. If it weren't for her choice, he would have begun to question her taste. After securing Metagross, the system's voice echoed in his mind again, during the maintenance. It has been detected that the player acquired a new badge and captured a new Pokémon without utilizing the system's randomization. However, due to the system's issues, the following solutions are provided. 1. Recently caught Pokémon can be randomly generated into other Pokémon, and badge rewards will be issued, as usual. 2. Captured Pokémon will not be randomized. In exchange, badge rewards will be forfeited. Please make your selection. It was obvious which option to choose. How could he risk losing Zapdos, a Pokémon he had worked hard to capture? Without hesitation, Shenluo selected the second option. Player has chosen the second option. Both Pokémon will be retained. It has been detected that the player possesses Pokémon exceeding their control. They will now be restricted within manageable limits. Please check your inventory. Shenluo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, thrilled not only for the system's revival but also for the newfound strength of his team. All while resolving the issue of Zapdos' disobedience. From the system's explanation, Shenluo gained a clearer understanding of the randomization mechanism. Previously, it had only been able to randomize ordinary Pokémon, but now it could yield legendaries. The prospect of potentially encountering even more formidable legendary Pokémon in the future filled him with excitement. Since Zapdos could now be commanded, it was time to release it and observe its formidable electric powers. As he gazed at the resplendent yellow bird crackling with energy, he affectionately patted its head. However, Zapdos was not inclined to accept this gesture, swiftly dodging his touch. Though captured and its strength restrained, it was evident that the bond between them was not yet strong enough for such familiarity. Nevertheless, Shenluo understood the reason behind Zapdos' behavior and returned it to its Pokeball, knowing there would be ample opportunities to nurture their relationship in the future. With the system's assistance in regulating strength, training his Pokémon became significantly easier. He could allow them to grow unrestricted, and as his own strength increased, they would be able to showcase their true potential. His primary focus now was on training Gardevoir, Ditto, along with the newly acquired Metagross and Electrode, while allowing Charizard to do as it pleased for the time being. After a leisurely journey, they finally returned to Evergreen City. Shenluo felt a sense of uncertainty about the upcoming battle, as Giovanni was reputedly the mightiest gym leader, conservatively estimated to be at least a champion-level trainer. In comparison, his current strength felt juvenile, despite the age difference favoring him. One might wonder why Shenluo would challenge someone so formidable. The answer lay in the rules of the League Gym Challenge. Giovanni, in his efforts to remain concealed, would likely not employ his full strength, typically utilizing Pokémon of elite caliber like Nidoking and Rhyhorn. Moreover, with his previous task rewards now lost, the opportunity to encounter a readily available level 1 legendary was too tempting to resist. With resolve, he and Nashi pushed open the doors of the Evergreen Gym. The layout of this gym was markedly distinct from others. While the central battle arena remained unchanged, it was encircled by high walls, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a coliseum. Shenluo furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of disrespect towards Pokémon in this design, but he refrained from voicing his discontent, recognizing it was their establishment. Greetings. I am Shenluo from New Town, here to challenge the Evergreen Gym. He called out to the empty room. As soon as he spoke, the room illuminated brilliantly. On the opposite balcony sat a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, lounging on a sofa beside the iconic Persian. Without a doubt, this was Giovanni. Giovanni scrutinized Shenluo for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor. You are Shenluo? Do you know who I am? You dare to confront me here? Taken aback, Shenluo recalled the previous incident where Team Rocket had sought him out, realizing Giovanni was aware of his exploits. Nevertheless, Shenluo felt undaunted. Giovanni likely would not openly confront him. Of course, I know who you are, Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Since you are aware of my identity, why do you dare to present yourself before me? Giovanni continued. Boss Sakaki, we must reason together. I have already given you the Master Ball. Now, I am merely here to challenge you for the green badge. Shouldn't we spare each other? Isn't it better to have one more friend than one more enemy? Shenluo said with a smile. Sakaki gazed coldly at Shenluo for a moment, noticing that Shenluo remained unfazed. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. You truly are the son of that person. At such a young age, you possess such strength. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You surpass me in my prime. Taken aback by Sakaki's words, Shenluo exclaimed, Boss Sakaki knows my father? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think Athena appeared to save you in the end? If it weren't for someone on your father's side informing me, you would likely have been captured by Team Aqua to threaten your father. Sakaki replied matter-of-factly. Threaten my father? Shenluo pondered. Does that mean my father is an adversary of Team Aqua? I wonder which member of Team Magma it is. Member of Team Magma? That could be true, but since your parents have not informed you, I cannot overstep my bounds. This is something you must seek out on your own, Sakaki said, casting Shenluo a peculiar glance. All right, since Boss Sakaki won't tell me, can we proceed with the gym challenge now? Shenluo, sensing Sakaki's reluctance to reveal the truth, decided not to press further. After all, being a son is the same regardless of whom one serves. What truly matters is the badge. Good lad, I see you are a battle enthusiast. However, I am well acquainted with your father. And as I am a few years his senior, you may call me Uncle Sakaki. The title Boss Sakaki sounds rather distant, Sakaki said with a smile. After he clapped his hands, a sofa was promptly brought in and placed behind Shenluo and Nasi, inviting them to sit. Shenluo sat down with Nasi and respectfully addressed him as Uncle Sakaki, which made Sakaki beam with delight. He then proclaimed, Little Luo, there is no need to discuss the challenge. You possess gym-level strength at such a tender age, so you are naturally qualified to earn the badge. I see no reason for a challenge. I will simply give you the badge. Shenluo shook his head. Uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but my intention in challenging you is not solely for the badge. I wish to battle different opponents, learn from them, and thereby enhance my own strength. Good lad, you have ambition. I accept your challenge, Sakaki declared, slapping the table with enthusiasm. He then sighed. If only my own son had half your spirit. Chapter 28. Battle with Sakaki. Without further ado, the Pokémon duel between Shenluo and Sakaki commenced, adhering to the 3v3 gym challenge rules. Little Luo, I am aware of your strength. Since you are determined to challenge me, I shall unleash my gym-level Pokémon. Go, Nidoking, Sakaki announced, summoning Nidoking to the field. Nidoking, akin to Nidoqueen, displayed a blue exterior, embodying characteristics of both mammals and reptiles. Its body was adorned with hardened blue scales, providing it protection from attacks. The chin, chest, and abdomen were white, complemented by a robust tail and mouse-like ears. Its forelimbs appeared muscular, equipped with 3 small claws, while its powerful hind legs enabled it to walk primarily on its rear feet. A row of poisonous spikes adorned its forehead, extending along its spine to the tail. As the name suggests, Nidoking is the male counterpart to Nidoqueen. They represent 2 forms of the same Pokémon. In this battle, Shenluo intended to send forth Metagross. The newly captured Pokémon possessed strength nearing gym level, though their synergy was not yet perfected. Given Sakaki's prowess, he would hardly need to command a gym-level battle. Hence, with his own guidance and Metagross's advantage over Nidoking, victory was not beyond reach. Go, Metagross. A flash of red light revealed the imposing metallic figure of Metagross. Sakaki was taken aback by Metagross's appearance. To think you possess a demigod from the Hoenn region. It seems you have had quite the adventure. Uncle, I shall not hold back then. Metagross, use Magnet Rise, Shenluo commanded. Although Metagross had an advantage over Nidoking due to its psychic type, Nidoking wielded ground-type moves that could counter Metagross. Thus, Shenluo ordered Metagross to levitate, avoiding damage from ground-type attacks. Ah, my nephew. It appears you are quite knowledgeable about type advantages. However, type alone does not dictate the outcome. Sakaki acknowledged. Nidoking, use strength on the ground. Shenluo observed in confusion as Nidoking slammed into the ground, causing a seismic upheaval. Debris flew into the air, and despite Metagross's efforts to evade, numerous fragments struck it, wearing it down with cumulative damage. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoking accelerated beneath Metagross, leaping high into the air and executing a devastating move, Body Slam, sending Metagross crashing down. Metagross, quickly use Protect, Shenluo urged, hoping Metagross could respond in time. The Pokémon glimmered with a metallic sheen just before impact. Nidoking landed heavily atop Metagross. However, with its high defense and the Protect move, Metagross endured the blow relatively unscathed. Metagross unleashed Meteor Mesh, with both Pokémon locked in close combat. Shenluo saw an opportunity for a melee attack. Yet, Nidoking had the same idea, its fists becoming blurs as they rained down upon Metagross. Unfazed, Metagross retaliated with its iron claws, delivering powerful strikes back at Nidoking. The 2 Pokémon roared as they exchanged blows, the sheer force causing the arena to tremble. Neither seemed to register pain as their fists flew faster, raising clouds of dust around them. As the dust settled, Nidoking remained atop Metagross. its massive fist poised above Metagross's face, while Metagross's eyes spiraled into whirlpools, indicating it had lost its fighting capacity. Nevertheless, Metagross's claws rested atop Nidoking's head as Nidoking struggled to rise, letting out a triumphant roar to signify its victory in this brawl. However, just as the roar faded, Nidoking's massive form suddenly collapsed, having also succumbed to exhaustion. Both Chinluo and Sakaki recalled their Pokémon simultaneously. A demigod certainly lives up to its name. Even with a disparity in strength, it could trade blows with my Nidoking until the end. Who will you use next? Sakaki clapped in approval before calling forth his next Pokémon. Go, Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn resembled a rhinoceros, its gray body shielded by impenetrable armor, designed for both defense and offense. It sported a small horn on its head, short limbs, and a diminutive tail. Among the Pokémon Chinluo possessed, only Heracross had the capability to counter Rhyhorn. However, it was not yet time for Heracross to emerge. With one Pokémon still hidden in Sakaki's roster, Chinluo decided to send out Charizard. If Xiaoqi's Charizard could defeat Sakaki, then his own Charizard should be able to as well. Go, Charizard. Use Fire Spin. Without a doubt, Chinluo intended to employ the Fiery Vortex to obstruct the path, subsequently executing the old tactic of Inferno. As anticipated, when the fiery whirlpool enveloped the unicorn rhinoceros, Chinluo immediately commanded the use of Inferno. The flames swiftly contracted, seemingly poised to ensnare the unicorn rhinoceros completely. A victorious smile graced Chinluo's face, under equal strength. The unicorn rhinoceros was no divine beast, and being struck by this fiery onslaught would surely leave it severely wounded, if not lifeless. However, when the flames dissipated, the unicorn rhinoceros was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a dark gaping hole. Not good. Charizard ascended to the sky. Chinluo hastily cautioned. Fortunately, Charizard had sensed something amiss the instant the flames vanished. Before Chinluo could finish his warning, it spread its wings and soared into the air. Just as it took flight, the ground beneath it suddenly cracked open, and the unicorn rhinoceros, with its spiraling horn, erupted from below. Chinluo exhaled in relief upon seeing Charizard evade the unicorn rhinoceros' assault. That was the unicorn rhinoceros' signature move, Horn Drill. If it would instantly incapacitate its target. Without needing further orders, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames toward the unicorn rhinoceros. In response, the unicorn rhinoceros stomped the ground forcefully, utilizing its heavy stomp technique to lift the earth before it, effectively blocking the oncoming inferno. Yet the encounter was far from over. After blocking the attack, the unicorn rhinoceros slammed its front legs down once more, propelling a stone into the air, and with a swift toss of its head, it launched the rock toward Charizard. Employing its knockdown skill. Caught off guard, Charizard was struck by the speeding stone, yelping in pain as it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. However, despite the fall, the impact was not severe. Charizard quickly regained its footing and braced itself against the charging unicorn rhinoceros' S-horn attack. Though it was pushed back a distance, it sustained no injury. Seeing its horn attack fail to yield results, the unicorn rhinoceros opened its mouth wide, releasing several flying needles. With its hands firmly pressed against the unicorn rhinoceros, Charizard could not evade the projectiles. The needles pierced its body, causing it immense pain. With its restraints lifted, the unicorn rhinoceros charged forcefully into Charizard's abdomen, sending it flying far away. Charizard, wounded yet determined, rose to its feet and regarded the eager unicorn rhinoceros from a distance. Wearing a grave expression, the unicorn rhinoceros scraped its hind legs against the ground, its horn spinning once more as it lowered its head and charged toward Charizard with astonishing speed. As the unicorn rhinoceros closed in, Charizard's expression grew increasingly somber. Yet it made no move, seemingly resigned to its fate as it watched the unicorn rhinoceros approach with its horn drill, drawing ever closer. The spinning horn was on the verge of piercing Charizard's body. The unicorn rhinoceros wore a victorious grin when, suddenly, Charizard grasped the unicorn rhinoceros by its shoulders and leaped like a mountain goat, narrowly avoiding the spiraling horn. With fervent flapping of its wings, Charizard lifted the unicorn rhinoceros into the air. The unicorn rhinoceros, now airborne, flailed in panic, its short legs thrashing about helplessly, unable to find any leverage to exert its brute strength. Charizard ascended to an altitude of several dozen meters, clutching the unicorn rhinoceros tightly, spiraling through the air in a perfect circular trajectory, faintly revealing the silhouette of the Earth within that circle. When did Charizard learn to perform Earth Throw? How was I unaware of this? Chinluo gasped in astonishment. Yet, astonished though he was, the moment Charizard executed the Earth Throw, Chinluo knew victory was his. Aside from the inherent power of the technique, this move inflicted additional damage proportional to the opponent's weight. Thus, with the unicorn rhinoceros' heft, Succumbing to this attack and losing its fighting capability was a foregone conclusion. After 2 rotations, Charizard swiftly dove toward the ground, increasing in speed as it prepared to release the Unicorn Rhinoceros. Just before impact, Charizard loosened its grasp, allowing the Unicorn Rhinoceros to crash heavily into the earth, stirring a cloud of dust, while Charizard executed a swift 90-degree turn, skimming along the ground before gently landing, flapping its wings vigorously. Charizard conjured a whirlwind that dispersed the dust, revealing the incapacitated Unicorn Rhinoceros lying in the large pit created by its own weight. Charizard nodded triumphantly at Chenluo and then taunted Sakaki, signaling him to summon his next challenger. Sakaki, unfazed by Charizard's provocation, praised, "A commendable performance, Charizard. The last time I witnessed such a formidable Charizard was many years ago when it battled Dado. However, that young man's strength has now reached championship level. Keep it up. Xiaoluo, I believe your Charizard will not fall short against his Charizard." Hearing Sakaki compare his Charizard to Dado's, Chenluo felt a slight flush of embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly before replying, "Uncle, I am well aware of my own capabilities. How could I possibly compare to the Dragon Master Dado? Please, do not jest. The battle is not yet over." Haha. Sakaki laughed heartily. "Xiaoluo, I am not jesting. I genuinely believe so. In our time, neither Dado nor I possess the strength you exhibit at your age. Trust in yourself. However, you must remain cautious. My third Pokémon is no weakling. Go, Rampardos." Chapter 29. Obtaining the Badge. The first encounter with Mewtwo Rampardos, also known as the Iron-Masked Tyrannosaurus, is the evolved form of the Unicorn Rhinoceros, resembling a dinosaur. It is predominantly gray, with a sharply pointed drill on its forehead, serving as a formidable weapon. It possesses 3 sharp claws on each hand, several protruding horns on its head, and spikes along its back, supported by powerful legs with clawed feet. Its stout neck is armored, and it boasts a strong tail to maintain balance. Rampardos, compared to the Unicorn Rhinoceros, has transitioned from a quadrupedal stance to a bipedal one, exhibiting significant enhancements in both attack and defense. Chenluo observed that Sakaki's Pokémon were increasingly formidable, beginning with a novice Nidorino, followed by a mid-stage Unicorn Rhinoceros, and now culminating in this pinnacle of gym-level power, Rampardos. It seemed clear that Sakaki intended to challenge him, and thus, Chenluo resolved not to appear weak. Charizard, once more, unleash the Fiery Vortex. Chenluo commanded again, evidently aiming for a repeat of the Fiery Vortex followed by Inferno combo. However, if the Unicorn Rhinoceros could not withstand this tactic, how could Rampardos? As the flames subsided, indeed, Rampardos was absent from sight, leaving behind only a dark gaping hole. Charizard adeptly took to the skies, evading the attack from the subterranean Rampardos. Continue with the Fiery Vortex. Chenluo reiterated his previous command, and Charizard, trusting its trainer, complied, aware that Rampardos' tunneling ambush posed no threat. Chenluo's insistence on this tactic was met with acceptance, despite its apparent futility. As the Fiery Vortex continued to form, compress, and ultimately dissipate, the battlefield grew riddled with craters, yet neither side inflicted any damage upon the other. Observing the battered arena, Sakaki furrowed his brow, suddenly appearing to have an epiphany, yet he smiled without directing Rampardos to take any particular action. Everything was left to its own volition. Once again, the flame vortex enveloped the Rampardos, yet this time it was different. As the flames gradually compressed, Chenluo swiftly recalled his Charizard and summoned her across instead. The flames that were still in the midst of contraction instantly dissipated. However, the Rampardos had vanished, seemingly having burrowed underground long before. As soon as Heracross appeared, Chenluo commanded, "Heracross, unleash your most powerful earthquake." Sakaki was taken aback by Chenluo's order. Although he had anticipated that Chenluo would force the Rampardos to dig, he had not expected Chenluo's solution to be the earthquake move, especially from the seemingly less imposing Heracross. How potent could Heracross' earthquake truly be? However, Heracross' performance once again astonished Sakaki. Its earthquake was not merely reliant on its weight, but rather its immense strength derived from deep within its lineage. With its fists enveloped in a radiant white light, it raised them high and brought them crashing down. The ground trembled violently, but that was just the beginning. Heracross relentlessly pounded the ground, and before long, the nearly hollow arena collapsed, transforming it into a wasteland. Seeing the stillness of the arena, Heracross and Chenluo gradually relaxed their vigilance. Although the Rampardos had not yet shown signs of incapacitation, it was likely trapped underground and unable to emerge. Sakaki, I think it's prudent to send someone to rescue your Rampardos. We wouldn't wanted to encounter any unforeseen mishaps, Chenluo urged, glancing anxiously at the composed Sakaki lounging on the sofa. Sakaki, in response to Chun Luo's words, smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, a rotating horn emerged from the ruins beneath Heracross's feet. Heracross, brace yourself, Chun Luo shouted, swiftly reacting to the situation. Heracross, heeding Chun Luo's command, immediately coiled its arms and firmly resisted the rampaging horn attack from the Rampardos. Thus began a stalemate, with the Rampardos straining to drive its horn into Heracross's body, while Heracross exerted all its strength to prevent the intrusion. A contest of power ensued. Both combatants strained with all their might, yet it seemed that the Rampardos possessed a slight edge. The rapidly spinning horn gradually edged closer to Heracross's abdomen, and despite Heracross's efforts, it could not halt the relentless advance of the Rampardos' horn. Slowly, the exoskeleton was breached, and a piercing pain radiated from Heracross's abdomen. As the horn penetrated deeper, the agony intensified. When the Rampardos' horn was embedded halfway into Heracross's abdomen, it could no longer withstand the torment. Heracross's grip faltered, and it was sent flying by the Rampardos, crashing heavily onto the rugged terrain, where it lay motionless, having expended the last vestiges of energy from its defensive maneuver. Chun Luo quickly instructed Naza to use her psychic abilities to bring Heracross back to him for immediate treatment. The devastating power of such a finishing move was immense. If not properly attended to, it could lead to lasting repercussions that Chun Luo would regret later. After tending to Heracross, Chun Luo summoned Charizard once more. Upon its arrival, Charizard did not touch the ground, seizing the opportunity to strike before the Rampardos could recover. It was sheer folly to claim that the earlier earthquake move had caused no harm. The Rampardos had sustained significant damage, and combined with the previous struggle, it was now at its wit's end. Recognizing the Rampardos' weakened state, Charizard would not squander this golden opportunity. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared towards the Rampardos. Aware that it could no longer dig, the Rampardos futilely grasped at nearby stones, hurling them in a desperate attempt to fend off Charizard's assault. However, the exhausted Rampardos could muster little strength, and Charizard easily evaded the projectiles before seizing the Rampardos around the waist, lifting it into the air. Despite its struggles, Charizard ascended, spinning in the air and executing a heavy drop that sent the Rampardos crashing down, collapsing under its own considerable weight. Observing that all three of his Pokémon had succumbed to exhaustion, Sakaki suddenly burst into applause. Luo, your prowess is indeed among the finest at the gym leader level. It won't be long before you ascend to the rank of a gym leader yourself. Here, take this green badge, he declared, tossing the badge to Chun Luo before extending a hand. Why not join Team Rocket? I could make you an officer right away. Receiving the badge and hearing Sakaki's proposition left Chun Luo somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, he had mentioned his father was a member of Team Magma, and now Sakaki was attempting to recruit him into his organization. Uncle, I appreciate your kind offer, but I am still quite young and yearn for the life of a traveler. When I tire of this journey, I shall certainly consider your suggestion, Chun Luo politely declined, mindful of maintaining respect for his father's friend. Very well, Sakaki replied, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. A young trainer of such caliber, if everything went smoothly, could very well become an elite champion. Having him in his organization would undoubtedly elevate its strength. By the way, Uncle Sakaki, I have one more request, Chun Luo said, seizing the moment while Sakaki was in high spirits to express another intention of his journey. Sakaki, curious, responded, what else does my esteemed nephew wish for my assistance with? Speak freely. I shall grant whatever is within my power. Sakaki held a fondness for Chun Luo, and upon hearing his request, readily agreed. I have heard that you have recently cloned a particularly powerful Pokémon. I was wondering if I could have the privilege of witnessing it, Chun Luo inquired, rubbing his hands together nervously. Sakaki's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that his nephew would be so well informed, even about Team Rocket's latest research. It's no trivial matter. It will eventually be revealed to the world. Since you wish to see it, I shall grant you that opportunity. With that, Sakaki clapped his hands, and a large door in the arena wall swung open. From within, a Pokémon clad in high-tech armor emerged. Chun Luo recognized it immediately as the legendary Pokémon Mewtwo, said to possess powers rivaling that of a deity. Mewtwo, an artificial Pokémon created using Mew's genes with some modifications, bore a striking resemblance to a humanoid feline. Its silver-white body was accentuated by purple eyes, tail, and abdomen, with external neural tendrils extending from its back to its neck, and its fingers consisting of spherical tips. This is our finest creation at Team Rocket. Inspired by the legendary Pokémon Mew, a new creature has emerged, surpassing even its predecessor. Thus, I have named it Mewtwo. Boss Sakaki gazed at Mewtwo below with immense excitement, exclaiming that due to its overwhelming power, We have specially crafted a restraining armor to contain its overflowing energy. Jinmu looked at Mewtwo, which radiated an aura of immense pressure, his eyes reflecting boundless yearning. However, he did not harbor any illusions of capturing it. That was impossible. It was beyond human capability to tame such a formidable Pokémon. The Mewtwo captured by Ash in the animated series was certainly not the one before him. This Mewtwo was far too powerful, almost suffocatingly so. Just as Jinmu marveled at Mewtwo's strength, it suddenly teleported beside him and Naza. Observing Naza closely, it communicated telepathically, expressing amusement at the existence of such potent psychic abilities in a human. Little girl, I shall remember you. It then glanced at Jinmu, merely nodding before vanishing. Reappearing at the doorway it had emerged from, slowly disappearing into the lengthy corridor. This left Jinmu and Naza exchanging bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Chapter 30. Return to Pallet Town. The ancient ruins revealed, dear nephew, do not take its arrogance to heart. Boss Sakaki chuckled. It's all right, uncle. We've obtained the badge and met Mewtwo, so we shall take our leave now, Jinmu replied to Boss Sakaki. Having acquired 8 badges, he was now qualified for the Indigo Conference, and it was time to return to Pallet Town. It had been quite a while since he left home, and he found himself missing it dearly. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jinmu's mind, congratulating him on completing the achievement of being chosen by Mewtwo, granting him access to the Mewtwo's counterattack dungeon, along with a reward of 10 rare candies. Hearing this, Jinmu recalled that he had 20 rare candies lying dormant in his system space, and with this new reward, he now possessed 30. He decided to save them for future use, though he had little interest in participating in the Mewtwo's counterattack storyline. Such main plot events were better left to Ash and his companions. The system voice continued, announcing the acquisition of the 8th badge and granting him the qualification for the Indigo Conference, alongside rewards of an evolution bracelet and a vitality block, as well as an additional carrying slot, encouraging him to keep striving. Jinmu was indifferent to these rewards. An evolution bracelet was of little use on its own, and the vitality block, a tool for reviving fainted Pokémon, was rarely necessary in actual battles, as trainers typically did not fight to the point of severe injury. Back in reality, since Jinmu wished to depart, Boss Sakaki did not insist on retaining him, cheerfully escorting the two out of the gym. As he watched Jinmu and Naza fade into the distance, Boss Sakaki's expression suddenly grew solemn. It was only after they disappeared from view that he turned back into the gym, sat on the sofa in contemplation for a moment, and pressed a button that opened a hidden door behind him. He rose and strode into the passage, and as his footsteps receded, the lights in the gym extinguished one by one, leaving behind a dimly lit room that sent chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, Jinmu and Naza had entered the Viridian Forest. Upon entering, they encountered their first rival from their previous journey, the bug catcher Wusher Gang. It was during that battle that Jinmu's initial Caterpie evolved into Charizard, and they had agreed to face off again in the future. Without any further ado, they commenced a Pokémon battle. Wusher Gang's Caterpie had evolved into Butterfree, while Jinmu's Caterpie was a new one. The newly summoned Caterpie was quite displeased at being disturbed from its slumber for combat, but upon Jinmu offering a bounty of berries, it readily agreed to assist. Although Wusher Gang was puzzled as to why Jinmu still sent out a Caterpie, considering his own had evolved into Butterfree, he nevertheless regarded this battle with utmost seriousness, recalling the struggle he faced against Jinmu's previous Caterpie. However, this Caterpie was no ordinary one. It was stronger than before, with its ability activated. Even the newly evolved Butterfree found it difficult to take flight, let alone mount an attack. The Caterpie leisurely crawled over and unleashed a decisive strike that swiftly knocked out Butterfree. Wusher Gang was left in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Kneeling and reverently calling upon the bug god, unable to summon another Pokémon to face Jinmu's Caterpie. Under Wusher Gang's odd gaze, Jinmu and Naza continued on their journey home. After a long and winding route, they finally returned to Pallet Town, where Jinmu felt a surge of emotions. To be honest, when he first set out on this journey, he had contemplated the possibility of never returning. Yet, as time passed, he found himself increasingly nostalgic for the comfort of home. Eagerly, he grasped Naza's hand and raced back to his house, where his mother, Mei, was already waiting outside. Seeing her after such a long time stirred memories of his parents from his previous life, and Jinmu couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion in his eyes. However, Mei paid little attention to Jinmu, instead enthusiastically taking Naza's hand and leading her inside, leaving Jinmu feeling abandoned, his good mood completely shattered. Once inside, Mei showered Naza with warmth and concern as if she were her own long-lost child, conversing until noon. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jinmu finally called out, "Mom, I'm hungry." Without turning her head, Meiyazi simply replied, "Check the fridge. There's leftover food from yesterday." It was only when Naza chimed in, "Annie, I'm hungry too," that Meiyazi got up to prepare a meal. In no time, a sumptuous lunch was laid out before them, sparing Chinluo from the fate of mere leftovers. After a few days at home, Chinluo could no longer tolerate his mother's neglect and decided to take Naza outside to commence their Pokémon training. They settled near Mount Miacha, summoning all their Pokémon for training. Charizard helped to train Grovyle, Zoroark worked with Ditto, and Heracross trained Electrode, while Chinluo focused on building rapport with Zapdos, all the while training Metagross. Chinluo and his Pokémon lived a fulfilling daily life, while Naza took on the role of caretaker, inspired by Meiyazi's example, aspiring to be a virtuous wife and mother. After several days of training, Ash and his companions returned to join in the final preparations for the Indigo Conference, reuniting everyone once again. Naturally, Chinluo became Ash's mentor, assisting him in training his Pokémon, primarily to elevate Ash's status as a trainer. One morning, the group commenced their day of training as per their planned regimen, focusing on precision and intensity of their signature moves, while skills flew through the training ground. Suddenly, a round, pink figure appeared on the training field. It was the Jigglypuff that had been following Ash and the others. The unexpected appearance of Jigglypuff caused Electrode's attack to veer off course, striking the nearby rock wall, resulting in an explosion that revealed the entrance to an ancient ruin. Chinluo suddenly recalled that according to the plot's progression, a relic would appear here, a remnant of a legendary Pokémon civilization. Though termed a civilization, it was merely a small city where the inhabitants revered Pokémon as supernatural forces. Unfortunately, this civilization was obliterated by the battles of colossal Pokémon, leaving only the remnants of this site. Abruptly, amidst the rocky debris, Brock discovered something and approached to inspect it. It was a golden eye. "Stop!" A researcher clad in a white robe suddenly appeared, snatching the golden eye from Brock's grasp. "Who are you? Why are you taking someone else's belongings?" Brock's dissatisfaction was palpable. The man introduced himself as Dr. White, an archaeologist and a member of an excavation team studying the ancient Pokémon civilization. He proceeded to enlighten Ash and his companions about the origins of this Pokémon relic. Following the discovery of the golden eye, another object, a golden spoon, was unearthed behind a copper artifact. Dr. White remarked on the subtle connection between the two items, asserting that their convergence would yield extraordinary reactions, thus necessitating their careful preservation. In addition to these two artifacts, clay figures of Snorlax and Psyduck were also found and collected by the archaeological team. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Chinluo refrained from alerting them, allowing events to unfold naturally. He, however, set up a tent nearby with Naji for a closer view of the colossal Pokémon. After a day of labor, the group retired early for the night. In the dead of night, the notorious Team Rocket, lurking in the shadows, could not resist the allure of this so-called Pokémon relic. They dispatched Arbok to delve underground in search of treasures. Shortly thereafter, Arbok emerged, carrying 3 black orbs. "What are these?" Jessie's curiosity piqued as she examined one. But as she tapped it, they were all suddenly engulfed within. The next morning, an archaeologist stumbled upon one of the fallen black orbs and cautiously picked it up. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted, pulling in everyone nearby, and a colossal Jengar emerged, having been trapped for a millennium. It unleashed its wrath upon the surroundings, preparing to descend the mountain. The commotion awakened the others, and Ash, fearing for the safety of Viridian City below, attempted a futile counterattack. Meanwhile, Chinluo observed calmly, marveling at Jengar's immense size. At that moment, the golden eye and spoon reacted, merging into one. The nearby rock wall exploded, revealing another relic, from which a gigantic alakazam emerged. These 2 ancient Pokémon were revealed to be responsible for the destruction of the ancient Pokémon civilization. Just then, Jigglypuff arrived, and Ash and his friends were hopeful that its song could lull the 2 enormous Pokémon to sleep. However, their hopes were dashed, though Jigglypuff's melody triggered a response from the copper artifact, summoning a massive Jigglypuff that successfully put the gigantic Pokémon to sleep, including Ash and his friends. Yet, Chinluo and Naji, shielded by Naji's psychic abilities, remained awake, witnessing the entire spectacle. The enormous Jigglypuff sealed Jengar and Alakazam back underground before returning to slumber within the copper artifact. Thus, the narrative of the Pokémon relic reached a splendid conclusion. Chinluo approached and roused Ash and his companions, leading them to continue their arduous training elsewhere. Chapter 31, An Unexpected Encounter with Shiba. The legendary master half a month passed unnoticed, during which Ash exhibited remarkable growth and strength, having surpassed the elite level. Charizard acknowledged Ash's prowess and was willing to follow his commands and fight alongside him. Unfortunately, even so, it was no match for Chinluo's Charizard, who effortlessly dominated the battle. Luo merely nurtured his bond with Zapdos on the sidelines. Ash and his companions were not particularly surprised by Luo's possession of Zapdos, the most formidable of legendary Pokémon, as they had grown accustomed to such extraordinary sights. Luo's Charizard had reached a level beyond that of gym leaders. Yet Luo himself remained stymied at the pinnacle of the gym leader level, limiting his progress. All of his other Pokémon, save for Electrode, had surpassed the gym leader level, and Zapdos' bond with him had strengthened, making everything seem quite satisfactory. However, Luo felt discontent, having been trapped at the gym leader level for several days without a hint of breakthrough, leading to an underlying frustration. One day, while training his Pokémon as usual, a sudden tremor shook the ground, raising clouds of dust from the depths of the mountains. It seemed that something enormous was approaching. Moments later, a gigantic Onix appeared before them, charging at great speed and carving a long path through the landscape, leaving rocks and trees in its wake. Upon seeing the well-formed Onix, Ash felt a desire to capture it. Just as he intended to have Charizard intercept the Onix, it halted abruptly in front of them. A muscular man, bare-chested and clad in a white dojo outfit, leaped down from Onix. "Why are you blocking my path? Don't you realize how dangerous this is?" The man bellowed in a robust voice. "You're the one recklessly charging towards us. How can you blame us for being in your way? Is this your personal road?" Misty interjected before Ash could speak, her disdain for such domineering individuals evident. "Oh, I see. It's my fault then. My apologies." The man scratched his head sheepishly, breaking into a hearty laugh, seemingly unfazed by Misty's sarcasm. "Hello, I'm Ash from Viridian City, and these are my friends, Luo, Brock, Misty, and Naji. Don't mind Misty's demeanor. She can be a bit straightforward." Ash warmly introduced himself and his companions. "We are training here in preparation for the court's conference. We would appreciate your guidance." Luo scrutinized the imposing figure before him, as a flicker of recognition danced in his mind, though he could not place where he had seen him before. The man, pleased by Ash's friendliness, responded, "Hello. So you're also in training? I'm doing the same for Pokémon battles. By the way, my name is Shiba, and this is my recently caught partner, Onix." "Shiba? That name sounds familiar." Luo mused internally, trying to recall where he had heard it before. Upon hearing the name, Brock's eyes widened in astonished recognition. "Did you just say Shiba? The fighting type Elite Four member, Shiba? You are the legendary Shiba, one of the Elite Four?" Ash exclaimed, shaking Shiba's hand with excitement, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered treasure. "Are you training here for the legendary Pokémon techniques? Could you possibly teach me?" Seeing Ash's eager expression, Shiba scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. "Legendary Pokémon techniques? Those are mere rumors. However, I do have a special technique that I can teach you, but you will need to do something for me first." Upon hearing Shiba's words, Ash and Luo's eyes lit up. Ash perceived this as a test from Shiba, believing he must prove himself to be taught the grand secrets of Pokémon mastery, and he readily agreed. Conversely, Luo viewed this as an opportunity to transcend the gym leader level, for the individual before them was a bona fide Elite Four champion. Even if he did not succeed, the experience would surely be invaluable. The group promptly followed Shiba, climbing onto the back of a giant Onix and heading towards his training grounds. After a bit of a tumult, they arrived at the edge of a small stream, where the first task was to fetch water. Shiba tossed several buckets to the group and then settled himself comfortably by a cave at the hillside. "Fetching water? What kind of special training is that? He must be a fraud," Misty exclaimed, glaring at Shiba, who lounged leisurely on the slope. Hearing her complaint, Brock quickly interjected, No. Aren't there often scenes in movies where they train by fetching water? Perhaps he is trying to build our stamina." Brock's words resonated with Ash and Luo, the latter recalling numerous cinematic portrayals of such training methods. Without further ado, the two girls cheered for the three boys, who each grasped a heavy bucket of water and began their ascent up the slope. However, Ash, in his usual clumsy manner, stumbled and accidentally knocked one bucket onto Misty's head. Naturally, Misty, already irked, did not let this slide and retaliated with a hefty smack. After a considerable effort, they managed to bring the water to the cave entrance, where Shiba presented them with 3 axes and some firewood. "Next up, you shall chop wood," he declared. "Chop wood? Is that really necessary?" Luo queried, eyeing the axe and firewood at his feet. Shiba shrugged, helplessly stating, "There's no choice. Chopping wood is a crucial step towards acquiring the secret techniques." Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances and reluctantly commenced chopping. Luo and Brock diligently went about their task, while Ash, in a fit of enthusiasm, swung his axe too forcefully, sending splintered wood flying directly into Misty's head. Once again, Misty, unable to tolerate such indignity, seized Ash for another round of punishment, reinforcing her reputation as the notorious violent girl. Once the wood was chopped, Sheba picked up a stone and instructed the trio. Now, you shall stack stones into a half circle. The key is to ensure it does not topple. With that, he retreated into the cave to busy himself. Stacking stones? What sort of specialized training is this? Ash questioned, bewildered. I'm not sure. But Master Sheba must have his reasons. Let us get started. Brock, a devoted follower of Sheba, encouraged, pulling Ash along to search for stones of similar size. Noticing their hurried activity, Chinluo felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint the discrepancy, deciding instead to observe quietly as Ash and Brock busied themselves. Before long, Ash discovered a stone of comparable size and excitedly ran towards them, shouting, I found it. However, just as he neared, he tripped over a small pebble and stumbled towards Misty. Ash, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Just wait until I catch you, Misty yelled, clutching her Pokeball and racing down the slope. Unfortunately for her, Ash seemed to have an uncanny knack for following her, clumsily chasing after her while pleading. I'm sorry, Misty. It wasn't intentional. Thus began a comical chase, a vibrant scene of youthful exuberance, if not for the stone in Ash's hands. Eventually, Naza intervened, using her psychic abilities to lift Ash and halt the chaos, thus saving him from an inevitable blow from Misty. Had he struck her, another punishment would surely follow. After this tumult, the two managed to stack a half circle of stones as per Sheba's instructions. At that moment, Sheba emerged from the cave, carrying a large pot and various ingredients. Upon seeing the completed stone wall, his eyes sparkled with delight. He promptly set the pot atop the stone structure, arranged the chopped wood, ignited a fire, poured the water they had fetched into the pot, and added the ingredients, murmuring, I thought I'd go hungry today. How fortunate to encounter you all. Master Sheba, can you teach us the grand secrets now? Ash eagerly implored. Grand secrets? Haven't I been teaching you all along? Sheba replied, turning back to them. But how does cooking relate to secret techniques? Brock asked, puzzled. Sheba took a sip of the soup, pride evident on his face, and proclaimed, this is the secret technique of the middle-aged man's exquisite miso soup. The revelation left Ash and his companions in shock, as they fell to the ground in dismay. How could this be? Isn't it supposed to be the grand Pokémon secrets? They lamented. Upon hearing their reactions, Sheba paused and then burst into hearty laughter. You all are quite something. Didn't I mention there are no grand Pokémon secrets? How could you believe in such rumors? Pokémon training requires diligence and patience. There are no shortcuts. At this point, Chinluo finally recognized what had been amiss and recalled the plot involving Sheba from the original animation. Indeed, Ash and his companions had met Sheba at Mount Miacha and sought his wisdom on the so-called grand Pokémon techniques before embarking on the saga of the ancient ruins. It seemed his arrival had altered the course of events, yet fate would still lead them to encounter those they were meant to meet. It appeared that even without Ash's intervention, Sheba had successfully captured the enormous Onix. However, Chinluo was determined not to let this encounter with an Elite Four member go to waste, intending to challenge Sheba to a battle. Just as he prepared to voice his request, Ash jumped in first. Master Sheba, in that case, let us have a Pokémon battle. If I win, you must teach me the grand Pokémon secrets. It seemed Ash remained convinced that Sheba possessed grand secrets of Pokémon mastery, though Sheba found this notion rather exasperating. Nevertheless, since Ash proposed a battle, he had no choice but to acquiesce, hoping to put an end to Ash's persistent belief in these secrets. Go, Charizard, Ash commanded, releasing his strongest Pokémon, determined to achieve the elusive grand techniques. Sheba summoned his recently captured giant Onix, patting its massive rocky body. Onix, I'm counting on you. Now, no more chatter. Let us see your moves. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Chapter 32. Ash versus Sheba. As the flames surged toward them, Sheba and Onix remained composed. In a display of agility, Sheba evaded backward while Onix advanced forward. Truth be told, few expected Ash to prevail in this battle. Although he had made remarkable progress under Chinluo's guidance, qualifying as a formidable contender even among the elite ranks, and possessed a powerful Charizard. His opponent was Sheba, a master of the Elite Four. Chinluo understood the gravity of the situation. He needed to approach this match with utmost seriousness to avoid an unexpected defeat. Dodging the assault, Sheba swiftly commanded the Onix to launch a counterattack. Onix, use Sand Tomb. The colossal serpent struck the ground with tremendous force, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. However, this time, the dust did not disperse. Instead, it coalesced into a sandstorm, while the ground beneath Charizard transformed into quicksand, beginning to engulf it. After rigorous training, Ash had learned not to panic in such situations. Charizard, take to the skies. Escape the grasp of the sandstorm. In the face of a ground-type maneuver, ascending was indeed a prudent choice. With a mighty flap of its wings, Charizard broke free from the quicksand and soared into the heavens. A triumphant smile spread across Sheba's face at the sight of Charizard aloft. Onix, use Rock Slide. Onix swung its massive tail down upon the earth, dislodging countless stones, which it then flung towards Charizard. Despite Charizard's efforts to evade in midair, numerous rocks struck true, and the passive effect of Rock Slide caused Charizard to plummet from the sky. Fortunately, the ground had turned to quicksand, mitigating the impact, yet Charizard was thoroughly ensnared. Unable to ascend once more. Damn it, was this all part of your plan? Ash exclaimed angrily at Sheba, watching Charizard struggle. Indeed. This is merely a simple combination of Pokémon moves, nothing resembling advanced battle techniques. If you cannot handle such straightforward coordination, it seems you have a long journey ahead. Keep at it, young one. Sheba's demeanor was not one of anger, but rather encouragement, albeit tinged with a hint of mockery, a trait often found in straightforward individuals. Surprisingly, Ash detected genuine encouragement in Sheba's words, which calmed his ire. He furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy as he observed Charizard being battered by the relentless sandstorm. Sheba appeared to be gauging Ash's response, standing still with Onix, seemingly curious to see if the young trainer could devise a solution or was simply waiting for him to concede. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew Ash's hat off. As he watched it flutter away, an idea struck him like lightning. He quickly retrieved the hat and confidently placed it back atop his head. The spectators, including Sheba, watched with eager anticipation for Ash's next move. Charizard, use Heat Wave, Ash commanded, brimming with confidence. Charizard nodded in acknowledgement and exhaled a continuous stream of hot air from its nostrils, fervently flapping its wings to generate powerful currents of heat that dispersed the swirling yellow sand, using strong winds to dissipate the sandstorm. However, your Charizard remains trapped in the quicksand. What will you do now? Sheba posed the question that lingered in the minds of everyone present. Ash smiled slightly in response. Just watch. Charizard, aim at the quicksand and use Flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a fiery blast in the shape of a large character. The flame stretched forth, rapidly enlarging into a colossal figure before striking the quicksand, where it was soon consumed. Is that it? It seems your method is ineffective, Sheba remarked as he observed the engulfed Flamethrower. Not yet, Ash retorted. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from beneath the quicksand, creating a large crater, and Charizard broke free from its entrapment. Flamethrower, it's not just a large character, it can explode too, Ash declared triumphantly as he beheld Charizard's liberation. Well done, Ash. It's rare to see you think on your feet, Misty praised, hugging her Togepi. Brock nodded in agreement, noting Ash's significant progress and the potential for him to win this battle. Chung Luo felt a sense of satisfaction at Ash's ingenuity, having trained him extensively, well, for a day at least. After that, he found it easier to let Ash train as he saw fit. Nevertheless, it was not without merit. However, to claim that Ash could defeat Sheba seemed overly optimistic. Setting aside the vast gap between trainers, Charizard had already endured a Rock Slide, a move that was 4 times effective against it. Coupled with the continuous damage from Sand Tomb, Charizard's health was dwindling, while Onix remained unscathed. The disparity in strength was evident, with the type matchup further favoring Onix. Did Ash truly believe he could win? Of course. Cheng Luo had no intention of making any rash declarations about Ash's victory, as that would be an unwise gamble. He prided himself on his composure and rationality, thus refraining from making any bold claims. Misty, sensing Cheng Luo's skepticism, voiced her discontent. Luo, you don't seem to have much faith in Ash. Don't you think he can win? He managed to think his way out of that predicament. Seeing Misty defend Ash stirred a thought in Cheng Luo's mind, prompting him to wonder if her attachment to Ash was purely for companionship. Yet, he chose not to engage further, merely shaking his head. He acknowledged that Ash had a slim chance of victory, reiterating his opinion. Brock wore a contemplative expression, nodding in agreement with Cheng Luo's assessment. Naji shared Cheng Luo's thoughts from the outset, while only Misty seemed to oppose their views. What are you talking about? You sound so certain. You're just jealous that Ash found a way to turn the tide, Misty retorted with frustration. Cheng Luo could tolerate various comments, but being accused of jealousy was intolerable. After all, he did feel a twinge of envy towards Ash. Who wouldn't, given Ash's protagonist status? Jealous? Why would I be jealous of such a method? It took him far too long to find a solution. If it were me, I wouldn't have fallen for that. Cheng Luo shot back. Then why don't you give it a try? Misty quickly countered. Cheng Luo found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming in exasperation, fine. If Ash loses, I'll step in. Whether he wins or loses is still up in the air. Misty scoffed. Hey, do you dare to bet with me? Cheng Luo shouted, unable to contain his frustration. Misty flashed a victorious smile at Cheng Luo's outburst, casting him a dismissive glance as she declared, "Childish," before redirecting her focus back to the battlefield. In truth, while Cheng Luo's physical form was merely 10 years old, his mind was that of a man in his 20s or 30s. Being called childish by a girl of around the same age was simply intolerable. Nevertheless, he could not engage in a physical confrontation, especially not with the notoriously fiery Misty. After much contemplation, Cheng Luo resigned himself to the realization that he was powerless against her. Thus, the clash between Cheng Luo and Misty concluded with Cheng Luo's utter defeat. Returning to the battlefield, Ash commanded Charizard to ascend once more, evading the ground-type attacks from Onix. "Onix, use Rock Slide. Bring it down," Shiba shouted. Watching Charizard circle in the sky, ready to launch his assault, the Onix swung its massive tail, sending countless flying stones hurtling towards Charizard. Ash, having learned from his previous missteps, was not about to allow another hit on his Charizard. "Charizard, use Hurricane," Ash commanded immediately, prompting Charizard to respond with fervor. Its wings flapped vigorously, creating a fierce wall of wind that deflected the incoming rocks. Observing his attack thwarted, Shiba furrowed his brow. His Onix lacked a variety of long-range attacks, meaning it had few means to threaten the airborne Charizard. With Charizard now capable of using Hurricane to block his assaults, Shiba realized that if Charizard refrained from attacking, he would have no viable strategy to defeat it. As Shiba watched Charizard hover at a distance from his Onix, he ruminated on potential tactics. Though he felt powerless against Charizard, it did not mean that Charizard was without options against Onix. "Charizard, employ Fire Spin," Ash shouted, confident in his call. Truth be told, in a formal league match, Ash's actions would have constituted a rule violation, rendering Charizard unable to battle. However, this was not a conventional scenario. Charizard unleashed a colossal flame that spiraled around Onix, followed by Ash's directive, "Charizard, use Inferno." Truly, it was a testament to Cheng Luo's training. Even the execution of fire techniques was flawlessly mirrored. Watching the flames constrict around Onix, Cheng Luo shook his head, remarking, "This is futile. While this combo is formidable, it poses no threat to an Onix capable of using Dig." Contrary to Cheng Luo's expectations, Onix did not employ Dig to evade but instead braced itself against the flames, sustaining some damage despite the less-than-ideal outcome. Witnessing the successful hit of the Fire Spin followed by Inferno, Misty glanced at Cheng Luo and let out a triumphant hum. Although Misty's actions irked him, Cheng Luo's mind was elsewhere. The countermeasures he devised were likely already considered by the elite trainer Shiba. Something felt amiss. Perhaps Shiba deliberately allowed Onix to absorb this combo of attacks. Yet, a question lingered. Why would Shiba choose to take the damage? Cheng Luo sensed a deeper plot at play, but Ash remained oblivious, continuing to instruct Charizard to attack. "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Shiba, too, opted to let Onix endure the fiery assault. Cheng Luo's brow furrowed further, pondering what could compel Onix to willingly absorb the damage. As he observed Onix enduring the flames, a revelation struck him, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Could it be? The master truly lives up to his title. Focus on the match. Stop the commotion. Misty snapped at Cheng Luo, displeased by his praise of Shiba. However, Cheng Luo had no time to address her. He was exhilarated by his recent epiphany. If his instincts proved correct, Shiba's prowess was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, he needed to keep watching. After all, learning from defeat was crucial, and this time, Cheng Luo resolved to keep his insights to himself. After all, should he be wrong again, what would that mean for him? Back in the fray, Ash noted the effectiveness of his strategy and decided to persist, maintaining a barrage of ranged firepower, hoping to wear down Onix. A series of long-range attacks bombarded Onix, raising a cloud of dust. "Yes," Ash exclaimed, jubilantly pumping his fist. "Fantastic job, Ash." Brock cheered. Even Onix can't withstand so many powerful hits. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt towards Master Shiba, Brock was convinced Ash was on the verge of victory. Misty, glancing at Cheng Luo, called out to Ash, "Go, Ash. Show that naysayer your true strength." Win beautifully. As for Naji, she showed no interest in the battle between Ash and Shiba. Her sole focus remained on Cheng Luo. Among those present, aside from Shiba, only Cheng Luo noticed that the attacks were not striking Onix, but rather exploding in front of it, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. It required a keen eye to discern this detail. Once the dust settled, the unharmed Onix emerged, prompting exclamations of disbelief from the trio. "No way. How is this possible?" they exclaimed. "I refuse to believe it." "Charizard, use Flamethrower," Ash yelled, undeterred. Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive flame directly at Onix. This time, everyone witnessed clearly that the fire pillar was obstructed mere feet from Onix by an unseen force. "What is happening? What is this?" Ash exclaimed incredulously. Brock pondered for a while, unable to fathom what defensive skill Onix might possess to block attacks. It's Stealth Rock, Jinmu deduced after some thought. It seems Onix had been setting up stealth rocks around the area, using them as a shield. Indeed. Controlling the placement of stealth rocks is quite the challenge for Onix at its current level, which is precisely why I opted to let it absorb your attacks, Shiba explained, acknowledging Chunluo's insight. Although this was not the tactic Chunluo had expected, it proved to be an excellent choice for countering Charizard's assaults. This stalemate cannot continue. Brock interjected. Both Ash and Shiba recognized this dilemma. How about we call it a draw? Shiba proposed. Logically, having a master trainer request a stalemate would be a source of pride for Ash. But will you teach me the secret techniques of Pokémon? Ash pressed, eager to seize the opportunity, failing to realize that such a request bordered on unfair advantage. Shiba shook his head, exasperated. There are no secret techniques to teach. And you haven't defeated me yet. No way. We must settle this today, Ash declared, believing Shiba's reluctance stemmed from his own inability to conquer him. Since long-range attacks are ineffective, Charizard used Dragon Claw and Break through its defenses. Truthfully, Chunluo found Ash's obsession with defeating Shiba perplexing. Losing meant he would not learn the master's techniques, and winning would render those techniques meaningless. Had Shiba offered a draw, Ash could have accepted. But the intricacies of Ash's thought process eluded him. As Charizard charged towards Onix, Shiba smiled slightly. Ash, if you keep Charizard in the air, I might struggle to counter it, but if it descends, that will mark the beginning of your downfall. Onix, use Stone Edge. Onix's massive tail slammed into the ground, causing sharp rock spikes to erupt from the earth. Charizard, claws glinting with menace, maneuvered in low air to evade the protruding spikes, only to strike one of the hidden rocks with a claw, which shattered the concealed barrier in mere moments. Breaking through the rock wall, Charizard landed a blow directly on Onix, causing it considerable pain. Onix, use Iron Tail. With both Pokémon now in close quarters, employing powerful rock-type moves could easily result in self-inflicted harm, prompting Shiba to command Onix to counter with its own body. With the speed of Onix, landing a hit with Iron Tail on Charizard is quite a challenge. Charizard evade. Charizard ascended, narrowly dodging the sweeping Iron Tail of Onix. Charizard, ascend once more, Ash commanded, intending to replicate his previous strategy. He perceived that the invisible rock wall in front of Onix had been shattered, and even if it were to set it up again, it would require time. Upon hearing Ash's command, Charizard immediately took to the skies, but suddenly seemed to strike something, causing a dizzying sensation that sent it tumbling to the ground. Did you think that Onix endured so many of Charizard's attacks merely to set up an invisible wall? If you remain airborne, that's one thing, but once you come down, escaping this invisible rock formation will be a fruitless endeavor. Better stay grounded, Shiba explained, observing Charizard's descent. Onix, use Rock Slide. He then commanded Onix to attack, clearly not wishing to prolong the battle with Ash. Onix crashed heavily onto the ground, sending up a shower of boulders, which it then flung towards Charizard with a flick of its massive tail. Charizard, dodge. Ash shouted anxiously. Charizard was running low on stamina, and if it were to take another hit from Rock Slide, it could potentially lose its ability to fight. Charizard shook its head, still trying to comprehend what was happening, when it heard Ash urging it to evade, though unsure of what exactly to avoid. A sense of danger emanating from its back compelled it to roll to the side multiple times. Gazing at the large craters created by the falling rocks nearby, Charizard felt a pang of fear. Had any of those struck it, the consequences would have been dire. Charizard, since you can't fly, let's engage in close combat. Use Flame Charge. Ash was no longer the reckless trainer he once was. Faced with adversity, he sought solutions rather than panicking. Charizard sprung into action, flames erupting from its tail, enveloping its entire body before dashing towards Onix, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Onix, use Rock Tomb, Shiba swiftly commanded. Knowing that Onix's special defense was rather low, it could not afford to withstand many more attacks, and while Onix was larger and had more stamina than a typical Onix, if it were a regular one, Shiba would have had to resort to using Dig to evade attacks. Onix slammed its body down again, piling layers of rocks in Charizard's path as an obstacle. However, contrary to Shiba's expectations, the Rock Tomb failed to impede Charizard's flame charge even for a moment. Charizard, ablaze, effortlessly shattered the layers of rock and, in the blink of an eye, found itself mere meters from Onix. This shouldn't be possible. Flame Charge doesn't have such overwhelming power, Brock remarked, puzzled, as he was also a trainer of Onix and understood the mechanics of Rock Tomb. In comparison to Rock-type Pokémon's resistance to fire, the Rock Tomb should not have been so easily breached, even if Flame Charge was formidable. It must be Charizard's blaze ability, Chunluo interjected. It appears Charizard's stamina has dipped below 1/3. thus enhancing the power of its fire-type moves. Is that so? I wasn't aware of that. Brock responded, somewhat confused. Oh, who cares? As long as Ash wins, that's what matters. Let us just focus on the battle. Misty chimed in, dissatisfied, returning attention to the battlefield. Onix had taken a hit from Flame Charge, its health dwindling dangerously low. However, Charizard was not faring much better. Its already limited stamina had been further depleted by the backlash of Flame Charge, and the battle had reached its climax, with victory hanging in the balance. Ash, never one to sit idly by, favored proactive measures. Charizard, use Shadow Claw. Charizard's claws became enveloped in shadow as it charged at Onix. Swiping at the incoming rocks with relentless determination, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Just as Charizard was about to reach Onix, Shiba finally commanded it to use Dig, burrowing underground. Frankly, if Shiba had delayed any longer in issuing this command, Chinluo would have suspected that his Onix had never learned the move. As Onix vanished into the earth, Charizard, with its unstoppable momentum, had no choice but to halt, unable to ascend, and remained on high alert, observing the ground for any signs of movement. Yet, the hard-earned momentum began to wane. Charizard, you can't remain stationary. It's too easy to be ambushed. Move, Ash urged, seeking to maintain Charizard's momentum while also preventing Onix from launching a surprise attack. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly peculiar. With Onix concealed underground while Charizard darted around the arena, never lingering in one spot for more than 3 breaths. Suddenly, Charizard's foot fell into an empty space. It turned out Onix was not merely hiding underground, but had been digging traps. At that moment, Charizard unwittingly stepped into one of them. A perfect opportunity, Onix. Use Iron Tail for the final blow. Shiba commanded immediately upon seeing Charizard ensnared. As Shiba's words echoed, a massive stone tail glimmering with a metallic sheen erupted from behind Charizard, crashing down upon it and slamming it against the rocky wall. Charizard absorbed the attack and promptly lost its ability to fight, but danger was not yet averted. The impact caused a boulder from the mountaintop to tumble down directly toward the unconscious Charizard. Watch out, Ash cried out, rushing to shield Charizard with his own body. Danger. Ash, everyone exclaimed, but it was too late for rescue. Just as the boulder was about to crush Ash, Pikachu intervened, swiftly darting in front of Ash. Its tail enveloped in white light. With a magnificent twist, it exerted all its strength to deflect the boulder away, collapsing in exhaustion afterward. Master Shiba recalled Onix and approached Ash slowly, extending a hand to help him up. I lost, but next time I won tea. I will certainly have you teach me the secrets of Pokémon. Ash declared, having regained his footing and recalling Charizard, lifting Pikachu beside him, brimming with determination. Upon hearing Ash's words, Shiba paused, then earnestly replied, I thought you had already grasped it. If there truly exists a grand secret in this world, it is the bond of understanding between trainers and their Pokémon. From your reckless act of saving Charizard and Pikachu's desperate attempt to save you, Ash, you have already met this criterion. I have high hopes for you. To be honest, I am eagerly anticipating our next battle. Chapter 34, Nashi captured. The origin of Mewtwo unbeknownst to them. Several days had passed. With just over a week remaining until the court's conference, Chinluo bid farewell to Ash and the others, setting off with Nashi towards the Indigo Plateau as the plot concerning Mewtwo was about to unfold, and he had no intention of getting involved, naturally preferring to avoid any entanglements. However, sometimes, certain matters cannot be evaded simply by wishing to. On that day, Chinluo, hand in hand with Naz, strolled along the main road, indulging in flirtatious banter and occasionally teasing Naz with playful gestures. Fortunately, the road was nearly deserted. Otherwise, it would have been inevitable for someone to intervene and reprimand Chinluo for his antics. Alas, the absence of onlookers was a source of frustration. However, as fate would have it, Chinluo's delightful escapade was not destined to last. The day was bright and clear, and the two continued their usual journey, exchanging playful flirtations, when suddenly a shadow loomed over the once pristine sky, shrouding it in an ominous haze. A figure, radiating an extraordinary luminescence and exuding an aura of foreboding, descended from the distant horizon, accompanied by dark clouds that threatened to engulf the city. Mewtwo, what brings you here? Chinluo gazed in bewilderment at the approaching Mewtwo from afar, expressing his confusion. In response to Chinluo's inquiry, Mewtwo remained silent, extending a hand towards Nasi. Instantly, an enigmatic purple luminescence enveloped Nasi, drawing her closer to itself. Caught off guard, Nasi was unable to react in time. By the moment she sought to resist with her psychic abilities, she was already under Mewtwo's control. Any attempt to deploy her powers was utterly futile, leaving her helplessly drawn towards Mewtwo. Witnessing Nasi's capture, Chinluo could no longer remain seated. Summon your 3 primary Pokémon. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower, ensuring not to harm Nia. Zoroark engage in close combat with her across. Upon witnessing the audacity of an individual attempting to abduct their beloved mistress, how could the three Pokémon possibly endure such an affront? Without hesitation, following Chun Luo's instructions, Charizard soared into the sky, deftly adjusting its position to find an optimal vantage point. With its mouth agape, a torrent of crimson flames erupted forth, hurtling toward Mewtwo. Meanwhile, Zoroark and Heracross transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly encircling Mewtwo in a pincer movement. Undeterred by the oncoming inferno, Mewtwo did not so much as blink. It simply raised a hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that firmly repelled the fiery onslaught, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. A splendid opportunity. Chun Luoxin mused that Heracross and Zoroark, encircling the Mewtwo, had certainly realized this situation. In an instant, they vanished from sight and reappeared beside the Mewtwo. Heracross, with hands enveloped in radiant white light, unleashed a meteor fist aimed directly at Mewtwo, while Zoroark seized the opportunity to execute a critical dark attack. Just as their assaults were about to land upon the ensnared Mewtwo, an extraordinary luminescence emanated from its eyes, conjuring a violet energy shield before it. The attacks collided with this protective barrier. Undeterred, both assailants relentlessly struck the shield, landing dozens of blows within mere moments, generating sparks that illuminated the air. Yet, they inflicted no tangible harm upon Mewtwo. However, Mewtwo appeared to grow impatient. With a flick of its hand, it dispatched a psychic blade that sliced through the fiery onslaught, cleaving the flames of the fire dragon in twain, and sped towards the dragon, which continued to unleash its fiery breath. The fire dragon, perceiving the swift approach of the psychic blade, intensified its fiery column in an attempt to obstruct it. Alas, this effort proved futile, as the augmented flames were effortlessly severed by the blade, which maintained its velocity undiminished. At this juncture, the fire dragon found itself in a precarious predicament. The psychic blade, even while hindered by its flames, advanced with alarming speed. Should it cease its fiery barrage, it would surely be struck. Thus, it was left with no choice but to continue belching flames while retreating hastily, a maneuver that inadvertently distanced the psychic blade from itself. If this continued, it might eventually create sufficient space to escape. Yet, as is often the case, aspirations may be grand, yet reality can be stark. Mewtwo would not allow such an outcome to unfold. The twin eyes once again sparkled with intensity, and in an instant, the speed of the blade surged dramatically, striking the Charizard with a force that sent it crashing down to the ground, incapacitated. Upon witnessing their elder brother Charizard being vanquished in a single blow, Zoroark and Heracross were consumed by a profound rage, intensifying both the power and frequency of their attacks. Yet, they still could not breach the protective barrier of Mewtwo. With Mewtwo now free to act, how could it tolerate any other Pokémon behaving audaciously in its presence? A hand was directed towards Heracross, and in the throes of its fervent assault, the creature suddenly felt as though a vice had gripped its throat, causing it to struggle and retreat. In that instant, Mewtwo unleashed another energy ball, swiftly annihilating it. At this juncture, only Zoroark remained among the three Pokémon dispatched by Chun Luo, relentlessly attacking in an attempt to shatter the accursed barrier. Mewtwo gradually raised its hand towards Zoroark. However, the anticipated scene of Zoroark being sent flying did not materialize. Its psychic powers appeared ineffective against this particular Pokémon. How intriguing. At long last, Mewtwo uttered its first words. With a mere thought, a peculiar Pokeball materialized out of thin air, which it hurled towards Zoroark. Beware. Upon recognizing what it was, Chun Luo promptly alerted Zoroark. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Pokeball had already made contact with Zoroark. A beam of crimson light emerged, enveloping it and drawing it into the confines of the Pokeball. All while Zoroark wore a bewildered expression. How infuriating! Chun Luo shouted in anger, then lowered his head, intending to summon his Pokémon once more. However, this action was detected by Mewtwo, who pointed a slender finger at Chun Luo, instantly rendering him immobile under the grip of psychic power. Following this, with a mere wave of his hand, Mewtwo compelled Chun Luo to glide towards him. Mewtwo gazed at the man and woman before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he addressed Chun Luo, "You possess strength, yet it is insufficient. If you seek vengeance, come to New Island and find me." After casting Chun Luo aside with great force, he, unlike the extraordinarily resilient Xiaoji, found himself temporarily incapacitated from the impact. Meanwhile, Naz, still under the control of Mewtwo, gazed anxiously at the fallen Chun Luo, helpless to intervene, merely watching as her beloved struggled to rise from the ground. Having completed this act, Mewtwo did not cast a glance at Chun Luo, instead ascending into the sky with Naz vanishing into the horizon. Chun Luo was consumed by resentment. resentful of Mewtwo and of his own inadequacy, feeling powerless to protect his beloved. This intense hatred surged through his veins, and suddenly, the long-standing bottleneck of gym leader-level strength dissipated. This unexpected breakthrough, however, brought a calmness to the enraged Chinluo as memories of Mewtwo's narrative flooded his mind. A team of explorers dispatched by Team Rocket had unearthed murals of Mew in Guyana and caught sight of its silhouette. Indeed, among them was the figure of Musashi's mother. They discovered a fossil of Mew's eyelash and transported it back to the laboratory on New Island, intending to utilize this relic to create the strongest Pokémon. After relentless experimentation, Dr. Fuji successfully produced Mewtwo. The young Mewtwo, encased in a chamber filled with nurturing fluid, pondered in the darkness. Where is this place? Who am I? Who brought me here? Researchers outside are perplexed as to why it has not yet awakened. Despite being created alongside other replicas, it hears their discussions about it, yet fails to comprehend their words. Suddenly, it perceives the sweet voice of a young girl, who informs it that she is speaking in the language of humans. Shortly thereafter, the girl materializes before it, prompting an inquiry into her identity. She reveals that she is, indeed, human. Intrigued, it asks the girl whether it too is human, to which she replies that it may be human, but could also be her Pokémon. The girl's response plunges it into further confusion, as it grapples with the uncertainty of whether it is human or Pokémon. The girl reassures it, affirming that it matters not which it is, for it exists in the same realm as her and the Pokémon here, all being manifestations of the original prototype. While she is a replica known as Little Love 2. Outside, Dr. Fuji and his researchers detected the communication between Mewtwo and AI number 2. Dr. Fuji endeavored to create the strongest Pokémon to explore the secrets of its resilient vitality, with the aim of granting AI number 2 true life. AI No. 2 showcased the images of her homeland from her memories to Mewtwo, Charmeleon 2, Squirtle 2, and Bulbasaur 2, introducing them to the sun, wind, moon, and stars. However, at that moment, Charmeleon 2 began to fade away. Subsequently, Squirtle 2, Bulbasaur 2, and AI number 2 also started to disappear. Mewtwo inquired about the reason, and AI No. 2 bid farewell. Their brief interaction had evoked emotions within Mewtwo, and tears welled in its eyes, though it was unsure of their significance. AI No. 2 explained that these were tears and expressed her gratitude, urging it to continue living before vanishing. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Mewtwo unleashed tremendous energy, prompting Dr. Fuji to administer a sedative, which restored its brainwaves to normal, plunging it back into a slumber where it forgot about the deceased AI No. 2 and the cloned Pokémon. Years later, Mewtwo continued to ponder existential questions. Where am I? Who am I? Who brought me here? It often dreamt of things absent from its memory, frequently glimpsing the ethereal figures and struggling to forget the place where beings soared. Eventually, its yearning for the outside world reached a breaking point, leading it to destroy the apparatus confining it. From Dr. Fuji, it learned its name and origins. Infuriated by the truth, it wreaked havoc in the laboratory. Upon witnessing its formidable power, it became convinced that it was the strongest Pokémon in existence. At that moment, Sakaki arrived by helicopter, enticing Mewtwo to collaborate with him to seize control of the world, suggesting it harness its power to prevent its own destruction of the planet. Mewtwo acquiesced to Sakaki's proposal and accompanied him to Evergreen City. Sakaki equipped it with armor and compelled it to engage in constant battles. During this time, Mewtwo not only vanquished numerous trainers challenging the Evergreen Gym, but also assisted Team Rocket in capturing numerous wild Pokémon. However, these actions did not unravel the enigmas within its heart. One day, after defeating the trainer Shigeru, Mewtwo found itself once more in the Team Rocket base, questioning its purpose. Sakaki informed it that as a Pokémon created by humans, it should exist for their benefit, otherwise, it held no value. After hearing this, Mewtwo furiously broke free from its restraints, demolished the Team Rocket base, and fled back to New Island, vowing revenge on the humans who had created it. Chapter 35, Mewtwo's Trials, Part 1. Following the original plot, it subsequently regarded New Island as its stronghold, manipulating Joy into serving as its caretaker and sending invitations to promising trainers, including Ash, to attend a banquet at the Pokémon City on New Island, hosted by itself. The strongest Pokémon trainer. To assess the invited trainer's capabilities, it unleashed a storm using its psychic powers across New Island and the surrounding seas and cities. Upon Ash and his companions' arrival at Pokémon City, it manifested before all the trainers who passed the tests, asserting its identity as the strongest Pokémon trainer and Pokémon. When Kai questioned it, Mewtwo telepathically countered and used its psychic powers to fling him into a pool. In a fit of rage, Kai commanded his Gyarados to unleash Hyper Beam, but Mewtwo rebounded the attack, sending Gyarados crashing into the pool. Afterward, Mewtwo deemed Joy no longer useful and lifted its control over her. Ash and his companions condemned its cruel actions, to which it responded that it had once chosen to cooperate with humans but was now deeply disappointed by their behavior. It believed humans to be far worse than Pokémon. If they continued to dominate the planet, it would lead to utter destruction, with remaining Pokémon merely subservient to humanity. At that moment, Ash's Pikachu retorted, asserting that it genuinely cared for Ash and chose to follow him. Yet, Mewtwo dismissed this perspective, claiming that Pikachu's association with Ash was inherently flawed, and it once again unleashed its psychic powers, sending Pikachu flying. Though Ash managed to shield him just in time, Ash, incensed, confronted Mewtwo, which opined that weaker Pokémon were increasingly reliant on humans. Unable to contain himself, Kei attempted to capture Mewtwo, sending out his Rhydon to attack. However, Rhydon never touched Mewtwo, as it repelled the attack effortlessly. Mewtwo proclaimed that its innate abilities surpassed all Pokémon on this planet and transported everyone to an arena. Unwilling to back down, Ash accepted its challenge, prompting Mewtwo to awaken its clones of Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur for battle. In response, Ash, Misty, and Kei each sent out their respective Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur to face Mewtwo. However, Ash's Charizard, upon seeing Mewtwo, unleashed Flamethrower, which Mewtwo countered using the water from the pool, chastising Charizard for its lack of decorum. In subsequent battles, all original Pokémon fell to their clones, allowing Mewtwo to capture them with its Master Balls. Misty reprimanded Mewtwo for its thievery, while Ash deemed its actions a violation of the rules. Mewtwo retorted that it merely sought to create stronger clones and capture Ash's Pokémon, forcing Ash and his companions to flee as Kei, Misty, and Kei's Pokémon were successively captured. In a moment of desperation, Ash recalled his Squirtle and Bulbasaur into their Pokeballs, but to his shock, Mewtwo's Master Balls captured them alongside their Pokeballs. Ultimately, all of Ash's Pokémon were replicated, and while trying to rescue Pikachu, Ash inadvertently entered the chamber where the cloning process occurred. Having achieved its goal, Mewtwo contemplated releasing everyone but could not guarantee their safe passage through the storm. Just then, Ash led the original Pokémon, previously captured by Mewtwo, back to confront it. Furious at Ash for releasing these Pokémon, Mewtwo retaliated against Ash's attempts to strike, effortlessly blocking them, revealing the terrifying prowess of Ash as a true Pokémon master. Even Mewtwo hesitated to endure his strikes. It attempted to hurl Ash away with its psychic powers, but Mew appeared just in time, using Barrier to protect Ash and expressing a desire to play. Mewtwo, noticing Mew, experienced a flash of fragmented memories, and in its confusion, it initiated the attack, believing that its strongest self was the true form. In a bid to decisively confront Mew, Mewtwo relentlessly attacked. Initially, Mew evaded, but after being struck by Mewtwo's Shadow Ball, it finally retaliated. This battle escalated into a war between all original and cloned Pokémon. Unable to bear witness to the carnage, Ash and his friends recognized that only by halting the conflict between Mewtwo and Mew could they end the war. Thus, Ash bravely stepped between them, absorbing their attacks, demonstrating the true essence of a hero, daring to withstand the onslaught of two legendary beings. Although he succeeded in halting their confrontation, Ash was transformed into a stone statue. Nonetheless, his selfless act moved all the Pokémon present, both original and clones, who shed tears for him. These tears coalesced into a mysterious power that enveloped Ash, awakening him from his stone slumber. After Ash was awakened by the tears of the Pokémon, Mewtwo comprehended the essence of life and believed that the existence of cloned Pokémon should remain unknown to humanity. In the end, Mewtwo and Mew took all the cloned Pokémon and soared into the distance, seeking a place that belonged to them, erasing the memories of Ash and the others. The narrative of the Pokémon from a previous life replayed in his mind. Judging by Mewtwo's treatment of Nurse Joy, it seemed that Naza was not in any life-threatening danger. However, nothing was absolute. His presence had altered the storyline, and thus, this journey to New Island became imperative. Time passed, and Shenluo finally regained control of his body, slowly sitting up. After resting for a moment, he mustered the strength to recall his Pokémon. Stumbling, he made his way to the nearest Pokémon Center, where he handed over his severely injured Charizard and Heracross to Nurse Joy, feeling a wave of relief before losing consciousness. It is said that when someone longs for you deeply, they will visit you in your dreams. Shenluo was uncertain if Naza dreamt of him, but she indeed appeared in his dream. In the dream, Naza remained as beautiful as ever, smiling gently at him, a few strands of hair dancing in the wind. Shenluo could not help but reach out, yearning to caress that familiar face. Unfortunately, what he touched was not her soft skin, but a fleeting sensation. Soon after, Naza transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing before Chinluo's eyes. In a state of panic, he looked around and spotted her figure reappearing not far away. He attempted to rush towards her, only to find a mysterious force restraining his body. No matter how he struggled, he could not draw closer. It dawned on Chinluo that he was trapped within a dream. Though unable to touch her, merely gazing at her could alleviate a fraction of his yearning. Yet, inexplicably, his dream seemed to defy his desires. Just as he resolved to quietly observe Naza, she suddenly lifted her delicate hand and waved goodbye, retreating into the ether. No. Don't leave me, Chinluo cried out, unable to accept the reality of this dream. He began to struggle vehemently, desperate to reach her. But as is often the case in dreams, the more one wishes to accomplish something, the more elusive it becomes. Chinluo could only watch helplessly as Naza drifted further away, finally becoming a mere dot before vanishing completely. No, he shouted, finally regaining control of his body. He sat up abruptly, realizing it had all been a dream. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, his back was drenched in sweat. Wiping the cold perspiration from his forehead, he began to survey his surroundings. Everything was white, the blankets, the sheets, the curtains, the cabinets, and the walls. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face without being harsh, instead imparting a sense of comfort. On the cabinet sat 2 Pokeballs. Chinluo hastily checked his own Pokeball at his waist. Aside from the empty one belonging to Zoroark, all others remained intact. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Chinluo turned instinctively. A beautiful nurse clad in white approached, holding a metal tray laden with medicine. Upon seeing him sit up, she exclaimed, "You're awake. That is wonderful. I'm Nurse Jonah from this hospital. You've been asleep for a whole day. I was starting to worry." Chinluo had no time to indulge her chatter. He grabbed the Pokeball from the cabinet, donned his jacket, leapt from the bed, and dashed out of the hospital, departing hastily. "Hey, where are you going?" Jonah shouted after him. Suddenly recalling something, she chased after him, calling out, "You haven't paid yet," as she pursued him out of the hospital. Chinluo's figure had already disappeared from sight. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and muttered, "That little rascal. I hope I don't see you again, or else you'll regret it." Then, with a sigh of resignation, she added, "Great, now I'll have to foot the bill myself. Why does this always happen to me?" With that, she turned back, realizing she still had other patients to attend to, hoping to avoid further complaints, which could lead to more than just a deduction in her salary. Meanwhile, having exited the hospital, Chinluo suddenly felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach. A wave of hunger surged within him. Reluctantly, he decided to find a place to satisfy his hunger before heading toward New Island. To reach New Island, he needed to first arrive at Old Coast Harbor and then take a boat from there. As he approached the harbor, the sky grew increasingly dark. Chinluo understood that Mewtwo's trial had commenced. Many Pokémon trainers were likely receiving Mewtwo's invitation and hurrying to Old Coast Harbor, including Ash and his companions. Finally arriving at the harbor, he beheld the turbulent sea, where strong winds swirled dark clouds, and small tornadoes formed towards New Island. Frowning, he realized he needed to check if any boats were still departing for New Island. Upon reaching the waiting area at Old Coast Harbor, he found a number of trainers gathered, all eager to set sail for New Island. Chinluo approached the harbor supervisor, Bujia. In the Pokémon world, beautiful women were commonplace, and Bujia was no exception. With her pink hair and a sharp professional outfit, she exuded the energy of a strong woman. Chinluo expressed his desire to travel to New Island by boat, but Bujia merely shook her head and replied, "Boats usually need to consult the seagulls before setting sail. However, that's unnecessary today. I can tell from the sky that today is certainly not a day for sailing. Therefore, I cannot accommodate your request." Hearing Bujia's words, the last flicker of hope within Chinluo extinguished. It appeared that reaching New Island would depend solely on his own strength. However, the storm at sea was intensifying. Among his Pokémon, he could rule out Metagross and Magneton due to their slow flying speed, and Heracross could not serve as a mount. Thus, he was left with only Charizard and Zapdos. Chinluo faced 2 choices. One was to conserve Zapdos' energy and take Charizard across, using Zapdos as his trump card against Mewtwo. Even if he had surpassed the gym leader level, his other Pokémon posed little threat to Mewtwo, only Zapdos, being a legendary creature, might stand a chance. However, given Charizard's flying capabilities, crossing the strait still seemed perilous, even with its rain dish ability. The second choice was to have Zapdos carry him to safety, which would undoubtedly ensure a secure arrival at New Island, but it would also expend some of Zapdos' stamina. Against a foe like Mewtwo, if Zapdos was not at peak condition, it would stand no chance. After careful contemplation, Chinluo resolved to have Zapdos carry him. Safety was paramount. If he perished en route, he would lose everything. He could wait on the island for others to arrive and then confront Mewtwo together. With his decision made, Jinmu promptly headed to the dock. Due to the storm, the area was deserted. Without hesitation, he summoned Zapdos, leaped onto its back, and signaled for it to fly toward New Island. After such a prolonged companionship, the Zapdos had come to acknowledge Jinmu, and naturally, it would not defy his commands. Glancing at the tumultuous sky, it let out a long cry, spread its wings, and transformed into a streak of lightning, charging into the howling winds. At this moment, within a towering structure on New Island, several large monitors displayed the scene of Jinmu riding the Zapdos into the storm. The yellow lightning flickered through the tempest, narrowly dodging the formidable thunderclaps, yet ultimately found itself ensnared within a tornado. The purple figure seated upon the throne before the screens observed with keen interest as they plunged into the cyclone. With a casual gesture, an unusual purple glow emanated from the figure, causing the tornado to double in intensity. Enclosed within the cyclone, the Zapdos and Jinmu sensed the sudden escalation of the storm and were momentarily bewildered. Previously, escaping the heart of the storm was a task well within the Zapdos' capabilities. Now, it had to exert every ounce of strength to maintain its position. This is bad. It must be Mewtwo who has discovered us. We need to escape the storm center quickly, or we might be in peril. Jinmu anxiously patted the Zapdos' back. However, he completely misjudged Mewtwo's intentions. It was not targeting him. Rather, it was the Pokémon trainers gathered at the Old Coast dock who were beginning their journey across the sea, merely filtering out those lacking in strength. Unfortunately for Jinmu, he had inadvertently ventured into the tornado. With a resounding cry, the Zapdos surged with electric energy, its speed dramatically increasing as it deftly avoided debris swept up by the tornado, finally breaking free from the storm's core and heading towards New Island. Mewtwo, observing Jinmu and the Zapdos escape from the tornado, nodded approvingly, extending a hand to gently catch the exhausted, unconscious Jinmu and Zapdos, ensuring their safe descent onto the island before turning its attention to other trainers aspiring to land. Among those trainers, some succumbed to the storm, yet most bravely embarked on their oceanic quest. Some rode water-type Pokémon like Gyarados, while others soared on flying-type Pokémon like Pidgeot. Each displayed their unique talents in crossing the sea. In a nondescript corner, a figure clad in black furiously struck the ground, seemingly enraged by their inability to traverse the vast expanse of ocean. Meanwhile, another individual summoned a Sharpedo, leaping onto its back as they swiftly swam towards New Island. In this grand operation to reach the island, aside from the trio of Seaman, Skyman, Little Sweet, and Ash, as well as the Rocket team, another individual stealthily landed on New Island, the one who had ridden the Sharpedo. Mewtwo observed all of this through the monitors, and with a wave of its hand, Miss Joy, donned in a black maid outfit, promptly convened to welcome the distant guests. She nodded to Naz, who, also clad in a black maid outfit, shimmered with a purple light before vanishing from the room using her psychic abilities. Turning its gaze to Jinmu, who had already awakened on the island with the Zapdos, he took a moment to recover from the exhilarating experience of the tornado. Although he did not know how he had arrived on the island, he was simply relieved to be safe. After administering a brief treatment to his Zapdos, Jinmu resolved to head towards the island's sole structure, the Pokémon cloning center where Mewtwo resided. Before he could set forth, the figure he had longed for suddenly appeared before him. Though her attire was different from usual, Jinmu paid little heed to such details. He rushed forward without hesitation, embracing the motionless Naz, savoring the tangible sensation and inhaling her familiar fragrance, feeling as if he were in a dream. Naz, I'm so relieved you're all right. I'm sorry for coming to find you. Let South leave this place. He spoke, tears welling in his eyes. However, contrary to Jinmu's expectations, the response he received was not Naz's heartfelt affection, but rather a pink glow enveloping him, forcefully casting him aside. Staring incredulously at the Naz before him, he finally recognized something was amiss. Besides her altered appearance, her eyes lacked the warmth they once held for him. She was cold and unfeeling, as if the merciless Naz had returned. I thought my master instructed me to deal with someone else. It turns out it's just you, the defeated one. Naz's icy voice echoed in Jinmu's ears, though her lips remained still. Has the Naz obsessed with psychic powers resurfaced? Jinmu pondered inwardly. This is my true self, Naz declared, unleashing her long-lost telepathy. Then proclaimed loudly, No, you are not. Return my Naz to me. Jinmu shouted at the Naz before him. Seeing Jinmu in such a frenzied state, Naz let out a chilling laugh. Are you referring to that weak persona? After saying this, she patted her abdomen and continued. Guess what? She may still be here. Ha. Following this, she erupted into laughter. Once her laughter subsided, she remained the same frigid Naz, devoid of any trace of the true Naz. No, it must be Mewtwo. It has taken control of you. I must confront it. Luo could not accept the reality that the Naz who loved him was gone and instinctively began to rush towards the Pokémon cloning center. However, in his frantic dash, Luo suddenly felt his feet give way, his body being propelled into the air against his will, only to be violently thrown back down to the ground. Had he released his Caterpie during this chaotic run, it would have surely suffered. Struggling to rise, he finally comprehended that he could not seek out Mewtwo without first dealing with Naz. I'm sorry, Naz. To restore you to normal, I must take action. Go. Charizard and Metagross. Knowing that Naz only possessed a single Alakazam, Luo aimed for a swift resolution, deploying his two Pokémon, his ace, the gym-level Charizard, and another gym-level Metagross to counter Naz and Alakazam's psychic powers. However, Naz, surrounded by the two Pokémon, appeared unfazed. Since you wish to engage in battle, I shall oblige, but do not forget, those who lose to me shall be transformed into dolls. With her eyes gleaming, a standard Pokeball and a Master Ball materialized, releasing two fox-like Pokémon that faced off against Charizard and Metagross. Zoroark? What are you doing here? Luo exclaimed, as Charizard and Metagross greeted their ally with friendly cries. Unfortunately, the response was not one of camaraderie, but rather dark pulses and psychic blades. Charizard soared into the air to evade the psychic blades, while the bulky Metagross could only counteract the dark pulses with its own psychic force. It seemed Zoroark too had fallen under control. Charizard, Metagross, we must defeat them first. Luo urged his Pokémon. Metagross, hold Alakazam for a moment. Charizard, focus all your strength to take down Zoroark. He promptly issued commands, knowing that while Metagross might not match Alakazam in strength, its exceptional stats could still manage for a while. As long as Charizard could swiftly defeat Zoroark, the odds would be in their favor 2-1. They could not possibly lose. If Charizard were to face off against Alakazam, with Metagross battling Zoroark, neither side would hold a distinct advantage. In fact, Metagross would be at a disadvantage. Given that Metagross is at a loss against all opponents, why not position oneself to have an advantage? Upon hearing Luo's command, Charizard and Metagross exchanged glances and then charged toward their respective adversaries. Chapter 37, Mewtwo's Trial, End. The four Pokémon swiftly became entangled in battle. To Luo's surprise, Metagross, while engaged with Alakazam, not only held its ground but seemed to exert a slight upper hand. It dawned on Luo that Metagross, being a steel and psychic type, possessed a quadruple resistance against psychic-type moves, although it did not match the immunity of dark-type Pokémon. Unexpectedly, his strategy of using a lower-tier Pokémon against Naz's higher-tier Pokémon proved effective, as if fate had conspired in his favor, an unseen force watching over him. Since Alakazam's ultimate moves posed minimal threat to Metagross, Luo instructed Metagross to use its psychic abilities to keep Alakazam occupied. Although he did not expect to defeat Alakazam, he was aware that the battle was no longer solely between Alakazam and Metagross. He knew this, and Naz did as well. Thus, they allowed the two to battle freely while directing Charizard and Zoroark in their fight. Charizard, use Flame Vortex. Luo knew that Zoroark was not inferior in speed to Charizard, so it was imperative to trap it first with Flame Vortex. However, Naz, well acquainted with Luo's combat style, would not allow him to succeed so easily. She had grown weary of his repetitive tactics. You little rascal, how tiresome. Zoroark, use agility. Don't let the flames surround you. Zoroark transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading the encirclement of the Flame Vortex with ease. Charizard, use Smokescreen. If one tactic failed, another must be employed. Upon hearing Luo's command, Charizard exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping the area in mere moments. As for why Zoroark was not included in the smokescreen, it was because this was not a formal Pokémon duel with any spatial constraints, rendering the smokescreen ineffective against Zoroark. Naz attempted to have Zoroark launch a few aura spheres into the smoke, but they fell silent, producing nothing more than faint sounds. Both Zoroark and Naz remained fixated on the billowing smoke when suddenly a tremendous explosion erupted from the clash between Alakazam and Metagross. The unexpected noise caused Naz to glance back, realizing it was an explosion resulting from their long-range attacks colliding. What an opportunity! Charizard, use Nightshade. Seizing the moment of Naz's distraction, Luo commanded Charizard without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than a sinister visage materialized above the smoke, its eyes radiating an eerie light that struck Zoroark, inducing a moment of fear and significantly reducing its speed. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard burst forth from the smoke, generating a strong gust that dispelled the thick cloud. It unleashed a torrent of flames that elongated into a massive fiery character, a formidable fire-type move known as Inferno. Due to Zoroark's momentary fright and subsequent deceleration, it could not evade the devastating attack, taking the brunt of the explosion and being sent hurtling backward. Taking advantage of the situation, even against a former companion, Charizard showed no mercy. As Zoroark was still airborne and yet to land, Charizard unleashed another stream of fire, forming a vast vortex to ensnare it. Jinmu sensed victory was imminent. While other Pokémon might have been able to teleport out of the fire vortex with Naz's psychic abilities, Zoroark, being a dark type, was immune to such powers. Unless, as in Jinmu's previous challenge against Mewtwo, Alakazam could use Miracle Eye on Zoroark, which was unrealistic given that Alakazam was firmly occupied with Metagross. Even without Metagross, Alakazam would not have the visibility required to lock onto Zoroark within the vortex. What followed was a classic execution of the fire vortex technique, the flames gradually constricting. Though witnessing his Pokémon engage in such fierce combat tugged at his heartstrings, Jinmu was resolute to reclaim his beloved Naz, disregarding his qualms. Accelerate the contraction, he commanded ruthlessly. Charizard glanced back at him, sighed, and clenched its claws toward the flames, causing the fiery vortex to shrink and ultimately dissipate, leaving Zoroark incapacitated on the ground. Jinmu hastily withdrew Zoroark into its Pokeball and gestured to Charizard, who promptly understood and joined Metagross in combat against Alakazam. As for Jinmu, he immediately released Zoroark and retrieved a healing berry to tend to its wounds. After all, it was his Pokémon, and its injuries filled him with guilt. The thought of losing Zoroark would haunt him for life. Once Zoroark was deemed stable, the 2-on-1 battle reached its climax. The synergy between Metagross and Charizard proved overwhelming, even as Naz employed her psychic abilities to assist Alakazam, which was steadily pushed back. Ultimately, after narrowly dodging Charizard's Flamethrower with Teleport, Alakazam fell prey to Metagross's barrage of bullet punches, stumbling unsteadily before being struck by Charizard's follow-up flames. Collapsing to the ground after a brief struggle, having fought valiantly, Jinmu cast a glance towards Naz, who stood a short distance away, and began to stride toward the Pokémon Center. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Naz materialized before him, arms outstretched in a barrier. "You cannot pass," she declared coldly. Jinmu furrowed his brow, irritation evident in his voice. "I've won. Why can't I go past? Don't think I want to take action against you. My affections do not lie with you." To his surprise, Naz responded with a smile rather than anger, brushing her fingers across her face and confidently retorting, "Go ahead. Feel free. Just remember, I am Naz. If you wish to harm me, do as you please. If you're willing, ha ha ha." Jinmu felt an overwhelming urge to have his Pokémon teach her a lesson, yet she was right. Whether this Naz or the one he loved, both were merely facets of the same personality. He truly could not bring himself to harm her. Thus, they stood in a standoff. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the Pokémon Center, drawing both Jinmu and Naz's gazes. The force of the shockwave caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. "What is happening?" Jinmu questioned, perplexed. In his memory, there was no record of such a colossal explosion. Though there had been a minor explosion before, it could not compare to this one's magnitude. Something significant must have transpired that he was unaware of. "This is bad. The master is in danger." Naz seemed to sense something amiss, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her intent to stop Jinmu and used her psychic powers to propel herself towards the source of the disturbance. Seeing Naz no longer restrain him, Jinmu swiftly mounted Charizard, signaling it to follow her. Thus, they made their way to the Pokémon Center, and upon entering, Jinmu was greeted by the sight of two spheres of energy, one pink and one purple, clashing against 4 Pokémon amidst a chaotic battlefield littered with injured Pokémon. Whether it is the original Pokémon or its clone, they are no longer in a state of conflict. Instead, they are supporting and caring for one another. Ash and his companions are also heavily injured. What happened? Jinmu rushed over to inquire about Ash and the others, while Nasi, without hesitation, charged towards the battlefield. After listening to Ash's description, Jinmu finally comprehended the situation. Everything had initially progressed according to the plot. The battle between Mewtwo and Mew had incited a conflict between the original and the clones, leading to escalating animosity between the two sides, as if they were bound in a cycle of vengeance. Initially, both parties seemed evenly matched. However, one might question how Mewtwo, with its legendary status, could be at an equal footing with Mew, who possesses a lesser divine power. This discrepancy can be attributed to Mewtwo's relatively short existence. Although it possesses the potential of a top-tier deity based on its stats, it is akin to a young lion, while Mew, being one of the oldest Pokémon, resembles a seasoned wolf. No matter how formidable the young lion may be, its lack of combat experience means that achieving parity with the battle-hardened wolf is already commendable. Victory should not be expected. As for why Mewtwo did not allow Chenluo's Zoroark to assist in battling Mew after capturing it, it speaks to Mewtwo's pride at its level. A lion would not permit interference in its struggles. Ultimately, it was Ash who stepped forward to shield them from the attacks, turning into a statue, only to be revived later by the tears of other Pokémon. Mewtwo recognized its error and resolved to depart with Mew and the cloned Pokémon. However, just as everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, a massive bomb suddenly descended from the sky. Mewtwo and Mew selflessly took on the brunt of the explosion to protect the Pokémon present, resulting in a significant reduction of their powers. Then, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared, releasing 4 Pokémon to engage Mewtwo and Mew in battle. At this point, Chenluo and his companion arrived. Upon looking up, Chenluo saw that the 4 Pokémon battling Mewtwo and Mew were 2 Kingler and 2 Sharpedo, all possessing gym leader-level strength. Chenluo furrowed his brow. This combination of Pokémon reminded him of a certain individual. Just as he was lost in thought, Nasi was struck down and unable to continue fighting, leaving her unable to contend with their opponents. Witnessing Nasi's defeat ignited Chenluo's fury. After all, this body belonged to someone he held dear, and he could not bear to see it harmed. Without hesitation, Chenluo unleashed his Charizard and Zapdos, commanding them to join the fray, determined to teach that cloaked figure a lesson. The figure, seeing Charizard and Zapdos enter the battlefield, scoffed and removed her cloak, revealing a voluptuous figure beneath, none other than Izumi, who had left after her encounter with Sakaki. To Chenluo's astonishment, she had remained in the Kanto region. Izumi glared at Chenluo and sneered, "You little brat, I didn't come looking for trouble, yet you dare to disrupt my plans? Perfect. I can deal with you all at once, saving me the trouble of searching for you." She then summoned 2 gym-level Dugong to hold off Charizard and Zapdos. However, she was unaware that Chenluo had already surpassed the gym leader level, and her Dugong lacked any distinguishing features. In a matter of moments, they were defeated, and each of Chenluo's Pokémon took on a gym-level opponent, transforming the battle into a fair 4-on-4. "Curse you, little brat. When did you break through?" Izumi fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, causing her ample bosom to jiggle, leaving Brock utterly astonished. Observing her 4 Pokémon gradually losing ground, Izumi bit her silver teeth. Realizing that her scheme was doomed to fail, retrieving her Pokémon, she spat, "You'll pay for this, you little brat." She then tossed a smoke bomb and vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. A matter resolved with the formidable enemy gone, the 4 Pokémon in the sky gradually descended. Charizard and Zapdos landed beside Chenluo, casting wary glances at Mewtwo. Chenluo picked up the unconscious Nasi and approached Mewtwo, with Charizard and Zapdos closely following to prevent any sudden attacks from Mewtwo. "Mewtwo, I know you once harbored deep resentment towards humanity, but I earnestly request that you return the original Nasi to me," Chenluo implored sincerely. Mewtwo, with a complex expression, glanced at Nasi in Chenluo's arms, then fixed its gaze upon Chenluo's eyes. Chenluo did not shy away but instead looked back at Mewtwo with genuine intent, understanding that sometimes a mere glance can convey one's heartfelt emotions. At long last, Mewtwo sensed Chenluo's affection for Nasi. With a sweeping motion of its hand, a purple orb of light emerged from its mind and quickly melded into Nasi's body. Soon after, Nasi awakened, rubbing her eyes before seeing her beloved. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Chenluo, who could distinctly feel that this was the Nasi he loved. He cast a grateful glance at Mewtwo before gently stroking Nasi's soft, long hair, repeatedly murmuring apologies for his tardiness. After a moment of intimacy, Nasi finally released Chenluo, but he had no intention of letting her go. Were it not for the many eyes upon them, Nasi might have allowed him to hold her indefinitely. However, with dozens of Pokémon and several people present, being a girl meant her cheeks flushed with shyness. She playfully scolded, "How long do you intend to hold me?" To her surprise, Chenluo replied with profound affection, "If it were possible, I would wish to hold you forever." With no alternative, Nasi leaned in and whispered in his ear, all right, but the situation is not yet resolved. Once we find a private place, you can hold me to your heart's content." Upon hearing Nasi's gentle voice, Chenluo reluctantly released her. Nasi turned to face Mewtwo, and Chenluo assumed she was about to seek revenge on the one who had taken her captive. He was ready to intervene, fully aware that as a mythical being, a confrontation would not bode well for him. However, Nasi's subsequent actions caught Chenluo completely off guard. Rather than retaliate against Mewtwo, she embraced it instead. With Chenluo's jealousy simmering, she slowly spoke to Mewtwo, "I've seen your memories, and I understand that you are a pitiful child. But all that is behind you now. You are no longer alone. We are all your friends." She then glanced back at Chenluo, and under the weight of his queen's authority, he had no choice but to echo, "Indeed, I am as well. And so are we. At that moment, Ash and the others joined in the camaraderie. Mewtwo observed the sincere humans before it and relinquished its last vestiges of prejudice against humanity, gazing at Nassi's smiling face. It could not resist reaching out to touch her cheek, prompting Chinluo to remind himself that Mewtwo was merely a Pokémon. Otherwise, he might have charged at it in a fit of rage. It is too similar, Mewtwo remarked, utilizing its psychic abilities. Regrettably, I cannot abandon them. These clone Pokémon must not be discovered, or it could lead to calamity. With that, Mewtwo waved its hand, and an incubation chamber emerged from the ground, revealing a juvenile Mewtwo inside. Mewtwo pointed, and the chamber exploded, causing the young Mewtwo to stretch and awaken, curiously surveying its surroundings. As Mewtwo approached and gently picked up the small Mew, he handed it to Naji. This is my essence, recloned from my own cells. In the days when I am not by your side, let this little one accompany you. I trust you will treat it well. Farewell. With those words, Mewtwo and Mew departed from New Island, taking with them a multitude of cloned Pokémon, leaving behind a shimmering glow. The scene shifted back to the waiting area of the Old Coast dock, where Ash and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. What just happened? I feel as though I've just awoken from a dream, Ash remarked to Misty and Brock. Meanwhile, Chinluo and Naji had not suffered memory loss from Mewtwo's actions. Naji tenderly caressed the slumbering small Mew in her arms, gazing at it with a motherly affection, reminiscent of a mother adoring her child. Chinluo observed Naji and the little Mew, filled with envy over Naji's possession of such a formidable Pokémon. Though small now, it would soon mature into a powerful ally, and given Naji's long companionship with it, it would surely heed her every command. As for the little Mew, Chinluo simply envied its place in Naji's embrace. Before long, Ash and the others noticed Chinluo and Naji, rushing over to greet them. Lo, what a surprise to see you here. Let us not part ways again. Let us head to the Indigo Plateau together. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Brock, enamored, approached Naji, only to be playfully reprimanded by her psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Misty, holding her Togepi, noticed the little Mew in Naji's arms and exclaimed, what an adorable Pokémon. Is this your new companion? Naji nodded. Its name is Mew. It is my new partner. Only then did Ash and Brock notice the small Mew. And as they gazed at the sleeping creature, Ash furrowed his brow, pondering aloud, this Pokémon seems oddly familiar. I feel as if I've seen it before. Oh dear, Ash is rambling again. It's clearly just been born. How could you have seen it before? Misty interjected, tugging at Ash's ear and pulling him aside. All right. There's nothing significant happening next, so I don't mind joining you, Chinluo agreed. At that moment, someone in the waiting area became restless, shouting, how long do we have to wait? There is no choice, replied Boca. This storm won't cease anytime soon. Rest assured, I'll take care of your Pokémon, announced Nurse Joy, making her entrance. But someone here is unwell. Another figure interjected, stepping forward in a crisp white nurse's uniform. With a striking figure and beauty rivaling Nurse Joy, the newcomer commanded attention. As the saying goes, wherever Nurse Joy is, Brock will surely follow, especially with another beautiful nurse present. In an instant, Brock found himself beside both ladies, one hand grasping Nurse Joy and the other holding the new nurse. A starry-eyed expression on his face. Beautiful Nurse Joy, I am Brock from Pewter City. It's a pleasure to meet you, he declared before turning to the new nurse. And may I inquire your name, lovely lady? Both Nurse Joy and the new nurse were momentarily taken aback by Brock's boldness, forgetting to withdraw their hands. It wasn't until Misty came over to yank Brock's ear that they snapped back to reality, apologizing profusely. No worries. I'm a nurse at a hospital in a nearby city. My name is Joanna. It's lovely to meet you all. Joanna smiled. Joanna? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chinluo muttered quietly. However, others could not hear him, and Naji, clutching the small Mew in one arm, reached out with her free hand to tug at Chinluo's ear, demanding, speak. When did you hear of her? Chinluo winced in pain. The commotion had certainly caught the attention of Nurse Joy and Joanna. To Chinluo's surprise, Joanna's expression shifted upon spotting him. She rushed over, pointing an accusatory finger at him, seemingly furious. Seeing Joanna approach, Naji tightened her grip and scolded. How dare you? I leave for just a few days. And you're already with another woman? Now that she has come looking for you, what will you do? Chinluo grimaced. Miss, who are you exactly? Don't wrongfully accuse me. Please explain. My ear is about to fall off. Seeing his plight, Joanna's anger subsided somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, You scoundrel, I can't believe I found you here. I saved your life, and you had the audacity to skip out on your bill? That was a hospital. You know, I ended up covering your medical expenses. Pay me back now, or I assure you, this is far from over. Finally, realization dawned on Chinluo. Joanna was indeed the nurse he had encountered in the hospital, whose incessant chatter had vexed him at the time. In his haste to find Naji, he had fled the hospital, finding the discharge process cumbersome. After all was clarified, Naji released her grip on Chenluo's ear, stating, "What are you waiting for? Pay her back. She has work to do." With Naji's authoritative tone, Chenluo complied without protest. He noticed that Naji had taken on a more assertive demeanor compared to before, leaving him curious about the transformation. Once he settled the debt, Joanna departed with satisfaction, ready to continue her duties. "When will this storm cease?" someone inquired. "I don't know, but it may take a while." "The fury of the sea is not easily quelled," Boca replied. Just then, the skies cleared as if defying her words. Upon witnessing the storm dissipate, everyone disregarded Boca's previous statements, rushing outside. Ash, Chenluo, and the others arrived at the dock, gazing at the brightening sky and calm sea, their spirits lifted. Suddenly, Chenluo caught a glimpse of a pink figure darting through the clouds in the distance. Was that Mew? Just as he pondered this, Ash exclaimed, "Did you all see that Pokémon?" Pointing towards the clouds where Chenluo had spotted Mew. "Oh dear, Ash is seeing things again." Misty and Brock exchanged knowing glances, having seen nothing unusual. "All right, let us hurry to the Indigo Plateau," Chenluo interjected, sensing Ash's impending protest. Reluctantly, Ash ceased his argument, tossing his head in annoyance as he walked away. Misty and Brock quickly followed, apologizing for the disruption. Chenluo watched them with a smile, feeling envious of their camaraderie. As he admired their friendship, Naji approached and took his hand, and when he turned to meet her gaze, they shared a moment of deep connection. "Lo, Naji, are you two not coming?" Ash called from a distance. "We're coming," Chenluo replied, pulling Naji along as they joined their friends. Suddenly, a beam of red light burst forth from the Pokeball at Chenluo's waist, revealing a Caterpie which climbed onto his shoulder. Complaining about being kept cooped up for so long before returning to its bed to sleep soundly, under the warm sunlight. 5 youths, 3 boys and 2 girls, filled the air with laughter, creating a beautiful tableau. Chapter 39, Chenluo's Persuasion and Ash's Journey as a Torchbearer. Throughout their journey, nothing remarkable occurred. The lively atmosphere was invigorating. Yet, Ash constantly challenged Chenluo to battles whenever he had a spare moment. Although Chenluo grew weary of this, witnessing Ash's gradual improvement brought him a sense of satisfaction akin to nurturing a protagonist. Each time Ash proposed a duel, Chenluo acquiesced, even if he occasionally fought a bit too fiercely, for after all, he was the main character and thus must endure trials. At last, they arrived at the Quartz Plateau, the destination they had tirelessly pursued for months. Chenluo felt a wave of emotions wash over him, and Ash shared similar sentiments, albeit with a more exuberant display of ambition as he gazed toward the site of the Quartz Conference. Just as everyone watched Ash pour forth his fervor, an elderly man with a shock of white hair and a scruffy beard suddenly appeared before them. He regarded the impassioned Ash with a grin, but the gleam in his eye sent a shiver down Chenluo's spine. The old man scrutinized Ash with evident satisfaction, a look unmistakable even to the unseeing. He patted Ash on the shoulder and cheerfully inquired, "Young lad, would you be interested in becoming a torchbearer? The perks are plentiful, accompanied by a special vehicle, with lovely ladies aplenty. What do you say?" Ash looked at the old man with confusion, feeling an uncanny familiarity with him, yet unable to place where he had seen him before. Nonetheless, he promptly declined. "Sir, I'm on my way to participate in the Quartz Conference and don't have time to become a torchbearer. Please seek someone else." The old man appeared incredulous at Ash's refusal, and even more baffled that the young boy did not recognize him. This made the old man reflect on his life as a potential failure, for he seemed to care solely about Ash's perception of him, disregarding the admiration evident on the faces of Brock and Misty behind them. Unfazed by Ash's ignorance, the old man persisted, believing that revealing his identity might sway Ash's decision. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chairman Damalanchi of the Pokémon League. The torch you'd carry is no ordinary torch. It embodies the flame of the legendary Moltres. Are you not intrigued? Why not follow me?" Upon hearing Chairman Damalanchi's introduction and invitation, Ash and Chenluo finally recognized the old man as the renowned chairman of the Pokémon League, albeit a rather unreliable old rascal. To everyone's astonishment, Ash declined Damalanchi's offer. Misty and Brock exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom why Ash would refuse such an opportunity. After all, the torch represented the flame of the legendary Moltres, and countless individuals wished merely to converse with Damalanchi, let alone accept his invitation. Chenluo too was perplexed. In the original story, Ash had seized the opportunity to become a torchbearer without hesitation. Why was it different now? He had not significantly altered the narrative, aside from his relentless victories over Ash. Amidst the confusion surrounding him, Ash remained silent. Instead, he addressed Chairman Damalanchi earnestly. Chairman, I am honored by your attention. However, he cast a determined glance at Chenluo. I must seize every moment to prepare. Without it, I stand no chance. I apologize, but I must leave the honor of being a torchbearer to someone else. Seeing the fierce determination in Ash's eyes, Chenluo understood Ash's thoughts. It seemed the pressure he had exerted over the past few days had instilled a sense of urgency in Ash. The string of defeats had not extinguished his fighting spirit or confidence, but had certainly heightened his awareness of the challenges ahead. Chenluo was uncertain whether this was beneficial or detrimental for Ash, as many characters endowed with protagonist traits succumb to villainy due to their overwhelming desire for power. He believed it necessary to have a word with Ash. Chenluo pulled Ash aside and spoke earnestly. Ash, I know you yearn to grow stronger. We embarked on this journey from Pallet Town together, and I understand that my prowess has placed immense pressure upon you. You aspire to catch up to me, perhaps even surpass me, but remember, you are not me. You see our travels as simultaneous, yet do you comprehend the dedication I invested before I turned 10? Pausing for a moment, Chenluo admitted to himself that he was uncertain how to persuade others. He could only draw from his own experiences as a reference for Ash. Although he had not exerted much effort in this world, one must not forget that he had traversed here with a soul imbued with years of passion and fascination for Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Ash fell into contemplation. Although he had long aspired to become a Pokémon master before turning 10, he had not undertaken any substantial efforts toward that goal. While he occasionally watched Pokémon battles on television, it was merely for the spectacle, devoid of any deep understanding or research. Additionally, he had seldom glimpsed Chenluo's presence, leading him to conclude that Chenluo had been tirelessly striving toward his goal. As Ash pondered, Chenluo interrupted his thoughts, continuing, regardless of your past, your growth during this journey is evident, and I trust you feel it too. However, no achievement comes without effort. Those who wish to become wealthy overnight often find themselves in peril. Throughout this time, your battles with me have propelled your strength forward. Yet you must also allow yourself to rest and rejuvenate. How can you truly unleash your potential otherwise? Moreover, do you truly believe that passing the torch is a trivial task? At the mention of the torch, Ash's interest was piqued. He recognized his own progress. Yet his recent battles against Chenluo had resulted in more significant defeats, leaving him bewildered. Now, hearing Chenluo's reasoning, the knot in his heart began to unravel, and curiosity about the torch-bearing process emerged. He looked up and inquired, is there more to this torch passing than I realize? Seeing that he had sparked Ash's interest, Chenluo adopted an enigmatic expression and responded, do you think that passing the torch is a task for the faint of heart? Firstly, it is a test of the torchbearer's stamina. Only those with unwavering resolve can endure. Secondly, throughout the process, one must ensure that the flame remains alight, a feat impossible for the inattentive. Consider this, in Pokémon battles, willpower and attention to detail can determine the outcome. The torch's passage offers both a chance to unwind and a means to cultivate one's resolve and meticulousness. Such a splendid opportunity. Should you choose to forego it, I shall gladly accept. After absorbing Chenluo's persuasive rhetoric, Xiaoji had resolutely decided to accept Chairman Demalanchi's invitation to become the torchbearer, enticed by the myriad benefits it promised. Upon hearing that Chenluo intended to intervene, he wasted no time and, disregarding Chenluo, rushed over to grasp Demalanchi's hand, inquiring about the specifics related to the role of the torchbearer. Initially, after Xiaoji's rejection, Demalanchi had contemplated leaving in disappointment, believing Xiaoji to be the most suitable candidate for this honor, albeit with his ambitions elsewhere. However, Chenluo's act of pulling Xiaoji aside inexplicably ignited a desire within Demalanchi to linger and observe the unfolding drama. Watching Chenluo's retreating figure, Demalanchi felt a sudden inclination. Perhaps this rival, who held such significance for Xiaoji, could indeed fulfill the role of torchbearer. Once their conversation concluded, he resolved to inquire whether Chenluo harbored any interest in the position. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chenluo must have said something compelling to Xiaoji, for he eagerly grasped his own hand, indicating his consent to become the torchbearer. Regardless of the circumstances, his initial intent had been achieved. Demalanchi mused, casting an intrigued glance back at Chenluo. It was not that he lacked a desire to converse with Chenluo, but Xiaoxi's insistence on discussing the torchbearer matter made it difficult for him to disengage, as his responsibilities took precedence over personal interests. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao were overjoyed by Xiaoxi's acceptance of the torchbearer role, completely forgetting their prior remarks about his mental state. They excitedly followed suit. For not everyone could resist the allure of Demalanchi's proposition like Xiaoji and Chenluo could. Observing their departing figures, Chen Luo did not follow with Nazi. After finally enjoying a few leisurely days, he saw no reason to chase after them. Did they truly believe that being a torchbearer was so effortlessly attainable? Let Xiaoji deal with the complications that lay ahead, as he was the protagonist, after all. This was also part of Chen Luo's reasoning in persuading Xiaoji to accept the role, should any unforeseen mishap occur, jeopardizing the timely execution of the Quartz Conference. It would be catastrophic. Fortunately, with his silver tongue, he had managed to steer Xiaoji back on course, which was indeed a source of satisfaction. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm, golden glow, he held Nazi's delicate hand. Contemplating that this life was worth far more than just a single torchbearer, he could easily trade 10. However, the priority was to head to the Quartz Plateau's contestant village for a well-deserved rest. After all, he was not as resilient as Xiaoji. Failing to rest could lead to a premature exit from the preliminaries, akin to Xiao Mao's unfortunate fate, which would be quite embarrassing. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo stifled a yawn and, under the envious gazes of others, walked hand in hand with Na Zi toward the contestant village. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, noticing Chen Luo's absence, felt a vague sense of having been duped. However, having already committed to Chairman de Malanchi, he was not one to retract his word, as that was not his style. He rationalized that taking a moment to relax was also beneficial, and thus resumed his inquiries about the torchbearer's responsibilities. Chapter 40. The opening of the Quartz Conference. Chen Luo's first battle. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, or at least that was Chen Luo's perspective. With Xiaoji as the torchbearer and Team Rocket poised to intervene, events were unfolding precisely as scripted, leading up to the day before the preliminaries. The Quartz Conference is arguably the most enticing league event for novice trainers, attracting countless hopefuls each year. To narrow down the competitors to the top 16. For preliminary rounds are held annually. Participants draw lots to determine their battle arenas, with victors required to compete in 4 matches across different fields: water, grass, ice, and rock. This means that as long as one continues to win, they will face battles in each arena, although the order may vary. The league's arrangement aims to test trainers' adaptability to various battle environments, as travel does not provide fixed arenas for combat. Only those trainers proficient in various battlefield strategies are deemed worthy by the league. It is worth noting that the top 3 contenders of the Quartz Conference receive invitations to join the Pokémon League. Acceptance would secure their membership. However, discussing such matters felt premature, as the Quartz Conference had not yet officially commenced. Following the 4 rounds of battles across the 4 arenas, the 5th round would be the knockout stage for the top 16, transitioning to standard battlefields. The initial 5 rounds consist of 3-on-3 battles, while the quarterfinals escalate to full 6-on-6 confrontations. Chen Luo and Na Zi arrived at the lottery center, where they submitted their Pokédexes for registration to Nurse Joy. Shortly thereafter, the screen above her head began to scroll, eventually stopping at the grass arena. So my first battle will be in the grass arena? Chen Luo murmured to himself. Truthfully, he felt indifferent about the arena. Given his current prowess, he had few challengers in the Quartz Conference. Yet, as it was his inaugural league event, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of anxiety. Sensing his unease, Nazi gently took hold of Chen Luo's hand, seeking to soothe his nervous spirit. The warmth radiating from her palm filled Chen Luo with comfort, and he thought, with a partner like her, what more could one desire? Although Nazi was not yet his wife, they were close enough. He patted her hand reassuringly and said, "Do not worry, I am fine. I am merely overly excited. Now, I find myself hungry. Let us grab a bite to eat." With that, he took Nazi's hand and headed outside. "Xiao Luo, finally, I found you. Where have you been these past few days? You left without a word and left me to bear the burden of being the torchbearer. Do you have any idea what I've been through?" It was Xiao Ji and his companions, emerging from the venue just as they were about to draw their battle arena. By chance, they coincidentally met Chen Luo at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Xiao Ji rushed forward, clutching Chen Luo's shoulder. All right. I see you're enjoying your role as the torchbearer, so what's a little trouble? Just tell me if you're feeling relaxed." Chen Luo managed to extricate himself from Xiao Ji's grasp, not out of annoyance, but because he was displeased at having his lunch with Nazi interrupted. That's true. Xiao Ji contemplated Chen Luo's words, realizing that he had indeed felt more at ease these past few days, and thus decided not to dwell on Chen Luo's perceived betrayal. "By the way, Xiao Luo, what arena did you draw?" "The grass arena." "The grass arena? Excellent. I will draw for the grass arena as well. Just wait, Xiao Luo. This time I will definitely defeat you," Xiao Ji exclaimed, brimming with determination. Enough. I think it would be better if you didn't face Xiao Luo in the first match. Otherwise, you might be heading home after just 1 round. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang chimed in, aiming to temper Xiao Ji's enthusiasm, as the disparity in their strengths was evident. Even though Xiaoji's skills had improved recently, it was best not to entertain unrealistic dreams. Feeling deflated by their jibes, Xiaoji lamented, "Can't you let me deceive myself a little? All right. Hurry and draw your battle arena and opponent." Chen Luo quickly interjected, as he had no time to witness the trio's bickering. He still had a date with Nazi to attend to, once free from Xiaoji and his companions. Chen Luo finally relished the opportunity to share a meal with Nazi, not in one of the complimentary league-sponsored eateries, but at a high-end restaurant, precisely to avoid any chance encounters with Xiaoji. Should they cross paths again, his perfect lunch plan would surely be dashed. The talented Ash from Pallet Town has truly proven his prowess by defeating 3 Pokémon of his opponent, Drew, with just a single Kingler. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Ash for advancing to the next round of the competition. Amidst the thunderous cheers echoing through the venue, Ash decisively clinched victory in his first match. This triumph brought him immense satisfaction, particularly as his opponent, Jinmu, a renowned Pokémon magician, had taken the liberty to taunt him prior to the competition. Thus, Ash concluded the battle with a resounding 3 consecutive wins, serving as a means to vent his frustrations. After descending from the battlefield, the trio hastily made their way to the grass arena, eager not to miss Chen Luo's match. Fortunately, they arrived just in time, as Tana had already secured 3 seats for them, her psychic abilities ensuring no one could usurp their spots. As soon as they settled into their seats, the contestants for the next match had already taken the stage. The 10th battle in the grass arena was about to commence, featuring competitors Jinzi from Neon Town, known for its vibrant atmosphere and fiery trainers, and Xiao Luo from Jinxin Town, who coincidentally trained alongside Ash, the recent victor from the water arena. What extraordinary spectacle might they unveil for us? Let us eagerly await the unfolding drama. Little G was taken aback by how swiftly news of his recent battle spread. He felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering whether anyone might approach him for an autograph. However, reality proved him mistaken, as those around him were entirely engrossed in the unfolding events on the field. With the referee's authoritative command, the battle finally commenced. The participant from Neon Town, known as Jinzi, truly embodied a tempestuous fighting style, eagerly summoning their first Pokémon, Beedrill, without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, the temperament of a trainer often mirrors that of their Pokémon, and Beedrill was notorious for its ferocity, albeit its strength was rather modest, appearing to be merely at the novice level. Chen Luo found himself in a quandary, contemplating which of his Pokémon should take to the stage. It was truly a challenging decision. Hurry up, little ghost, time is of the essence. If you are afraid, then concede. Princess over there seemed to grow impatient, shouting loudly at Chen Luo. Such arrogance. Chen Luo wasn't about to indulge him. Since the opponent was so eager to end this battle, Chen Luo would gladly send him packing. Go Heracross. The Pokémon of player Xiao Luo appears to be a rather rare specimen within our Kanto region. It's called Heracross, isn't it? It turns out to be a bug-type Pokémon from the Chengdu region. However, it seems quite formidable. I wonder how player Jinzi will respond to this challenge. As both sides summoned their Pokémon, the commentary for this match officially commenced. Beedrill, unleash your twin needle attack. Jinzi eagerly commanded her Beedrill to charge forward. Although she was unaware of the special abilities possessed by her opponent's Pokémon, being a bug type as well, she firmly believed that her Beedrill would not be outmatched. It appears that Jinzi has initiated a fierce assault with her Beedrill right from the onset. What could be the matter? Has Xiao Luo and his Heracross been rendered immobile by fear? They seem to be standing still, allowing the Beedrill to launch its attacks unimpeded. As the formidable Beedrill advanced with its twin stingers raised, Chen Luo merely stood with his arms crossed, observing the impending confrontation. Heracross, too, remained rooted in place, exhibiting no intention to evade, leading the commentators to speculate that both were rendered speechless by fear. The stingers of Beedrill approached Heracross's head with alarming proximity, suggesting that the match was nearing its conclusion. A strike to any Pokémon's head could prove fatal, and it seemed that Chen Luo's Heracross was on the brink of incapacitation. Even the commentators appeared to have sentenced Heracross to defeat. Suddenly, just as the stingers were about to pierce Heracross's head, it sprang into action, and in an instant, Beedrill was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling in defeat. The once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence, with even the commentators left in stunned disbelief, unsure of the events that had just transpired. What just happened, referee? He must have cheated. Shiniko gazed at the fallen Beedrill, incredulously exclaiming towards the referee. Just moments ago, victory seemed within her grasp. How could everything change in the blink of an eye? Who could possibly know that the referee completely disregarded Jinzi's outcry, merely waving the flag in hand to signal Chen Luo's victory in this round? While others may be oblivious, it is clear to oneself. Let us take a moment to review the live replay. At this juncture, the voice of the commentator resonated throughout the venue, prompting the audience, including the engaged participants, to collectively direct their gaze towards the grand screen. Initially, the footage displayed a playback at normal speed, showcasing the Beedrill charging towards Heracross. Its twin stingers poised to pierce into Heracross's head. Suddenly, it was sent flying, leaving the spectators bewildered, unable to discern what had transpired. Now, let us slow it down tenfold and observe once more. The voice of the commentator resonated once more, and the large screen began to replay the scene. However, this time, the speed of the Beedrill was reduced to a mere tenth of its original pace. The twin stingers were poised to pierce the head of Heracross when, suddenly, a change appeared on the screen. It was revealed that Heracross's right fist was enveloped in a radiant white light, striking the Beedrill with remarkable swiftness, creating a stark contrast to the Beedrill's sluggish movement. It turned out to be the Sonic Punch. The Heracross, controlled by player Xiao Luo, executed the Sonic Punch with astonishing speed. It seems that its strength is indeed unfathomable. As the commentator's voice faded, the venue erupted into a cacophony of thunderous cheers. After all, the impact of Chun Luo's Heracross was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the previous matches. The exhilarating thrill of an instantaneous defeat sent the audience into a frenzy. So much so that spectators in other arenas could hear the commotion, albeit unaware of the cause. The referee raised his flag, signaling the continuation of the match. However, upon witnessing the prowess of Heracross, Shinzi no longer bore the confident demeanor he had exhibited earlier. Instead, she became entangled in the dilemma of which of her Pokémon to send into battle. However, Mako had no time to wait for Chun Luo. While Chun Luo had all the time in the world to await her decision, he called out to Mako, "Take your time, there's no rush." How can one possibly endure such an outburst of anger from this individual, who is the subject of such ironic mockery? Without further ado, I shall summon my most formidable Pokémon to the battlefield. Go forth, Fearow. A flash of red light heralded the appearance of Mizuko's second Pokémon, the Spearow. On the battlefield, with its wings flapping, it remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the Heracross opposite. Chapter 41, a series of instant defeats. A perfect conclusion to the first round. The Spearow is a medium-sized avian Pokémon, adorned with orange plumage, while the regions between its wings and the tips of its feathers are a delicate cream. Its head is crowned with a striking red crest. The elongated, pointed pink beak serves as its primary weapon for attack. Its slender neck resembles that of a stork, and its chest is adorned with coarse, unruly feathers. With broad and expansive wings, it is well equipped for flight, complemented by 4 brown tail feathers. Mizuko's second Pokémon, the Spearow, shares a similarly fiery temperament. However, it appears that Mizuko, shaken by the prior defeat, hesitates to launch an attack. The young player, Xiao Luo, was at a loss, pondering why he allowed Heracross to remain in a state of stupor. At last, it stirred, it finally moved. The formidable competitor, Shoko, launched the first assault with her impressive beak. It was indeed true that Shinko had overheard the commentary, which ignited his temper. As a hot-headed resident of Neon Town, how could he possibly be intimidated? Use Aerial Ace, Noctowl. To be candid, although Noctowl is a flying-type Pokémon, it does not inherently possess many ranged flying-type attacks, which could be considered a disgrace to its classification. Nevertheless, being a flying-type Pokémon, it would be unreasonable to expect it to lack any flying-type abilities altogether. After all, Aerial Ace is one of the few flying-type moves it can utilize. Moreover, flying-type moves have a double advantage against bug-types, and since Aerial Ace cannot be dodged, this was precisely why Shinko decided to command Noctowl to use it. However, he was unaware that if Aerial Ace struck Heracross, it was not merely a matter of double effectiveness. One must not forget that Heracross is also a fighting-type Pokémon, against which flying-type moves are doubly effective. This meant that Aerial Ace could inflict 4 times the damage upon Heracross. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, the notion of an infallible move did not hold. As long as one's power significantly surpasses that of the opponent, one can easily discern the flaws in their moves and evade or block accordingly. However, Heracross had no intention of dodging, even with the quadruple disadvantage. Given Noctowl's relatively weaker elite-level prowess, it could withstand the damage for a few seconds before succumbing. Returning to the battlefield, Noctowl charged toward Heracross with remarkable speed, remarkable from Shinko's and the audience's perspective, at least. To Heracross and the referee, the speed seemed akin to that of a tortoise. Unlike the previous match, Heracross was now poised, legs slightly bent and arms extended, making its intentions abundantly clear to anyone with eyes. For such an overt provocation and derision, Even the most temperate Pokémon would struggle to contain their anger, let alone the irascible Noctowl. As the saying goes, one does not steam buns merely for pride. Fueled by rage, Noctowl accelerated slightly, yet it remained disregarded by Heracross. Soon enough, the two Pokémon collided. The scene Shinko envisioned of Heracross being sent flying did not materialize, nor did the imagined balance of power anticipated by the commentators and audience. Instead, Heracross firmly grasped Noctowl's glowing wings and pressed its long horn against Noctowl's head. No matter how Noctowl struggled, it could not escape Heracross's grasp, which only intensified its agony. On the contrary, Heracross appeared unfazed, having not budged an inch aside from its legs sinking slightly into the grass. Its expression remained relaxed, as if absorbing the attack had cost it little energy. Then, with a forceful thrust of its horn, it pierced Noctowl's chest, eliciting a pained cry from the latter, whose luminescence faded instantly, leaving it suspended on Heracross's horn, motionless and devoid of fighting capability. With a flick of its head, Heracross cast Noctowl aside. "Noctowl!" Shinko exclaimed. Rushing to his Pokémon's side to inspect its injuries, he discovered that there was no serious harm. It was merely a case of pressure-induced unconsciousness. Grateful, he glanced at Jinmu and Heracross, realizing that Heracross had indeed shown mercy. It was evident to any discerning observer that Heracross's strength far surpassed that of Noctowl. And given that the attack was a powerful bug-type move, Super Horn Attack, had Heracross not held back, Noctowl would have suffered far worse than mere unconsciousness. Impressive. Jinmu's Heracross is incredibly formidable. With just one blow, it dispatched an opponent that has an advantage over it. The flying type's quadruple effectiveness against Heracross is well known. Yet it withstood the attack head-on. How terrifying must its power be? Let's not be hasty in our judgment. You are being rather one-dimensional. What if Heracross is the only strong Pokémon in Jinmu's possession? There are several other skilled competitors in this tournament, and the outcome remains uncertain. Well, this is merely the first round of preliminaries. It is premature to speak of championship aspirations. Let us instead observe what Shinko's third Pokémon will be. The commentary team was nearly at odds over Jinmu's display of prowess, but fortunately, with three commentators, the differing opinions provided balance. Yet Jinmu was acutely aware that Heracross was not as untroubled as it appeared. Did this fellow truly believe that enduring quadruple damage was so effortless? At this moment, its hands were likely incapacitated, as Jinmu could see clearly the way they hung limply, trembling slightly despite attempts to maintain composure. Curious about how Heracross would confront Shinko's third Pokémon, Jinmu was caught off guard when Shinko signaled the referee to concede. What is happening? Shinko is choosing to surrender? It seems that Noctowl was his strongest Pokémon. Given that his best was swiftly defeated, surrendering is a logical conclusion. The commentators began to analyze Shinko's decision to forfeit. However, Jinmu realized that Shinko must have noticed Heracross's subtle movements when checking on Noctowl. Yet, he still chose to surrender, which surprised Jinmu. Otherwise, the next round would not have ended so swiftly. Shinko recalled Noctowl and approached Jinmu, extending his left hand with a look of admiration. "You have won. I acknowledge your strength, at least far exceeding mine. Had you made the first move, my Pokémon would have had no chance to retaliate. I appreciate the mercy you've shown me. Farewell. Make sure to claim the championship, after all. Losing to the champion is nothing to be ashamed of." Jinmu genuinely admired Shinko's ability to concoct a narrative wherein his reluctance to command Heracross to attack was an act of consideration for him. In truth, he simply deemed Shinko's abilities unworthy of his command. However, since he held such a perspective, it would be inappropriate to expose the truth, wouldn't it? Did one truly think that Pokémon battles were purely about combat? No. They also reflect the nuances of human relationships. Moreover, since he had wished him success in the championship, to debunk that would be rather ungracious, wouldn't it? Rest assured, I will strive to secure the championship. Jinmu looked into Shinko's eyes, grasped his hand firmly, and nodded in affirmation. This harmonious scene did not escape the notice of the tournament commentators. How touching. This exemplifies the bond between trainers, understanding each other's sentiments through battle and forging friendships. Isn't this one of the joys of Pokémon battling? I believe this will become part of the promotional material for the Quartz Conference. Just moments ago, we witnessed an intense and thrilling battle, yet here they are, smiling and shaking hands afterward. What a heartwarming sight. Indeed, friendship comes first and competition second. Now, let us congratulate Jinmu, the representative from Neon Town, on his victory in this match. It is clear that the competitors from Neon Town should not be underestimated. Among the three competitors hailing from Viridian Town, there exists a participant named Xiaomao, who is rumored to be the grandson of Professor Oak. It follows that his prowess is unlikely to be lacking. Let us await the unfolding of events. With the conclusion of this match, we shall now transition into a brief intermission. After the referee announced the results, Chen Luo departed to seek out Nasi and the others. Presently, among the 4 from Viridian Town, only 3 possessed the qualification to compete in the Indigo Conference, while the whereabouts of the 4th remain unknown. As part of the Viridian trio, Chen Luo and Xiaoji naturally intend to observe Xiaomao's match and offer their encouragement. Although Chen Luo has anticipated Xiaomao's victory, attending the match serves as a pleasant diversion. Xiaomao's first contest takes place in an icy arena, where his opponent's capabilities are rather modest, allowing him to effortlessly secure victory in this round. It appears that Viridian Town is poised for a remarkable rise this year, with 3 participants, all demonstrating considerable strength, particularly the formidable Xiaoluo. The competition is indeed fierce. However, I find myself more inclined towards Xiaoji. Whispers suggest that he was personally chosen by President Damaranch as the torchbearer, indicating his exceptional abilities. How delightful. As commentators, must you not temper your enthusiasm? I have a preference for Xiaomao. While Xiaoluo is equally handsome, he possesses an air of aloofness. Chen Luo, however, had no time to indulge in the ramblings of these unreliable commentators. After bidding farewell to Xiaoji and the others, he and Nasi proceeded to draw for their next venue and opponent. As for Xiaoji and the others, not everyone possesses Chen Luo's unwavering confidence in overcoming any adversary. Under the urging of Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang, Xiaoji is diligently gathering intelligence on his opponents to better prepare for the upcoming battles. Upon arriving at Miss Joy's location, Chen Luo discovered that he would be competing in the IC arena tomorrow. However, as today's matches had yet to conclude, his opponent remained undetermined. Once finalized, the information will be relayed through the official tournament's notification system, so there is no cause for concern. After a long day, Chen Luo and Nasi indulged in the culinary delights of the Indigo Plateau. Once satiated, they returned to their lodgings to rest. Upon entering the room, the Pokémon Dex emitted a notification from the league. Chen Luo quickly retrieved it, only to find that his opponent for tomorrow is a lovely young lady named Xinzi, a Pokémon trainer from Maiden Town. Contemplating the brief introduction displayed on the Dex, he fell into deep thought, not due to Xinzi's strength, but rather the name Maiden Town, which piqued his interest. If memory serves, Xiaoji's 4th-round opponent is also from Maiden Town. What was her name? Ah, yes, Xuanzi. Chen Luo recalled that Miss Xuanzi's signature Pokémon was a unique Mewtwo, one that practiced martial arts, effortlessly defeating Xiaoji's Bulbasaur and Pikachu. Had she not encountered a Mook that could disregard her attacks, she might have achieved a flawless victory. Such prowess is indeed remarkable. Yet, it remains to be seen what distinguishes Miss Xinzi's Pokémon. Interestingly, both Xinzi and Xuanzi possess striking beauty and bear some resemblance. Could there be a familial connection? Moreover, the name Maiden Town raises questions. Does it imply that the entire town is composed solely of young women, akin to a realm of maidens? It is unfortunate that neither Xiaoji nor the others have ventured there. Otherwise, Chen Luo would not be so uninformed. One wonders if the maidens of Maiden Town are as enchanting as Xinzi and Xuanzi. Unbeknownst to him, a contemplative expression crossed Chen Luo's face, though he seemed to have forgotten that Nasi was still present. Observing his demeanor, Nasi felt perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to be analyzing his opponent? Quietly approaching from behind, she glanced at the screen, which displayed a vibrant young lady clad in a flowing kimono, her hair elegantly styled in a traditional updo. Unlike the conventional portrayal of Japanese women, she bore a natural beauty, free of heavy makeup, her radiant smile revealing pearly white teeth, truly a vision of grace. Chen Luo's apparent fascination, coupled with the image of the beautiful lady on the Dex, made it difficult for Nasi to avoid forming certain conclusions. With a huff, she tugged at Chen Luo's ear in annoyance, exclaiming, "Oh, Chen Luo, I thought you were studying your opponent, yet here you are, admiring a pretty girl. What? Have you grown tired of me? Perhaps you should seek her out instead." Realizing his glaring error, Chen Luo understood that he should not have been perusing images of other women in front of his girlfriend. It was a blunder that could lead to unnecessary strife. After considerable effort, he managed to soothe Nasi, whose jealousy could be quite formidable. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the clouds and illuminated Chen Luo's face. After a while, he awoke, not due to restful slumber, but because the Indigo Conference had commenced its daily matches. The cheers of the spectators resounding loudly enough to disturb his peace. With no hope of returning to sleep, Chen Luo resolved to rise. He couldn't help but envy Nasi, who, thanks to her psychic abilities, could block out the noise and sleep undisturbed. Setting out alone, he procured breakfast, and, using the enticing aroma of the food, roused Nasi from her slumber. This tactic was necessary to avoid her morning irritability. After their morning routines and a hearty meal, it was nearly time for Xiaoji's turn in the arena, prompting them to head out to support him. To be candid, Shenluo had little interest in the battle that had gone unmentioned in the original animation. The lack of reference suggested that Xiaoji's opponent posed no significant challenge. Had it not been for Xiaoji's request, Shenluo would not have considered attending. Yet, unexpectedly, this trainer, who had not even merited a name in the animation, nearly eliminated Xiaoji, a testament to Xiaoji's remarkable improvement over the past few days, truly astonishing Shenluo. Currently, the third match was taking place in the Rock Arena, featuring Xiaoji from Viridian Town against Mitchell from Stun Town. The previous day's performances by the three young trainers from Viridian Town left an indelible impression, leading to the anticipation of a formidable contest for Xiaoji today. His opponent, hailing from the home of EV, Stun Town, had also showcased impressive skills yesterday. This promised to be a spectacular showdown. However, I beg to differ. Xiaoji had decisively triumphed over three opponents with ease yesterday, while Mitchell had already revealed two of his Pokémon. Judging by their records, Xiaoji clearly held the upper hand. Oh please, you know nothing. Stun Town is renowned as the home of EV, yet among the two Pokémon Mitchell showcased yesterday, only one was an EV. Where are its three evolutions? If you think Mitchell lacks them, I would never believe it. The only explanation is that he is concealing his true strength. Moreover, the EV he presented is no less formidable than Xiaoji's Kingler from yesterday. I fear Xiaoji may be in for a challenge. Your reasoning is flawed. If Mitchell can hide his strengths, so can Xiaoji. Have you not noticed the Pikachu perched on Xiaoji's shoulder? By keeping it close, he is clearly reserving it as one of his trump cards, yet it has yet to be deployed. I remain confident in Xiaoji's abilities. Well, just wait and see. Are you brave enough to bet with me? Do you think I'm afraid? Let's wager. Who's afraid of whom? Enough, enough, both of you. Let us not spoil the atmosphere. The match has begun, so let us focus on the competition. With the intervention of the third commentator, the two previous commentators ceased their bickering. The audience, stirred by their argument, grew increasingly fervent, passionately cheering for their favored competitors, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Shenluo began to suspect that the two commentators were deliberately stirring up the crowd's emotions. Now, we see that Mitchell has summoned the remarkably impressive EV from yesterday's performance, indicating his respect for Ash's capabilities. I wonder if Ash will choose to bring out his Kingler as well. Suddenly, Ash's first Pokémon is revealed to be none other than Bulbasaur. This is a new addition to Ash's roster, though its strength remains uncertain. With both Pokémon now on the field, the referee wasted no time. The match commenced with a swift wave of the flag. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Ash initiated the attack. In response to the two sweeping vines, Eevee nimbly evaded, appearing effortlessly agile, while simultaneously closing the distance to Bulbasaur. As the gap narrowed, Mitchell commanded a counterattack. Eevee, use Tackle. Bulbasaur planted its Vine Whip into the ground, hoisting itself up to dodge the oncoming Eevee. Then, the vines retracted rapidly, allowing it to land safely. The two Pokémon engaged momentarily before separating, both poised for their trainer's next commands. At last, Ash could no longer contain himself and launched another assault. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur lowered its head, sending several razor-sharp leaves flying from the seed on its back. Darting toward Eevee. Eevee, use Quick Attack and knock those leaves down. Mitchell immediately countered. Eevee opened its mouth, releasing several spinning stars that deftly intercepted Bulbasaur's leaves mid-flight, resulting in a stalemate as both attacks fell harmlessly to the ground. The commentators noted that both Ash's Bulbasaur and Mitchell's Eevee were evenly matched, even their signature moves showcasing similar power. The commentary continued to fuel the audience's excitement. Bulbasaur, use Takedown. In a synchronized moment, both trainers commanded their Pokémon to employ the same technique. Bulbasaur and Eevee recoiled slightly before launching themselves at one another, colliding with a resounding crash. Both Pokémon were sent reeling, finally coming to a halt against the rocky backdrop, their eyes spiraling as they lost the ability to battle. The simultaneous incapacitation of both Pokémon was a testament to the match's exhilarating intensity and balance. The commentators eagerly assessed their performances. Who will be the second Pokémon for each trainer? The anticipation is palpable, in a moment charged with expectation from the commentators and the audience alike. Both trainers called forth their second Pokémon. Mitchell opted for Flareon, while Ash nodded to his Pikachu, who instantly leapt onto the battlefield. Oh. Mitchell has chosen the fiery evolution of Eevee, while Ash has summoned his loyal Pikachu. This promises to be yet another fierce showdown. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Flareon, unleash Flamethrower. Both trainers simultaneously issued their commands, eager to seize the initiative and catch their opponent off guard. However, both strategies mirrored one another, resulting in a colossal clash of fire and electricity. The explosive confrontation shattered the surrounding rocks and even left a significant crater in the ground. Rather than instilling fear, The immense power of their moves further heightened the audience's excitement. Flareon, use Quick Attack. Mitchell commanded again. We cannot lose. Pikachu, employ Quick Attack. Ash quickly responded. In an instant, the battlefield was devoid of both Pokémon, replaced by a whirlwind of red and yellow lightning, colliding repeatedly amidst the rocky terrain. The two Pokémon engaged in a rapid exchange, neither managing to gain the upper hand. Just as the crowd braced for another potential stalemate, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The battle remained riveting, yet it seemed destined for another tie. A match concluding with 2 draws is indeed a rarity in the history of the Quartz Conference. Wait, look. Mitchell's Flareon has suddenly halted, appearing in distress. What could be happening? The commentators' voices drew the audience's attention back to the arena, which had momentarily lost its tension. The once vibrant red and yellow lightning had now faded to just a singular yellow, while Flareon stood still, revealing a pained expression. What could be the cause? Had Mitchell's Flareon finally reached its limit? It had seemed evenly matched moments ago. How had it come to this? It was evident that Flareon was desperately trying to regain its mobility, yet it remained utterly immobilized, faint sparks of electricity still flickering across its body. Look, Flareon bears traces of electricity. It's been paralyzed. Indeed. But how did this happen? Did Pikachu use any other moves beyond Quick Attack? Enough with the speculation. I believe it's Pikachu's static ability that has come into play. Static ability? What does that entail? One must read more if one is to understand. The static ability can inflict paralysis on opponents upon contact, much like Flareon is experiencing now. Although it deals no direct damage, it effectively hinders its movement. Oh, I see. What an enlightening moment. Wait, who are you calling ugly? As the commentators prepared for yet another heated exchange, the third commentator, already weary of their frequent bickering, sighed. This was only their second day together, and they had already squabbled over a dozen times. However, the two trainers on the battlefield had no time to concern themselves with the commentary booth's antics. Recognizing the golden opportunity before him, Ash seized the moment. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pikachu ceased its rapid movements. One might wonder why he didn't finish with another quick attack. The answer lies in the unpredictable nature of paralysis, which could only afford a single attack opportunity. Thus, it was wise to deploy a powerful move. With all its might, Pikachu shouted, Pika, Pika? A robust bolt of lightning erupted from its body, far surpassing the previous Thunderbolt. Despite Mitchell's urgent cries for Flareon to evade, fate had already sealed their outcome. Though Fire Eevee desperately sought to reclaim control of its body, it was too late. Struck head-on by a powerful bolt of lightning, it let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Upon witnessing the opponent's fall, Pikachu ceased its electric assault, panting heavily, and cast a jubilant glance back at Ash, who nodded in acknowledgement. This match was truly a whirlwind of excitement and drama. Who could have anticipated that two Pokémon, previously evenly matched, would determine a victor in the blink of an eye due to a single ability? Indeed, this encapsulates the very thrill of Pokémon battles. Laughter echoing in the air. The third commentator was nearly in tears, pondering how the two Pokémon had been bickering moments ago, yet now exhibited such seamless teamwork. It seemed not only the battlefield was unpredictable, but the commentary booth was equally tumultuous. Now, let us discover the third Pokémon chosen by Mitchell. I suspect it will be either Jolteon or Vaporeon. I believe the former has a greater likelihood, given that Vaporeon is at a disadvantage against Pikachu. As the commentator speculated, Mitchell revealed his third Pokémon, Jolteon. Ah, you guessed correctly. Impressive. Oh no, just luck. As soon as Jolteon entered the fray, Ash immediately commanded Pikachu to attack. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed another Thunderbolt, yet Mitchell did not instruct Jolteon to evade. Jolteon made no attempt to dodge, absorbing the electric strike, and to Mitchell's surprise, he smiled mysteriously. What could be happening? Why did Mitchell not direct Jolteon to avoid the attack? It seems to be due to its ability. Jolteon likely possesses the Volt Absorb ability, which increases its health when struck by electric-type moves. Does that mean Ash's Pikachu poses no threat to Mitchell's Jolteon? The commentator's words were audible not only to the audience but also to Ash, who quickly commanded Pikachu to halt its electric discharge. Pikachu was already exhausted. Its vitality linked to its stored energy. If it ran out, it could face dire consequences. Given Pikachu's current state, it was evident it could no longer continue fighting. Ash hastily signaled for a Pokémon swap, rushing to retrieve Pikachu from the battlefield. After much contemplation, he concluded that only his Charizard stood a chance against Jolteon. Go, Charizard. Without further hesitation, Ash summoned his Charizard. Oh, Ash's third Pokémon is Charizard. It appears well trained. I eagerly anticipate its performance. With both sides now down to their final Pokémon, the decisive battle was imminent, and the outcome would soon be revealed. While the commentators continued their banter, the fierce clash had already commenced. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt. Charizard, take to the skies and evade, then use Flamethrower. The two combatants exchanged blows, engaging in a lively back and forth. After numerous rounds of combat, the situation began to shift. Charizard, use Wing Attack. Upon hearing this, Charizard transformed into a streak of light, charging at Jolteon and colliding with it, sending Jolteon flying. However, Charizard too bore the brunt of the encounter, sustaining a wound from Jolteon's sharp spikes, forced to land. Oh no, Jolteon has been hit by Wing Attack. This does not bode well? Not necessarily. Jolteon's spikes are no trifling matter. Look, Charizard's left wing is already injured. Indeed. With its wing wounded, Charizard may struggle to take flight again, significantly impacting its speed. Ash, observing his grounded Charizard with its left wing drooping, furrowed his brow. Contemplating. It seemed he would have to resort to that combo he had hoped to save as a trump card. Charizard, use Fire Spin. The ultimate move he intended to employ was the Charizard combo he learned from Chinluo. Though Chinluo had overused it to the point of neglecting it himself, few had witnessed it here, and its effectiveness was undeniable. It swiftly felled Jolteon, but after this, it would likely be difficult to use again, especially with the match being broadcast live. Let us congratulate Ash from Pallet Town for defeating a formidable opponent and securing his advancement to the next round. Indeed, this match was remarkable. With Ash's victory secured, Chinluo found no reason to linger and listen to the commentators ramble on, leading Naza directly to the ice arena, as it was nearly time for his own match. Shortly thereafter, the announcement echoed through the arena. Please prepare for the next battle between Chinluo from Pallet Town and Xinz from Maiden Town. The 7th battle in the ice arena is about to commence. Upon hearing the announcement, Chinluo bid farewell to Naza and descended the battlefield, awaiting the appearance of his opponent in silence. From the opposite passage, a line of elegantly dressed maidens appeared, each holding a flower basket, forming 2 rows and bowing respectfully towards the passage, calling out in unison, "Please welcome Miss XNZ to the arena." As their words faded, a beautiful young lady adorned in a pink kimono, holding a traditional oil paper umbrella, gracefully emerged from the passage, truly a vision of elegance and poise. The audience erupted in cheers upon Xinz's entrance, indicating her considerable fan base. However, Chinluo remained indifferent, content with Naza's support. Yet, it must be said, Xinz was indeed strikingly beautiful. The ice arena was set for yet another fierce competition. In yesterday's matches, both Chinluo and Xinz exhibited exceptional prowess. One could only wonder if Chinluo would show leniency today. That remained uncertain. Given Xinz's stunning beauty, I would find it hard to lay a hand on her. Haha. This commentator, while not from the grass arena, was equally unreliable. Such jesting remarks unsettled Naza, who recalled Chinluo's expression when viewing Xinz's photographs the previous night, further solidifying her belief that Chinluo would indeed show mercy. "Chinluo, just you wait. I'll settle the score with you after the match," Naza silently vowed. Suddenly, Chinluo felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an aura of hostility directed at him. Whirling around, he found Naza staring intently at him. Dismissing the thought as paranoia, he flashed a smile at Naza before turning his attention back to Xinz. What Pokémon would each side choose? Yesterday, Chinluo's Heracross left a profound impression, managing to compel the opponent to forfeit. Its strength was indeed formidable. Without allowing the commentators to speculate further, Chinluo summoned his Pokémon, Exploud. Exploud? What a rare choice. Chinluo truly brings us many surprises. Upon seeing Chinluo's electric type Exploud, Xinz's expression shifted in surprise. She had anticipated him to use the formidable Heracross from the previous day, for which she had prepared extensively. Yet, Chinluo had chosen not to bring it into the fray, leaving her at a loss for words. There is no alternative. This is a battle after all. Go, Scyther. Oh, to everyone's surprise, Miss Shinzi's first Pokémon is actually Scyther. This choice does not confer any advantages in terms of type. However, since Miss Shinzi has summoned Scyther, perhaps it possesses some unique attributes. Let us wait and see. With the referee's flag dropped and the whistle blown, the match has officially commenced. In Chapter 44, Self-Destruct Magneton vs. Scyther, Chinluo gallantly gestured for Miss Shinzi to make the first move. This action solidified Naz's thoughts regarding Chinluo's fate. Let us observe in silence for 3 seconds for his impending misfortune. Ha ha ha. It seems our young competitor is indeed a gentleman. Is it possible that he is a fan of Miss Shinzi, hoping to catch her attention? How envious, ha ha ha. But for now, let us focus on the match. With Chinluo allowing her the initiative, Miss Shinzi commanded Scyther to launch its attack. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Scyther let out a shriek, its wings becoming a blur as it swiftly charged toward Magneton, its scythe-like arms glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. However, this did not include the levitating Magneton. It was not overconfident like Heracross, knowing that its strength was not on par. Magneton had been with Chinluo for some time, its prowess ranking among the weakest of his Pokémon, excluding Ditto and Mr. Mime, whose abilities varied greatly, making their strength difficult to gauge. Nevertheless, it possessed the potential to reach gym-level strength. Chinluo's intention to send Magneton into this match was to see if it could surpass this threshold. As Scyther rushed toward it, Magneton remained calm. Despite both being classified as elite Pokémon, there was a noticeable disparity between Scyther and itself. The two magnetic arms of Magneton adeptly blocked Scyther's relentless slashes, producing a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of blades clashing. Although Miss Shinzi's Scyther executed its Fury Cutter with lightning speed, Chinluo's Magneton managed to respond adeptly, deflecting each strike, a testament to Magneton's formidable strength. Moreover, it was evident that Chinluo did not issue commands to Magneton, implying that its actions were dictated by its own judgment. Such combat awareness, independent of a trainer's direction, is not a trait possessed by every Pokémon. It is said that only those reaching gym-level strength exhibit such capability. If I recall correctly, Chinluo's Heracross displayed similar autonomy yesterday. Could it be that Chinluo's training skills have already reached gym level? Yet, it is also possible that through specialized training, his Pokémon has developed this combat instinct. Unfortunately, our commentary booth is too distant from the battlefield to gauge the Pokémon's aura and assess their true strength. The commentators' discussions likewise sparked speculation among the audience regarding Chinluo's capabilities. However, they too could not sense the aura emanating from the Pokémon. And even if they could, few would possess the ability to discern its nuances, given that most spectators lack substantial strength themselves. Otherwise, they would not merely be spectators, would they? Observing the fierce clash between the two Pokémon, Miss Shinzi's expression grew serious. While others may not perceive it, she certainly could. The expressions on both Pokémon were telling. Scyther appeared tense, while Magneton wore a relaxed demeanor. Clearly, Magneton's strength surpassed that of Scyther. This situation could not persist. Miss Shinzi thought to herself, Scyther, disengage and create some distance. Upon hearing her command, Scyther, albeit reluctantly, slashed twice more. Seeing Magneton effortlessly block these attacks, it could only retreat in frustration. Magneton, on the other hand, seemed to relish the opportunity, allowing Scyther to create distance without pursuing. It was not that it could not, but rather that it chose not to. After all, it understood that Chinluo summoned it in hopes of advancing its capabilities. If the opponent was weaker, it needed to create challenges for itself. Winning effortlessly would not foster improvement. Miss Shinzi, noticing Magneton allowing Scyther to retreat, raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed by Chinluo's intentions. Initially, she had planned to endure some hits to draw closer, but who would have anticipated Magneton would simply let Scyther go? Such unusual behavior raised suspicions, causing her to hesitate. What is happening? Why have both sides suddenly disengaged? This is illogical. Indeed, despite Scyther's aggressive advances, it was undeniable that Chinluo's Magneton held the upper hand. Logically, Scyther should not have been allowed to retreat without incurring some cost. Could it be that our suspicions are correct? That Chinluo is deliberately holding back to pursue Miss Shinzi? If that is the case, it would be disastrous. Should he succeed, what would become of us, the admirers of Shinzi? I believe that is highly improbable. Magneton's ability to contend with Miss Shinzi's Scyther must surely be attributed to luck, not skill. Upon hearing the commentator's remarks, Miss Shinzi cast a strange look at Chinluo, leaving him feeling quite helpless. These ardent fans were spreading baseless rumors, tarnishing his reputation. Chinluo could only silently protest. This is slander, a defamation of my character. Not only was Miss Shinzi misinterpreting Chinluo, but Naz too was swayed by the commentary. Had Chinluo not been in the midst of battle, and had Naz not matured significantly, she might have been tempted to confront him directly for being ungrateful and abandoning her. However, she was now contemplating where to bury him afterward. Misunderstanding Chinluo's intentions, Miss Shinzi felt no further reservations. To be honest, she had countless admirers and had seen all manner of individuals. While Chinluo was indeed handsome, his apparent disregard for the revered Pokémon battle, intentionally holding back to please her, was utterly unforgivable. Scyther, use Vacuum Wave. Teach that scoundrel a lesson. Scyther nodded, its scythe-like arms slicing through the air, unleashing waves of transparent energy. In truth, Magneton had numerous methods to counter Scyther's Vacuum Wave. The simplest option would be to withstand it since Scyther's special attack was relatively low, and the damage from Vacuum Wave was minimal, even with double effectiveness. Another approach would be to deploy Light Screen to block it entirely. However, such tactics would not contribute to its growth. So Magneton naturally opted for the more challenging response, Electro Ball. As Magneton generated a flurry of electric spheres, it deftly intercepted the incoming vacuum waves, perfectly neutralizing each one. To claim that countering an opponent's move with one's own is straightforward would be a gross oversimplification. It requires keen insight from the Pokémon. One must first ascertain the trajectory of the opponent's move, then skillfully control their own move's path. This alone is no small feat. And to match the number of moves executed by the opponent while ensuring exact precision is a challenge that only exceptional Pokémon can master. As Shinzi watched the Sky Mantis's extraordinary moves thwarted by the self-destructing Magneton, she felt a surge of astonishment. She realized that Jinmu, despite his reckless demeanor, possessed considerable strength. However, this did not imply that she would show him any mercy. Sky Mantis, use Shadow Clone. Upon hearing the command, the Sky Mantis swiftly crossed its two sides before its chest, silently reciting an incantation, and soon transformed into three phantasmal figures. Sky Mantis, gather energy. Instantly, all three figures began to concentrate their energy. It was evident that Shinzi intended to employ the Shadow Clone to prevent the self-destructing Magneton from interrupting the Sky Mantis's energy accumulation. Yet, she had underestimated her opponent. The Magneton had no intention of stopping, merely floating idly as it watched the Sky Mantis successfully gather energy. Seeing the unmoving Magneton, Shinzi furrowed her brow. Sky Mantis, use Blade Dance. Since Jinmu seemed to be holding back, she was determined to demonstrate her prowess. With a resolute mind, she commanded the Sky Mantis to enhance its abilities, aiming to bridge the gap in strength. Once the enhancement was sufficiently complete, she immediately directed the Sky Mantis to attack. Sky Mantis, unleash a series of slashes. The Sky Mantis let out a fierce cry, feeling the surge of power within, and in a flash, it appeared before the self-destructing Magneton, delivering a heavy strike with its scythe. The Magneton launched two magnets once more, attempting to replicate its previous defensive maneuver. However, the amplified power of the scythe sent the magnets flying, and without their obstruction, the scythe struck the Magneton multiple times, driving it forcefully onto the icy surface, sliding back for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Look, Jinmu's self-destructing Magneton has been hit by the Sky Mantis's consecutive slashes. Who told him to be so arrogant? Now he's suffering the consequences. Yet the battle was not over. The self-destructing Magneton floated back up. The confrontation was set to continue. Observing the gashes inflicted on the Magneton by the Sky Mantis, Jinmu smiled and shouted, "All right, Magneton, stop playing around. This opponent is formidable. Give it your all." Humph. You think you can get away with this? Just watch how I handle you. Seeing Jinmu's smile, Shinzi felt insulted. It seemed he had never intended to pursue her. Rather, he had completely disregarded her. Sky Mantis, employ Crosscut. The three figures of the Sky Mantis charged toward the self-destructing Magneton. In an instant, the Magneton emitted a flash of lightning, and the two scattered magnets transformed into ethereal forms, swiftly piercing through two of the Sky Mantis's figures. Regrettably, neither was the real one. At that moment, the true Sky Mantis had approached the self-destructing Magneton, poised to deliver a fatal blow with its scythes. Suddenly, the Magneton erupted with a torrent of electricity, striking the Sky Mantis violently. In an instant, the Sky Mantis was sent flying, crashing to the ground, having lost its combat capability. Witnessing the Sky Mantis fall to the Magneton with a single blow, Jinmu grimaced in dissatisfaction, contemplating, I was too careless. Although its attack could rival the Magneton, its defenses were still too feeble. I should have instructed it to hold back. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Magneton to break through. This is truly vexing. Chapter 45, Crisis? The Magneton breaks through. What could be Miss Shinzi's second Pokémon? Go for it. The commentators expressed their disdain for Jinmu, clearly indicating he had underestimated Miss Shinzi. Come on, Miss Shinzi, show him what you're made of. After witnessing the Magneton obliterate the Sky Mantis in one strike, the commentators realized that Jinmu's earlier actions were not meant to appease Shinzi, but rather demonstrated his lack of respect for her Sky Mantis. This realization irked Shinzi's fans, while Nazi found some satisfaction in it. On the opposite platform, Shinzi glared angrily at Jinmu, feeling the sting of being underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a Pokeball from her voluminous sleeves and hurled it with force, momentarily discarding her ladylike demeanor. Go, Mewtwo, she bellowed, seemingly to vent her frustrations. As a flash of red light illuminated the arena, a slender figure emerged, displaying the same large mouth and wise eyes as before. However, Jinmu was acutely aware that this Mewtwo was not as simple as the previous encounters. Yet, he refrained from issuing any commands. curious to observe how the self-destructing Magneton would respond to this new adversary. The self-destructing Magneton, dismissive of Mewtwo's presence, perceived it to be far less formidable than the Sky Mantis. Such a lackluster opponent could hardly ignite its fighting spirit. I'll just dispose of it easily, the Magneton mused, unleashing a straightforward thunderbolt towards Mewtwo. True to its nature, Mewtwo remained stationary, absorbing the full brunt of the thunderbolt. After a flash of electricity, Mewtwo continued to stare blankly at the self-destructing Magneton, seemingly oblivious to what had just transpired, as if the attack had not affected it at all. What is happening? Why is Miss Shinzi allowing Mewtwo to be attacked without any response? Is she trying to emulate Chinluo? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? No, wait. Look at that. Mewtwo is completely unharmed by the Magneton's attack. Incredible. Truly a remarkable woman. The commentators erupted in praise of Mewtwo's seemingly invincible stance against the Magneton. However, this did not faze Chinluo. Having grown up in the same town as Shinzi, he was already prepared for the unique capabilities of her Mewtwo. Unfortunately, the self-destructing Magneton remained unaware of this, attributing its predicament to its unreliable trainer. Infuriated by Mewtwo's vacant stare, the Magneton felt an unwarranted rage swell within it, compelled to unleash a furious assault. Doubting Mewtwo's immunity to its electric attacks, the Magneton fired off another thunderbolt, this time with far greater conviction and intensity. Mewtwo remained composed, absorbing the full force of the thunderbolt without a scratch. Its behavior sent the commentary booth and audience into a frenzy. Reminiscent of the previous day's match where Chinluo's Heracross had faced similar circumstances, creating a delightful contrast. Haha, looks like Chinluo has met his match. Who told him to act so proud? This is poetic justice. The commentator's mocking tone resonated throughout the venue, eliciting a chorus of agreement from the audience. While Na-Zi fumed silently, vowing to make the commentator pay for his insolence. Completely oblivious to her earlier misconceptions about Chinluo, she was consumed by her anger. Despite the laughter that surrounded it, the self-destructing Magneton felt an overwhelming fury directed at Mewtwo. What do they know? They have no idea how powerful my trainer is. It's not my fault that I'm inadequate. The Magneton's rage intensified, its eyes burning with determination as it charged recklessly at Mewtwo. Its mind fixated solely on destruction. Faced with the oncoming self-destructing Magneton, the Mewtwo effortlessly sidestepped, allowing the Magneton to charge a considerable distance before it could halt its momentum. Without hesitation, it turned around and lunged at Mewtwo once more, only to be evaded again with ease. The two Pokémon engaged in a playful dance, reminiscent of skilled matadors taunting a frenzied bull. Each failed assault elicited laughter from the commentators and spectators, further inciting the angered Magneton, which responded with increased force and speed in its attacks. Yet, Mewtwo continued to evade with remarkable agility. However, the immense inertia from each collision with the icy surface was not easily dissipated, causing it to skid several meters before coming to a stop. Gradually, the Magneton bore numerous scars upon its body, its stamina waning, and its strikes becoming increasingly sluggish, though its eyes remained wild with fury. Watching the battered Magneton, Chinluo felt a pang of sympathy. In this situation, there lay a significant opportunity for a breakthrough in strength. In a frenzied state, exerting every ounce of energy. What a splendid chance to hone one's abilities. Yet, he began to contemplate whether to substitute the Magneton. On the opposing side, Shinzi appeared to grow impatient, calling out to Mewtwo, "Mewtwo, deliver the final blow and end this battle." Upon hearing Shinzi's words, Mewtwo's previously vacant gaze shifted to one of determination. As the Magneton rose again to charge at it, Mewtwo silently prepared its stance, awaiting the inevitable approach. Closer and closer, the Magneton was nearly upon Mewtwo's delicate form, its manic eyes glimmering with a hint of joy. Suddenly, a remarkable transformation occurred. Mewtwo leaned back, executing a peculiar 90-degree bend, then thrusting its hands upward, grasping a protruding corner of the Magneton's abdomen. With a forceful heave, it slammed the Magneton onto the icy ground, creating a substantial crater and sending cracks radiating several meters away. Rising gracefully, Mewtwo leapt a few meters back, gazing quietly at the Magneton now sprawled on the ground. Truth be told, the Magneton, having been struck in such a manner, regained its senses. It cast a defiant glance toward Mewtwo, feeling its eyelids grow heavy, on the verge of succumbing to fatigue. Perhaps this was the end? The Magneton pondered. Yet, the mocking laughter from the crowd fueled its unwillingness to concede. Summoning its last reserves of strength, it scanned the audience, determined to remember the faces of those who ridiculed it. Just as its eyes began to close, it spotted Chinluo. Surely, he must be disappointed. The Magneton thought, believing its weakness must surely bring him shame, for it was indeed his weakest Pokémon. If only another Pokémon had taken the field, victory would have been assured. With a self-deprecating smile, the Magneton cast one last glance at Chinluo's face. To its surprise, the anticipated expression of disappointment was absent. Instead, Chinluo wore a visage filled with concern and expectation, even as it exhaustedly closed its eyes. This perplexed the Magneton. Wasn't its performance deserving of disappointment? Why the worry and anticipation? Perhaps the concern was understandable, but what of the expectation? Was this what Chinluo wished to witness? Suddenly, a flicker of realization ignited within the Magneton. It recalled how Chinluo had once emerged as a gym leader-level trainer under extreme rage, a reflection of its current predicament. I understand now. The Magneton finally grasped why Chinluo allowed it to attack Mewtwo with reckless abandon, despite the futility. This was all to deplete its stamina, ultimately leading to a breakthrough in willpower and a transformation in strength. I can do this. The Magneton fervently shouted within, striving to open its eyes once more. At last, the darkness receded, revealing a glimmer of light. Once more, the emergence of light filled the Magneton with joy. Even a modicum of brightness signified that it was beginning to surpass its limits. The referee approached the Magneton, meticulously inspecting its condition, poised to raise the flag in favor of Shinzi, when, suddenly, the Magneton opened its eyes. Though still weak, a remarkable shift in its aura had occurred. This unexpected change interrupted the referee's actions. Glancing down at the Magneton, he could not help but nod in approval, hastening to the side to signal the continuation of the match. The Magneton floated once again in midair, casting a joyful glance at Chinluo, who reciprocated the sentiment with a smile. After all, how could one not feel elated when their Pokémon was growing stronger? No way. Did contestant Xiao Luo's Magneton just rise again after closing its eyes? Moreover, it appears different now. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Shinzi's expression bore a grave weight. She distinctly sensed the shift in the Magneton's aura. It had previously been on par with her Mewtwo, yet now it was transformed. Although its energy remained feeble, its presence was undeniably altered. Mewtwo, use Leaf Blade. The change in the Magneton unsettled her, compounded by Chinluo's approving demeanor, which deeply wounded the pride of the beautiful and confident woman. It dawned on her that she had merely been a stepping stone for someone else's growth. How could this not incite her fury? Angered, she commanded Mewtwo to initiate an attack without hesitation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mewtwo too felt a swell of anger. Had it not been for Shinzi's command, it would have charged forward to deliver another shoulder throw to the Magneton. Chapter 46. The roaring arena. Shinzi was equally enraged. Though her ire was directed not at the Magneton, but at Chinluo, she could not comprehend why Chinluo remained silent, allowing his Magneton to battle on its own despite its current state. Did he truly find her strength so unworthy of his attention? Mewtwo used Vine Whip. At long last, the poised Mewtwo received Shinzi's command, eagerly extending its long vines to strike at the Magneton. Strangely, the Magneton merely evaded, refraining from counterattacking, which only served to infuriate Shinzi and Mewtwo further. Previously, Mewtwo had dodged the Magneton's assaults until the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Now, seeing the Magneton evade Mewtwo's attacks, they questioned its intentions. Was it merely biding its time for revenge? In truth, Shinzi and Mewtwo's anger had led them to misinterpret the situation. The Magneton had previously attempted to attack, but found its blows ineffective against Mewtwo. This realization had ingrained a subconscious belief that its attacks were futile. Despite appearing to evade Mewtwo's strikes effortlessly, the Magneton was internally anxious, tirelessly contemplating how to overcome this seemingly invincible opponent. Most of the individuals present shared the same sentiment as Miss Shinzi, perceiving the self-destructing Magneton as an affront to the Mewtwo, a reprisal for the previous arrow of attack. Even the commentators were vociferously denouncing Chinluo's unethical conduct. However, a handful of observers discerned the true intentions of the Magneton, and Chinluo was naturally among this select few. Perhaps it was the unwillingness to witness the Magneton endure such strenuous evasions, or perhaps the impatience stirred by the spectators' and commentators' remarks, that prompted Chinluo to address the Magneton directly. Its feet resembled two conductive wires, channeling your electricity into the ice layer, subsequently grounding it, akin to a lightning rod. Thus, your 100,000 volts prove ineffective. Find a way to displace it from the ice, or refrain from employing electric-type moves. Having articulated this, Chinluo fell silent, allowing the Magneton to determine its subsequent course of action. Upon hearing Chinluo's words, the Magneton's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. His guidance proved immensely beneficial. Recognizing that their opponent was not invincible, there was evidently a means to conquer it. Observing Chinluo finally issue a command to the Magneton, Shinzi regained her composure, realizing that the Magneton's prior actions were not mockery, but rather a cautious approach. She lamented internally, regretting that had her anger not clouded her judgment, she could have seized the previous opportunity to defeat the Magneton decisively. Alas, there were no ifs. With the newfound strategy against the adversary, the Magneton ceased its purely defensive stance. After evading a sweeping vine whip, it began to radiate a brilliant white light, coalescing into a singular beam that surged toward the Mewtwo. Danger! It's the cannon beam. Mewtwo, evade! Shouted a commentator, fervently supporting Miss Shinzi. She was well aware that she could not allow the Magneton's attack to strike the Mewtwo, promptly commanding, Mewtwo, ensnare the ice pillar with your vine whip and elevate yourself. The prior assault had left the Mewtwo unable to retract its vine whips in time, so Shinzi adeptly directed it to utilize the vines to dodge the impending attack. Otherwise, with the lengthy vines extended outward, evading the rapid and robust cannon beam would prove exceedingly challenging. Complying with the order, the Mewtwo executed the maneuver, narrowly escaping the cannon beam. Observing the Mewtwo evade its attack, the Magneton bore a mysterious smile. Seeing the Magneton smile rather than fume, Shinzi furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why her miss had elicited amusement from the Magneton. Was there something amiss with her Mewtwo? Glancing at her Pokémon, she observed no apparent issues. The Mewtwo had successfully evaded the attack, sustaining no visible harm. So why was the Magneton grinning? Suddenly, Shinzi recalled Luo's earlier assertion that her Mewtwo was immune to electric shocks due to its feet acting as a conductive device, diverting the current into the ice surface to avoid harm. However, if the Mewtwo's feet were no longer on the ice, did that not imply oh no? Shinzi cried out. Mewtwo, return to the ice surface immediately. The Mewtwo felt frustrated. It had just utilized the force of its vine whips to ascend and now was commanded to descend. After exerting considerable effort to evade the cannon beam, returning to the ground at that moment was no simple task. Yet, with her command issued, compliance was the only option. Just as the Mewtwo strained to press itself back onto the ice with the vine whips, the Magneton's 100,000 volts struck it. Moreover, this was no ordinary electric attack. Having endured a relentless pursuit from the Mewtwo earlier, it was only natural for the Magneton to harbor resentment. Coupled with the Mewtwo's earlier taunting, it was inevitable that the Magneton would retaliate fiercely. The potent current rendered the Mewtwo, despite its vines now limp against the ground, suspended in the air until the electric light dissipated, causing it to crash onto the ice. At that moment, the Mewtwo bore no semblance to its previously adorable demeanor. It was charred and blackened, resembling a burnt sprouted potato. The damage it sustained was severe, and without prompt treatment, it faced potential peril. On the other side, the Magneton was also in a precarious state. The attack had drained its already limited stamina, leaving it sprawled on the ice. Although it had not lost consciousness, it lacked the strength to continue fighting. However, the immediate concern was not the weakened Magneton. While it needed rest, it posed no mortal threat. Shinzi hurried to the Mewtwo's side, anxiously assessing its condition. Ignoring Shinzi's furious glare, Luo crouched down to examine the Mewtwo. Fortunately, it had not been instantly incapacitated by the electric attack and still had a breath left. Luo quickly produced a vitality fragment, offering it to Shinzi. If you wish to prevent harm to your Mewtwo, you should promptly administer this. Of course, whether you trust it is entirely up to you. With that, he returned to his battle platform, observing Shinzi and her Mewtwo with an expression of calm indifference. Initially hesitant, Shinzi was wary of the man on the opposite platform, who had left a poor first impression. The Pokémon League personnel were already seeking Nurse Joy, and she remained skeptical of Luo's offering, fearing that consuming it might lead to her Mewtwo's demise. Noticing Shinzi's indecisiveness, Luo remained unfazed. He had done his part. Should she choose to ignore his advice, that was her prerogative. The only inconvenience lay in the possibility of being penalized for the death of an opponent as Pokémon in the league competition. It was a mere consequence. Ultimately, as Shinzi observed her increasingly weakened Mewtwo, she realized that waiting for Nurse Joy was no longer an option. If she delayed treatment any further, it would be too late. Gripping the yellow crystal Luo had handed her, she resolved, treating a dead horse as a living one. If she was destined to fail, she would at least take a chance. She placed the yellow crystal into the Mewtwo's mouth, and as it entered, it instantly transformed into a yellow liquid, flowing into the Mewtwo's body autonomously. In the blink of an eye, the visibly charred skin began to shed, gradually revealing its original hue. Suddenly, the Mewtwo emitted a sound of relief, slowly opening its eyes. The developments on the battlefield sent the commentary booth and the audience into an uproar. Did player Shaluo just speak? I didn't expect his voice to be quite pleasant. I'm enamored. Shaluo is speaking. My youth is restored. How does he know the reason Mewtwo is immune to electricity? Could he truly be formidable? Look, the Magneton is launching an attack. Incredible! Miss Shinzi's Mewtwo has evaded the attack. She truly is the woman I admire. Oh no, that is the Magneton S-trap. Mewtwo is caught. No. My Miss Shinzi's Mewtwo. How could it fall like this? I cannot accept it. Wait. It seems Mewtwo is in trouble. Indeed. Xiaoluo, if anything happens to Mewtwo, I will not let this rest. Look, Xiaoluo has arrived beside the Mewtwo. What does he intend to do? He is even crouched down. During the time Mewtwo is down, the entire venue is filled with shouts of condemnation directed at Xiaoluo, with only a few voices supporting him completely drowned out. When Mewtwo miraculously recovered after consuming the medicine given by Xiaoluo, the arena fell into a sudden silence. Everyone, including Shinzi, was captivated by the yellow crystal that Xiaoluo had produced. Those unfamiliar with the world of Pokémon may not realize that it is not as pure and harmonious as depicted in the animations. Every year, countless Pokémon suffer fatal injuries due to poaching organizations or everyday battles, leaving them without timely treatment. Just moments ago, everyone believed Mewtwo was beyond salvation. Yet that small yellow crystal managed to wrest Mewtwo from the clutches of death. Is that not astonishing? How could it not evoke such awe? All gazes, including that of Nazi, became fixated on Xiaoluo, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, applause erupted from an unknown source, rapidly growing in volume and spreading like wildfire throughout the venue, culminating in a thunderous ovation that reverberated to other arenas, leaving those spectators frustrated. Did they really have to witness this again? Xiaoluo looked speechlessly at the clapping audience, pondering how saving a Pokémon could warrant such a reaction. Little did he know that the significance of that small yellow crystal was monumental in this world. Moreover, aside from a few individuals, the people here held profound affections for Pokémon. Saving a single Pokémon's life was indeed deserving of such grand applause. Miss Joy hurriedly arrived with a Chansey. Where's the critically endangered Pokémon? She inquired, but the crowd fell silent, casting puzzled looks at Xiaoluo, including Miss Joy, who could only look at him in confusion. Xiaoluo, at a loss for words, pointed towards Shinzi, who was cradling Mewtwo. Following his gesture, Miss Joy looked over and saw a perfectly healthy Mewtwo, wondering why she was summoned in haste. Was she being toyed with? Seeing the disapproving expression on Miss Joy's face, Shinzi hastily explained everything that had just occurred. When she mentioned that Xiaoluo had used a piece of life essence, Miss Joy's eyes lit up with anticipation as she turned her gaze towards him. Truthfully, Xiaoluo was baffled by their overwhelming interest. In his previous life within the game, vitality fragments were quite inexpensive, and he held little regard for revival potions that could only restore half of a Pokémon's health. Why then was the reaction so exaggerated? If he were to produce a vitality block or revival grass, he could only imagine the uproar it would cause. Faced with Miss Joy's eager gaze, Xiaoluo reluctantly retrieved a vitality fragment and handed it to her, saying, I stumbled upon this by chance. I have no knowledge of its formula. Please, take this and study it. I wish you success. Upon receiving the remarkable item from Xiaoluo without hesitation, Miss Joy was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary value it held for the entire Pokémon world. Although she had merely expressed desire through her eyes and refrained from requesting it outright, Xiaoluo had willingly placed it in her hands as if it were an inconsequential item. Miss Joy cast a serious glance at Xiaoluo before bowing deeply, understanding that this fragment was invaluable to her and her family. As a guardian of her region, she had saved countless Pokémon, yet many had also perished in her care. If she could deliver this fragment to her family and they could uncover its formula, the Joy family would ascend to greater heights, becoming one of the most formidable powers in the Pokémon world. There was no time for further gratitude. Miss Joy cradled the vitality fragment in her hands and hurriedly exited, needing to present it to her superiors. The court's conference was attracting global attention, and news of the Joy family acquiring such a treasure would soon spread, possibly even drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. To be safe, she needed to contact her higher-ups and request more personnel. If necessary, she might even have to collaborate with Junsha, sharing the spoils. Miss Joy rushed in and out, whisking away Xiaoluo's vitality fragment as the interlude concluded and the competition resumed. Although Shinzi's Mewtwo had regained its vigor, according to the rules of the match, Mewtwo had already lost this round, and Xiaoluo's self-destructing Magnemite was also unable to battle. Both sides had to send forth new Pokémon. Returning to the battlefield, Shinzi regarded Xiaoluo with a complex expression. Suddenly, gathering her courage, she addressed him. Xiaoluo, I know you are formidable, and my strength may not impress you, but I still implore you to unleash your true power. I wish to see just how vast the gap between us truly is. Please. With that, she bowed to him. Xiaoluo observed Shinzi's earnestness and could only nod in resignation. Since she sought a challenge, granting her wish once would not be an issue. Upon receiving his consent, Shinzi's face brightened with joy, her impression of him growing increasingly favorable. Xiaoluo, however, remained indifferent to her change in demeanor, yet others took note of it. Parasect, I entrust you with this task. Unbeknownst to him, Shinzi's voice had taken on a gentler tone. A flash of red light revealed a massive mushroom appearing on the icy surface, predominantly pink with scattered yellow spots, exuding an aura of toxicity. Suddenly, from beneath the mushroom, two enormous pincers and a pair of long legs emerged, pushing the mushroom upwards to reveal two large, round, white eyes, radiating an adorably clumsy charm akin to Bidoof. This was Shinzi's third Pokémon, Parasect. Parasect is a Pokémon formed from a combination of an insect and a mushroom. Its orange lower half, having evolved, features white eyes and 3 pairs of legs, with the foremost pair transforming into large pincers. The mouth part disappears upon evolution, while the massive yellow-spotted red mushroom on its back grows larger than its body and controls the Pokémon's consciousness. In essence, that enormous mushroom serves as Parasect's brain rather than mere decoration, reminiscent of the winter worm summer grass. Upon witnessing Shinzi summon her third Pokémon, Jinmu frowned. He had originally intended to send out Charizard for a friendly match, but her third Pokémon, a Buggrass type, posed a dilemma. Some may wonder what the issue is with a Buggrass type. It shouldn't hinder Charizard's participation. However, one must remember that Charizard is a fire-flying type, and both fire-type and flying-type moves are quadruple effective against Parasect. Would it not be too unfair to send Charizard into battle? With the fiery temperament of Charizard, one must be cautious not to provoke it to tears, for should that happen, where would Jinmu hide his face? After much contemplation, it seemed prudent to let Heracross take the stage. After all, it had fought valiantly the previous day and ranked among the strongest of Jinmu's Pokémon. Summoning the Pokeball, he gently tossed it, and Heracross, with its bright, piercing eyes, emerged once more to the cheers of the audience. Still fresh in their memories from its impressive performance yesterday, the third round of the Pokémon battle commenced promptly. Miss Shinzi immediately commanded Parasect to launch an attack. Parasect, use Cross Poison. Upon hearing the command, Parasect crossed its massive pincers over its chest and thrust them forward, sending 2 intersecting purple blades hurtling towards Heracross. As the Cross Poison approached, Heracross merely scoffed. While the opposing Pokémon was indeed stronger than the 2 it had faced the day before, it was still far from being deemed a worthy adversary. With a mere flick of its hand, it shattered the incoming blades and casually flung the toxic residue onto the icy ground, releasing plumes of black smoke. Such a potent toxin could not even leave a mark on Heracross's hardened exoskeleton. Miss Shinzi gritted her teeth, pondering how to counter Heracross. Despite her best efforts, no viable strategy surfaced. With a sigh, she conceded her own inadequacy. Yet, unlike Shinzi, who had surrendered, she resolved to press on. Parasect, use Spore. Recognizing that offensive moves were futile, she opted to employ a status-altering technique. Parasect trembled violently, releasing fine spores from its mushroom, which danced on the wind towards Heracross. This time, Heracross could not afford to ignore the impending threat. The spores, once inhaled, would induce sleep, and according to the Court's conference rules, being asleep constituted a loss of combat capability. Heracross's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Standing still would guarantee a hit, and unlike typical attacks that could be countered, these spores enveloped the battlefield. How could Heracross defend against such a pervasive assault? With no other options, Heracross's wings began to beat furiously, lifting it into the air to evade the encroaching spores. This maneuver, however, sparked a glimmer of hope in Shinzi. As long as there was something to fear, victory was within reach. More spores were unleashed, blanketing the icy arena and leaving Heracross with nowhere to land. It is well known that while insects can fly, their aerial capabilities are fleeting, and Heracross was no exception. It could not remain airborne indefinitely and would eventually succumb to the surrounding spores. The situation on the battlefield grew dire for Heracross. Lacking wide-area offensive moves, it found itself cornered. Gazing at the spore-laden ice, Heracross felt a wave of regret. Had it known better, it would have dispatched that troublesome Parasect with a single blow. Now, it had foolishly underestimated its opponent and was facing the consequences. Ultimately, Heracross paid the price for its arrogance and fell victim to the spores. Jinmu, expressionless, recalled Heracross, contemplating that perhaps its defeat was a blessing in disguise, sparing him from its future hubris. The commentators and audience expressed their astonishment. It was evident to all that there was a significant disparity in strength between the 2 Pokémon. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Heracross had lost due to a momentary lapse in judgment, a fact that some struggled to accept. Little Luo's Heracross has paid dearly for its arrogance, they lamented. One could only hope that this defeat would incite Heracross to reflect on its mistakes, for its strength was undeniable. And it would be a shame if it did not persevere. Following Jinmu's earlier act of kindness in healing a Mewtwo and sharing his treasured secret with Nurse Joy, The commentators' attitudes towards him shifted considerably. Such selflessness often inspires a profound respect. Alas, Heracross's negligence not only led to its own defeat, but also left Chenluo with a daunting predicament. The entire arena was now laden with spores, and barring his flying-type Pokémon, which numbered only 2 or 3, the rest would likely succumb to sleep upon entering the fray. Zapdos was an absolute trump card and a hidden strategy, thus it could not be deployed. Although Metagross could fly, it required time on the ground as well. Thus, after weighing his options, Chenluo reluctantly resolved to send forth Charizard. He could only spare a moment of silence for Parasect. What else could be done? Chapter 48. Advancing to the third round, he tossed Charizard's Pokeball into the sky, gazing at Shinzi and her Parasect with an expression that conveyed good luck. The Pokeball burst open in midair, revealing a magnificent crimson dragon, which, after circling a few times, let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Chenluo had refrained from releasing it for several days, and now that it was finally free, it radiated exhilaration. Is that little Luo's third Pokémon, Charizard? Its aura is so powerful. I can feel it from here. It must possess gym leader level strength. Who would have thought little Luo was so formidable? This year's Quartz Conference features such a strong competitor. What is the secret? Wait, is it true that little Luo is a rookie trainer from Pallet Town this year? What? You mean he has attained gym leader level strength after just a few months of travel? That can't be right. Indeed, I doubt this Charizard has gym leader level strength yet. Look. It is hovering above us, not too far away. It likely only has gym level power. That may be so. But achieving gym level strength in just a few months is still quite impressive. Wow, little Luo is handsome and powerful. I think I might be falling for him. As the commentators continued their discussion of Charizard's prowess, Shinzi and Parasect felt the chill of apprehension. Facing the formidable presence of a gym leader level Charizard was indeed daunting. Miss Shinzi shook her head, attempting to dispel the immense pressure Charizard exuded. Yet, she understood that defeat was inevitable. Still, surrender was out of the question. Parasect. Use cross poison. 2 elongated blades of poison shot forth from the sea of spores and struck Charizard in the abdomen. Enjoying the fresh air, Charizard suddenly felt a sharp sting, glancing down in irritation. Unfortunately, the spores obscured its vision, preventing it from identifying the source of the disturbance. Annoyed, Charizard exhaled a gust of hot air, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. Upon witnessing the situation, Chenluo swiftly intervened, exclaiming, Charizard, refrain from using flame attacks. Instead, deploy a whirlwind attack. It was no jest. The arena was suffused with mushroom spores, obscuring even the line of sight, indicating their perilous concentration. Should an open flame ignite, a dust explosion would likely ensue, potentially obliterating the hidden Parasect amidst the spores. At that moment, neither Chenluo nor any celestial being could save it, and he had no desire to end the life of a Parasect immediately after rescuing a Mewtwo. Chenluo's admonition caught Charizard off guard, as flames were already forming in its maw. How could one suddenly instruct it to refrain from fire attacks? Nevertheless, there was no alternative. Charizard promptly lowered its head, pressing its front paws against its mouth. Despite the searing pain causing black smoke to billow from its jaws, it managed to halt its fiery assault. Exhaling all the smoke, it then flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a tornado that lifted the mushroom spores into the air, leaving behind a pristine, glistening ice surface. Charizard, now rescue the Parasect and remember to maintain. Upon hearing Chenluo's command, Charizard looked bewildered. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity to eliminate the opponent? Why the insistence on a rescue? Confused as it was, Charizard had to obey Chenluo's orders. Taking a deep breath, it dashed into the swirling spores and soon emerged, carrying the unconscious Parasect from the vortex. After tossing it onto the ice, Chenluo immediately instructed Charizard. Now unleash a jet of flame into the tornado. The mushroom spores could not be disregarded. If they scattered and were inhaled, the consequences could be dire. However, not only the spores were caught in the whirlwind, but also the Parasect. Ignoring it posed a significant risk to its life, prompting Chenluo to have Charizard rescue it first. Charizard opened its mouth and released a jet of flame, igniting the spores within the whirlwind. The flames, fueled by the wind, intensified, transforming the entire tornado into a fiery vortex. Initially, when Chenluo commanded Charizard to save his Parasect, Shinzi was perplexed. However, upon witnessing Charizard's subsequent actions, she quickly understood that Chenluo not only saved his Mewtwo, but also his Parasect, thereby resolving the issue of the mushroom spores. A peculiar feeling arose within Shinzi, and her gaze towards Chenluo shifted. With the outcome now determined, Chenluo recalled Charizard and made his way toward the exit, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. As Shinzi watched Chenluo depart, she found herself entranced, only snapping out of her reverie when the referee reminded her to leave the stage. Reluctantly, she turned back repeatedly, gazing longingly in the direction Chenluo had gone. Although the competition had concluded, the audience remained engrossed in discussion, relishing the thrilling encounter. Wow, that battle was simply exhilarating. I had no idea contestant Xiao Luo possessed such strength and charm. How could someone be so perfect? His problem-solving approach is incredibly comprehensive. If he hadn't intervened to stop Charizard from using flame attacks, Miss Shinzi's Parasect would have undoubtedly perished. Indeed. What was that called again? Ah, dust explosion. That swift maneuver he executed was simply cool. I've decided to become a fan of his. I declare that I will watch every one of Xiao Luo's matches from now on. Any fellow members of the Luo family want to exchange contact details? The audience continued their lively chatter, even as the next match began. Unbeknownst to Chenluo, or perhaps indifferent to it, he was preoccupied with addressing the anger of Naz. Xiao Luo, you're quite the charmer. One match, and you've amassed countless fans, not to mention winning over a lovely admirer. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Startled by Naz's remark, Chenluo instinctively replied, she is quite beautiful. Little did he know that this simple statement sent Naz's temper flaring, her hair almost standing on end. With one hand on her hip and the other gripping Chenluo's ear, she huffed indignantly. Oh, so now you notice when others are beautiful, huh? You must be tired of looking at me every day? Fine, I'll leave you to pursue your Miss Shinzi. With that, she pretended to walk away, not releasing Chenluo's ear. The pain made him grimace, prompting him to quickly embrace Naz's waist and whisper tenderly in her ear, how could I? My Naz is a natural beauty. There's no end to how much I could admire you. Hearing Chenluo's sweet words, Naz couldn't help but smile. But she soon remembered she was supposed to be angry and quickly composed her expression. Then tell me, who is more beautiful, Shinzi or me? Chenluo feigned deep contemplation before responding slowly. Miss Shinzi is indeed a breathtaking beauty. He then tightened his grip on the struggling Naz and added, yet my Naz is a celestial being, a sight so rare that one can scarcely encounter it on Earth. You are a fairy sent to me from the heavens. Upon hearing Chenluo's declarations, Naz ceased her struggles, turned to him, and gently caressed his face, speaking with deep affection. Darling, is what you say true? Am I really your fairy? With that, she leaped into Chenluo's embrace. Unfamiliar with romantic entanglements, Naz was utterly captivated by such sweet nothings. Choosing to overlook Chenluo's previous transgressions, desiring only to melt into his warm embrace. Observing the delicate beauty in his arms, Chenluo secretly sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Naz was easy to please. Otherwise, had he faced the seasoned women from his past life, he would have been fortunate to escape without a few scars. After indulging in their affection for a while, the two proceeded to the hall to draw for their next match's venue and opponent. Coincidentally, Xiao Mao's match time coincided with Chenluo's, and Xiao Shi was entirely confident in Chenluo's victory, so they decided to watch Xiao Mao's battle, agreeing to meet at the hall entrance afterward. Before long, Chenluo, holding Naz's hand, arrived at the hall entrance, where Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao were already present. The two were facing opponents of modest strength and were currently engaged in a heated contest of wills. Upon noticing Chenluo's arrival, they paused. Xiao Ji quickly approached Chenluo, curiosity brimming in his eyes. Xiao Luo, why are you so late today? Chenluo waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. There was a bit of an incident, but no worries, I won. Xiao Mao, arms crossed, chimed in. No way. Xiao Luo, are you really that weak? Your opponents can give you trouble? Looks like the hopes of Shirnu Town rest solely on me. You guys are doomed. Chenluo paid little heed to Xiao Mao's remarks, accustomed as he was to his personality. However, Xiao Ji was not having it, fully aware of Xiao Mao's capabilities. He promptly engaged him in an intense and thrilling contest of wills, to the delight of Chenluo and the others. Noticing the time, Chenluo realized it was nearly lunchtime and hurriedly interjected, urging them to finish their drawing and prioritize their meal. After registering with Nurse Joy, Xiao Ji was assigned the ice-type arena, Chenluo the water-type arena, and Xiao Mao the grass-type arena, leading to their paths diverging once more. Observing the three individuals situated in distinct arenas, Xiao Mao chuckled softly and remarked, consider yourselves fortunate to have evaded my presence. Otherwise, I would have seen you home myself. Best of luck. With that, he departed. The exit of his rival allowed the spirited Xiao Ji to finally acknowledge the emptiness in his stomach. Reluctantly, Chenluo invited them for a sumptuous feast. It would have been remiss otherwise. After indulging in a hearty meal, they parted ways at the restaurant's entrance. Happy New Year. Chapter 49. Chenluo's third match commences. The small contestant S. Shellmet withdrew into its shell, seeking to withstand Xiao Ji's Kingler's Crabhammer. The shell of Shelmet was remarkably sturdy. Kingler's attack proved ineffective. Nevertheless, Xiaoji continued to command his Kingler to unleash Crab Hammer upon Shelmet. Look, cracks began to form on Shelmet's shell. Shelmet could no longer endure and succumbed to defeat. Oh, the small contestant's third Pokémon was, surprisingly, Arcanine. However, is it wise to utilize a Fire-type Pokémon on an Ice-type terrain? Who can say? Let us observe how Xiaoji's Kingler responds. The small contestant's decision appears quite irrational, even without considering the terrain. Fire types are inherently weak against water types, especially when pitted against Xiaoji. The small contestant directed Arcanine to use Flamethrower repeatedly, yet its accuracy seemed somewhat lacking. Indeed, on the icy surface, Arcanine's speed was severely hampered. It lacked the strength to negate the slickness of the ice. Wait, Arcanine is intentionally using an empty move. The ice on the terrain has entirely melted away. With the absence of ice, Arcanine's speed advantage is now revealed. At such velocity, Kingler's attacks simply cannot connect. Xiaoji's Kingler was defeated by Arcanine. One cannot help but admire the boundless imagination of the small contestant. However, this was the last Pokémon at his disposal, while Xiaoji still had 2 remaining, leaving the situation decidedly unfavorable for the small contestant. Oh, Xiaoji sent forth his Pikachu, which had previously shone brightly in yesterday's match. Albeit losing to Mitchell's Leafeon due to the latter's ability, an unfortunate circumstance. As soon as Pikachu entered the arena, it began to move at high speed, seemingly intent on competing with Arcanine in terms of velocity. It appears that Arcanine's swiftness has inspired Pikachu to rise to the challenge. Let us witness this contest of speed and determine who reigns supreme. Behold, Pikachu has managed to outpace Arcanine. Indeed, had the icy surface remained, the outcome might have been uncertain. Alas, the ice was melted by Arcanine itself. One could argue that this was a self-inflicted predicament for the small contestant. Yet, had the ice remained intact, it is likely that Xiaoji would have struggled to defeat even a single Pokémon from the small contestant, revealing a disparity in raw strength. Arcanine was bested in speed. It was sent flying by Pikachu. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt, and Arcanine was in dire straits. The brief moment of being knocked back had not yet passed, making it impossible to evade this attack. Let us see if the small contestant's Arcanine can withstand this assault. Arcanine fell. It could not endure. Let us congratulate Xiaoji on his victory and his advancement to the 4th round. The small contestant possesses considerable skill and commendable strategies. Yet he encountered Xiaoji, an unfortunate twist of fate, for otherwise, he might have advanced further. Now, let us take a brief respite. Following this advertisement, the next match will commence. Having successfully defeated his opponent, Xiaoji's battle was over, while simultaneously, Chen Luo's contest on the water terrain began. Chen Luo's 3rd-round adversary was the formidable Jinmu from Chengdu, a trainer of considerable renown with a reputation that precedes him, having attained gym leader status. However, he is no novice. He has traversed the Chengdu region for several years. After 2 outstanding performances, Chen Luo's tickets had become quite scarce. And with the added prestige of his opponent Jinmu, this match was highly sought after. Greetings to all spectators present and those watching from home. This match is once again narrated by our trio. This contest is undoubtedly the focus of public attention. Indeed, both contestants are favorites for the championship. And with their early meeting, one must inevitably depart prematurely. What a pity. Fortune and destiny play their roles. Thus, sometimes, sheer strength is overshadowed by the whims of chance. However, one might argue that luck is indeed a facet of skill, is it not? Speaking of which, the contestants are entering the arena. The match is about to begin. So let us refrain from further commentary and witness the competition unfold. As he walked step by step down the straight, dim corridor, the echo of his footsteps resonated in his ears, igniting a surge of excitement within Chen Luo. Although he had attained gym leader rank, only Charizard and Zapdos among his Pokémon were of gym leader caliber. The rest possessed merely gym-level strength, rendering this match a fair contest. Stepping into the arena, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Xiao Luo, I adore you. Xiao Luo, I want to have your children. To be honest, such adulation from the masses felt exhilarating. However, with the entrance of Jinmu, the tides swiftly shifted. Jinmu, you are the best. Jinmu, you are the most handsome. Nonsense. Xiao Luo is the most handsome. Jinmu is nothing. Xiao Luo, just a little brat. Jinmu is the real man. The fans of both sides engaged in a fierce rivalry, their fervor evenly matched, which only intensified Chen Luo's desire for victory. How could he face his supporters if he were to lose? With fiery determination, Chen Luo locked eyes with Jinmu, who reciprocated the gaze. both sensing the fervent spirit of battle emanating from one another. Suddenly, they both smiled simultaneously, retrieving a Pokeball from their waists and throwing them into the arena. Come forth, Electrode. I choose you, Ampharos. The two Pokémon emerged simultaneously onto the field. One floated on the water's surface, while the other stood upon a platform in the water. Ampharos, the electric-type Pokémon, boasted a vivid yellow hue, with a red sphere at its tail and forehead, a wide underbelly, and flat hands with a single toe. Its neck, ears, and part of its tail bore yellow and black markings, resembling a blend of all its pre-evolution's genes. The light emitted from Ampharos's tail could be seen from great distances, rendering it a reliable beacon, often utilized as a lighthouse Pokémon. Look. Both Xiaoluo and Jinmu have chosen electric-type Pokémon, which hold an advantage over water types, for their first Pokémon. It appears their strategies align. Oh, how so? Generally speaking, in such specialized arenas, trainers tend to select Pokémon that harmonize with the terrain, implying that today's match would typically feature a water-type Pokémon as the first choice. And then, the competitors, Xiaoluo and Jinmu, shared a similar line of thought. They presumed that each other's first Pokémon would be of the water type. Consequently, they opted for electric-type Pokémon to counter the anticipated water types. This strategic choice ensured that any water Pokémon on the aquatic battlefield would be vulnerable to electric attacks, potentially clinching the first victory of the match. Indeed, in such a closely matched confrontation, once one party gains the upper hand, they can decisively suppress the opponent, gradually dismantling their resolve to secure triumph. However, it was unexpected that both had arrived at the same conclusion, which promised an entertaining spectacle. As the two summoned their Pokémon, the commentators eagerly analyzed the unfolding situation. It must be said that the commentators possessed considerable insight. Xiaoluo indeed harbored such thoughts, yet the crux of the matter was his lack of a water-type Pokémon. Thus, he reasoned that deploying an electric type to counter water was a sensible strategy. Who could have anticipated that his adversary would share the same mindset? However, it is worth noting that Xiaoluo's Electrode held a slight advantage. After all, the electric dragon's mobility was somewhat restricted, while Electrode could levitate, significantly expanding its operational range. Observing the opposing electric dragon, Xiaoluo furrowed his brow, mentally sifting through information about the electric dragon. The challenge was that the electric dragon's strength was comparable to his Electrode's, and if its ability was static, then sending out Electrode would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an invitation to disaster. Yet, oftentimes, the more one attempts to recall something, the more elusive it becomes. Frustratingly, while other details flooded back, the specifics of the ability remained stubbornly out of reach. With a shake of his head, Xiaoluo resolved that further contemplation would yield no fruit. To ascertain whether the ability was static, he could simply unleash an electric attack. As a renowned figure once stated, experimentation is the sole criterion for truth. Without hesitation, he commanded, Electrode, use Thunderbolt. As the words left his lips, Electrode discharged a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, hurtling towards the electric dragon. The electric dragon remained remarkably composed in the face of the incoming attack, which deepened Xiaoluo's frown. Could it be that the electric dragon indeed possessed the static ability? Fortunately, at the last moment, the electric dragon evaded the thunderbolt with a swift leap, effortlessly dodging Electrode's strike. Jinmu, with hands in pockets and a disdainful expression, remarked, such a feeble attack should not be showcased. Not only is the damage negligible, but my electric dragon can easily evade it even at this proximity. Show me your true prowess. Weren't you quite formidable yesterday? In response to Jinmu's taunts, Xiaoluo smiled rather than fumed. As long as the electric dragon did not possess the static ability, he would be content. As for the mockery, he could easily teach him a lesson later. Why dwell on it? Since Jinmu had challenged him, Electrode could not afford to be underestimated. Electrode, use Volt Tackle. With the confirmation that Electric Dragon's ability was not static, hesitation was unwarranted. Upon hearing Xiaoluo's command, Electrode's antennae illuminated, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. The electric dragon, no longer its previous casual self, sensed a significant threat from this Volt Tackle, truly a skill capable of bringing a Pokémon to the brink of defeat. With its dark eyes fixed on the lightning, the electric dragon executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the oncoming surge. Now that's more like it. You have earned the right to be my opponent, Jinmu mused. Clearly pleased with this exchange, Electric Dragon, use Charge. With a flourish of its hands, the electric dragon summoned electric energy from the surrounding air, coalescing it into itself, causing the bulb on its tail to glow brighter. Not so fast. Xiaoluo scoffed, you won't have it that easy. Electrode, use Metal Sound. Charge not only amplified the power of electric-type moves but also bolstered its special defense, while increasing skill potency could be addressed by evasion. The enhanced special defense posed a more pressing concern. Therefore, Xiaoluo commanded Electrode to unleash Metal Sound, which would reduce the Electric Dragon's special defense by a level. Electrode's magnetic arms collided, emitting piercing sound waves that even caused the Electric Dragon to cover its ears in vain. It could not withstand the assault, leading to a significant reduction in its special defense. Electric Dragon, use Electro Ball. As the Electric Dragon's special defense waned under the influence of Metal Sound, Jinmu quickly ordered an attack, intent on interrupting Electrode's move. The Electric Dragon opened its mouth, generating a sphere of electric energy, which it promptly released as a powerful Electro Ball. Seeing this, Electrode hastily ceased its Metal Sound, maneuvering through the air in a series of rolls to evade the incoming Electro Ball. Watching the lively dance of Electrode and the pursuing Electro Ball, Xiaoluo furrowed his brow. Logically, the duration of Electro Ball should not extend this long. It appeared that the earlier charge had prolonged the attack's release time. This situation could not continue. Xiaoluo thought to himself. Electrode, use Light Screen. Upon hearing his command, Electrode stabilized its position, placing its magnetic arms in front of itself. Its antennae glowed brightly, and a shimmering light screen materialized before it. No sooner had this barrier formed than the Electro Ball struck, failing to breach the light screen. Yet the force of the impact forced Electrode to stagger backward, straining to maintain its balance. The battlefield's dynamics became increasingly apparent as the Electric Dragon and Electrode faced off from their respective positions, one on the platform and the other in the air. Moments later, cracks began to form in the light screen, which gradually spread as time passed. Xiaoluo estimated that the barrier could not withstand much longer. However, the bulb on the Electric Dragon's tail was also dimming, leading to a tense standoff as they both neared their limits. Ultimately, the Electric Dragon's Electro Ball had been in play long enough, and the energy was finally depleted before the light screen shattered, dissipating into nothingness. With the light screen gone, the Electric Dragon found itself devoid of energy to launch any ranged attacks, rendering it a target for the levitating Electrode. Jinmu, of course, would not allow this situation to unfold without intervention. Electric Dragon, use Charge. The Electric Dragon prepared to absorb ambient electricity from the air to replenish its energy. However, Xiaoluo would not simply stand by and watch his advantage vanish. Electrode, use Cannon. Electrode, heartened by the command, relished the opportunity for retaliation. After a brief charge, it fired a powerful cannon at the Electric Dragon, forcing it to halt its energy absorption and dodge within the confines of the platform. Unlike Electrode, the Electric Dragon could not float, limiting its range of movement, despite its best efforts to evade, as it found itself cornered at the edge of the platform. The Electric Dragon could not escape the onslaught of the cannon, which sent it hurtling into the water. Electrode, use Thunder. It is often said that one should strike down a drowning dog, and Xiaoluo would certainly not let the Electric Dragon, which had fallen into the water, escape unscathed. As the self-destruct Magneton unleashed its ability, a sudden dark cloud appeared in the previously clear sky. With a crack of thunder, a massive bolt of lightning descended, filling the entire pool with violent electricity. When the lightning dissipated, the water level had dropped by a quarter, and the Electric Dragon, with its eyes swirling like whirlpools, floated to the surface. Return, Electric Dragon, Xiaoluo called. As a gym-level Pokémon, its resilience was formidable. After enduring such a powerful thunderbolt, it had merely fainted. Its vitality was indeed impressive. With the Electric Dragon's exit, Xiaoluo's supporters erupted with cheers. Xiaoluo, Xiaoluo, you are the best. Take down that arrogant opponent in one go. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Hey, why aren't you yelling anymore? The commentators, too, were caught up in the excitement. Well, in this electric-type duel, the self-destruct Magneton has the advantage in this aquatic arena. Indeed, it's only natural given the circumstances of aerial versus ground combat in such a confined space. Why didn't you mention this before the match? Didn't you say it was an evenly matched battle? No, you misheard. Impossible. You definitely said that. Cough, cough. Look, Jinmu has sent out his second Pokémon. Let us return our focus to the battlefield. Come forth, Lanternfish. Jinmu exclaimed, throwing his Pokeball with great fervor. A flash of red light revealed a large fish adorned with two light bulbs atop its head, emerging from the pool. The Lanternfish was a sizable blue Pokémon with small fins, possessing large red eyes and a yellow mask-like feature on its face. Its tail ended in yellow, and the wiring atop its head had evolved from two strands into one, branching out to two glowing orbs. The Lanternfish utilized the bioluminescent bacteria in its orbs, emitting a light so intense that it could penetrate 5,000 meters of seawater. Observing the blue fish in the water, Xiaoluo smiled faintly and remarked to Jinmu, "If you wish to concede, just say so. Is it wise to send a water-type Pokémon to its doom? Even if it has electric attributes, Remember that in water, electric-type moves are significantly amplified. Upon hearing Chunluo's words, Jinmu smirked mysteriously and replied, "Then by all means, give it a try. If you are unafraid, why should I be?" For some reason, Chunluo felt a surge of irritation at Jinmu's irritating demeanor. Despite his genuine concern for Jinmu's Pokémon, it seemed he remained oblivious, and thus, Chunluo decided to take action. Self-destruct Magneton, use Thunderbolt. The Magneton responded with a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel, aimed directly at the lanternfish. Surprisingly, the lanternfish showed no concern, allowing the Thunderbolt to strike it. Even as it was enveloped in blinding electric light, it continued to swim leisurely in the water, seemingly unfazed, with its bulbs glowing even brighter. After enduring the electric assault for a while, the lanternfish remained unscathed while the self-destruct Magneton was left panting and weary, its floating form becoming unsteady. Observing this, Jinmu laughed heartily. "Thank you for charging my lanternfish. Now, it is only proper to reciprocate. Lanternfish, use Hydro Pump." Instantly, a massive column of water surged toward the self-destruct Magneton, catching it off guard. Overexerted from using its electric powers, the Magneton was sent flying outside the arena. Although it did not lose its fighting capacity, being out of bounds still counted as a defeat. This left the self-destruct Magneton indignant. Even without electric power, it still had the stamina to use steel-type moves. Was it really going to accept such a loss? Just as it prepared to charge again, Chunluo recalled it. Despite being returned, the Magneton's temper flared, struggling to break free from its Pokeball. Patting the restless Pokeball, Chunluo signaled for it to rest. Upon hearing his trainer's voice, the Magneton finally calmed down. After all, this was a sanctioned league match. Otherwise, Chunluo would have let it take another shot at the lanternfish. Thus, Chunluo realized that the lanternfish's ability was to absorb electricity. The Magneton's energy had been nearly entirely siphoned away, yet it was not a simple feat to absorb, as the lanternfish's internal electricity was so abundant that it began to leak out involuntarily. However, the audience remained oblivious to these nuances. Huh. Did you get slapped in the face? You just boasted and then lost? Is that all? Jinmu hasn't even exerted himself yet, and your self-destruct Magneton has already fallen. Chunluo's fans were not pleased. What are you celebrating? The Magneton has not lost its capacity to fight. How can it have fallen? That's right. If it were to truly battle, who knows who would win? So, do you claim that it lost this match? This question left Chunluo's supporters speechless. With a stalemate of 1-1, both the battle on the field and the one in the stands remained unresolved. It's a pity for Xiaoluo's self-destruct Magneton. It clearly had the strength to continue fighting. However, league regulations state that being out of bounds counts as a loss. What a shame, otherwise. It would have been an exhilarating showdown. I'm quite curious about Xiaoluo's second Pokémon. The situation was unfavorable for him. Electric-type moves would be ineffective against the lanternfish, and with the lanternfish having absorbed much of the Magneton's electricity, its power was now formidable and dangerous. The commentators were correct, yet their limitations did not bind Chunluo. To tackle this lanternfish, he had at least 3 strategies at his disposal. The only challenge was selecting the right one amidst the plethora of choices. Chapter 51, The Marvelous Transformation of the Ditto. Chunluo now faced a dilemma. Retrieving 3 Pokeballs from his waist and placing them before him, he sat down, extending his hand toward one, only to quickly shake his head and withdraw it. His actions piqued the commentators' curiosity. What is going on with Xiaoluo? Why has he sat down? Is he exhausted from the match? While the commentators were puzzled, the audience was buzzing with excitement. What is this? Has Xiaoluo given up? Look at that expression. He must be at a loss against Jinmu's lanternfish. Huh? Nonsense. Clearly, Xiaoluo has too many strategies to defeat Jinmu, and he is contemplating which to choose. Yes, that must be it. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoluo's expression clearly shows he doesn't know what to do. How can there be too many strategies? Truly shameless. What are you saying? If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. What? You disagree? Let us settle this outside. As the audience nearly erupted into a brawl, the referee could no longer contain himself. He approached Chunluo and said, "If you do not send a Pokémon into battle soon, I will declare you the loser." With that, he turned and left, clearly indicating his impatience with Chunluo's prolonged deliberation. With no choice left, Chunluo decided to leave it to fate. "Little rooster, whoever you point to, I shall choose." As he gazed at the Pokeball beneath his finger, deep in thought, he realized it was the Pokeball of Zapdos. Was it time to unleash it? Chunluo shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. What a joke it was to be overly concerned about merely a gym-level opponent. There was no need for such anxiety. He reached for the Pokeball on his left and tossed it into the arena. "It is decided. Go forth, Ditto." As the coin flipped, the answer to his choice was already determined, regardless of whether it landed heads or tails. The moment Ditto emerged onto the field, it immediately utilized its transformation ability, morphing into Electrode, before leaping into the water. To everyone's surprise, the competitor Xiao Luo possessed a Ditto, a rather rare Pokémon. Indeed, Ditto could replicate the appearance and abilities of its adversary, though if memory served correctly, it could not copy the opponent's traits. Thus, even though both sides shared identical skills, the advantage in the water undoubtedly lay with Electrode, leaving Ditto with slim chances of victory. The commentators were well aware of this, and Jinmu, naturally, was too. A slight smile crept across his face as he declared, "Electrode, use Charge Beam." Electrode's twin bulbs flared to life, unleashing a torrent of ferocious electricity that enveloped the entire pool in a violent display. Observing the electrified battleground, Jinmu gleefully taunted Chen Luo, "Surrender quickly. Your Ditto won't last long against such rampant electricity." In response, Chen Luo merely smiled, knowing his Ditto was the epitome of perfection. With the ability to copy traits, it could replicate even the opponent's abilities, maintaining a perfectly balanced contest. Moreover, given Ditto's possession of several additional skills, it might even overpower its opponent. However, this was a secret known only to the heavens, the earth, himself, and Jinmu remained oblivious. Chen Luo had no intention of revealing it. After all, the essence of battle lay in the element of surprise. Gradually, Jinmu began to sense something amiss. Logically speaking, a gym-level Ditto that had endured such a barrage of electric attacks ought to have lost its fighting spirit and floated lifelessly on the water's surface. Something was off. Jinmu frowned and commanded, "Electrode, cease the charge beam." Upon hearing this, Electrode halted its attack, yet the pool was now shrouded in a thin mist, intermittently illuminated by flickers of electricity. Still, Ditto's presence remained elusive. Jinmu's frown deepened as unease settled in. His Electrode floated on the water's surface while the fate of Ditto remained unknown. In this moment of clarity, with him in the light and his adversary in the shadows, an eerie sensation enveloped Jinmu. Look, Jinmu's Electrode has ceased its assault. Could it be that Xiao Luo's Ditto has been defeated? No, not yet. The surface of the water bore no sign of Ditto succumbing to defeat, leading to the unsettling possibility that it simply couldn't have survived such a fierce onslaught. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently as a beam of light pierced through the mist, emerging from the depths. Caught off guard, Electrode was struck directly, followed by a collision accompanied by its anguished cries as it soared high into the air before crashing heavily onto the platform. What just happened? Jinmu's Electrode was suddenly attacked. It must be Ditto. Xiao Luo's Ditto was still in the fight. It had held on. My goodness, to withstand such an attack. Just how formidable is its power? This doesn't make sense. When it was summoned, we felt no sign of its imposing presence. The commentary booth erupted in excitement while the audience's reactions split dramatically. Jinmu's fans looked on in bewilderment, while Chen Luo's supporters erupted in cheers. Yet, Chen Luo paid no heed to the commotion. Seizing the momentum, he knew that swiftly defeating his opponent was the key to victory. Ditto, use Hydro Pump. As soon as the words left his lips, another Electrode emerged from the water, grinning broadly, and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful jet of water. Electrode, evade, Jinmu shouted, but the previous reckless charge had left Electrode momentarily dazed. The situation was further complicated as they were now out of the water, restricting its agility, making evasion nearly impossible. The colossal water jet propelled Electrode backward until it fell off the platform and into the water below. However, unlike Ditto, Electrode did not rise to fight again. It lay belly up, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Impossible. How could your Ditto emerge unscathed? Jinmu exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the lively Ditto, now transformed into Electrode. This scenario defied his understanding. When Ditto appeared, he had perceived it as possessing merely gym-level strength. Even if it had replicated his Electrode, it should not have emerged without a scratch. Electrode's immunity to electric-type moves stemmed from its ability, Static. Wait a moment. A thought struck Jinmu. Could it be that Ditto's transformation into Electrode also granted it the ability of Static? If that were true, then his Electrode's charge beam would indeed be ineffective against it. Was he simply cursed? Had Chen Luo's Ditto fortuitously inherited the very ability that countered his own? Yet, speculation remained just that, speculation, until proven otherwise. Jinmu, with a grave expression, retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. If his hypothesis was indeed correct, this battle would prove exceptionally arduous. Battling against an identical counterpart meant that any minor misstep could lead to total defeat. But wait, it wasn't entirely the same. There would surely be differences in stamina, which transformation abilities and copy traits could not resolve. With this in mind, Jinmu's furrowed brow relaxed, and confidence returned to his visage. Go forth, my ace, Venusaur. Venusaur, the final evolution of the grass-type starter Chikorita from the Chengdu region, resembled a dinosaur from the sauropod family. Unlike its earlier forms, Chikorita and Bayleaf, the leaves atop Venusaur's head were replaced by two stalk-like protrusions from its nose, each adorned with floral stamen. Unlike its pre-evolutions, Venusaur's irises were yellow instead of red, and its forelegs each bore 3 toes instead of 1. The leaves encircling its neck had blossomed into a large pink flower, with a yellow pattern at its center and white tips. Venusaur also displayed sexual dimorphism, with male specimens exhibiting longer tendrils. Despite its gentle nature, making it a favorite among female trainers, Jinmu's choice of Venusaur revealed a softer side to his character. Yet, despite its gentleness, he was still a boy, and Qianluo was not one to be trifled with. Ditto, use Hydro Pump. However, Jinmu's ace, Venusaur, would not be so easily struck by Ditto's Hydro Pump. With a nimble leap, it effortlessly dodged the attack. Venusaur, use Sunny Day. As it landed, Jinmu's command reached Venusaur's ears. It let out a mighty roar, and the already clear sky seemed to draw the sun closer, intensifying the heat. The change in weather rendered Ditto, now a water-type Pokémon, quite uncomfortable. Qianluo naturally noticed the subtle shift in the expression of his opponent's Ditto. The clear sunny day did not merely render Ditto uncomfortable, it significantly diminished the power of its water-type moves. There was no option but to have Ditto abandon its form as a Luxray, for continuing in that state would be detrimental. Ditto, leap onto the platform and revert to your original form. Qianluo commanded decisively. Once Ditto had returned to its natural state, he instructed, Ditto, transform. What puzzled Qianluo was that Jinmu simply watched as his Ditto executed this maneuver. Qianluo had anticipated that Jinmu would send out his Venusaur to interrupt. Yet it seemed Jinmu was indifferent, leaving Qianluo feeling a sense of unutilized energy. However, unbeknownst to Qianluo, Jinmu had already surmised the secret behind Ditto and was allowing the transformation to validate his hypothesis. As Ditto completed its metamorphosis, Jinmu's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 52, Securing the Third Round, A Battle in Shinshin Town? Jinmu's Venusaur was no ordinary specimen. Its ability was not the commonly seen chlorophyll, but rather the exceedingly rare leaf guard. Unlike chlorophyll, which increases the power of grass-type moves as the Pokémon's health diminishes, the leaf guard ability prevents the Pokémon from falling into a status condition under sunny weather. Thus, verifying his hypothesis became remarkably straightforward. Venusaur, use Sweet Scent. With a toss of its head, Venusaur released a plume of pink gas from its shoulder flowers, quickly enveloping the entire platform. Qianluo understood that Sweet Scent would delay the movements of Pokémon, rendering their action sluggish. Yet, he could not allow Ditto to leap off the platform. Inaction was not an option. If his opponent could utilize it, he could as well. Ditto, use Sweet Scent. The pink gas intensified, and both sides experienced a reduction in evasion, evoking a sense of gameplay. Venusaur, use Poison Powder. At Jinmu's command, Venusaur nodded, releasing a cloud of purple powder from its petals. Under the influence of Sweet Scent, Ditto found itself unable to evade. Just as Qianluo contemplated a tit-for-tat response with Poison Powder to afflict Venusaur with a poison status, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Ditto had not succumbed to the poison status at all. But Ditto was clearly hit by the Poison Powder. He pondered, could it be an issue with the opponent's ability? Yet, within Venusaur's abilities, only Leaf Guard could confer immunity to poison. Could it be that Jinmu's Venusaur possessed the legendary Leaf Guard? Such dream abilities were exceedingly rare, even in future generations. However, when all other possibilities were eliminated, the remaining explanation, however improbable, must be the truth. A wave of joy washed over Qianluo. Since Ditto was not poisoned, he need not waste energy on Poison Powder. Yet, he failed to notice that when Ditto showed no signs of poisoning, Jinmu's eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement, revealing an unperceived thrill on his face. Ditto, unleash Solar Flare. Despite transforming into the likeness of the opposing Venusaur and acquiring its move, Qianluo had no way of discerning whether it had learned any other skills. Therefore, he opted for the most powerful move that Venusaur possessed. Typically, Solar Flare would require charging, but due to the earlier sunny day used by Venusaur, the charging time was significantly reduced. Soon, a massive beam of white light erupted from Ditto's mouth. The hindered Venusaur was unable to evade and was struck directly. Even as a grass-type Pokémon, under the influence of the sunny weather, Venusaur found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the attack, struggling to maintain its composure. Venusaur barely managed to stay upright. Victory was within Qianluo's grasp, yet as he gazed at the imminent triumph, a frown creased his brow. Jinmu's expression bore no trace of impending defeat. Instead, it radiated a joy akin to discovering a hidden treasure. He refrained from issuing further commands to Venusaur. and the sight of his soon-to-fall Venusaur seemed to convey a desire for a swift conclusion to the battle. Uncertain of Jinmu's intentions, Shenluo was unwilling to let this easily attainable victory slip away. Ditto, another solar flare to conclude this battle. Ditto immediately opened its mouth wide, forming a sphere of white light within. Venusaur cast a desperate glance back at its trainer Jinmu, seeking guidance on how to respond. To its surprise, Jinmu not only refrained from providing advice but also shook his head, indicating that it should not evade, his face alight with excitement. This left Venusaur perplexed. What was wrong with its trainer? Had he truly given up? Yet, his expression was not one of resignation. Though confused, Venusaur trusted its trainer's judgment. After all, it had experienced countless injuries and defeats over the years. What was one more? As the colossal beam of light hurtled toward it, Venusaur slowly closed its eyes, allowing the solar flare to strike, sending it crashing into the water below. Floating on the surface, it felt a refreshing coolness wash over its body, and, despite the pain, it found solace in witnessing the elation on its trainer's face as a result of its defeat. What did a little pain matter if it brought joy to Jinmu? Gazing at the azure sky, Venusaur thought how lovely it would be without the blinding sunlight. Then it realized, was it not the sunlight it had created itself? A smile crept across its face as it slowly closed its eyes. Venusaur has lost its ability to battle. Shenluo is the victor. As the referee announced the outcome, an uproar of cheers erupted, echoing like a tidal wave. Shenluo, Shenluo, you're the best. I love you, Shenluo. The opposing fans were dismayed. How could this be? Jinmu has lost. I cannot accept this. What are you celebrating? As if you've never lost before. What is there to be happy about? Jinmu, it's just one defeat. Don't take it to heart. Jinmu, oblivious to the clamor, retrieved his Venusaur as the referee declared the match concluded and promptly turned to exit the arena. His actions led his fans to mistakenly believe he could not bear the defeat and was leaving in anger, prompting some to cheer him on. Just as he was about to step into the tunnel, he paused, glancing back at Shenluo's ditto with a gaze filled with desire. Unfortunately, Shenluo was too engrossed in the cheers of his fans to notice that his ditto had caught Jinmu's attention. It is quite a coincidence that when Ash finished his match and hurried over, he happened to witness the jubilant scene of Shenluo's victory, which left Ash feeling rather envious. Although both competitors had triumphed in the first 3 rounds, the audience was not blind. It was evident to anyone with discernment that Shenluo's prowess surpassed Ash's. Naturally, a strong and handsome individual would attract a larger fan base. Nevertheless, despite his envy, Ash felt genuine happiness for Shenluo's victory over such a formidable opponent. As the crowd departed the venue and made their way to the competition hall, although the final qualifying round had no venue options left, the order of appearance still needed to be determined. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered the equally victorious Green, who was surrounded by a throng of adoring female fans. Naturally, a verbal sparring match ensued between the rivals, but Ash found himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for his resilient mindset, he might have chosen to avoid Green in the future, rather than seeking him out, as he did now, willingly subjecting himself to ridicule. However, this time, Green did not underestimate Shenluo as he had the day before. Being the grandson of Professor Oak, Green was well aware of notable figures in various regions. Shenluo, known for his reputation in Chengdu, was recognized as a formidable adversary, and Green knew that his chances against Shenluo were slim. In fact, it was uncertain whether he could even compel Shenluo to unleash his third Pokémon. Yet, such a powerful opponent had fallen to Shenluo. One need not question how Green knew of Shenluo's triumph. He had been present at the event. The thought of possibly facing Shenluo filled him with trepidation. It is essential to mention the format of the Indigo Conference. Although the first 4 matches were qualifiers, the 5th would determine the top 16. This meant that by the 4th match, only 32 contestants would remain, leading to only 4 matches per venue tomorrow. Without a doubt, Ash was set to compete in the grass venue, and it appeared that Miss Katsu, who had not been eliminated, would likely be his opponent. However, Shenluo and Green were both in the rock venue. Green had originally been defeated by a competitor named Jinmu in this round, but due to Shenluo's participation, Jinmu had faced a particularly strong contender yesterday and was regrettably eliminated. This left Shenluo unaware of Green's outcome in the 4th round. As Shenluo and Green exchanged glances, the latter's expression grew grave. Green truly lacked confidence in his ability to overcome Shenluo, at least not at this moment. Shenluo, noticing Green's demeanor, understood his unspoken thoughts and silently sighed, wishing that they would not cross paths. As fellow trainers from the same town, Shenluo genuinely hoped for Green's success, but if they did meet, he would not hold back. When they approached Nurse Joy, Brock immediately ran up to her, taking her hand and gushing, "Hello, Nurse Joy from Hualan City. I am honored to meet you. Where is the Nurse Joy from Nibby City?" Please send my regards. He was promptly pulled aside by Xiaolan, who was holding a Togepi. Only Brock, in his infatuation, could distinguish between the different Nurse Joys. However, his mention of the Nurse Joy caught Chen Luo's attention. This particular Nurse Joy was likely the one he had given Vitality Shards to yesterday, suggesting she had yet to return from delivering the items to headquarters. The selection process soon commenced, and Ash unsurprisingly drew the match against Katsu, still in the 4th round. When it was Chen Luo and Green's turn, Chen Luo intended to let Green select first. However, seeing Green dawdling, he was about to step forward when Green suddenly rushed ahead, registering his match order as the 2nd round, without confirming his opponent. Seeing Green's haste, Chen Luo could only shake his head in resignation as he handed his Pokédex to Nurse Joy. She glanced at him with recognition, which did not sit well with Naji, who playfully twisted his waist, causing him to wince. As the numbers on the screen began to scroll, Chen Luo felt indifferent, but Green was noticeably anxious, creating an atmosphere of tension. The numbers slowed, almost stopping at 1, when suddenly, they changed and settled firmly on 2. "Oh, Green, your next match is against Chen Luo," exclaimed Ash, clearly reveling in Green's misfortune. "I envy you for facing Chen Luo so soon. It seems I will have to wait for later rounds to challenge him myself." Ash's delight was evident, as he was aware that, given Green's abilities, victory against Chen Luo would be a daunting task, and thus he sought to tease him. After all, Green's usual arrogance made this a rare opportunity for Ash to strike back. Yet, Green had no time to concern himself with Ash. His mind was preoccupied with dread over the upcoming match. He had wished countless times for a different outcome, but fate had delivered the very confrontation he feared most. Green even contemplated forfeiting in advance, questioning the merit of participating in a battle he knew he would inevitably lose. Lost in thought, Green departed, neglecting even his beautiful entourage. Despite their banter, Ash could not simply overlook Green's distress, having grown up alongside him. Observing Green's retreating figure, Ash exchanged a few words with Brock and Misty before hastily pursuing him. Chen Luo had intended to console Green, but feared his gesture might be misconstrued as boasting. Fortunately, with Ash stepping in, he felt reassured and turned to reassure Green's entourage, knowing Ash would look out for him. With that, he and Naji turned to leave. Upon exiting, Ash found that Green had already disappeared from sight, inwardly lamenting how troublesome he could be. With no other choice, he set off to search for him. After considerable effort, Ash finally discovered Green in a secluded corner, sitting alone, head in hands, sighing deeply. Seeing Green in such a state, Ash's previous grievances faded away. As one of the few who understood Chen Luo's true strength, he empathized with Green's plight. After all, he too had faced significant defeats at Chen Luo's hands, which had ultimately spurred his own growth. Ash sat beside Green, reflecting on their shared history, filled with competition and rivalry. Words failed him, so he simply placed a hand on Green's shoulder. Green, realizing he was no longer alone, looked up, his eyes devoid of spirit. Upon recognizing Ash beside him, an inexplicable surge of anger flared within him, and he swatted Ash's hand away, exclaiming, "Ash, haven't you had enough of the spectacle? You've come to mock me?" The sudden outburst of anger from Xiao Mao left Xiaoji momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation as he stared blankly at him. This action only deepened Xiao Mao's misunderstanding. Xiaoji's silence in his eyes was an admission that he had come to mock him. With a cold huff, Xiao Mao turned to leave, thinking that if he could not confront him, he could at least avoid him. It was only at that moment that Xiaoji realized Xiao Mao had misinterpreted his intentions. Given Xiao Mao's proud nature, having faced continuous success until now, it was understandable that he would misconstrue Xiaoji's previous remarks as condescension following a slight setback. However, Xiaoji could not allow him to depart, for he had not come to mock but to offer solace. He could not bear the thought of searching for Xiao Mao across the expanse. "Please, let me explain," he exclaimed, hastily reaching out to grasp Xiao Mao's hand. In his fury, Xiao Mao ignored Xiaoji's pleas and violently shook off his grip. Yet, Xiaoji was determined not to let him escape this time. He had not been prepared before, but now he was resolute. Despite Xiao Mao's desperate struggle, he could not break free from Xiaoji's hold. "Enough already. Let go of me," Xiao Mao shouted, tears brimming in his eyes, threatening to spill over if he did not hold them back. Witnessing Xiao Mao on the brink of tears, Xiaoji felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. A man should not stand idly by while another weeps before him. Reluctantly, he released Xiao Mao's hand. When Xiao Mao saw that Xiaoji had let go, he shot him a furious glance before turning away without a backward glance. As Xiao Mao quickly distanced himself, Xiaoji found himself at a crossroads. If he pursued him, Xiao Mao, still seething with anger, would likely dismiss him. If he let him go, he risked returning empty-handed, which was not in his nature. Why is Xiao Mao acting this way? Even a clay Buddha has its limits, let alone a living person. I came here to comfort him, and yet I am met with hostility. Xiaoji fumed. Unable to restrain his frustration, he shouted after Xiaomao. Go on. Go far away, you coward. In his fervor, he stomped his foot in frustration, a display of his pent-up emotion. Unexpectedly, Xiaomao, hearing the harsh words, halted in his tracks. However, Xiaoji, lost in his outburst, failed to notice Xiaomao's return. Suddenly, a palpable aura of rage enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He looked up to find Xiaomao glaring at him, his face twisted in fury, radiating pure wrath. Who are you calling a coward? Xiaomao uttered, his voice low and dangerous, hinting at an impending confrontation. Yet, upon seeing Xiaomao back, Xiaoji felt a surge of relief. He had inadvertently ignited Xiaomao's spirit. If he could just make Xiaomao listen to him, he could persuade him, even if it meant enduring a beating after all. A novice like him could withstand far worse than a mere punch from an ordinary person. I'm talking about you. Xiaoji shouted at Xiaomao. Say that again, Xiao retorted, stepping forward and grabbing hold of Xiaoji's collar, his anger palpable. Pikachu, witnessing the escalating tension, felt uneasy, unsure whether to intervene, fearing the two might come to blows, which would be disastrous. What is the matter? Did I say something wrong? Xiaoji called out, still caught in his self-pity. Aren't you the coward? Initially, Xiaomao had raised his fist at the first part of Xiaoji's statement, but the latter part struck a chord within him. Indeed, he had yet to face Chen Luo in battle, and if he continued to cower in fear, what did that make him? As this realization dawned upon him, his once raised fist fell limply to his side, releasing Xiaoji's collar as he sank to the ground, muttering, I am a coward. Seeing Xiaomao's despondent state, Xiaoji's anger dissipated, and it was now his turn to grasp Xiaomao's collar, lifting him from the ground. What is this expression? Do you think you are worthy to be Professor Okito's grandson? Did you aspire to be a trainer just to bully the weak? Xiaoji's words rekindled a spark in Xiaomao's eyes, igniting a flicker of determination within him, though his confidence remained unshaken. Do you know how many times I have lost to Xiaoluo? Xiaoji continued, capturing Xiaomao's attention. 68 times. He pronounced each word with gravity. Every chance I got on the way to the quartz plateau, I challenged him, and without exception, I lost. Initially, I was utterly defeated, unable to put up any resistance. Even my Pokémon were no match. Yet I did not succumb to despair as you have. Gradually, my Pokémon began to endure longer against Xiaoluo, and I could feel the growth within both myself and my Pokémon. Fighting against someone stronger is the only path to becoming strong, is it not? Xiaoji poured forth his thoughts, watching as Xiaomao fell into contemplation. He placed a hand on his shoulder. Take your time to reflect on this. Don't let us down. Remember, you are one of the trio from Shinshin Town, and a rival to Xiaoluo and me. With that, he left Xiaomao to his thoughts, along with Pikachu. Having said all that needed to be said, the rest was up to him. Unbeknownst to Xiaoji, his words had stirred a tempest within him as he and Pikachu wandered away from the gathering, retreating into the depths of the forest. Pika Pika, Pikachu, noticing Xiaoji lost in thought, tugged at his pant leg, expressing concern. The call of his friend pulled Xiaoji back to reality, and he smiled sheepishly at Pikachu, squatting down to embrace him before heading back. Just then, 3 familiar figures emerged from the woods, revealing the long-absent Team Rocket trio. Look over there. That kid seems troubled, Musashi remarked, glancing in the direction Xiaoji had departed. Indeed, it's quite peculiar, Kojiru concurred. Fools, Nyarth exclaimed, leaping up to scratch both of them across the face. Ow! What was that for, Nyarth? Why did you suddenly scratch our faces? They protested, holding their cheeks in pain. Don't complain. It's your fault for being so dim-witted. You completely missed a golden opportunity to capture Pikachu just now. I'm done with you too. Nyarth scolded, hands on its hips. But interrupting someone when they're deep in thought isn't very considerate, Kojiru replied gently. Musashi nodded in agreement, and Nyarth rolled its eyes, exasperated. Sticking with these two, it seemed, would doom any chance of promotion for a lifetime. Yet, what could be done? They had partnered with them for a reason, after all. Capturing Pikachu would surely come in due time. Who could say for certain? All right, I'm hungry. Let's go find something to fill our bellies, Mia said with a sigh, immediately garnering the unanimous approval of Musashi and Kojiro. The three of them swaggered off into the woods. Chapter 54, Xiao Mo and Chun Luo. Greetings to the audience in front of the television and those present at the venue. Welcome to the second match at the Rock Arena. Today's competition is quite remarkable, featuring the talented Xiao Mo from Shinshin Town facing off against his equally skilled counterpart, Xiao Luo, also hailing from Shinshin Town. It is worth noting that Shinshin Town has emerged as the strongest rookie town in this year's Quartz Conference, boasting 3 contestants, all of whom have advanced to the 4th round. Indeed, the audience is in for a treat. Both competitors have performed exceptionally well in their previous matches, And as they are both novice trainers from Shinshin Town, this truly is a battle of prodigies. How captivating. Absolutely. Moreover, both are strikingly handsome. Oh dear, what a dilemma. I wouldn't want to see either of them eliminated. Calm down, calm down. We are still live. Mind your demeanor. What? Just because we are live doesn't mean I can't support my favorite competitor. On the platform, Jinmu arrived early, standing quietly as he awaited the commencement of the match. As time ticked away, however, Xiaomo was still nowhere to be seen in the opposite corridor. The referee, seemingly growing impatient, glanced at his watch. Finally, as it appeared the time had come, just as he was about to raise the flag to declare Jinmu the victor, Jinmu hurriedly called out to him. Referee, wait. Please don't rush to announce anything. Could you give me just 10 more minutes? Just 10 minutes. The referee, witnessing Jinmu's earnest expression, was torn. While he was eager to finish his shift, it seemed reasonable to grant this request. Fine, but only 10 minutes. Not a second more. Though the referee's tone was rather brusque, it was commendable that he agreed to Jinmu's request, given that it was a breach of protocol. Jinmu bowed in gratitude and then focused his gaze on the empty corridor, silently awaiting Xiaomo's arrival. The unexpected turn of events naturally drew the attention of the commentators and the audience. What is happening? Why hasn't Xiaomo appeared yet? Is something wrong? I'm not sure, but the time is running out. Look at the referee. He keeps checking the time. If Xiaomo doesn't show up soon, he might be disqualified. Look, the referee is about to announce the result. Is this highly anticipated match really going to conclude in such a dramatic fashion? Wait, Xiaoluo has stopped the referee. It seems he is asking for more time. According to reports from the arena, Xiaoluo was indeed requesting an additional 10 minutes, and the referee had consented. What a respectful opponent. What is taking so long? Why haven't we started? Could it be that Xiaomo is afraid of our Xiaoluo? Who knows? He was proclaimed one of the 3 prodigies of Shinshin Town alongside Xiaoluo. I think he is the weakest among them, always acting so arrogant. Absolutely. Look, the referee is about to declare Xiaoluo the winner. Is this it? Xiaomo is really disappointing. Oh, so you're quite brave, aren't you? Of course. I'm incredibly brave. Clears throat. Let us disregard some of the frivolous banter and refrain from asking what will happen next, as asking would only lead to trouble. Wow. Xiaoluo is actually pleading for his opponent. I'm in love. He is such a nice person, and so handsome. He is my ideal type. Come on. Look at yourself. Do you really think Xiaoluo would notice you? Only someone as stunning as I am deserves him. Seriously? You're not even that good looking. Plus, Xiaoluo already has a girlfriend, so you all don't stand a chance. What? Who was so quick to act? I'm going to challenge her. It's the girl sitting in the front row behind Xiaoluo. Go on. I'll be cheering for you. Wait. Isn't that the psychic queen Nasi? Forget it. What? Are you scared? Who is scared? I'll see you for defamation. I'm merely acknowledging that her looks are slightly inferior to mine, which makes her somewhat worthy of Xiaoluo. I'm just trying to facilitate their love. Huh. Your words are so grand. It seems Arceus must have swept through before creating the universe. In stark contrast to the lively audience, the competition arena remained eerily silent. Both Jinmu and the referee patiently awaited the match's commencement. However, Jinmu was not as calm as he appeared. The ticking of the watch made his heart race with every passing second. Are you genuinely afraid? Not daring to face me? As the 10-minute deadline approached, Jinmu could no longer maintain his composure. His brow furrowed as he pondered. Only 10 seconds left. Gazing at the still empty corridor, Jinmu sighed. Forget it. I must have misjudged you. Seeing the referee raise the flag again, preparing to announce the outcome, Jinmu ceased his pleas. If he was coming, he would have arrived by now. Moreover, he had already delayed the match by 10 minutes. He would consider Xiaomo a lost cause. With that thought, Jinmu turned to leave. Wow, Xiaomo really backed down. Xiaoluo even fought for an extra 10 minutes for him. This is so disappointing. I was expecting a fierce battle, but instead, I got this? I can't believe I went through so much trouble to get a ticket. Exactly. I specifically secured this ticket for this match. I think Xiaomo is simply a coward. I heard he is the grandson of Professor Oak. Wow, that is embarrassing. He is bringing shame to his grandfather. Indeed, he chose to flee without a fight. And the winner of this match is, wait. Just as the referee was about to declare Jinmu the victor, a voice emerged from the dim corridor. Everyone turned in unison, except for Jinmu, who recognized that the voice belonged to a girl, not Xiaomo. Nonetheless, curiosity compelled him to halt. Suddenly, several vibrant young girls rushed out of the corridor. Clearly in a hurry, each panting heavily. They quickly formed 2 lines at the entrance and, in unison, announced, presenting the esteemed Xiaomo. Upon hearing this, Jinmu turned with a smile, but as he beheld the scene, he shamefully covered his face. How utterly conceited! As the girls finished speaking, A smiling figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor, gracefully making his way to the battle platform. How is that? I'm not late, am I? The main character always arrives last. To be honest, had it not been for the panting girls behind him and the sweat on his forehead, he might have succeeded in pretending otherwise. Enough already. I wonder what you're being so vain about. If it weren't for Xiao Luo fighting for your extra 10 minutes, you'd be nothing but a footnote. The referee, unable to contain his disdain for Xiao Mo's arrogance, interjected, now that you're here, let us get this match underway. You wasted 10 minutes for yourself. And look at how many people you've kept waiting. Although the time had slightly exceeded the limit, now that he had arrived, it would be unreasonable not to let the audience, who had paid for their tickets, witness a match. I hereby declare the commencement of the battle between Little Luo of Pallet Town and Little Mao of Pallet Town. With the referee's command, the match officially begins. Little Mao, shedding his previously carefree demeanor, gazes intently at Chen Luo, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and casting it forth with determination. Go, Nidoking! A massive purple figure materializes on the field, bellowing with fervor at Chen Luo. Observing the imposing Nidoking and the equally spirited Little Mao, Chen Luo nods with a smile, acknowledging the impressive choice. Although Nidoking may not yet be at the gym level, it is certainly close, and perhaps this battle could be the catalyst for a breakthrough. Allow me to assist you. Chen Luo muses inwardly. Go, Ditto. What could be more advantageous than battling oneself to enhance one's prowess? Naturally, it is a stronger version of oneself. The Ditto, transformed into a Nidoking, possesses the strength of a gym-level Pokémon, perfectly counterbalancing its opponent. As the two Pokémon glare at each other, Little Mao seems to grasp Chen Luo's strategy, casting a grateful glance in his direction. It appears that the words of Ash from the previous day have indeed inspired a change in him. Nidoking, use Ice Punch. Little Mao commands, gesturing for Nidoking to initiate the attack. Chen Luo is taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nidoking would wield such a formidable move, indicating the considerable effort Little Mao has invested in his Pokémon. Let us also employ Ice Punch. Though surprised, Chen Luo understands that the battle must persist. Both Nidokings roar simultaneously, their fists enveloped in frost, charging towards each other and quickly engaging in a fierce struggle. They exchanged blows, blocking and countering with precision. And when their hands became entangled, they lifted their legs to kick at one another. In unison, they struck. But one Nidoking staggered back 3 steps while the other retreated 5, clearly demonstrating the disparity in strength. Yet, the Nidoking that retreated 5 steps, seemingly unwilling to concede, lunged forward with renewed vigor, its icy fists poised to strike. However, its opponent was equally resolute. Without a hint of fear, it bent its legs, drawing strength from the ground, and unleashed a powerful punch in retaliation. The two fists collided mid-air, and the force sent the charging Nidoking crashing to the ground, while the other remained steadfast, its legs firmly planted. Seizing the opportunity, the standing Nidoking aimed to deliver a flurry of punches to its downed adversary. 4 Ice Punch inflicted double damage upon Nidoking, and a series of strikes would surely be overwhelming. Ditto, stop! Chen Luo suddenly shouted, clearly recognizing the gap in their strengths. Although Ditto was somewhat perplexed, it complied, remaining stationary and observing its fallen counterpart. Nidoking, being large and heavy, faced considerable difficulty rising after such a fall. Come on, Nidoking. Stand up. Little Mao implored anxiously, fully aware that Chen Luo's intervention aimed to aid his Nidoking in achieving a breakthrough. Indeed, it was an unprecedented act to assist an opponent in such a manner during a match. With great effort, Nidoking managed to rise, cautiously eyeing its counterpart. Did you observe the way the opponent harnessed their strength? Little Mao inquired, to which Nidoking nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Nidoking, continue with Ice Punch. Nido. Nidoking roared, its fists once more encrusted with frost as it charged at Ditto. This time, the punch was not delivered from above, but rather as an uppercut. For Nidoking had discerned the advantage of leveraging the Earth's power from their previous exchanges. This time, it aimed to prevent Ditto from harnessing the ground's strength by positioning itself strategically. It must be noted that sometimes, while endowed with great strength, one may lack intelligence. This naive Nidoking was unable to force Ditto into a direct contest of strength with its uppercut. However, avoiding conflict altogether was not an option. With its massive tail anchoring it to the ground, Ditto leaned back just in time to evade the incoming blow. Yet, due to the force of the punch, Nidoking was unable to retract its fist in time, leaving an opening for Ditto to retaliate with a swift kick. Ditto propelled itself forward, executing a powerful kick that sent Nidoking soaring once more. Chen Luo intervened yet again, halting Ditto from delivering a finishing blow and allowing Nidoking to rise once more. After the prior encounters, Little Mao hesitated to recklessly command an attack. However, merely standing idly was not an option. Ditto, Unleash Fire Punch and counter the opponent's strikes. Control your power. Do not defeat it in one blow. Deliver several punches for further training. Were it not for Little Mao's understanding of Chun Luo's intentions to refine Nidoking's abilities, he might have assumed Chun Luo harbored a grudge against him, subjecting his Pokémon to such rigorous trials. Truth be told, Chun Luo's actions irked the referee, who had been compelled to wait 10 minutes, only to find the match further prolonged. It was a frustrating situation for someone who had recently entered a romantic relationship, desiring quality time rather than enduring additional delays on the job. Initially, the referee had admired Chun Luo for advocating for his opponent, but now it seemed he was merely subjecting them to torment. The audience and commentators were divided in their opinions regarding Chun Luo's conduct. Some deemed his actions excessively cruel, while others contended that he had not violated any rules and that prolonging the match allowed for greater enjoyment. The two combatants, fully aware of the situation, remained undeterred by public sentiment, focused solely on their shared objective. Nidoking, we shall also use Fire Punch to intercept the opponent's fists. Upon hearing Chun Luo's command, Little Mao promptly issued orders to Nidoking. In truth, Chun Luo was uncertain whether Nidoking had mastered Fire Punch, as it was merely a theoretical possibility. He was unsure if Little Mao had taught it. The reason for not employing Ice Punch directly was due to its disadvantage against Nidoking, allowing it to endure more fire punches instead. Having witnessed Little Mao teach Nidoking Ice Punch, Chun Luo surmised that it was likely proficient in all three elemental punches, and thus, he decided to take a chance. Ditto swiftly charged towards Nidoking, its fists ignited with flames, raining down blows upon Nidoking with increasing speed. Initially, Nidoking managed to deflect the punches, but as Ditto's speed escalated, Nidoking struggled to keep pace. Suddenly, one punch slipped through, striking Nidoking squarely in the chest, causing it to grimace in pain. However, that initial lapse opened the floodgates. One punch led to another, and soon, Nidoking could hardly keep track of the blows it endured, its chest and face marked by the fiery impacts. As King Nido's awareness began to fade, its fists continued to move mechanically, merely flailing without purpose, indicating that it had exhausted its strength to utilize any skills. Observing King Nido in such a state, the transforming creature halted, glancing at the still swinging fist before turning to Chun Luo with a gaze full of inquiry. Despite having come this far, King Nido showed no signs of breaking through. Prolonging this would only serve to torment it further, suggesting that the moment had not yet arrived. Thus, Chun Luo nodded in agreement to allow the transforming creature to deliver a final blow to King Nido, granting it an early release. Upon receiving Chun Luo's approval, the transforming creature felt a surge of joy. It had longed to spare King Nido from further suffering, as it held great respect for an opponent who fought until the very end. It anticipated their next battle together. The transforming creature's fists once again shimmered with frost as it timed its strike to coincide with the fleeting moment of King Nido's flailing fists, aiming a punch directly at its head. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still. What is that? King Nido pondered, gazing at the flash of blue before it. In an instant, it realized that it was still engaged in battle. Was this the final blow? It appeared that it grasped its own predicament. Memories of moments shared with Little Mao flooded its mind, bringing a smile to its face, only to be swiftly replaced by despair. I'm sorry, Master. I have let you down, King Nido thought, consumed by guilt. Yet, I have reached my limit. You must be disappointed in me, and I truly apologize. Perhaps it is best to let it go. You have done your utmost. A voice suddenly echoed in King Nido's mind. As darkness enveloped its vision, it finally succumbed to an absence of light, surrounded by an impenetrable void where nothing could be seen or heard. Keep going, King Nido. Rise. Catch it. A faint voice seemed to resonate from a great distance. Who is speaking? King Nido shouted into the oppressive darkness. King Nido, gather your strength. Be cautious. The voice rang out again, echoing in King Nido's ears like thunder, striking with force. Is that the Master's voice? King Nido recognized the familiar sound that had resonated in its ears countless times. Is he concerned for me? Could it be that he is not disappointed in me? If my master has not given up, how can I? Open your eyes. King Nido fervently screamed within, struggling to reclaim its heavy body. Oh, is this match finally coming to a close? It appears so. Despite King Nido still standing, it likely teetered on the brink of losing consciousness. Indeed. This battle had been exhilarating, particularly the concluding exchanges. One could only wonder who Little Mao's second Pokémon would be in the face of such a formidable transforming creature, regardless of who it might be. It seemed inconsequential. Judging by Little Mao's past performances, he was merely an elite-level trainer, and against a gym-level transforming creature, any choice would yield similar results. Wait, look at the arena. Suddenly, a commentator shouted, pointing toward the field, prompting the crowd to glance in that direction. Once again, two King Nidos faced each other. One S-fist was poised to strike the other, but it was held firmly at bay by a large hand gripping its wrist, preventing any forward motion. Little Mao beamed at King Nido, while Chen Luo wore a look of satisfaction. As it turned out, King Nido had made a move just as the transforming creature was about to land its blow. Slowly, King Nido opened its eyes, though its aura was feeble. Its spirit surged, rapidly matching that of the transforming creature. Caught off guard by King Nido's sudden change, the transforming creature was momentarily unresponsive. An opportunity. King Nido felt a rush of elation as it swiftly clenched its other fist, now adorned with frost, and delivered a punch to the transforming creature's abdomen in a fluid motion. The sudden sense of danger jolted the transforming creature from its stupor, hastily placing one hand defensively over its midsection. Alas, it was too rushed and inadequately prepared to thwart King Nido's strike, which landed solidly against its belly. The tremendous force sent the transforming creature flying, crashing heavily to the ground, while King Nido stood proudly, gazing at it with unwavering determination. After rising, the transforming creature felt the pain in its abdomen, but that was secondary. It shook off the numbness from its earlier attack and tested its fist, exhaling with relief that it was still functional. Otherwise, it would have faced dire consequences in the ensuing battle. It fixed its gaze intently on the not-so-distant King Nido. Although its aura was significantly weaker, its spirit had risen to match its own. In battles of equal standing, as long as the opponent remained upright, victory could not be taken for granted. The fierce determination reflected in King Nido's eyes ignited the transforming creature's boundless fighting spirit. It acknowledged that King Nido was indeed worthy of a decisive showdown. At this moment, there was no longer a need for Chen Luo to issue commands. The transforming creature, now fully focused, could independently conclude the battle, while Chen Luo merely observed. Seeing that Chen Luo seemed disinclined to continue directing the transforming creature, the proud little Mao, confident in his Pokémon's abilities, decided to refrain from instructing King Nido as well, bolstered by the confidence King Nido's breakthrough had instilled in him. Little Luo's actions surprised Chen Luo at first, but he soon understood this was a gym-level battle, and with little Mao's elite trainer status, attempting to direct King Nido might prove counterproductive, as there was a disparity in strength. It seemed little Mao possessed some self-awareness after all. Little did he know, his actions were merely a means of competing with Chen Luo, devoid of any other intentions. Although the two Pokémon stood still in their standoff, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, causing spectators to unconsciously hold their breath, while the audience fell into a hushed silence. Suddenly, without their trainer's commands, the two creatures seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, charging toward one another simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the two Pokémon collided, their claws interlocking as their arms strained against one another, muscles taut with effort. However, following King Nido's breakthrough, their strengths had become nearly equal, rendering neither capable of overpowering the other. After a brief stalemate, the horns atop their heads began to swivel, violently crashing into one another, creating a shower of sparks as they met midair. In the throes of this fierce struggle, neither could afford to lift a leg the moment a foot left the ground. The opponent would seize the upper hand, and even if one hastily returned their foot to the ground, they would not regain the equilibrium required for a fair fight. Because of this, both Pokémon hesitated to strike as they had in their initial collision, afraid to even shift their stance, leading to the current impasse. Nido, Nido. Suddenly, one of the King Nidos called out. Nido. The other responded. Suddenly, the two Pokémon began to relax gradually. Once they separated, they turned simultaneously and took measured steps forward. What transpired? Just moments ago, they were locked in a fierce battle, weren't they? I wonder if it has anything to do with the two calls they made earlier. Unfortunately, we lack someone who can comprehend Pokémon's speech. Ah, look. Their actions resemble a showdown from a Western film, don't they? Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance. It's not just similar, it's almost identical. Yet, I am curious how many steps they agreed to turn back. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. At the very moment the 6th step landed, both turned around simultaneously, gathering white light in their mouths. Moments later, they unleashed beams of light that collided mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the surrounding rocks into dust, enveloping both Pokémon in an instant. The cloud of dust obscured the onlookers' view, leaving them with only the sounds of the ongoing battle to indicate that the fight remained intense. Who would have thought they agreed on 6 steps? That differs from the 10 steps often depicted in films. I believe the essence remains the same. In movies, cowboys take 10 steps because they can count on their fingers. But Nidoking only has 6 fingers, which constitutes all it can count. I must ask, are you two focusing on the right aspects? Shouldn't we be concentrating on the battle between Nidoking and Ditto? Haha, my apologies for digressing, let us return to the match. Initially, the sounds of combat were quite dense. But as time elapsed, those sounds began to fade, leaving the spectators and commentators feeling as if countless ants were crawling within them, itching to grasp the unfolding events, but unable to do so. They could only stare wide-eyed at the arena, fearful of missing any moment. Gradually, as dust settled, the scene within became visible. Both Nidokings lay on the ground, panting heavily. It was evident that this clash had resulted in a stalemate, suggesting a potential break. However, Chen Luo seemed disinclined to continue, as the objective of this match had already been achieved. Prolonging it served no purpose. Ditto, revert to your original form and use Wish. Chen Luo shouted loudly. Upon hearing his command, Ditto, though displaying a hint of reluctance, relished the evenly matched struggle. It didn't believe it would be defeated in the forthcoming melee. Yet, there was no choice. A trainer's orders must be followed. In a flash of white light, the imposing Nidoking transformed back into a small, pink jelly-like creature. Ditto's actions sparked a flurry of discussion among the commentators. What is happening? Why has Ditto reverted to its original form? Is it out of energy? Not at all. It seems to be the command of trainer Xiao Luo. Is there a rationale behind this? Doesn't Ditto possess only one transformation ability? That appears to be correct. I've never seen a Ditto with other skills. Indeed, experts have studied Ditto's genes and discovered that it possesses only a fragment related to its transformation ability, which explains why it can only learn that single skill. Does this imply trainer Xiao Luo has some ulterior motive? The commentators speculated about Chen Luo's enigmatic decision, only to be swiftly proven wrong by Ditto's next move. With its eyes closed and murmuring an enigmatic incantation, Ditto summoned a divine blessing, delivering a swift slap to the commentators' faces. The rapidity of this revelation left them momentarily speechless. The three commentators gaped at Ditto invoking Wish, momentarily at a loss for words. However, their professionalism quickly resurfaced as they sought to alleviate the awkwardness. Whereas that expert you mentioned? I have a Pokémon to gift him. No need. I'll visit him personally tonight. What kind of expert is this? In this day and age, we shouldn't take experts' words too seriously. With a few quips, they redirected the focus onto the so-called expert, resuming their commentary with composure. The audience, not overly knowledgeable about Pokémon, seemed unfazed. After all, Ditto was a rare Pokémon, recognized by only a handful, including the opposing Xiao Mao and a certain corner dweller, Jinmu. As the grandson of Professor Oak, Jinmu had a profound understanding of Pokémon from an early age. He was well aware of the research regarding Ditto's genes, which was not merely the opinion of an expert but backed by his grandfather, Professor Oak, and thus could not be false. Yet, Chen Luo's Ditto's performance had shattered his previous beliefs. However, there was no time for shock. The effect of Wish rendered his Nidoking entirely passive. With both sides exhausted, and fresh energy yet to manifest, even the thought of interruption was futile. They could only watch helplessly as the divine power descended upon Ditto, swiftly restoring its condition. Without needing further instruction from Chen Luo, Ditto immediately transformed back into Nidoking, gathering white light once more. The destructive beam was unleashed again, and this time, Nidoking could not reverse the tide. Casting a resigned glance at Xiao Mao, it realized its defeat, succumbing to the beam's energy. With Ditto's triumph, the venue erupted in jubilant cheers, not only for Chen Luo's victory but also for Xiao Mao and Nidoking's commendable performance, prompting many to rally support for the young trainer from Pallet Town. Immersed in the overwhelming cheers and encouragement, Chen Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the Pokémon battle he had longed for, with both combatants and spectators wholly engaged in the contest, facing defeat not with despair or insults, but with renewed vigor and encouragement. As Chen Luo reveled in this exhilarating atmosphere, a sudden, ominous sensation crept up from behind, sending chills down his spine. He turned sharply, only to find a sea of cheering spectators, unable to discern anything amiss. Raising an eyebrow, he dismissed the feeling, attributing it to mere illusion, and turned back around. He remained blissfully unaware that, in a hidden corner, a pair of frenzied, greedy eyes fixated intently on his Ditto. The battle resumed, and Xiao Mao's second Pokémon was a Geodude. To Chen Luo's surprise, this Geodude exuded a distinctly gym-level aura, showing no signs of resistance towards Xiao Mao. This indicated that Xiao Mao possessed the prowess of a gym-level trainer. Chen Luo then realized that he had previously underestimated Xiao Mao's capabilities. It seemed his earlier assumptions had been fueled by Xiao Mao's pride. He could almost envision Xiao Mao's mindset, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Chen Luo with an air of superiority, proclaiming, "I, Xiao Mao, shall never be inferior to anyone. If you do not command, neither shall I." Reflecting on this, Chen Luo felt that by ultimately commanding Ditto, he had inadvertently placed himself in a subordinate position. Gazing at the infuriating visage of Xiaomao, Chenluo helplessly rubbed his forehead, undoubtedly contemplating the same thought. Chenluo recalled his shape-shifting Pokémon, retrieving it and producing another Pokeball from his waist. Go, Electrode. Despite Electrode's electric and steel typing being 4 times weak to the ground-type attacks of Onix, one must not forget its ability to fly. Thus, ground-type moves are rendered ineffective against it. Moreover, rock-type attacks inflict only half damage, while electric moves would be useless against Onix, making steel-type moves the optimal choice, as they are doubly effective against it. Upon entering the battlefield, Electrode immediately levitated, denying Onix any opportunity to unleash its ground-type moves. Naturally, Xiaomao would not remain idle. Onix. Use Rock Throw. Onix's massive rocky arms scooped up fist-sized stones from the ground and hurled them fiercely at the airborne Electrode. Electrode, use Barrier. Chenluo promptly commanded Electrode to generate a protective shield, successfully blocking all incoming stones. Seeing that Onix's attacks had no effect, Xiaomao furrowed his brow. Onix, continuously use Harden. With no effective offensive options, he resorted to bolstering his defense while searching for an opportunity. However, would Chenluo allow him such a luxury? The answer was decidedly negative. Chapter 57. The Final Explosion. Electrode. Use Screech. Upon hearing the command, Electrode emitted a deafening sound wave, sending invisible sonic waves racing toward Onix. The resulting vibrations compelled both Chenluo and Xiaomao to instinctively cover their ears. As the primary target, Onix could bear it no longer, under the intense noise. Its coiled body involuntarily unfurled, and it covered its ears with its massive hands to shield itself from the auditory onslaught, inadvertently nullifying its earlier hardened move. Witnessing Onix's predicament, Chenluo urgently shouted to Electrode, Electrode, use Lock-On. Electrode ceased its noise immediately, its eyes transforming into radar-like instruments, locking onto Onix with precision. Electrode, use Hyper Beam. Chenluo swiftly issued the command for Electrode to unleash its most powerful steel-type move. If Onix were to be struck by this attack, it would likely succumb to defeat. As for evading the assault, Chenluo glanced at Electrode's gleaming eyes. Was that even a possibility? A blinding light coalesced instantly, accompanied by a piercing sound as it surged toward the still reeling Onix. Xiaomao, no longer exuding his usual nonchalance, rushed to the edge of the platform, his voice rising in urgency. Onix, brace yourself. Remarkably, his encouragement proved effective. Onix managed to regain its composure. However, there was no time to celebrate, as the Hyper Beam was still hurtling toward them. Onix, use Rollout. Utilize the terrain to evade the attack. Onix curled its limbs tightly and began to spin rapidly, rolling across the stony ground. Unfortunately, idealistic hopes clashed with harsh reality. Under Electrode's lock-on, no matter how quickly Onix changed direction, the Hyper Beam relentlessly pursued it, akin to an unshakable adhesive. This was disheartening news for both Xiaomao and Onix. Xiaomao frowned, recognizing that this was not a sustainable strategy. Electrode hovered motionless in the air, maintaining its Hyper Beam. Although the energy expenditure was minimal for Electrode, Onix could not sustain such vigorous movement for long. A solution was imperative, but what could be done? The Hyper Beam relentlessly pursued, and if Onix were to halt, it would be struck in mere moments, leaving it scant time to react. Was defense the only option? Xiaomao begrudgingly pondered. The move Protect was a revered technique in the game, capable of completely blocking an opponent's attack, provided it was executed successfully. Perhaps this was why it was so formidable. However, continuous use could lead to failure. In reality, Protect did not possess the same overwhelming efficacy as in the game, offering only a 50% chance of successfully negating an attack. Regardless of how many times it was attempted, the odds remained unchanged. Yet, relying entirely on that 50% chance was not Xiaomao's style. He preferred to maintain control over his fate. Yet now, he was left with no alternatives. And after much contemplation, he could only gamble on a single attempt. Onix, halt. Use Protect. Having made his decision, Xiaomao wasted no time. He recalled Chenluo's words, hesitation leads to defeat, and promptly commanded Onix. Upon hearing Xiaomao's directive, Onix utilized a protruding rock as a springboard, leaping gracefully into the air before landing firmly. Facing the Hyper Beam, it crossed its 4 massive arms in front of itself, conjuring a translucent white shield. Just as it completed this maneuver, the Hyper Beam struck the shield with ferocious force. The violent impact sent Onix reeling backward, leaving 2 long trails in the ground until it collided with a boulder behind it. Onix had been locked onto by Electrode. What would its next move be? Oh no. Electrode unleashed the Hyper Beam, and bolstered by Lock-On, Onix faced dire straits. But wait, Onix had not given up. Utilizing its high-speed rollout, it maneuvered across the battlefield, attempting to evade the Hyper Beam. Yet, it proved futile. The lock-on was far too relentless for Onix to escape. Hold on. Why had Onix stopped? Wait, could it be that it was preparing to execute that technique? Indeed, it was Protect. Xiaoma's Onix could use Protect as well. Now the question remained, would it succeed? Come on. Protect is a rare skill. It would be such a pity if it failed. It succeeded. Onix triumphed in its defense. The battle was far from over. Observing Onix emerge unscathed from the Hyper Beam, Luo admitted to a twinge of jealousy. Why could Xiaomao's Pokémon learn a plethora of skills while his own could only master those acquired through leveling up? With a resigned sigh, Luo lamented his ineptitude as a trainer, utterly clueless about how to teach effectively. In the gaming world, skills were learned through technical machines, yet, in reality, such resources were non-existent, leaving Luo utterly bewildered. Jealousy breeds anger, and what does one do when angry? Naturally, one seeks a target for their frustration. Luo was not one to misplace his ire. He would direct it precisely where it belonged. Xiaomao, you are in for it. Electrode, use Steel Bomb. Electrode promptly launched several bombs from its abdomen, which soared toward Onix on the ground. Onix, use Rock Tomb to encircle yourself. Onix sprang into action, gathering stones to create an impenetrable barrier, rendering the steel bombs incapable of breaching its defenses, causing them to crash harmlessly against the rocky exterior. After a violent explosion, although debris was scattered everywhere, it only created large craters in the stone, seemingly causing no harm to the rock-type Pokémon inside. Wow, it turns out that Shigeru is quite formidable. Indeed, confronted with such a nearly guaranteed skill, he still managed to devise such a strategy. His mastery over Pokémon moves is impressive. Truly, the trainers from Masera Town are remarkable. Back when I first set out on my journey, I couldn't even win a single gym battle. The disparity in talent is infuriating. Luo was genuinely astonished by Shigeru's performance. The portrayal of him in the anime was minimal, yet his prowess was unexpectedly commendable. However, to defeat Luo with this alone would still be insufficient. Even if Luo's command of moves was not as adept as his. Regardless, it was merely a layer of stone. If one explosion didn't suffice, several more would do the trick. The self-destructing Magnemite continuously unleashed steel bombs, targeting the locations of the previous explosions. Many bombs flew from the belly of the Magnemite, landing precisely on the earlier spots. After the successive detonations, the stone wall bore several large holes, yet it remained empty, with no sign of the rock-type Pokémon. What happened? Where did the rock-type Pokémon go? The commentators exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Luo. He intended to warn the self-destructing Magnemite to be cautious, but before he could utter a word, an unforeseen event occurred. The ground beneath the Magnemite suddenly collapsed, sending several stones flying. The Magnemite heard the noise and quickly scanned the area, but found nothing amiss. Self-destructing Magnemite, your opponent is beneath you. Quickly use barrier. Luo shouted urgently, but it was too late. Upon hearing Luo's command, the Magnemite instinctively looked down, but before it could comprehend anything, the flying stone struck its body. The Magnemite felt a jolt and began to plummet uncontrollably. It struggled to regain control and float again, but to no avail. Finally, it sensed that it could stabilize itself just before hitting the ground, but before it could rejoice, a figure surged from the gaping hole below and clung tightly to its body. Rock-type Pokémon, use Explosion, Shigeru declared resolutely. He was fully aware that after this move, no matter what happened to the self-destructing Magnemite, his rock-type Pokémon would undoubtedly lose its fighting capability. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Shigeru chose this course of action. There was no alternative. As long as the Magnemite remained airborne, his rock-type Pokémon's ground-type moves would be utterly ineffective against it. The other skills of the rock-type Pokémon, whether rock-type or normal-type, would lose significant power against the steel-type Magnemite. To defeat it, only a more powerful move would suffice. Speaking of power, what move could rival Explosion? Let us not entertain the notion that this surprise attack was highly successful and that a few more would wear down the self-destructing Magnemite. The essence of a surprise attack lies in its unpredictability. Would the self-destructing Magnemite fall for the same ruse twice? Even if it did, Luo certainly would not. Thus, Shigeru resolved to use Explosion, intending to take the self-destructing Magnemite down with him, even if it meant suffering significant losses himself. The self-destructing Magnemite was struck down, or rather, it seemed not to be entirely defeated. It managed to float again just before hitting the ground. How could it still be levitating? Shouldn't he being struck down force a Pokémon to land? The reality was that the self-destructing Magnemite was a steel-type Pokémon. Rock-type moves were ineffective against it, so it was entirely reasonable for it to regain its flotation before touching down. Wait, the rock-type Pokémon's attack wasn't over. It seized the opportunity while the self-destructing Magnemite was close to the ground and embraced it. What would it do next? It was Explosion. The Rock-type Pokémon unleashed Explosion. Was Shigeru's strategy too reckless? Using such a self-destructive move when the Rock-type Pokémon still had plenty of stamina? Regardless of the commentator's skepticism, once Explosion was initiated, it was challenging to halt. A blinding white light, accompanied by a deafening roar of destruction, enveloped the arena, leaving the Rock-type Pokémon incapacitated on the ground, while the self-destructing Magnemite wobbled as it floated. Chapter 58. An encounter with an old rival. Explosion truly lived up to its name. What a spectacle. I wonder what the outcome will be. The brightness is blinding. As for the self-destructing Magnemite, I can't say. But the Rock-type Pokémon is definitely out of the fight. Let us see what Shigeru's third Pokémon will be. Look, the self-destructing Magnemite can still float. Does it still have the strength to battle? That explosion was monumental. No, wait, it has fallen again. Wow, is this match always this exhilarating? The outcome is completely unpredictable. Chenluo and Shigeru retrieved their Pokémon, and with only one Pokémon remaining, Shigeru unhesitatingly sent out his strongest Pokémon, his very first partner, Blastoise. He didn't want to leave any regrets. Seeing Shigeru summon his Pokémon, Chenluo intended to let Ditto take the stage again. Ditto still had plenty of stamina, and even if it couldn't defeat Blastoise, at least they might end up mutually exhausted. Just as Chenluo was about to throw out the Pokéball, Shigeru suddenly called out loudly, "Chenluo, yesterday Ash woke me up. After returning, I trained with Blastoise all night, which allowed us to break through before the match. However, they are all battered and exhausted, and I had no choice but to send them for treatment, which is why I'm late." At this point, Shigeru paused, gazing at Chenluo with gratitude, and continued, "Chenluo, I sincerely appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. I understand that with my current strength, I am far from your match. Blastoise is my strongest Pokémon, and I believe you feel the same about Charizard being your strongest. I request that you allow Charizard to take the stage. Even if I may suffer a crushing defeat, I simply wish to understand the extent of our disparity. This is the very reason I chose to participate in this match, knowing I would likely lose." Chenluo listened quietly as Shigeru expressed himself, his lips curling into a smile upon seeing the earnest youth before him. This was indeed the passionate spirit one would expect from a young trainer. Since he had made a request, Chenluo felt inclined to grant it. After all, Shigeru was inspired by the renowned Green from the games, who later became the champion of Kanto, and though he was quickly defeated by Red, he eventually became the gym leader of the Viridian Gym. A formidable opponent not to be underestimated. When one realizes that a future powerhouse is now striving towards their own level and seeks guidance, most would feel a sense of fulfillment and be eager to assist. This is not merely an investment. It is a manifestation of human vanity. Chenluo returned the Pokéball to his waist and casually retrieved the Charizard's Pokéball, tossing it lightly in the air before spinning and launching it with a shout. "It's decided, Charizard." As the Pokéball soared through the air, Charizard emerged on its own. There was no choice. For Chenluo had thrown it with such force that if it didn't come out, it would land outside the arena and be declared a loss. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't matter, but he had heard every word Shigeru had spoken, and faced with such sincere requests, how could he let him down? Soaring through the air, Charizard gracefully descended onto the battlefield, stirring the dust beneath it and creating a gust of wind that resonated around. The striking figure drew cheers from the audience, instantly captivating a swarm of adoring fans. The Charizard cast a resentful glance back at Chenluo, who was an unassuming trainer. Due to a blunder on his part, it found itself compelled to put on a facade, though it chose to selectively ignore the small thrill within. Chenluo, realizing he had been overly passionate moments earlier, awkwardly nodded at Charizard and gestured for it to focus on the match, assuring it that he would be cheering from the sidelines. Charizard exhaled a puff of hot air, expressing its dissatisfaction towards its negligent master, then turned its gaze toward the opposing Blastoise. It recalled their first battle when it was still a Charmander. They had been evenly matched back then, and Charizard had narrowly triumphed. Now, however, circumstances had changed significantly, with its strength surpassing that of its opponent by a considerable margin. As Charizard entered the fray, both Shigeru and Blastoise felt the overwhelming aura it emitted, solidly at the gym leader level. This indicated that Chenluo was, at the very least, a gym leader level Pokémon trainer. Such a revelation left Shigeru astonished. He had initially assumed Chenluo was merely a gym level trainer like himself. Although stronger, he never expected such a significant disparity in their levels. During an era when gym leaders were predominantly at the gym level, a gym leader was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Only a few dozen existed within a region. Now, here stood one before him. If Shigeru Having ventured out for less than a year, was considered a prodigy for attaining gym-level status. What title could Chenluo be bestowed? If given another year, how far could he ascend? A champion? Or perhaps an even loftier position? The mere thought caused Shigeru to shudder. Shaking his head, he forced himself to regain composure and focus on the ongoing battle. His opponent was Chenluo, a rare gym leader-level powerhouse. Oddly, alongside his astonishment, he felt no fear rather. A surge of fierce determination welled up within him. He finally understood the fervent desire to battle strong opponents that Ash had described the previous day. Observing the fiery glint in Shigeru's eyes, Chenluo felt an eerie familiarity. Upon reflection, it mirrored the relentless gaze Ash had previously directed at him during their battles. Realizing that Ash had gone out to inspire Shigeru, Chenluo couldn't help but pat his forehead in exasperation. It was clear, Shigeru had been transformed, and a new battle enthusiast had emerged. Before Chenluo could ruminate further, Shigeru eagerly initiated his attack. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. In combat, the elements of time and terrain played pivotal roles. Faced with a stronger adversary, Shigeru understood that the human factor was no longer in his favor. Thus he sought to manipulate the weather. This command was undoubtedly astute. The Rain Dance ability could summon rain, enhancing the power of water-type moves while diminishing that of fire-type moves, effectively balancing their strengths. Blastoise's cannons extended, and with two resounding booms, projectiles of unknown composition soared into the sky, detonating and releasing two plumes of white vapor. Moments later, dark clouds gathered in the previously clear sky, and rain began to pour. Charizard stood still, observing Blastoise's actions. It found little excitement in battling such a weak opponent. Extending its hand, it attempted to catch the raindrops, but the intense heat radiating from its body evaporated the water before it could land, creating a thin mist around it, a futile attempt at enjoying the rain. Frowning at this predicament, Charizard, due to its unique ability, was unusually fond of water despite being a fire-type Pokémon. However, confined within its Pokeball by Chenluo, it rarely had the chance to revel in the water. Now, with the opportunity at hand, it was thwarted by its own nature. Turning its attention back to Blastoise, Charizard thought, surely the gym-level opponent's skills could not surpass its emitted heat? With this in mind, Charizard eagerly waved at Blastoise, inviting it to attack. This gesture infuriated Shigeru and Blastoise. You may be stronger, but you can't belittle me like this. Shigeru glared at Chenluo, who quickly waved his hands in defense, clarifying that it was merely Charizard's personal choice and not to implicate the trainer. Seeing Chenluo's response, Shigeru reluctantly redirected his ire toward Charizard. Fine. If that's how you want to play, then so be it. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Blastoise had longed to teach this arrogant lizard a lesson. With a swift motion, the cannons locked onto Charizard, and with a mighty roar, two powerful jets of water surged toward it. Charizard considered allowing itself to be engulfed by the water, but then recalled Chenluo's warning about keeping its water absorbability hidden. Reluctantly, it decided to feign vulnerability. As the water jets approached, Charizard unleashed a fiery blast, resulting in an explosive clash of elements. The intense heat evaporated the water, generating a continuous stream of steam. Under Charizard's deliberate control, the water jets drew closer. Shigeru, noticing the apparent effectiveness of his attack against Charizard, felt a rush of excitement and intensified his efforts, thinking, so, this is all you've got? The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Originally, Charizard had intended to slowly guide the water toward itself, but Shigeru's vigorous onslaught surprised it, leading Charizard to internally commend Blastoise for its cooperation. Unbeknownst to Charizard, Blastoise harbored resentment, referring to it as a stinky lizard in its thoughts. Had Charizard been aware, it might have reconsidered its assessment of Blastoise as a good turtle. Additionally, Charizard's affinity for water, coupled with a slight touch of cleanliness, led it to believe itself a noble dragon, albeit not of the dragon type. Blastoise had unwittingly violated two of Charizard's taboos. A flicker of joy ignited within Charizard as the steam enveloped it, providing a shield that obscured it from view, allowing it to indulge unabashedly in the water. Taking advantage of the cover, Charizard gleefully scrubbed itself beneath the Hydro Pump's onslaught, except for the flames on its tail, relishing in the experience as if it were a bath. Meanwhile, those on the sidelines grew increasingly anxious. Not again. Why is it obscured now? One spectator lamented. I've watched Chenluo's first match, and while the excitement is undeniable, the constant obstructions leave me uncertain whether this vote is worthwhile. Another chimed in. What is actually happening behind that mist? I remember Charizard's previous performance being quite impressive. Why does it seem lackluster this time? Well, the last opponent was merely at the elite level, but this time it's a gym-level Pokémon, and with a type disadvantage, this is to be expected. The real question is, can Charizard endure this onslaught? Perhaps not. Look at Blastoise still pouring on the pressure. If Charizard could evade, it would have already taken flight. Wouldn't it? If it could not evade, under the relentless onslaught of water cannons, it would not last long. No, I cannot accept this. Charizard, give it your all. The audience displayed a myriad of reactions. Some expressed concern, others cheered, while there were none to taunt Shigeru. Gradually, Blastoise sensed something was amiss. Having launched its attacks for so long, it was inconceivable for the opponent to remain entirely unresponsive. Shigeru felt it too. Blastoise, halt. Be on high alert. Shigeru commanded. As he sensed that Charizard's behavior was peculiar from the outset, its performance did not align with the prowess expected of a gym leader-level Pokémon. Coupled with the current anomalies, he could not help but worry that Charizard harbored an undisclosed scheme. Little did he know, Charizard merely wished for a bath. Had he been aware, he might have been overwhelmed with shock. In the midst of its joyous play, Charizard suddenly realized that the water had ceased. At this moment, it longed to exclaim, Blastoise, why has the water vanished? Unfortunately, it could not voice this, understanding that the timing was critical. Prolonging the play might arouse suspicion. Spreading its wings, it unleashed a powerful gust that dispersed the water vapor, leaving it dry and revealing its magnificent form, invigorated and regal. Everyone was astounded. What on earth? How is Charizard unscathed? This defies logic. I knew it. Charizard could not possibly lose so easily. Despite having endured such a formidable water-type attack, Charizard remained completely unharmed. Just how powerful could it be? Surely, it possessed some extraordinary means. Otherwise, it would not emerge unscathed, though we remain oblivious to it. Regardless, Charizard is indeed impressive. It was unexpected that Charizard could withstand such a fierce barrage from Shigeru's Blastoise without a scratch. It must have mastered a formidable technique, perhaps even a form of protect? Uncertain. Let us continue to observe the match. Unlike others who expressed astonishment, Shigeru felt a sense of confirmation regarding his earlier suspicions. Clearly, water-type moves were no longer viable. Thus, he thought, even though he still could not decipher Charizard's scheme, its demeanor was a blatant indication of its resilience against water-type attacks. Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon. Upon hearing Shigeru's command, Blastoise bent down again, aiming its cannon at Charizard. However, this time, it was not a torrent of water that was unleashed, but a beam of light. As the cannon fired, Charizard simply leaped upward, wings unfurled, effortlessly evading the Hydro Cannon. Shigeru gritted his teeth, glaring at Charizard in midair. If there had been any lingering doubts before, certainty now engulfed him. If Charizard could dodge Hydro Cannon with ease, how could it possibly not evade a slower water jet? Who would believe that it had no ulterior motives? Shigeru now faced a dilemma. With water-type attacks off the table and Hydro Cannon failing to connect, and the enemy hovering above, what could he do? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted at Charizard, Charizard, are you only capable of hovering in the air? If you have the guts, come down. My Blastoise will make you regret it. This statement left both Charizard and Blastoise momentarily stunned, turning in unison to face Shigeru. Charizard contemplated the meaning behind Shigeru's words. Regret and teeth scattered everywhere? Its teeth were intact in its mouth, and in realization, it lowered its head to touch its teeth. Meanwhile, Blastoise questioned when it had ever uttered such words, unable to recall. Seeing Charizard's reaction, Jinmu could not help but slap his forehead, thinking, lack of education is truly frightening. Although aware that Shigeru was trying to provoke, Jinmu felt assured of Charizard's abilities and chose to translate, allowing it to decide for itself. Charizard, he means that Blastoise called you a coward, too afraid to confront it directly. Both Charizard and Blastoise turned to Jinmu once more, with Blastoise expressing confusion. When did I say that? I don't remember. Humans are truly perplexing. Seeing Charizard gaze at him, Jinmu nodded affirmatively, signaling that this was indeed the sentiment. How could Charizard tolerate such an insult? Very well. If it's a direct confrontation you desire, let's satisfy that. With a roar directed at Blastoise, Charizard charged forth, implying that engaging in a melee with it would be foolish, akin to a novice attempting to wield a great sword before a seasoned warrior, unaware of its own limitations. Of course, Charizard did not articulate this verbatim. A full translation would result in a ban. However, the essence of the message remained. Charizard's roar, however, incited Blastoise's ire, for it had not spoken a word, yet was being scolded by these two unreliable beings. The trust between Pokémon was being questioned. And how could they continue to play joyfully under such circumstances? Nonetheless, as Charizard approached for a melee, Blastoise stood its ground, undeterred. Come at me, I fear nothing. It raised its arms and took strides toward Charizard. The two soon met in the middle of their charge. However, the anticipated balance of power was absent. Blastoise was immediately overpowered by Charizard, forced to retreat. With a heavy thud, Blastoise collided with a boulder, creating a significant dent. No matter how it struggled, there was no escape. Perhaps this was the legendary experience of being pinned against the wall, unable to budge. Only when Charizard released Blastoise did it manage to extricate itself from the stone. Yet before it could catch its breath, Charizard grasped both of Blastoise's cannons and, with a whoosh, launched the hefty creature into the sky, tracing a perfect arc through the rain before plummeting earthward. Body slam. Charizard executed the move, astonishing everyone with its proficiency in this challenging fighting-type technique. No need to speculate. Given Blastoise's weight, it could never withstand such an attack. And we might as well congratulate Shenluo on his impending victory. Wait, what was Blastoise doing? Unbelievably, it had activated Protect in midair. The outcome remained uncertain, and it was unclear if it would succeed. Alas, it was a shame that Protect failed to activate. Blastoise ultimately succumbed. And we extend our congratulations to Shenluo for securing victory in this fourth match, advancing into the top 16. Shigeru need not despair. His prowess is recognized and anticipated for future performances. Amidst the lively commentary and audience excitement, Charizard gently landed beside Blastoise, crouched down, and playfully patted its face, exuding a triumphant air, implying, "So this is the grand display you put forth after all your bravado?" Infuriated, Blastoise shakily inscribed the character for injustice on Charizard's leg before losing consciousness. Charizard shook the unconscious Blastoise and called out, "Hey, wake up. What does this mean? I can't read." Seeing that Blastoise appeared truly unconscious, Charizard finally relented, unfurling its wings and soaring back to Shenluo's side, sharing in the collective applause, completely forgetting that it had previously claimed to be a modest dragon. As the time to depart approached, Charizard meticulously inscribed the characters written by Blastoise on Shenluo's palm, gesturing curiously to inquire about their meaning. Shenluo instantly recognized them, taken aback by the revelation that Blastoise could indeed read. It appeared that Shimizu had imparted a considerable breadth of knowledge to his Pokémon. However, he had no intention of divulging this to Charizard. Gently patting its head, he smiled and remarked, "It says it is impressed by you. You truly are formidable." Upon hearing this, Charizard gleefully rubbed its head against Shenluo, completely shedding its earlier imposing demeanor. Shimizu calmly withdrew Blastoise, feeling no sense of disappointment over the defeat in this battle. Perhaps he had mentally prepared for such an outcome even before the competition, or perhaps it was Charizard's overwhelming prowess that left him in awe. He could not articulate the reason clearly, but one thing was certain. The young boy and that Pokémon across from him would become a target he would strive to surpass for a long time, perhaps even for a lifetime. As he observed the gradually departing boy and the majestic dragon, Shimizu suddenly smiled. The clarity of purpose felt rather pleasant, didn't it? Casting a glance around at the jubilant crowd, he turned to leave. To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous, since he did feel envy. He resolved to quietly strengthen himself and reclaim what was lost. Just wait, Shimizu vowed. He would return, and when he did, the resounding cheers would belong to him. Who could have imagined that his return would coincide with his becoming the Kanto champion, facing off against the renowned Elite Four, hailed as the strongest of them all? Chapter 60. The long-awaited system, incredible. Truly incredible. Ash's Bulbasaur is astonishingly powerful, having taken down 2 of the opponent's key players. Indeed, it seems its evasion skills are maxed out. It has deftly dodged numerous attacks. What's even more astonishing is that it has evaded even the guaranteed hit moves. It is simply unbelievable. Oh, Kenzie's third Pokémon is also a Mewtwo. I recall that Kenzie hails from Celadon City, and previously another contender from Celadon City had a Mewtwo as their ace Pokémon. I wonder what surprises this Mewtwo will bring us. Indeed, her name is Kenzie, but she was eliminated in the second round, and that Mewtwo was her second Pokémon in battle. Oh, how do you remember all this so clearly? Of course, Kenzie's opponent in that match was none other than the esteemed contestant from Pallet Town, Ash, who is my favorite. I see. I recall that Ash's opponent this time is also from Pallet Town, Shimizu. I wonder how that battle is progressing. Speaking of which, tickets for Ash's matches are incredibly hard to come by, and even the commentary seats are fiercely contested. Isn't that the truth? I struggled immensely to secure a ticket, but Michiko managed to get one. I envy her greatly. Hey, you two. I understand your enthusiasm for your favorite contestants, but we are still in the midst of a competition. Let us focus on the commentary, shall we? My apologies for digressing. Let us return to the match and see what sparks will fly between these 2 grass-type Pokémon. As the battle commenced, Ash's Bulbasaur launched a fierce offensive. But alas, Kenzie's Mewtwo effortlessly evaded every attack. The roles have reversed. Now, Bulbasaur is on the defensive. Who would have thought that this Mewtwo from Celadon City would possess such strength? It seems that Ash and his Bulbasaur may have underestimated their opponent. With Bulbasaur's evasive advantage, Mewtwo should have been at a disadvantage. However, its delicate appearance misled them. In a reckless attempt to attack, Bulbasaur found itself achieving nothing, and it must have felt a surge of impatience. Little did it know that the more anxious it became, the more openings it would reveal, making it increasingly difficult to land a hit. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. I must say, the commentary is quite astute. The battle unfolded precisely as described. Bulbasaur's attack rhythm became increasingly chaotic until Mewtwo seized the opportunity, executing a shoulder throw that sent Bulbasaur crashing to the ground, unconscious. Well, Senior, you're incredible. You predicted that perfectly. Let us keep it humble. With enough commentary experience, one can gain insight. Keep it up, you've got this too. Facing such a formidable Mewtwo, I wonder which Pokémon Ash will deploy next. Did Ash truly underestimate his opponent? The answer is evidently no. Although he did not witness Chen Luo's match against Kenzie live, he reviewed it multiple times afterward. In fact, he had prepared extensively to counter Mewtwo, commanding Bulbasaur to launch an all-out attack. To be honest, this was partly to test Mewtwo's limits, and partly because Chen Luo had achieved victory with a self-destructing Magnemite. Ash couldn't help but feel competitive and wanted to see if he could do the same. As for marriage, that is clearly not an option. However, Ash feels quite confident. He is no longer the naive youth he once was. Through analysis, he has identified Mewtwo's critical weakness. Indeed, while Mewtwo is agile and adept at using its surroundings to its advantage, it remains just a Mewtwo, unable to alter the fact that it is physically frail. Furthermore, its offensive tactics are quite limited, relying solely on physical attacks. Thus, the counter strategy becomes evident. Utilizing a larger Pokémon with high physical defense would easily neutralize Mewtwo's tactics. Or Ash could simply send Charizard into battle. However, Ash does not intend to deploy Charizard just yet, so he specifically exchanged for Mook from Professor Oak yesterday. Calmly recalling Bulbasaur, he leisurely retrieved Mook's Pokeball. Just as he was about to throw it, Mook emerged on its own, leaping onto Ash and enveloping him in a great, muddy embrace. Mook, the sludge Pokémon, is composed entirely of muck and exudes a foul odor. It will unhesitatingly attack anyone who intrudes upon its territory, exhibiting a fiercely aggressive nature. Nevertheless, Ash's Mook is quite unique. It bears no hint of ferocity, instead frequently sporting a friendly, endearing smile. Moreover, it is exceptionally clingy, often smothering its trainer, Ash, and Professor Oak, completely covering them in muck and leaving them smelling foul. After some coaxing, Ash managed to persuade Mook to step off him and move to the center of the arena, where it cheerfully gazed at Mewtwo, provoking a frown from Mewtwo, who inexplicably felt a sense of displeasure toward it. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. Without waiting for Kenzie to say much, Mewtwo unleashed several leaf tornadoes toward the Pokémon it found unappealing. However, in the face of Mewtwo's assault, Mook did not bother to dodge, carelessly allowing the attacks to strike its body. The rapidly spinning leaves fell silently upon Mook's muck-covered form, losing all momentum as they landed harmlessly on the ground. Judging by the performance of those leaves, Mook's body composition seems akin to a non-Newtonian fluid. Faced with Mewtwo's attacks, Mook not only remained unfazed but also lowered its head to pick up a leaf, grinning foolishly at Mewtwo. This enraged Mewtwo immensely, interpreting Mook's actions as utter disrespect. Furious, Mewtwo charged at Mook, delivering a side kick to its belly. While the kick caused Mook to bulge outward, the sensation for Mook was akin to a gentle scratch, leading it to believe that Mewtwo was merely playing with it, prompting Mook to raise its hands in joy. At this moment, the trumpet bud yearned to teach a lesson to the grotesque creature that held it in disdain, relentlessly launching a barrage of punches and kicks towards the foul-smelling mud, showing no mercy. Yet, in the eyes of the stinky mud, this was merely a display of affection. The light punches to its chest felt no different than a playful gesture. After all, when someone expresses fondness, one must reciprocate, right? Although it was not merely a lump of mud, a warm embrace could still be afforded. Thus, the stinky mud thought with a grin, lunging towards the trumpet bud to offer a loving hug, intending to convey that a romantic connection was impossible, as they were both strapping lads. Nevertheless, they could certainly remain friends, even if the trumpet bud was a tad effeminate, which did not bother the mud in the slightest. In the midst of its unrestrained fury, the trumpet bud suddenly felt an ominous darkness enveloping it. Confused, it looked up to see a massive, purple, viscous entity grinning lewdly as it lunged toward it with malicious intent. At that moment, all rage dissipated, replaced by a chilling fear that coursed from head to toe. The trumpet bud wished to flee, but its legs betrayed it, leaving it helplessly watching the repugnant mass approach, an overwhelming stench filling the air. Desperate to escape, yet unable to do so, the foul mud soon pinned the trumpet bud beneath it. The trumpet bud had underestimated the situation, failing to evade the assault. The intense odor, compounded by the surrounding darkness, forced the trumpet bud to struggle violently, but the more it fought, the more oxygen it consumed. When oxygen dwindled, it could no longer hold its breath, and as it gasped, the putrid stench invaded its nostrils, piercing straight to its brain. How could the trumpet bud endure such torment? What could it do but surrender? Thus, it succumbed to unconsciousness, yet its face bore a look of relief, believing that fainting would free it from this inhumane ordeal. It hoped that its future would be devoid of the stinky mud. Upon noticing the stillness beneath it, the stinky mud rose in confusion. Although the trumpet bud had lost consciousness, its expression led the mud to believe that it had simply fainted from joy. It appeared the trumpet bud truly understood its feelings. Excellent. The stinky mud had decided that this trumpet bud was indeed a brother. With that thought, the stinky mud cast a lingering glance at the trumpet bud before bounding towards Ash, seemingly eager to share its delight, which prompted Ash to quickly withdraw it into its Pokeball. Thus concluded the matches in the grassy arena, marking the end of the 4th round of the preliminary tournament. The top 16 of the Quartz Conference had emerged, with Pallet Town standing out with 2 spots, both occupied by novice trainers. Truly remarkable. After the 4th round, all participants enjoyed a day of rest. The trio from Pallet Town gathered at the entrance of the competition venue, with Chunluo and Ash beaming with joy at their advancement, while the defeated Gary remained unperturbed, still exuding a haughty demeanor and even congratulating Ash on his success. This surprised Ash, who could not help but reach out to touch Gary's forehead, then his own. Bewildered as he remarked that there was no fever, had losing to Chunluo made him foolish? At that moment, Gary's facade cracked, and he swatted Ash's hand away, launching into a playful tirade against him, much to Ash's relief, as this was the Gary he was familiar with. They engaged in a light-hearted exchange of banter. After what felt like an eternity, Gary seemed to grow impatient and abruptly ceased his banter with Ash, turning to Chunluo and declaring, "The honor of Pallet Town rests upon your shoulders, Chunluo. That guy Ash is unreliable." With that, he held Ash back and continued, "I shall not linger here with you. I have decided to embark on my Pokémon training journey. Chunluo, wait for me. When we meet again, I shall be a worthy opponent." Before departing, he glanced back at the raucous Ash and disdainfully added, "All right, Ash, do your best too. Just don't fall too far behind us." This provoked Ash, who, unable to contain himself, pulled out his Pokeball to challenge Gary, but Gary paid him no mind, walking away without a backward glance, waving his hand dismissively, and leaving behind a strikingly confident silhouette. Truly impressive. Watching Gary leave, Ash yawned and departed with Brock and the others, claiming that the excitement of the past few days had deprived him of sleep. With no matches scheduled for the following day, he intended to catch up on rest. Chunluo, observing Ash's carefree demeanor, wondered why he wasn't too anxious. Although he too wished for a peaceful slumber, he had responsibilities to uphold as Chunluo. He could not afford to be so lax. Just as Chunluo intended to take Nazi's hand and joyfully head back for a nap, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, player. You have advanced to the top 16 of the Quartz Conference preliminary rounds. We hope you continue to strive for excellence." The sudden voice momentarily stunned Chunluo, who took a while to recollect that it belonged to the system. "Oh my. It's been so long that I forgot I even had a system. And it only shows up now, after the matches have concluded. What a useless system. Hey, speaking ill of the system is unacceptable." A stern voice resonated in Chunluo's mind. Chunluo was taken aback. "Who are you?" "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am the System Administrator, number 369. "System Administrator? What exactly are you?" "I am not just anything. How dare you? You are the one in trouble." Chunluo protested his innocence, insisting he meant no offense, and after much convincing, he managed to placate the System Administrator. "This shall not happen again. If it does, I will take your system away." Just as Chunluo was about to express his reluctance, he suddenly realized that the system had not been particularly beneficial. In fact, things had been quite well without it. Why should he be beholden to it? Therefore, he nonchalantly replied, "Go ahead and take it. After all, this worthless system serves no purpose." "Oh dear, what kind of attitude is this? I will definitely take your system away today." "Go on, do it quickly. I'm in a hurry to eat." "Really going to take it away? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Do I need to get you a cappuccino too?" "Fine. Just you wait. You'll regret this." And with that, the voice fell silent. Crazy. Chunluo silently cursed, dismissing the bizarre and unpredictable System Administrator. He was not intimidated. Good riddance. Without further thought, Chunluo set the matter aside and happily took Nazi's hand, returning to rest. As twilight descended, the once bustling quartz plateau gradually fell into silence. The night was exceptionally calm, a testament to the exhaustion wrought by several days of intense competition as trainers, regardless of their success, sought to seize the opportunity to rest. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the clouds, gently enveloping the entire training village, heralding yet another splendid day. Chen Luo, expecting to sleep in, was taken aback to find himself awake early, peering outside at the bright sunshine and then glancing back at the still sleeping Na Zi. A romantic notion suddenly blossomed in his mind. A touch of romance in daily life could indeed enhance the bond between a couple, or so he believed, though he could not recall who had said it. Nonetheless, Chen Luo felt it held a profound truth. He did not awaken the peacefully sleeping Naz. Gently kissed her on the cheek, and then cautiously stepped outside. Just as he closed the door, Naz, who had been deep in slumber, suddenly opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushing crimson, her hands instinctively clutching the bed sheets beneath her. Exiting the court's conference venue, Chen Luo gazed at the lush forest, inhaling the fragrant, fresh air. Unlike the tense atmosphere within the conference hall, this harmonious and natural ambience brought him immense comfort. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. A wave of relaxation spreading from his lungs throughout his body. Slowly exhaling the stale air, he opened his eyes and ventured deeper into the forest. Legend has it that long ago, in a certain part of the forest surrounding the court's conference, a mysterious Pokémon was sighted. Where it passed, a long path of flowers would bloom, one of which was a pure, elegant blossom known as the White Angel, symbolizing immaculate feelings. Initially, there were plenty of these flowers in the dwelling of that Pokémon. However, a mysterious force, intent on capturing it, deployed numerous members to seize it. After a fierce battle, the outcome remained unknown. Yet, since that time, it has not been seen again in the Quartz Plateau Forest. The dwelling of that Pokémon lay in ruins after the battle. But the occasional sight of the White Angel in the forest serves as a testament to the Pokémon's existence. Chen Luo had been unaware of this legend until yesterday when he overheard a discussion while dining with Naz at the restaurant. This morning, upon awakening to splendid weather and enjoying a day off, he was inspired to seek out the White Angel as a gift for Naz. With his mind solely focused on finding the flower, Chen Luo failed to notice a figure not far behind him, quietly observing. As he entered the forest, the figure promptly followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Naz's silhouette appeared, her brows furrowed as she gazed towards the direction in which the two had vanished, before disappearing without a trace. Once Chen Luo entered the forest, he found himself utterly directionless, aimlessly wandering until he leaned against a large tree, intending to take a moment to rest. Regret washed over him. He lamented his impulsiveness in rushing into this vast forest based solely on a legend. Now, not only was finding the White Angel a challenge, but exiting the forest had become a pressing concern. If only he had a map of the forest layout. Chen Luo mused, lamenting his lack of navigation tools. If only there were a vantage point from which he could survey the terrain, although not as useful as a map. It would at least provide some guidance compared to his current aimless wandering. Rubbing his sore calves, he wished fervently for a pair of wings, which would save him both energy and the trouble of searching for the White Angel. Suddenly, he could not resist slapping his forehead, but the force was too great, causing him to wince in pain as he rubbed his head. While he could not fly, his Pokémon certainly could. Chen Luo chided himself for not having thought of this earlier. In a moment of frustration, he had struck himself, perhaps losing control due to anger. He must have been influenced by Ash, becoming just as foolish. It seemed prudent to limit his encounters with him in the future. Naturally, Chen Luo would never directly admit to his own folly. Instead, he shamelessly shifted the blame onto Ash. Calling forth Charizard, he swiftly mounted its back and affectionately patted its head. "I'm counting on you, Charizard." Charizard, however, appeared unimpressed. As a gym leader-level powerhouse and a proud dragon, it found it absurd to be used as mere transportation, especially for the purpose of wooing a girl. At its size, it had never even held a girl's hand. Observing Charizard's reluctance, Chen Luo continued, "Once we succeed, I'll take you to play in the water for as long as you like." Upon hearing this, Charizard let out an excited roar, as if urging him to hold on tight. With a swift motion, it soared into the sky, startling Chen Luo, who quickly clung to Charizard's neck to avoid falling. While he trusted that Charizard would save him before he hit the ground, no one wished to endure such a fright unnecessarily. Once Charizard stabilized in the air, Chen Luo dared to loosen his grip and began to survey the landscape below. Before long, he spotted a gathering of Pokémon in the distance. According to the couple he had spoken with yesterday, the White Angel was not only beautiful but also exuded a captivating fragrance, often attracting various Pokémon such as Butterfree and Beedrill to its vicinity. Chen Luo's eyes brightened, and he signaled Charizard to fly in that direction. As Charizard descended, the gust of wind it generated, combined with its formidable presence, sent the fluttering Pokémon scattering in fright. This was a deliberate tactic by Chunluo to avoid any troublesome encounters with overly curious Pokémon. Unlike other stories where one might feign weakness to surprise their opponents, this was Pokémon, not humans. Showcasing strength to avert complications was the way to go. Upon landing, Chunluo immediately spotted a cluster of snow-white flowers in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he could smell their delightful fragrance even from afar. Indeed, they were intriguing. With quickened steps, he approached the white angel, mesmerized by its beauty. Yet, he hesitated to pluck it, fearing it would wither away. However, he longed to present this exquisite flower to Naz, leaving him in a quandary. Perhaps I could take it along with its roots. This time, Chunluo was quick to devise a plan, rolling up his sleeves and crouching down, ready to act. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept past him, and upon turning in confusion, he was met with another gust heading his way. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the second gust reached him, and evasion was no longer an option. This is it, he thought, ready to surrender. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a claw interposed before him. Intercepting the fierce wind, Charizard had sensed the first gust and was there to protect him. Chunluo sighed in relief. The object that had been sent flying was merely a silver needle, now embedded in Charizard's small paw. Chunluo exhaled once more, realizing that such a minor injury would hardly affect Charizard. Indeed, even he would be fine as long as it wasn't a critical hit. However, this did not mean Chunluo would let the matter rest. He pulled out the needle, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, and called out loudly, "Who dares to ambush me without revealing themselves?" Applause echoed from the woods ahead, and a sultry voice emerged. Well, little rascal. It hasn't been long. Yet your Pokémon possess such strength. I find myself increasingly curious about your secrets. Narrowing his eyes, Chunluo peered into the shadows, where a perfect silhouette emerged from the darkness. Do you ever tire of this? I've told you, we are not meant to be. You should give up. The moment he heard that voice, Chunluo had a hunch about the newcomer, and as the figure stepped into the light, his suspicions were confirmed. It was impossible to forget such a stunning figure after just one glance. Humph. You may be small, but I'll see how you escape this time. Chapter 62. A series of twists and turns indeed. The woman before him was the cadre from the ocean team who had been persistently trailing Chunluo, Izumi. Flee? Why would one flee? Both of us are now at the level of gym leaders. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Chunluo scoffed. During the last incident on New Island, he had faced Izumi alongside the severely injured Mewtwo and Mew, and he was well aware of her capabilities. With only 3 gym leaders and 3 more at the gym level on her side, coupled with the imposing presence of Zapdos, victory was all but assured for him, rendering her insignificant in his eyes. Let us see about that, Izumi replied with a smile, her delicate fingers dancing gracefully as she produced 6 Pokeballs from seemingly thin air. With a flourish of her hands, they soared into the air, revealing 2 Dugong, 2 Kingler, and 2 Sharpedo on the battlefield. However, Izumi did not rush to attack. Instead, she gazed at Chunluo with a charming smile, urging, "Release all your Pokémon, lest you accuse me of overwhelming you with numbers." One must admit, Izumi's enchanting smile, coupled with her alluring figure, was difficult for anyone to resist. Chunluo found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. A perfect opportunity, Izumi thought to herself, though she maintained her captivating demeanor. Suddenly, from the woods behind Chunluo, a gust of wind surged forth, seemingly aimed at striking his neck. Izumi observed the scene with delight, her smile growing brighter. In an instant, Chunluo bent down, launching a silver needle directly at Izumi. Although surprised by his sudden movement, she effortlessly caught the needle with her hand. Chunluo stood up, triumphantly addressing Charizard. "Did you learn that? In martial arts, speed is of the essence. The moment I bow my head, misfortune befalls her." He turned to Izumi, disappointment evident as he noted her catching the needle. "What a shame. It seems your accomplice isn't swift enough to save you." Izumi's expression gradually turned cold. With a wave of her hand, the silver needle shot forth, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk as she remarked sharply, "You little brat. I thought my acting was flawless. How did you discover it? Do you take me for a fool? The direction of the needle and your emergence were not aligned. Did you think to use your beauty to deceive me? Apologies, but my heart holds only Nazi," Chunluo declared proudly, having some knowledge of strategy from his time as a newcomer. He then called out, "You may come out now. I am eager to see who you truly are." Initially, Chunluo had not anticipated that Izumi would have an ally. Following his conversation with Team Rocket's Giovanni, it seemed unlikely they would assist her again, especially given his father's connections with Giovanni. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who this person could be. As Chunluo spoke, the figure slowly emerged, revealing his true identity. Chunluo squinted. Was this not the male from the couple he had encountered yesterday? It appeared he had been targeted all along. Yet, Chenluo felt no fear. The two of them together had merely 12 Pokémon. He was uncertain of the man's strength but remained confident as long as it did not exceed the gym leader level. Chenluo summoned all his Pokémon except for Caterpie, including Zapdos. Upon Zapdos' arrival, the man's expression visibly shifted, but to Chenluo's surprise, he only cast a fleeting glance at Zapdos before fixating on his Ditto. The overwhelming pressure emitted by Zapdos immediately diminished the battle capabilities of Izumi's 6 Pokémon. Bring out your Pokémon as well, otherwise you may miss your opportunity, Chenluo called out to the man. To his bewilderment, the man remained silent. Simply extending a hand toward Chenluo, fingers splayed. Chenluo was perplexed. Hey, what does this mean? The man did not respond but began retracting a finger, then another. Was he counting down? Chenluo began to comprehend the situation, but why? Life is filled with questions, some remain unanswered while others reveal themselves in due time. As was the case now. As the final finger fell, Chenluo's anxious heart settled, for nothing occurred. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed, irritated. Enough of this. Let us go. At his command, several Pokémon surged toward Izumi's team. Midway through the charge, an unexpected event transpired. Charizard suddenly collapsed, inadvertently tripping both Zoroark and Dittos, who had transformed into Kingler. Thus, the battlefield became 5 against 6. Chenluo rushed forward to assess the situation. Zoroark and Kingler seemed fine, but Charizard appeared gravely ill. Gasping for breath, its wings limply dragging on the ground, drool pooling beneath it. What was on that needle? If anything were to happen to Charizard, I would hold you responsible. Chenluo glared fiercely at the man, his voice booming. The man chuckled darkly, assuring, rest assured, it's merely a tranquilizer. There's no life-threatening danger. Did you think my countdown was for nothing? I was merely calculating the onset time. Initially, I intended to put you to sleep for an easier victory, but this will suffice. With that, the man summoned his Pokémon, Electabuzz, Gloom, Noctowl, Hitmonlee, Electrode, and Pinsir. Ditto, revert your transformation and use aromatherapy on Charizard. Given that it was merely a tranquilizer, it should fall under an abnormal status, prompting Chenluo to instruct Ditto to use its skill to restore Charizard. However, as the healing light descended, Charizard's condition failed to improve, leaving Chenluo baffled. Ha ha ha, don't waste your efforts. This tranquilizer is the latest product of our Ocean Team's research. It cannot be cured by any skill. Izumi explained with a smile, effectively clarifying Chenluo's confusion. At this moment, Chenluo could hardly afford to express his opinions on Izumi and the Ocean Team. Although they had merely added 4 gym-level Pokémon, the opposing team was still 12 against 5, and the situation remained dire. Ditto, Zoroark, you two assist, Chenluo commanded urgently. Despite facing 3 gym-level Pokémon, with Zapdos present, they could hold their ground for a brief period. Anxiety consumed Chenluo as he stood beside Charizard, regretting his decision to venture out alone. Yet, regretting now would yield no results. He needed to devise a plan to confront the dire circumstances at hand. Caterpie, with its imposing presence, could have turned the tide, but inexplicably, it had succumbed to slumber. And no matter what Chenluo did, he could not rouse it. Observing Chenluo's distress, the man smirked and called out, "Little Luo, if you give me Dittos, I will withdraw from this battle and even assist you against this woman. What do you say?" His proposition drew a frown from Izumi, who cast him a sidelong glance. No way. Without a moment's hesitation, Chenluo firmly declined the offer. He was already struggling to cope, and the thought of relinquishing his Ditto was unbearable. After all, Chenluo was not the sort to casually abandon his Pokémon. Humph. Unappreciative. The man scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. Increase the intensity of your attacks. He commanded his Pokémon to unleash a more ferocious onslaught. Gradually, Chenluo's Pokémon sustained various injuries, with the weakest among them, the self-destruct magnet. Nearing the brink of incapacity, was he left with no choice but to surrender Ditto? Anxiety gripped Chenluo's heart. If things continued on this path, he wouldn't just lose Ditto, but he might also fall prey to Quanmei, leaving him utterly defenseless. Just as Chenluo hesitated, the self-destruct magnet succumbed to its injuries, and the situation for both Ditto and Groudon was rapidly deteriorating. At their current strength, facing even Quanmei alone was proving to be a daunting challenge. Stop! With a desperate cry, as Ditto and Groudon teetered on the brink of collapse, he shouted towards the man, "I agree. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." The man replied, shaking his head, and extended his hand, signaling Chenluo to throw him the Pokeball containing Ditto. Left with no alternative, Chenluo retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and hurled it towards the man. Just as it neared his grasp, Quanmei suddenly dashed in front of him, catching the incoming Pokeball in one swift motion, and with a sharp side kick, sent the man sprawling far away. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Or that I am merely a frail woman to be easily bullied? Kwame retracted her elegantly long leg, toyed with the Pokeball in her hand, and said with a hint of mischief, I detest deceitfulness above all else. Since that is the case, I shall deal with you first. Upon uttering this, she gestured to her Pokémon, who immediately redirected their attacks without mercy. The man, struggling to rise, shouted at Chenluo, don't just stand there. Help me. However, Chenluo paid him no heed. Amidst the chaos, he commanded his Pokémon to begin healing. Groudon, use Recover. Ditto, employ Wish to heal Zapdos. As for the self-destruct magnet, Chenluo opted to withdraw it. Regardless of the outcome between the two, Zapdos remained the linchpin of their strategy. As long as its strength remained intact, all hope was not lost. Yet, Kwanmei was unwilling to grant Chenluo any respite. With the Pokeball containing Ditto in her possession, she aimed it at the casting Ditto and pressed the button, but the expected red light did not materialize. Realizing Chenluo had deceived both her and the man, her fury erupted as she flung the Pokeball aside and shot a glare at Chenluo, vowing, I shall deal with you later. Having endured Team Rocket's betrayal previously, Kwanmei had refrained from retaliating on their turf, but now, the audacity of this mere gym-level brat to betray her was intolerable. The debt incurred from Team Rocket would now be settled with him, and Chenluo was momentarily forgotten. The man's ire flared at Chenluo's trickery. Witnessing Kwanmei still set on him, he hastily declared, Stop. I am willing to continue assisting you. However, Kwanmei, unaffected by his pleas, found his duplicity only intensified her disdain. As the man, seeing Chuanmei's relentless assault, charged at her with a menacing expression, he declared, I will fight you. Yet, upon reaching her, he was swiftly knocked down by a powerful kick. Undeterred, he attempted to rise, only to be met with a swift chop from Kwanmei, leaving him incapacitated on the ground.